Chapter 1. Traversing the Dragon Ball Universe, the Great Cosmic System. Where am I? When Zhou-Yi awakened, he discovered himself curled up in a confined space, adorned in garments that were distinctly not his own, yet bore an oddly familiar appearance. Holy cow! Is this the battle attire from Dragon Ball? Upon realizing the situation, Zhou-Yi was momentarily rendered speechless, his mind swirling in confusion. What on earth had transpired? He vividly recalled that he was engrossed in a Dragon Ball minigame when, in a moment of excitement, he inadvertently knocked over his cup, spilling its contents on his laptop. Keyboard. Uncertain if it was a malfunction in the circuitry, the character within the game suddenly unleashed a powerful ultimate attack, flooding the screen with blinding light. Before he could comprehend the event, a wave of dizziness overcame him, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He looked down sharply, only to discover a furry appendage wrapped around his waist at a tail. Have I transmigrated into a Saiyan? Zhou-Yi stood in stunned silence for a moment, before a wave of exhilaration washed over him. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, he had immersed himself in the series countless times, committing every character to memory. From the initial encounters with Piccolo, to Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, and even the god of destruction Beerus, and the resurrected Golden Frieza Zhou, he had never missed a single episode. I wonder, has planet Vegeta been destroyed yet? He pondered, unable to see his own reflection, leaving him uncertain whether he had become one of the fortunate Saiyans who survived, or if he had assumed the form of another Saiyan before the destruction of planet Vegeta. One thing was for certain, he was definitely not Kakarot, Vegeta, Raditz, or Nappa. This could be discerned simply by the color of his hair. Could he perhaps be the legendary Super Saiyan Broly? Zhou-Yi clenched his fist, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him, vastly superior to his previously frail earthly form. Yet he knew it could not compare to the extraordinary power of Broly. Who am I? As this thought surfaced, a torrent of brutal and detached memories surged into his consciousness, causing his head to throb with pain. Fortunately, the discomfort dissipated swiftly, and Zhou-Yi came to understand his identity. Rex, a 12-year-old low-class warrior, currently possessing a combat power exceeding 500 points, en route to a lowly planet known as Planet Sarah, with a singular objective, Shalu. Of course, he was not alone. He was part of a combat squad consisting of 4 low-class warriors, with him as the strongest among them, while the others boasted combat powers of no more than 400 points. Even among the lower-ranked warriors, this group was among the weakest, being over 10 years old, and even some teams of 7 or 8-year-olds surpassed them in strength. Consequently, this small squad was derisively referred to as the trash team. It seems that although planet Vegeta has yet to meet its demise, its end is nigh. Currently, 2 years had passed since the birth of Vegeta, and according to the narrative, Frieza would soon orchestrate the slaughter of the Saiyans in 3 years' time. Zhou-Yi gazed through the transparent section of the spacecraft, experiencing for the first time the breathtaking beauty of the starry sky, far surpassing the view from Earth. Is the explosion of planets truly as dazzling as fireworks? This thought inexplicably lodged itself in his mind, refusing to dissipate. As a Saiyan, combat was not merely an innate talent, but also a source of joy. Although Zhou-Yi's soul was not that of a Saiyan, having just absorbed the memories of Rex, coupled with the naturally combative blood coursing through the Saiyan physique, he found himself yearning deeply for the thrill of battle. Suddenly, a wave of profound drowsiness enveloped him. Zhou-Yi shook his head vigorously, yet he could not help but close his eyes. Zhou-Yi discovered himself standing in an abyss of darkness, surrounded by a multitude of starry whirlpools spinning gracefully, their beauty unparalleled. Occasionally, a distant whirlpool would erupt, dazzling in splendor, surpassing all the fireworks he had ever witnessed. What is this place? Zhou-Yi gazed around in confusion. He should have been in the spacecraft. Yet here, he was in this peculiar realm. If he was not mistaken, those swirling starry whirlpools appeared to be galaxies within the cosmos. Esteemed master, greetings. The great universe system is at your service. A voice suddenly resonated from all directions, startling Zhou-Yi. But having traversed dimensions, he could accept even the most bizarre occurrences. Upon reflecting on the preceding statement, a smile illuminated Zhou-Yi's face. This was evidently a fortuitous turn of events. He promptly inquired, "What functionalities do you offer? Please elaborate." This system is currently capable of providing only the refining function. The voice of the great universe system was distinctly mechanical, akin to a fixed machine. The refining function? Zhou-Yi hesitated, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, it can refine all things into elixirs which, when consumed, can enhance combat power or physical strength. The great universe system elucidated. Or, is it random? Zhou furrowed his brow. No, to prevent any excessive destructive repercussions in this world. If the combat power is less than half of the master's current baseline, consumption after refining will yield. No combat power. That is acceptable. Zhou nodded, recognizing it as merely an added constraint, which posed no significant issue. By the way, could you assist me in transforming into a Super Saiyan? Zhou suddenly inquired. I regret to inform you that the Super Saiyan transformation is an unconventional metamorphosis. This system is unable to provide such capabilities. It is a journey that must be undertaken by you alone, came the response. Very well. Indeed, direct ascension to the divine was not feasible. Zhou had anticipated this and felt no disappointment. He glanced around and asked, "How do I exit now?" No sooner had he spoken than his vision blurred, and he found himself aboard a spacecraft. After calming his exhilaration and pondering for a moment, Zhou broke into a smile. "Since I have arrived here, I shall no longer be known as Zhou. From this moment forth, I shall be called Rex." Zhou Rex shifted his gaze towards the increasingly closer planet Sarah, the corners of his mouth curving into a steely smile. Let the metamorphosis commence from here. Chapter 2. Refinement and the Devouring of Chi Blood Pills. Boom! The spacecraft touched down, creating craters several dozen meters wide upon impact. Rex slowly ascended, landing gracefully on the ground. He surveyed his surroundings and activated his power detector, his brow furrowing at once. To the northwest, a distance of 1,300 miles, power level 137. To the east, 2,500 miles, power level 258. To the southeast, 560 miles, power level 109. To the southwest, 100 miles. Why is the combat power on this planet so dismally low? Rex felt a pang of disappointment. The highest reading was a mere 276, easily within his capacity to obliterate. It is what it is. Our own weakness confines us to such inferior planets for our missions, a resigned voice remarked nearby. Rex turned to see a short-haired Scion approaching, landing beside him. According to his memories, this Scion was named Gary, weak in combat prowess with a power level of only 358, the most feeble among their quartet. Yet in this realm, he was considered invincible. Enough chatter, as per our usual custom. Each shall take a direction. Let's not squander time. Another voice chimed in. Though melodious, it carried an air of indifference. This was a female Scion, striking in appearance, named Betty. Contrary to her sweet visage, she possessed a fierce nature and a penchant for bloodshed, boasting the highest combat power among the four, reaching 475, second only to Rex. With that, Betty executed her flight technique and departed like a shooting star. The remaining male Scion said nothing, merely nodded at Rex before casually selecting a direction to pursue. A type I particularly favor. Fixating on the direction from which Betty had departed, a wicked smile crept across Arx's lips. Well then, Rex, I shall head southeast, Gary remarked, instinctively opting for the weakest adversary. This was customary. The last remaining opponent was typically the one ranked second in combat prowess, as the most formidable would invariably be claimed by Betty first. 258, is it? Quite fitting, Rex murmured, casually launching a key blast that obliterated a hapless Sarah alien staring vacantly at him. Fortunately, this Sarah alien bore no resemblance to human beings, resembling more a mundane bench from Earth. As they advanced, the Scions would annihilate every inhabitant of a planet during their invasion, subsequently selling the desolate world to other races in exchange for advanced technology. Rex experienced no qualms regarding the slaughter. It was an instinct ingrained in his very bloodline. However, for the majority of Sarah aliens, he could not be bothered to refine them. A single key blast would suffice to eliminate them, as most were utterly devoid of combat ability. At last, I have arrived. Rex suddenly halted, casting his gaze downward upon a Sarah alien. Sensing something amiss, the alien abruptly looked up, its small, green, peas-eyed eyes reflecting profound terror as they met Rex's gaze. Humph! With a cold chuckle, Rex swiftly appeared before the Sarah alien, seizing it by the neck and lifting it effortlessly. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. With no means of resistance, the Sarah alien was swiftly deprived of life. Refine, Rex uttered in a detached tone that a nebulous starlight emanated from his fingertips, enveloping the alien's entire form, which, to Rex's astonishment, transformed instantaneously into a blood-red elixir. For reasons unknown, he was reminded of Majin Buu, who seemed capable of metamorphosing beings into various forms. Shall I consume it directly? The color appears rather peculiar. Does this elixir have a name? Rex pondered aloud, gazing at the crimson orb in his palm. Oral ingestion. Nameless, the cosmic system replied succinctly. Then I shall name it the Chi blood pill. Rex grinned widely. In the realm of Dragon Ball, combat prowess was defined by Ki, and this elixir promised to enhance physical strength. The Chi blood pill was a most fitting title. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Well, the taste is quite pleasant. Rex smacked his lips, relieved that it was not overwhelmingly bloody, but rather delectable. In the next moment, boom! A faint crimson aura enveloped Rex entirely, his long hair billowing in the wind, and a barely perceptible red glimmer flickered in his obsidian eyes. This transformation was but a fleeting instant. The blood-red aura dissipated, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. Yet, Rex distinctly felt the change within himself. His combat power surged from a mere 512 points to an impressive 641 points. An astounding increase of 129 in combat prowess. Although the strength of his physical form was not explicitly quantified, he had an unmistakable and intuitive sense that it had significantly improved. Simultaneously, the others, including Betty, who were scattered in 3 different directions, froze midair, turning to gaze in REX's direction. How is this possible? Gary and another male scion were left in astonishment. 641. This guy Rex. Betty bit her pink lip, her expression filled with frustration. Her relentless efforts had been aimed at surpassing Rex first, with the goal of becoming the captain of their team, freeing them from the derogatory label of trash. Just when she thought she was finally catching up, Rex had inexplicably grown stronger, boasting an increase of 129 in combat power. T.O. Betty. This seemed almost impossible. Rex, Betty murmured to herself, extending her hand as a key blast shot forth, obliterating a nearby gathering of Sarla inhabitants. Chapter 3. The Great Ape Transformation, Decimation in Tenfold. From the position where the spacecraft had descended, Rex swept eastward, traversing the entirety of Sarla, and returned to the starting point first. Not long after, Betty was the second to arrive. Upon seeing Rex, she huffed softly, choosing silence as she stood atop a massive rock. Soon after, Gary and another scion returned as well, their gazes toward Rex filled with envy. Especially Gary, who at that moment boasted a combat power of only 358. In that brief span of time, Rex had remarkably increased by 129 points, nearly equivalent to a third of Gary's total combat power. Rex, how did your combat power increase so rapidly? Gary could not restrain his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Betty's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Rex, clearly intrigued by the question that I was just flying, and suddenly it surged. Rex shrugged nonchalantly. Gary, but Betty. Had it not been for her inability to best that insufferable wretch, Betty swore she would have delivered a blow to his face that would leave him unrecognizable. Humph. Arrogant fool, let us proceed. Onward to the next planet, Betty remarked with a frosty expression as she swiftly boarded the spacecraft. Rex raised an eyebrow, watching as Betty's vessel ascended into the sky. Arrogant? He found it perplexing how this girl had arrived at such a conclusion. It was utterly nonsensical. Conquering her would be all the more gratifying. With a low chuckle, Rex entered the spacecraft, closely following Betty. For an entire month, REX's quartet had swept across 5 lesser planets. Now, they had arrived at the 6th and final destination. Marcus Planet. REX's combat prowess had surged to an impressive 1250, however. Due to the presence of the grand cosmic system, Betty and the others could only access data from prior encounters. HM. As soon as they landed, the combat power detector began to sound an urgent alarm, and REX's expression shifted in an instant. In the northwest direction, 15,000 miles away, combat power stands at 1,800. To the southeast, 34,000 miles away, combat power reaches 2,200. Due south. At a distance of 50,000 miles, combat power is a staggering 2,750. And directly ahead, just 100 miles away, combat power surges to 3,500. Betty and her companions had just emerged from their spacecraft, their faces pale with dread, for these clearly displayed combat power values had far surpassed the realm of lower-tier planets, presenting a challenge beyond their capacity. Damn it, which fool gathered this intelligence? This is a medium-tier planet. Quickly, back to the spacecraft. Rex, we must leave this place. Betty's fair face turned ashen as she shouted furiously at Rex, who stood on the ground. There's no time. I will transform into a giant ape. The individual with a combat power of 3,500 was rapidly approaching, closing in at an alarming speed. Without hesitation, Rex hurled a glowing orb into the sky. A man made moan. Seeing this, Betty and the others hurriedly lowered their heads, and swiftly dove back into the spacecraft. It is known that the likes of them, the lowest-tier warriors, would lose all sense of friend or foe and become exceedingly ferocious upon transforming into a giant ape. Whoosh! 3 spacecraft raced toward the horizon. Stay back! A thunderous shout echoed from afar, accompanied by 3 energy blasts hurtling towards the 3 spacecraft. We are doomed. This was the singular thought racing through the minds of Betty and her companions. With a combat power of 3,500, a mere flick of a wrist could obliterate them. Especially now, trapped within the confines of the spacecraft, with nowhere to hide. Roar. On the ground, Rex felt a tremendous force brewing within him. Dark hair sprouted all over his body, and an overwhelming sensation of being pulled surged through him as his physique visibly expanded. Almost simultaneously, a chaotic surge of fury and rage, a medley of negative emotions, invaded his mind, as if amalgamating all the world's adverse sentiments. Boom. In an instant, Rex became lost. His consciousness distilled into a single word: kill. Detection of negative cosmic energy intrusion initiated, purification and absorption in progress. The cold, mechanical voice of the grand cosmic system resonated abruptly, and in a fleeting moment, the negative emotional thoughts vanished from Rex's mind. Yet within Rex's own perception, it felt as if his head had spun for a brief moment, and just like that, he returned to normal. However, his crimson eyes remained unchanged. Rex Horon lifted his gaze and beheld a spacecraft that had already been struck, shattering into fragments, while 2 others teetered on the brink of destruction. 2 beams of light shot forth from his eyes, directly striking the 2 energy blasts and causing them to explode midair. Watching the 2 aircrafts vanish into the horizon, he wondered which unfortunate soul had just perished, hopefully not that last Betty, whom he had already marked as one of his future wives. Amidst the starry expanse, Betty curled up within the confines of her spacecraft, her visage still etched with terror and lingering dread. Just a moment ago, had Rex's assault been but a fraction slower, that energy projectile would have struck her vessel. She had truly brushed against the precipice of death. However, why does it seem that Rex is in a controllable state after transforming into a giant gorilla? Betty found herself perplexed by this issue. Nonetheless, it was Rex who ultimately saved her. If that fellow were to survive in the end, Betty's fair visage would seldom display a rare blush. Chapter 4. Betty returns. To kill or not to kill? The lizard man? Rex lowered his gaze to the diminutive figure on the ground, a fierce glimmer emanating from his crimson eyes. And with a swift motion, he brought his hand down. Damnable creature, Marcus Star is not a place for your kind. The lizard man swiftly evaded the blow, letting out a furious roar as he unleashed a barrage of energy orbs. Rex stood resolute, allowing the energy blast to strike him without flinching or evading. Yet not a single hair was dislodged. Transformed into a colossal ape, Rex's combat power had soared to an astonishing 12,500, rendering the lizardman's 3,500 combat power akin to mere tickling. Alas, it lacked the requisite agility. Rex grinned, unwilling to squander any further time, lest the artificial moon vanish and revert to its original state, which would be disastrous. With a resounding roar, he opened his massive jaws, unleashing a beam of light that shot directly toward the lizard man. Swiftly, the lizard man evaded the attack, vanishing from sight with remarkable agility. A futile struggle ensued. Rex remained motionless, effortlessly reaching behind him to seize the lizard man in his grasp, applying a powerful squeeze. A sickening crunch echoed as bones shattered under the tremendous force. Despite possessing a formidable combat strength of 3,500, the lizard man succumbed to his fate within mere moments. I must refrain from squeezing further, or else I shall be unable to refine him, Rex murmured to himself as ethereal starlight began to shimmer at his fingertips, enveloping the lizard folk. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, and 2 beams of light erupted from his eyes, shattering the artificial moon in the sky into a myriad of fragments. Moments later, his colossal form began to diminish, swiftly reverting to its original state. As he descended gently from the heavens, a wave of debilitating weakness swept through his body, nearly causing Rex to collapse to the ground. He hastily tossed a vitality elixir into his mouth, chewing it vigorously before swallowing. In an instant, the sensation of frailty vanished, and a crimson aura erupted around him, marking the longest duration he had experienced since consuming the elixir, albeit only for a brief few seconds. Combat power, 3,000. Rex possesses a formidable combat strength of 1250, which surged by an impressive 1750 upon consuming the blood essence pill. Moreover, The sheer robustness of his corporeal form is sufficient to obliterate his former self in an instant. The overwhelming power coursing through his flesh imbues him with an exhilarating sensation, as though he could effortlessly shatter anything in his path. He chuckles, "Let it all transform into my experience." Rex let out a low chuckle as he donned the combat power detector once more. After briefly scanning his surroundings, he calculated silently in his mind before transforming into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the lizard man with a combat power of 1800. Not long after Rex departed, a circular spacecraft descended from the sky. Subsequently, an elegant figure emerged from within, her features still bearing a hint of youth, yet undeniably exquisite. Her captivating eyes, flickering with coldness, exuded a subtle allure. It was none other than Betty. After leaving, the image of Rex transforming into a giant ape lingered in her mind, compelling her to return against her better judgment. I merely wish to ascertain whether that fellow has perished," Betty muttered to herself, casting a sweeping glance around. The ground bore the footprints of the giant ape, yet the signs of battle were scarce, with only a few traces of blood. What perplexed her was the absence of any corpses. Could it be that the lizard man fled in the face of the formidable giant ape Rex? As this thought crossed her mind, Betty's anxiety surged. It is crucial to remember that when a Saiyan transforms into a giant ape, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Whether through severing the tail, the disappearance of the moon, or sheer exhaustion, they revert to their original form. During that period, they are at their most defenseless. The artificial moon in the sky had vanished, indicating that Rex had returned to his original state. But where could he be now? Suddenly recalling something, Betty hastily activated the combat power detector. To the northwest, 3,000 miles away, a combat power reading of 3,000? Betty was rendered speechless. This value had not appeared in her previous readings. What astonished her the most was that the combat power detector was currently affixed to this individual. Could it be Rex? Yet, how could this be possible? His combat power was clearly only 641. Rex, is it truly you? Her voice trembled slightly as Betty connected to the communication with the combat power detector. Betty? Why has she returned? Rex's figure came to an abrupt halt, his brow furrowing deeply. This was entirely unexpected. He had not concealed his battle prowess, considering the departure of Betty and the others. Yet he was taken aback by Betty's return. If this continued, the secret of his combat strength would likely be compromised, unless he eliminated Betty. The thought flashed a murderous intent in Rex's eyes. "Ah, Betty, what brings you back?" Suppressing the urge to kill, Rex spoke calmly. "Is it truly you, Rex?" Upon hearing the echo, Betty was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? In just a fleeting moment, Rex's battle power had surged exponentially, escalating from 641 to 3,000, an increase that surpassed Betty's wildest imagination. Such a terrifying rate of enhancement was unattainable even for intermediate warriors, let alone advanced ones. Even Prince Vegeta, renowned as a prodigious warrior with an innate battle power of over 700, would likely find such a feat impossible within the span of less than an hour. Betty? Rex's faint voice resonated once more, prompting Betty to suddenly regain her senses. "I was merely concerned about the potential dangers following the disappearance of your giant ape form. So I returned to check on you," Betty confessed, her mind still slightly hazy, revealing her true thoughts involuntarily. "Is that so?" Rex remained non-committal at this moment. He had abandoned any plans to pursue the remaining lizard men, for they would not escape. The paramount concern was how to deal with Betty. Should he kill her or spare her? Chapter 5. Heartfelt Confessions. Betty's yearning. Rex, could you teach me a method to rapidly gain strength? Betty's voice emanated from the combat power detector, lacking confidence, yet brimming with anticipation. "Oh, you are eager to grow stronger?" Rex replied with an indifferent smile. "Indeed. I have grown weary of the insults hurled by those so-called elite warriors." Betty's tone was steeped in resentment and fury. "From the moment I was born, I was labeled trash. Every day, I exert myself tirelessly, dreaming of the day I can trample those despicable individuals beneath my feet. Rex, I know you can help me realize this dream, can't you?" "Of course." A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes as he altered his course, transforming into a streak of brilliance that darted towards Betty. "Yet, why should I assist you? It is essential to understand that the fewer individuals privy to his secret, the better." This query evidently caught Betty off guard, plunging her into silence. The distance indicated by the combat power detector signaled Rex's impending approach, and she was acutely aware that danger was drawing ever closer. "Does he intend to take my life?" Betty pondered silently, realizing that if she were to immediately board a spacecraft, She could safely escape this planet and preserve her existence. Should she flee? No. The humiliation of such a life was one she no longer wished to endure. As disposable entities, the number of lower-tier warriors was vast, and death was a constant companion. Even their parents would scarcely grieve, for this was the fate of the lower-tier fighters. Better to perish. With this thought, a smile emerged on Betty's face. The first genuine smile she had shown in her life. "Rex, I await you here, regardless of the choices you make." Betty's cool voice reached Rex's ears, momentarily startling him as he discerned a serene acceptance of life and death within her tone. In that instant, he hesitated. Initially, Rex's purpose was unmistakable: to eliminate Betty. After all, such a rapid enhancement of combat prowess, if made known, would surely provoke the wrath of not only Frieza, but also King Vegeta. As he contemplated, he could already discern Betty's silhouette. She stood alone atop a lofty peak, quietly gazing at the sky, as if awaiting the arrival of death itself. Rex halted before Betty, his arms crossed, gazing at her with a calm demeanor. "You have arrived," he remarked. Betty responded with a radiant smile, akin to the thawing of an icy river. Frankly speaking, on Earth, Rex had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty as Betty, whose unpretentious, ethereal grace emanated from her very core. Yet, in that moment, her smile caused a slight tremor in his once indifferent heart. "Why not leave?" Rex inquired, a frown creasing his brow. "If I leave, I will forfeit my chance to grow stronger," Betty replied, biting her rosy lip, her gaze unwavering and resolute. "I will not relinquish even the slightest opportunity." Rex chuckled coldly. "Are you not afraid that I might kill you?" "Not at all," Betty shook her head. "Ah, you are not afraid?" Rex scoffed disdainfully, swiftly condensing a key blast in his right hand, yet I remained unconvinced. Betty smiled softly, choosing silence as she gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions: defiance, helplessness, and sorrow, yet devoid of fear. The two locked eyes. After a brief moment, Rex casually flung the key blast aside, obliterating a mountain into rubble. "Follow me," he coldly uttered before turning away, transforming into a streak of light racing towards the direction of the combatant with a power level of 1800. Had he developed a sense of compassion? No. Rex suddenly realized that even if he were ultimately invincible in the universe, solitude would render his existence utterly tedious. How regrettable it would be to have no captivating companions by his side who could keep pace with him. However, Betty, in terms of appearance and figure, is truly exceptional. To kill her would be a grievous waste. To awaken with dominion over the world and to indulge in the embrace of a beauty. One could find amusement in the spectacle of planets exploding like fireworks, and perhaps even enlist a few godly beings to serve one's whims. This is the essence of a truly remarkable life. Betty, initially bracing herself for death, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure, her face alight with astonishment, and hurriedly sprang into action, following closely behind Rex. Alas, it was too late. Rex turned his head for a fleeting glance, his brow slightly furrowed, before a mischievous smile suddenly graced his lips. In an instant, he appeared beside Betty, unceremoniously enveloping her in his embrace. His hands encountered a delightful softness, accompanied by the enchanting fragrance unique to a maiden, wafting tantalizingly to his nostrils. Betty gasped in surprise, her delicate face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Yet, she offered no resistance, instead revealing a glimmer of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. The sensation was truly exquisite. Rex could not help but squeeze a few times. Although Betty is still quite young, her figure is undeniably exquisite. Her curves are pronounced, and her form is alluring. One can only imagine how breathtakingly captivating she will be once she fully matures. Rex inhaled deeply, his right hand unceremoniously covering the surging waves. And Betty murmured softly, her fair face blushing to the point of nearly dripping with crimson. Rex laughed heartily, cradling Betty as they transformed into a radiant streak of light, soaring toward the remaining experience elixirs. Chapter 6. The cultivation plan. Half a day later, the planet Marcus lay desolate, its inhabitants slaughtered. Every lizard man with a combat power exceeding 500 had been refined by Rex into vitality elixirs. He had uncovered a subtle flaw within the grand cosmic system. If one's combat power falls below half of the prevailing baseline, consuming the refined elixirs would yield no combat power. Indeed, this limitation applied solely to Rex. For instance, Betty, whose combat power barely surpassed 400, could still benefit from the elixirs as long as her targets did not exceed her capabilities. Thus, Rex could potentially forge an unstoppable army capable of sweeping through the universe. Returning to the present, Rex turned his gaze toward Betty, who was consuming a vitality elixir. A faint crimson aura enveloped her, signifying her gradually increasing combat power. Soon, the sanguine glow dissipated. Her combat power had reached 800. Betty opened her enchanting eyes. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Rex nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to administer the advanced chi blood pill to Betty. This decision was not born from a lack of trust in her, but rather stemmed from the fundamental difference between them. Unlike him, Betty did not possess the vast cosmic system to suppress her own energy. Both had significantly enhanced their combat prowess in such a short span of time. And to claim that there were no repercussions would be quite peculiar. Although their current strength might not attract the attention of Frisia, the adage better safe than sorry loomed large in Rex's mind. Should Frisia take notice of them, Rex's present combat capabilities would render him vulnerable to instant annihilation. It seemed imperative that a journey to Earth was in order. Rex turned his gaze toward the starry sky, which pointed in the direction of Earth, a realm adorned with Dragon Balls and Senza beans, as well as Bulma and Android 18. In terms of beauty, Bulma may not be considered extraordinary. However, her astonishing aptitude for science is indeed her most invaluable asset. In truth, Rex has long believed that the scientists within the Dragon Ball universe are the most remarkable individuals, having crafted androids that are increasingly formidable. Take Cell, for instance. His ability to absorb is nothing short of extraordinary. If such a power could be harnessed for oneself, it would surpass even the utility of a healing pill. And let us not forget the time machine, an incredibly potent tool that essentially serves as a superlative cheat. Nevertheless, it appears that Bulma is still quite young. No matter, she can be nurtured slowly over time. Rex possesses an admirable patience. As for the 18th, it is likely to arrive a bit later. The sole comfort is that the 18th will be born as a perfect goddess, capable of eliciting delight effortlessly. In any case, that little bald-headed one shall not benefit from it. Rex, what occupies your thoughts? Betty finally regained her composure from the excitement, and, observing Rex's peculiar smile, could not help but inquire. Oh, it is nothing. Rex regained his senses, his gaze sweeping over Betty before breaking into a grin, poised to speak, when suddenly he paused. Beep, beep. The combat power detector emitted a frantic alert, signaling an impending threat. To the due north, 5,000 miles away, a formidable power of 5,800 was detected. Rex's gaze turned icy. It was evident that the being before him was not a native of Marcus Planet, but rather an outsider. A battle power of 5,800 had once been insurmountable for him, yet now it was sufficient to contend with and even vanquish. After consuming the chi blood pill, Rex's combat prowess had approached 6,000. The figure was rapidly advancing, with speeds of 49,000 and then 45,000. How astonishingly swift. Betty's expression grew grave as she fixated on the readings from the battle power detector, but soon her countenance shifted to one of perplexity. Two beings with merely a few hundred points of battle power dared to venture here, even to a mid-tier planet? A voice laced with disdain emanated from the detector. Shortly thereafter, another voice filled with suspicion arose. What of the inhabitants of this planet? Have they been preempted? Are they Scions? Rex raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. A combat power of 5,100 was nearly the pinnacle of a mid-level warrior. Based on the timeline, Gary should not have returned to planet Vegeta yet, which meant that this Scion was not reinforcements. How should they respond? Betty glanced at Rex, her gaze laden with inquiry. Rex fell into contemplation. Drawing from his prior experiences, he deliberately concealed his true combat power, presenting only a few hundred points. Thus, the Scion who descended upon Marcus Planet was unable to detect his authentic strength. To kill? It could indeed result in a fierce struggle, and Betty's safety was also a concern. After a brief silence, Rex removed the power detector and spoke to Betty in a calm tone. Tell him that we are unaware. It was already like this when we arrived. Betty nodded and conveyed Rex's message. On the other end, silence ensued. The power detector indicated that the visitor had ceased their approach and remained stationary, seemingly engaged in thought. After a moment, Rex scoffed. How dare someone usurp my duties? Let me not discover which scoundrel dares to do so. With that cold remark, the Scion withdrew, and shortly thereafter, it was shown to have departed from the planet. Clearly, this mere lower-tier warrior was not deemed worthy of his attention, not even warranting a glance of interest. Rex's lips twitched slightly. Dule. See, that name is indeed quite memorable. I must make an acquaintance in the future. Well then, let us depart and continue our hunt on other planets. Shaking his head to cast aside the bizarre thoughts, Rex's gaze once again turned frigid. In this world of Dragon Balls, where strength reigns supreme, the only way to survive and thrive is to become increasingly powerful, ever stronger. Chapter 7. Return to planet Vegeta. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. Before long, half a year had passed. Planet Vegeta. Rex and Betty have just returned. And the reasons for their prolonged stay on the alien planet were twofold: to enhance their combat prowess, and to elevate Betty's fighting capabilities, rendering their return more plausible. Upon their descent to the ground, Rex immediately sensed several piercing gazes directed towards him. Isn't that Rex? The renowned captain of the trash squad? Wasn't he reported dead due to erroneous intelligence? One voice exclaimed in evident disbelief. What? His combat power is 1888? That's impossible. If my memory serves me right, he should only possess a power level of around 500. Another voice interjected. Wait, look at the woman who returned with him. 1666? All nearby Saiyans were left in utter astonishment. They were no strangers to the trash squad, a team infamous for its lackluster performance, making them a frequent target for ridicule. Yet, how could it be that these two, presumed to be deceased, had experienced such an extraordinary surge in their combat abilities within a mere 6 months? What could have transpired? Rex's lips curled slightly, forming a chilling smile. 1888. Humph. Were it not for my apprehension of Frisia, I would not hesitate to confront you wretches. Even King Vegeta would be of no consequence. It is important to note that during the past 6 months, Rex's combat power has surged to 15,000, a feat achieved after the annihilation of several planets. Had it not been for Betty's inability to conceal her true strength, her combat power would not be a mere 666. With a distant nod towards Betty, Rex turned and made his way back to his humble abode. Indeed, it was a mere abode. For lowly warriors, who are regarded as cannon fodder among the Saiyans, are considered disposable. One can easily imagine their status. The quarters they inhabit can scarcely accommodate more than a single individual for rest, pitifully small, resembling the confines of a spacecraft, albeit slightly more spacious. As for parents? Rex smirked, recalling from his memories that shortly after his birth, his parents had perished in battle. Had it not been for their formidable combat prowess, he would not have endured such relentless bullying on the planet Vegeta, leading to a profoundly wretched existence. Nevertheless, amidst his recollections, he remembered having an elder sister who was a mid-level warrior, though she had always shown him indifference. In the distance, Rex noticed that his humble dwelling had vanished, replaced by a far more imposing structure. Who dares to disturb the ground beneath me? A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes. He would not naively believe that someone had anticipated his return and deliberately made preparations. Undoubtedly, it was clear that that rascal Gary had relayed the news of his and Betty's demise, prompting the destruction of that little abode. Naturally, according to the customs of Vegeta, this was entirely within the realm of normalcy. Striding confidently to the front of the house, Rex lifted his gaze to the nameplate hanging on the door. Terrell. With a brief search through his memories, Rex recalled that individual. Though also a low-level warrior, he thrived far better than Rex. Buoyed by the fact that both his parents were alive and his combat prowess had surpassed 1,000. He was also one of those who took great pleasure in bullying Rex. Terrell, indeed. A faint smile graced Rex's lips as he suddenly extended his hand, delivering a powerful punch to the door. With a resounding crash, the door, crafted from advanced high-tech materials, was utterly reduced to fragments by a strike. Through the refining effects of the blood-chi pill on his physique, Rex found himself capable of effortlessly dispatching opponents with combat prowess reaching the thousands, even without the utilization of chi. The parents of Terrell would pose no greater challenge than a mere punch. Damn it! Who dares to destroy my door? A furious roar echoed from within the room, and in the next instant, a figure shot forth. Bang! Rex, with an impassive expression, raised his foot and sent it back with a force that surpassed its initial speed. Subsequently, he strode into the room step by step. Are you Rex? Terrell, clutching his chest, rose to his feet and fixed his gaze on Rex. His eyes ablaze with fury, mingled with a hint of concealed astonishment. No, Rex cannot be this powerful. Many lower-ranking warriors bear a resemblance. Who are you? Rex paid him no heed, instead taking a keen interest in the decor of the room, occasionally nodding in apparent satisfaction. Indeed. This house shall belong to me from now on. What did you say? Terrell exclaimed in fury. Yet he was acutely aware of Rex's formidable strength and dared not approach. This is my residence. At that moment, Rex finally directed his gaze towards him. and an intense, killing intent radiated from his eyes. This was a visceral reaction, a result of having endured excessive bullying in the past, engendering an indelible sense of resentment that could not be erased. "Terrell," Rex murmured softly, a sphere of energy swiftly coalescing in his palm. "What do you intend to do?" "This is planet Vegeta." Terrell's expression abruptly shifted, his words tumbling forth as his gaze darted around, desperately seeking an escape route. Saiyans are inherently combative, yet they are not recklessly fearless. When confronted with an evident superiority, even a Saiyan may yield. Frieza serves as a prime example. "Huh," Rex scoffed disdainfully, allowing the energy sphere in his hand to dissipate, then ambled leisurely towards the edge of the bed, wishing fervently that you would never depart from Vegeta. Terrell's expression shifted between shades of green and white as he fixated on Rex's silhouette. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he swiftly concentrated his energy sphere, launching it towards Rex with great ferocity. Chapter 8. The Function of Transmigration, Another World? A Path to Self-Destruction. Rex turned around, yet did not flinch, allowing the energy orb to strike him. Boom. The ground shattered, enveloping his figure in a cloud of dust. "Ha, Rex. What does it matter if you have grown stronger? You shall still perish by my hand, Terrell." Terrell laughed maniacally, his visage twisted in malice, as he conjured another energy orb in his hand. "You have destroyed my abode. Speak. How shall you compensate?" Rex's indifferent voice emerged from the swirling smoke, instantly halting Terrell's laughter. Before the latter could respond, a figure materialized before him, and with a swift motion, delivered a powerful punch to his chest. A dull thud echoed through the air. In the next moment, Terrell's body was sent flying back through the doorway, as if struck by a colossal hammer. Truly feeble. Rex shrugged, refraining from exerting his full strength. Otherwise, Terrell would have been reduced to mere fragments by that single blow. This area served as a hub for lower-tier warriors, and outside, a considerable number of spectators had gathered, merely to observe the unfolding spectacle. Conflicts were commonplace on planet Vegeta, akin to a daily occurrence, serving as one of the means for them to alleviate their spirits during moments of tranquility. However, this time, upon recognizing the individual who had been sent flying, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. "Am I seeing things? Is that really Terrell? Who could have struck him down? I recall Terrell possessing a combat power of 1253. Could it be a mid-tier warrior?" At the utterance of this thought, silence enveloped the surroundings. The classification of Saiyans was exceedingly rigid, and rank signified status. A mid-tier warrior, though only one step above a lower-tier warrior, represented a chasm of difference, rendering any comparison futile. Only one Saiyan, positioned uniquely, was able to discern the figure within the room. "He is alive and has grown so formidable? Gary, do you recognize the person in there?" A nearby onlooker, catching his murmuring, inquired with curiosity. "Yes, he was originally my captain." Gary stared blankly at the shadowed figure within the room and murmured, "He is Rex. You all should be familiar with him." Rex? This name, long forgotten for half a year, suddenly resurfaced in the minds of the crowd. Gary, didn't you mention that he had perished in battle? Furthermore, with Rex's low combat power, how could he have severely injured the distinguished lower-tier warrior, Terrell? It must merely be a case of mistaken resemblance. This assertion garnered universal agreement among the onlookers, save for Gary. Having spent countless days and nights with Rex, fighting side by side, he could never be mistaken. Suddenly, he recalled that day on planet Sarla when Rex's combat power had inexplicably surged by over 100. Was it an unintentional awakening of latent potential? Gary pondered, recalling that such phenomena had occurred before, where lower-tier warriors exhibited sudden spikes in strength, deemed as innate prodigies, only to perish shortly thereafter under mysterious circumstances. Yet, this no longer concerned him. He had since joined a new squad. Although still a weak team, it was undoubtedly far superior to the widely regarded trash squad. There remained just over 2 years. Rex reclined upon his bed, silently contemplating his circumstances. At present, his combat prowess had reached 15,000. Yet this evidently fell short of qualifying him to confront Frieza. The transformation into a great ape, while undeniably formidable, held limited utility. For as long as the moon or an artificial moon were obliterated, he would revert to his original form, a feat trivial for Frieza to accomplish. The mere thought of Frieza's terrifying battle strength filled Rex with an overwhelming sense of dread. 530,000? No, that merely represented Frieza's base form. In his second form, his power escalated to 1 per million. In his third form, it surged to 2 4 million. In his final form, his initial combat power stood at 3 million, escalating to an astonishing 60 million at full capacity, reaching a staggering 120 million. Such figures evoke an inherent sense of despair. Should he fail to ascend to Super Saiyan, the prospect of attaining such heights within 2 years seemed nearly insurmountable. Furthermore, Saiyans bore a significant vulnerability. They could not survive in the vacuum of space. Regrettably, within the realm of Dragon Ball, combat strength dictated all. There existed no mystical techniques or profound arts to rely upon. Rex closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of the vast cosmic system suddenly resonated in his mind. When the Master S combat power reaches 100,000, the ability to traverse dimensions will be unlocked, allowing for free travel between different worlds. Different worlds? Rex suddenly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance illuminating his expression, revealing unreserved delight. What could it be? It remains uncertain for now, to be chosen at random by his master. Excellent. Rex abruptly sat up, his fists clenched tightly. As long as it was not a realm akin to that of Conan, which is devoid of martial prowess, anything else could potentially intertwine with the energy of the Dragon Ball universe, thereby unleashing an even greater combat strength. If he could venture into the realms of primordial cultivation or magic, it would be beyond splendid. A combat power of 100,000? Rex rose to his feet, his gaze penetrating through the skylight to behold the vast expanse of the starry sky, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. This objective is not insurmountable. Chapter 9. Sister Camille. Bang. Bang. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as Rex ambled slowly through the room, seemingly unburdened. Yet it felt as though he bore the weight of a mountain. Is enduring 50 times the gravity truly this arduous? Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. His jaws clenched tightly, and his brows furrowed deeply. This was not a gravity chamber. It was merely an ordinary room. However, not long ago, the vast cosmic system had activated the gravity function for him. The enhancement of gravity did not alter the weight of the room itself, but rather intensified Rex's own gravitational pull, imperceptible to others. Undeniably, training under increased gravity does yield results. Indeed, in the original narrative, characters like Kakarot diligently honed their skills within the gravity chamber, which was no aimless endeavor. During moments of tedium, pursuing training in this manner proves to be an admirable choice. Rex. Suddenly, a melodious voice reached his ears, followed by the entrance of a graceful figure. Rex turned his head, a frown creasing his brow as a vague figure from his memory gradually aligned with the newcomer. Camille? She was a young girl, her features exquisite, with an air of commanding vigor emanating from her brows, yet the indifference in her gaze marred that aura. I am your sister, the girl stated, her voice devoid of emotion, her look directed at Rex as if he were a stranger. Oh, so you are my sister then? Rex gazed at her with a bemused smile, remarking, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten that I have an elder sister. So, my dear sister, what brings you to me? Engaging in idle banter is utterly pointless. Camille cast a dispassionate glance at Rex and retorted coolly, Rex, I ask you, what is your current combat capability? Are you blind? Rex turned away from her, continuing on his path, sweat trickling down his brow. A glint of cold fury flashed in Camille's beautiful eyes. She was clearly enraged yet managed to suppress it, stating, it's merely a combat power of 1888. So do not become overly complacent, lest you provoke someone beyond your capability to confront. Are you attempting to admonish me? Rex replied in a calm tone. Think what you will. With a frigid retort, Camille turned on her heel, seemingly unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Rex halted his steps, turning to watch Camille's graceful silhouette gradually fade from view, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Unable to provoke? Thus far, apart from Frisia, he could hardly think of anyone who could intimidate him. Those so-called elite warriors or King Vegeta. Ridiculous. However, it appeared that this sister of his was not entirely indifferent to him. It was merely the nature of science that rendered them seemingly aloof. Rex. Another call echoed. But this time it was imbued with warmth, starkly contrasting the previous coldness. Your sister has come to find you? Has something occurred? The newcomer was Betty, her expression etched with concern, evidently having encountered Camille. As far as she knew, Rex's sister held a low opinion of the lower-tier warriors and seldom visited, maybe once every few years. The sudden appearance today led Betty to instinctively fear that something was amiss. All is well. Rex shrugged nonchalantly. What brings you here? Betty bit her rosy lips, hesitating to speak. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. Rex cast a fleeting glance at her, adjusting the gravity enhancement to 30 times, which instantly alleviated his burden. My parents wish to meet you, Betty remarked, her tone tinged with hesitation, as if apprehensive about Rex's reaction, quickly adding, but if you prefer not to go, it's perfectly fine. Meet me? Rex exhibited a peculiar expression. Is this the legendary encounter with the mother-in-law? I never anticipated that Scions held such customs. Well, my mother expressed a desire to meet you. Betty gazed at Rex with utmost caution, reassuring him, rest assured. I have not divulged your secret. I merely mentioned the nature of our relationship. Rex gazed at Betty, unable to suppress a chuckle. You need not speak to me in such a manner. I shan't devour you. Well, not at this moment. Betty's delicate visage flushed slightly, yet her enchanting eyes sparkled with delight. So, does this imply your consent? Indeed, Rex replied with a broad grin. It is merely a matter of meeting the parents, he stated with a calm demeanor. Disagreement? What concern is that to me? As long as I am fond of it, that is all that matters. In Rex's perspective, there was nothing on planet Vegeta worthy of his earnest consideration, including that frigid sister of his. Perhaps, on a whim, he might whisk Betty away from planet Vegeta, indifferent to its impending obliteration. Sauntering leisurely behind Betty, the Scions they passed wore expressions of astonishment upon spotting them, followed by a flurry of whispers. After all, two lowly warriors, merely 12 or 13 years of age, boasting combat powers of 1888 and 1666, was nothing short of extraordinary, particularly as they were once members of a team derisively labeled the Garbage Squad by all Scions. Soon, they arrived at their destination. After a brief moment, Betty halted, turned around, and nervously began to speak. Oh, Rex nodded, lifting his gaze towards the firmly shut door, a smirk suddenly gracing his lips. In the next moment, he wrapped his arm around Betty's slender waist and strode forward, delivering a powerful kick. Chapter 10, Betty's Father, Ignorance Breeds Courage. Boom. The door was instantly reduced to splinters, scattering in all directions. Rex's abrupt action startled Betty, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she stared blankly at the shattered door. How rude of him to summon me while deliberately keeping the door closed. Rex snorted disdainfully and swaggered in, wrapping his arm around Betty. She remained silent. Though she yearned to express her thoughts, wasn't this behavior even more discourteous? To be honest, she had always harbored dissatisfaction towards her parents, who neglected her well-being and now sought to impose their will. Moreover, she had complied with their request by inviting Rex. Yet they still had the audacity to keep the door firmly shut. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to prevent Rex from entering their home. As soon as they stepped inside, a fierce gust of wind greeted them, but Rex remained unfazed, calmly extending his hand to firmly intercept the punch aimed at him. Is this truly how they welcome their guests? A flicker of coldness glinted in Rex's eyes as he unhesitatingly delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the assailant was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall, leaving behind an impression of a human silhouette. Rex stopped. At that moment, Betty finally realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly grasped Rex's arm. Their 6 months of companionship had imparted to her a profound understanding of Rex's volatile nature. Though he often appeared quite composed, once provoked, he transformed into a tempest of fury, unstoppable by any means, leaving only devastation in his wake for those who dared to intervene. I did not strike first, Rex shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, quite impressive. A deep voice suddenly resonated, calm and devoid of any discernible emotion. You flatter me. As Rex spoke, he approached a chair and seated himself, gently lifting Betty to rest upon his lap. The one who had just spoken was none other than the man Rex had sent flying, the very father of Betty. He was a man of resolute countenance, sporting a beard and a wild mane of hair, with faint scars adorning his face. Upon the first glimpse of him, Rex could not help but conjure the visage of Bardock in his mind, for there was a slight resemblance between the two, both marked by scars upon their faces. Concurrently, two figures inextricably etched themselves in Rex's thoughts, Kakarot and Broly. Born on the same day, they represented two extremes of existence. Kakarot, known as Son Goku, had emerged with a combat power of merely 2, placing him at the very bottom among low-class warriors. Rex believes that had Kakarot not been sent to Earth, his personality would not have drastically changed after his head injury, and consequently, his later achievements would not have reached such heights. On the other hand, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, said to emerge once in a millennium, possessing an astounding battle power of 10,000 at birth, which terrified Kakarot, who was in a neighboring incubation chamber, to tears. Within the Dragon Ball universe, Rex has always regarded Broly as the most gifted Saiyan, with his battle power increasing with age, a true embodiment of an unparalleled advantage. Alas, he fell victim to the protagonist's halo, a thought that evokes a sense of regret. There remain less than 2 years until the births of Broly and Kakarot. Rex contemplated deeply, recognizing that Broly was a promising individual who could not be left to his own devices. Otherwise, the destructive and violent tendencies that occupied his mind would ultimately lead to his demise. However, the identity of the one who would bring about his end remained uncertain. I am Moore, the father of Betty. You are Rex, correct? The middle-aged man spoke, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, as if attempting to muster a smile, though such an infrequently used expression proved challenging for him. Indeed, Rex nodded absent-mindedly. I have heard of your reputation. Moore fixed his piercing gaze upon Rex, his eyes sharp. The leader of the trash squad, with parents who perished in battle and a sister who is a mid-level warrior. Oh, is that so? Rex remained lost in thought, merely responding in kind to the words of Betty's father. 6 months prior, Betty's combat prowess was a mere 400, and you surpassed her only slightly. However, upon your return, both of you now possess combat strengths exceeding 1,500. Betty's father gazed intently into Rex's eyes, articulating each word with emphasis. This is quite remarkable for lower-tier warriors. Indeed, it is. Rex nodded in agreement. Could you tell me the reason? Betty's father inquired in a deep voice. As soon as he spoke, Betty's expression shifted slightly, and she cast a worried glance at Rex. Just as she was about to speak, Rex interrupted her. No. The 2 words, uttered with an air of undeniable authority, left everyone momentarily speechless, even Betty's father, whose earlier momentum dissipated entirely. Rex, you must understand that this represents a momentous opportunity for our Saiyan race. Even the cosmic overlord Frieza would be forced to kneel before us. Moore exclaimed passionately, rising abruptly and fixing his unwavering gaze upon Rex. What does that have to do with me? Rex let out a cold laugh, truly embodying the fearless ignorance of the unknowing. Should he genuinely compel all Saiyans to consume the Chi blood pill before they could even grow stronger, planet Vegeta would be obliterated by Frieza with but a mere flick of his finger. It is essential to recognize that Frieza has long harbored trepidation regarding the legendary Super Saiyans. Chapter 11. The frantic notion of refining Super Saiyans. The atmosphere grew tense, a palpable sense of anxiety enveloping the surroundings. Moore fixed his gaze intently on Rex, his expression shifting erratically between shades of blue and white, as if he were ensnared in a profound psychological struggle. In contrast, Rex appeared nonchalant, idly picking at his nails, exuding an air of indifference. Beside him, Betty's small face was taut with worry as she gripped Rex's arm tightly, fearful that he might suddenly lash out. With Rex's current combat prowess, it would take but a single move to annihilate her parents. Although she felt no sense of belonging to this family, she still wished to spare them from Rex's wrath. After a moment, Moore's steely gaze softened unexpectedly, his tone becoming flat. Rex, do you harbor feelings for Betty? Are you attempting to use her as leverage against me? Rex lifted his gaze, regarding the other with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, as he observed the shifting expressions on their face. Do not indulge in such tiresome theatrics. Otherwise, you are surely more aware than I of how Betty might choose. At these words, a twitch of discomfort flickered at the corner of Moore's mouth. Rex speaks the truth. In the lives of the Saiyans, familial bonds hold little significance, as loved ones may perish at any moment, fostering a profound sense of indifference towards such relationships. The closest ties are often those of marriage. Moore's intentions are quite simple. He merely wishes to share methods for enhancing combat prowess, for such an exchange could only benefit you and earn the respect of all Saiyans, wouldn't it? At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from another room, her features strikingly reminiscent of Betty's. One might mistake them for sisters if unaware. She is none other than Betty's mother. I suddenly feel that you all are rather foolish. Rex spoke softly, disregarding the displeased expressions on Betty's parents' faces. What do you think of Frieza? The mighty Frieza? Betty's mother furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before uttering 4 words, ruthless and merciless. An astute assessment indeed. And how does he regard our Saiyan race? Rex glanced at Betty's mother, recognizing her meticulous nature. Just a tool. Before she could respond, Rex continued, his tone icy. Frieza merely views us Saiyans as disposable weapons. And should this weapon ever pose a threat to its master, it will be promptly destroyed. Betty interjected softly, her words hanging in the air. The expressions on her parents' faces turned to one of shock and bewilderment. The notions of weapons, threats to their master, and destruction echoed relentlessly in their minds. After a long pause, Moral spoke uncertainly. That can't be possible. Though our combat prowess may not match Frisia's, it shouldn't be too far off, right? He hesitated. For he was but a lower-class warrior without any direct encounters with Frisia. In truth, even King Vegeta was oblivious to Frisia's true power. Otherwise, he would not have led the other Saiyans into an assault on Frisia's ship. Huh. Rex let out a cold chuckle, yet offered no further explanation. Beside him, Betty, her expression a tapestry of emotions, spoke up. Frisia's base combat power is 530,000. Boom. It resonated in their minds like a thunderclap, leaving both Moore and his companion utterly bewildered. 530,000. Surely, this must be a jest. How could such an astonishing combat power exist? It was simply implausible. Betty parted her delicate lips, but refrained from elaborating further, pondering whether revealing Frisia's maximum power of 120 million might leave her unfortunate parents in sheer shock. After all, when she first heard Rex utter that terrifyingly despairing figure, it took her quite some time to recover. A final note of caution. Frisia has always harbored trepidation towards the legendary Super Saiyan. Should an entity with an abnormally soaring combat power emerge, he would not hesitate to annihilate planet Vegeta. Rex rose to his feet and cast a frosty glance at the two individuals still in a state of daze, before wrapping his arm around Betty and striding towards the door. Take care of yourself. Betty turned to glance at her parents, sighed, and followed Rex out. I suppose I can no longer reside at home. What should I do? Betty pouted. Naturally, you shall stay at my place. Rex flashed a grin, his right hand mischievously wandering over her exquisite form. Humph. Just a glance reveals your mischievous intentions. Betty shot Rex a sideways glance, her annoyance laced with a subtle allure that stirred the imagination. Ha. Rex let out a hearty laugh, but soon fell into deep contemplation, furrowing his brow. Time is drawing near. We cannot linger on planet Vegeta any longer. We shall depart shortly. Is it to be so soon? Betty exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, he replied. In the coming 2 years, I do not intend to return to planet Vegeta. If you have any matters to attend to, I suggest you conclude them swiftly. Rex's eyes gleamed with a flicker of brilliance. For the time being, he need not concern himself with Frisia, and he could elevate Betty's combat prowess without hesitation. As long as he returned before the births of Broly and Kakarot, all would be well. Contemplating Broly once more, Rex was suddenly struck by a wild notion. What if, merely a hypothetical, he were to refine a naturally born Super Saiyan into a blood essence pill? What might transpire upon consumption? Chapter 12. Encounter with Vegeta. The enigma of Super Saiyans, the outcome remains uncertain. However, according to available information, Super Saiyans represent an unconventional transformation. Upon death, they revert to their original state. The voice of the great universe system resonated within his mind, still cold and mechanical. Rex furrowed his brows. Indeed, unlike the transformations of other races, Saiyans, upon sustaining severe injuries, are unable to maintain their Super Saiyan form and revert to their ordinary Saiyan state. What a pity. Rex smacked his lips, pondering the possibility of experiencing it himself. The Saiyans were indeed extraordinary, seemingly capable of transforming limitlessly, evolving from the initial Super Saiyan to the subsequent Super Saiyan God. It would be more accurate to say, a Super Saiyan endowed with the power of a Super Saiyan God. What a pity, Betty inquired, her curiosity piqued. Oh, it's nothing, Rex replied, regaining his focus. Do you not have any matters to attend to? It appears there is nothing pressing, Betty mused, tilting her head thoughtfully. Then let us embark on our journey. Rex initially intended to return home for a moment of reflection, but upon consideration, he deemed it utterly pointless and thus abandoned the thought. The distance to the spacecraft was not great. Although their pace was leisurely, they soon arrived. Along the way, it was evident that the number of onlookers had significantly diminished. After all, they were merely lower-ranking warriors, and only fellow low-ranking Saiyans would take notice, albeit without devoting excessive attention to such trivial matters. Upon reaching the location of the spacecraft, Rex suddenly halted. A familiar figure approached, characterized by a mane of fiery hair and a haughty demeanor. Although only 3 years of age, he possessed a battle power in the thousands, truly deserving of the title Genius Warrior. This child, one of the protagonists of Dragon Ball, known colloquially as Tragedy Tower, had always seemed to exist in the shadow of Kakarot. It wasn't until the emergence of Golden Frieza that he redeemed himself, transforming into a Super Saiyan God and delivering a resounding defeat to Golden Frieza. The arrival of Rex and Betty failed to capture Vegeta's attention in the slightest. As a Saiyan prince, he bore no interest in glancing at these two lowly warriors, whose battle power barely exceeded a mere 1,000. Following closely behind Vegeta were two figures, one tall and imposing, adorned with a prominent bald head, and the other with long hair cascading down to his waist. They were Nappa and Raditz. What struck Rex as peculiar was Raditz's unexpected presence trailing behind Vegeta so early on, a surprising turn of events. Unlike Nappa, who hailed from an esteemed lineage of Saiyans, Raditz was merely a low-ranking warrior with rather unimpressive battle strength. Indeed, it was quite meager. After pondering this, Rex could not fathom a reasonable explanation. They brushed past each other. Rex wore an impassive expression, while Betty clung tightly to his arm, observing Vegeta's approach without the former sense of reverence. A battle power in the thousands? Is that truly formidable? Were it not for her impending return to planet Vegeta, she would undoubtedly have surpassed this Prince of Vegeta by now. Rex? Suddenly, as Raditz passed by, he halted. Do you recognize me? Rex raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of sympathy for this unfortunate child who had been dragged to his demise by his own brother. Thus, he found himself intrigued enough to engage in a brief conversation. Your combat power? Raditz's gaze was filled with barely concealed astonishment. As a low-ranking warrior, although he followed Vegeta, he had some knowledge of the Ragtag Squad. Just 6 months prior, Rex's combat power was merely in the hundreds. Yet now it had surged to an astonishing 1888. Such a terrifying rate of increase Raditz had only witnessed in Vegeta. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa merely cast a fleeting glance at Rex and his companion, showing no intention of waiting for Raditz, and turned back to continue their path. One could easily infer Raditz standing among them. Haha. Rex smiled softly. At present, Raditz was merely 7 or 8 years old, yet even upon his arrival on Earth, his combat power barely reached 1,500, which seemed rather implausible. He had speculated that this was likely due to Raditz's constant association with Vegeta, shielding him from serious injuries. Otherwise, given the Saiyans' innate ability to enhance their combat power through recovery from wounds, he should not be so weak. Raditz chose not to elaborate further, casting a complex glance at Rex before hastily catching up with Vegeta and his companion. That gaze was one Rex could decipher. The one once deemed worthless now surpassed him, a sentiment that no one could endure lightly. Rex turned to gaze at Vegeta's back, this exceedingly arrogant individual. Although his personality is far from endearing, his potential is undeniably remarkable. Otherwise, it is unlikely he would have progressed so far along the path of the Super Saiyan. Rex murmured softly to himself, turning to head towards the location of the spacecraft. Why do the offspring born from the union with Earthlings possess such immense potential and transform into Super Saiyans with such ease? Rex was deeply intrigued. Chapter 13, Arrival at the Superior Planet. With a thunderous sound, 2 spacecraft descended, creating immense craters upon impact. At last, they had arrived. Rex slowly emerged, his gaze indifferently surveying the surroundings. This was a planet known as Colin, situated far from planet Vegeta. They had spent a full month aboard their spacecraft to arrive at this destination. Betty stood beside Rex, gently pressing the combat power detector. Beep. Boom. It had barely emitted 2 sounds before the detector exploded, falling from Betty's face. A combat power exceeding 10,000 indicated a high-level planet. Betty furrowed her brow. The upper limit of her combat power detector was precisely 10,000. Rex nodded, casually removing the combat power detector and shattering it into fragments. He had previously overlooked this detail. Both of their detectors were rather outdated, with a maximum capacity of merely 10,000. Let us proceed. I shall assist you in enhancing your abilities first. Rex cast a sweeping glance and casually selected a direction. On higher planets, numerous uncertainties abound, as it is quite possible for immensely powerful beings to emerge. Yet, having arrived, there was no notion of retreat. 2 streaks of light swiftly vanished into the horizon. We detected 2 entities arriving on our Corinne planet. They were Saiyans. Almost concurrently with Rex and Betty's descent, several peculiar beings in a certain location on Corinne planet scrutinized them through a colossal screen. Those belligerent monkeys dare to come here? What is their combat power? Sneered the apparent leader. Wait a moment. Soon, the results emerged. displaying two values above Rex and Betty's heads. Silence enveloped the room. After some time, someone could no longer contain their curiosity. Is there an error in the detection? All systems are functioning normally. One registered at 1888, the other at 1666. To my knowledge, these numbers reflect merely the ranks of lower-tier Saiyan warriors. Surely, they do not intend to send these two little monkeys to eliminate us, do they? Perhaps they are merely a young couple on vacation. Another chuckled softly. Enough. The leader interjected abruptly, his voice laced with cold mockery. These monkeys have grown increasingly arrogant, utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. Send someone to eliminate them. Yes. Wait. Something feels amiss. Suddenly, a peculiar figure clad in a white lab coat spoke. His gaze fixated on the screen with an icy intensity. Pay attention. Strangely, Rex felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Hovering in the air, he furrowed his brow. This disquieting feeling had begun the moment he set foot on this planet. It was an odd intuition. Regrettably, he had yet to master the earthly ability to directly perceive chi. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a passive state. Rex clenched his teeth in silence. In light of this, he abruptly halted, leaving Betty beside him in a state of perplexity. Get down. Rex uttered a cold remark before swiftly descending. Though Betty was perplexed, she promptly followed suit. As soon as they touched down, Rex unleashed a ki blast, shattering a nearby mountain into fragments. Is anyone there? Betty felt a surge of anxiety. Her combat prowess was merely over 1,000, leaving her burdened with immense pressure on this advanced planet. Rex remained silent, his gaze icy, as he unleashed a barrage of energy orbs that hurtled through the air. If you refuse to show yourself, I shall compel you to do so. The Saiyans are not incapable of obliterating planets. Rather, the aftermath makes them difficult to sell. Yet, Rex harbored no such concerns. Boom, boom. Peaks crumbled and the earth was riven with chasms, transforming the landscape into a tapestry of devastation in mere moments. Damn it, what does that wretched monkey intend to achieve? At once, the Korean aliens, observing the confrontation on their vast screens, were filled with rage. This was their home planet, and if the destruction continued unabated, Korean would be doomed. Did you not notice the male Saiyan's escalating combat power? A cold voice, clad in a white coat, interjected. Upon this revelation, the observers realized that the male Saiyan's power was rapidly surging, skyrocketing to 5,000 in the blink of an eye. He possesses the ability to conceal his strength. Nearly 5,000. It is hardly cause for alarm. We must resolve this quickly, lest our home become uninhabitable. How can you be certain that this is his maximum power? Enough. A sharp huff silenced the surroundings. The leader cast a cold glance over the gathered crowd before returning his gaze to the screen, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. Masan. Just, you two shall go together. Eliminate him swiftly. Yes. In short order, two figures, one stout and the other slender, turned and strode out. Curse Saiyan monkey. Were it not for Frisia's unwavering vigilance upon Rex's reckless destruction, he would have roared in frustration. Here they come. As Rex continued his path of devastation, his patience waned. Suddenly, he looked up, fixating on the sky above. At last, two figures approached rapidly from the horizon. Chapter 14, The Doomed Duo. Betty, you should retreat to the back and hide. Rex instinctively sensed that the newcomers were formidable adversaries, their combat prowess exceeding 10,000, capable of dispatching Betty with a mere flick of their wrist. Aware of her limitations, Betty prudently took refuge at a distance. Suddenly, two figures, one stout and the other slender, landed before Rex. Vile Saiyan monkey, dare you to disrupt my planet Korin? Do you seek death? The stout one's voice was frigid, with his eyes, squeezed by layers of flesh, flashing with cold malice. Why waste words with him? Let us strike him down directly, the slender one sneered. Fools, allow me to assist in your decision. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Rex's eyes, and in the next instant, he appeared behind the two figures, his legs executing a swift kick. What? Two exclamations of surprise echoed simultaneously, clearly taken aback by Rex's astonishing speed. Bang! The stout and the slender were sent flying, crashing into a mountain. Damn it! Boom! The peak shattered, and two silhouettes soared into the air. Humph! Rex smirked coldly, appearing above the two Korean aliens before they could steady themselves. With his hands clasped together, he delivered a powerful blow to the fat one's head. The lean one's expression shifted dramatically as he turned and hurled a punch at Rex. How dare he behave so arrogantly before me? With a mere combat power exceeding 10,000? Rex seized the frail one's fist, his form spinning abruptly, hurling him towards the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth fractured extensively, and both Koran aliens plummeted to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Curse it, this Scion's battle prowess has surged to 15,000. Masan, just. You are no match for him. Retreat at once. Below, the corpulent and the slender, their garments tattered and mouths bleeding, struggled to rise. Upon hearing the voice that reached their ears, they exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, ascended into the air, swiftly turning to flee in different directions. Attempting to escape, Rex concentrated a ball of energy in his hand and casually hurled it towards the corpulent man. In the next moment, he flickered and appeared before the slender figure, seizing the opponent by the throat and twisting with force. A crack echoed in the air. There was no chance for struggle, and he was instantly slain. In another direction, the rotund man was struck by the energy sphere, exploding into fragments. What a waste. Spitting in disdain, Rex refined the slender corpse into a blood essence pill, which transformed into a streak of light and landed beside Betty. Unfortunately, the corpulent figure had been obliterated. Otherwise, your combat prowess could have soared to 10,000. Rex handed the blood chi pill to Betty, feeling a twinge of regret. Why not keep it for the future, waiting for an opportune moment to strike? After all, he had no intention of departing from this planet. Betty was puzzled, as this was how things had always been done before. Rex shook his head. This was a matter of necessity. The advanced celestial bodies possessed immeasurable combat prowess, and those with power exceeding 10,000 were not particularly abundant. This time, there were two. Next time, there could be even more. Rex's only course of action was to minimize the opponent's numbers. However, Betty, being astute, quickly grasped this notion. Instead of reaching out for the chi blood pill, she fixed her gaze upon Rex and earnestly stated, "This chi blood pill should be consumed by you. Only then can you confront more formidable foes. After all, there will undoubtedly be more to come, so you can simply provide me with one later." Rex furrowed his brow, contemplating the rationale, and subsequently nodded, extending his hand to toss the vitality elixir into his mouth. With a whoosh, the crimson flames ignited. Unlike before, this time the sanguine blaze, though still somewhat nebulous, possessed a markedly deeper hue and burned for a considerably longer duration. After several dozen seconds, Rex opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flashing within his pupils. 20,000. His combat prowess had indeed risen as anticipated. Yet what thrilled Rex even more was the remarkable enhancement of his physical strength. This single blood chi pill had doubled the fortitude of his body. Even standing still, he could effortlessly withstand formidable attacks. If he were to continuously consume blood chi pills, could he perhaps achieve the level of a saint in physical form within the primordial realm? This thought briefly flickered through Rex's mind. It is not entirely implausible. The blood chi pill has the potential to perpetually augment physical strength, and if all goes well, there should be no ceiling to this enhancement. Moreover, in the first world he entered, if he could master celestial arts or magic, employing chi in its application, what extraordinary effects might arise? Would the potency diminish or amplify? This question, alas, can only be unraveled after reaching a combat power of 100,000. How do you feel? Beside him, Betty inquired with a radiant smile. Quite well. Rex smiled broadly. Though the sensation of being watched still lingered, his worries had diminished significantly. With a combat power soaring to 20,000 and a formidable physique, his confidence had been greatly bolstered. Yet, one concern continued to gnaw at him. Betty's combat power was alarmingly low. Should anyone ensnare him, Betty would undoubtedly face a grim fate. He needed to procure several blood chi pills without delay. With this thought, Rex enveloped Betty in his arms and transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the air. Chapter 15. An enemy with at least 30,000 combat power on planet Colin, within a clandestine underground base. All eyes were fixated on the large screen displaying two swift figures, their expressions somber. A combat power of 20,000, as far as I know, is nearly the pinnacle among Scions. The man clad in a white lab coat spoke ominously, his gaze fixed on Rex, a peculiar gleam flickering in his eyes, akin to that of a child beholding a cherished toy. Damn it, how have I never realized that Scions possess the ability to transform others into mere orbs? The leader's face contorted with rage, wishing fervently to devour Rex alive. He must be captured alive. The man in the lab coat clenched his fists tightly. Did you not notice? Upon consuming that orb, his combat power surged from 15,000 to an astonishing 20,000. 10,000. This is a terrifying ability. Should it fall into our hands, the entire universe would be ours. I will personally lead the charge. Upon hearing this, excitement glimmered in the leader's eyes. Hurry. The man in the lab coat fixed his gaze on the screen, where Rex was once again refining a cholinite into a blood chi pill. This time, he did not consume it himself, but offered it to the female scion at his side. The numerical value above her head abruptly soared from 1,666 to 3,500. Truly, a superior planet. Despite the absence of a combat power detector, Rex could glean the combat power data of each cholinite he defeated. Thus far, he had not encountered any with a combat power below 500. With a swift motion, he snapped the neck of another cholinite, the combat power information materializing in his mind. 200? What a pity. Rex shook his head. The restriction of the blood chi pill dictated that its consumption could not fall below half of the user's combat strength. Naturally, he far exceeded that threshold, and Betty, possessing a combat strength of 3,500, experienced no effects from its intake. He cast the corpse aside, lacking any interest in its refinement. Although it might prove useful in the future, that was a consideration for another time. Even if he were to refine it now, he had no place to store it. How convenient it would be to possess a spatial ring or something akin to it. A thought flashed through Rex's mind. At that moment, the voice of the great universe system resonated. When the master's combat power reaches 50,000, the backpack function will be activated, with an initial capacity of 10, which will increase as the master's combat power rises. 50,000. Rex's eyes sparkled with interest. This target was indeed within reach, and he estimated that he would attain it shortly. However, a capacity of merely 10 slots seemed somewhat limited. Nevertheless, it was better than having nothing at all. Rex cast another glance at the Corlin alien corpse he had discarded earlier. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved not to let it go to waste. A beam of starlight emanated from his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a dimly colored chi blood pill took shape, gently floating into his grasp. Let us proceed. Striving to elevate your combat prowess to 10,000 before more formidable foes arrive. Rex tucked the chi blood pill into his clothing and turned his head to speak. Betty nodded vigorously, unwilling to remain a mere burden, relegated to silently watching Rex engage in battle. Suddenly, Rex's expression shifted dramatically. In the next instant, he grasped Betty's hand, and with a swift motion, they vanished from their original spot. Boom! A colossal energy blast struck the very location where Rex had just stood, creating a massive crater. This fellow. Rex stood atop a small hill, his expression grave as he fixated on several figures hovering in the distance. Among them, the most imposing individual emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. This formidable foe possessed a combat prowess that was at least 30,000. Rex gritted his teeth, an invisible aura bursting forth around him. This was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Were it not for the formidable strength of his own body, which bolstered his confidence, he would have found it impossible to contend with that individual. Rex, do you desire a synthetic moon? Beside him, Betty's anxiety surpassed even Rex's. She whispered softly. No. Rex shook his head. What a jest. The fact that these individuals could locate him so effortlessly indicated not only their formidable combat prowess, but also the presence of advanced technology. This highly developed planet must possess an understanding of the Saiyan characteristics. Transforming into a great ape? By the time you are ready to engage, the artificial moon would have already been destroyed. Once weakened, one becomes utterly vulnerable. Betty, please keep your distance. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes as he leaped into the air, instantly positioning himself before the imposing figure and unleashed a powerful punch. Humph. The leader did not evade, merely fixating his cold gaze upon Rex. It was only when Rex's fist was about to make contact that he swiftly retaliated with a punch of his own. The speed was astonishing, arriving before Rex's strike, and it collided forcefully with Rex's chest. Bang! Rex's form was sent flying, crashing into a mountain. Trash! The leader spat disdainfully, his eyes reflecting contempt. He cast a disinterested glance at Betty, who stood at a distance, before returning his gaze to the debris that had erupted from the impact. This punch had not been delivered with full force. The Scion would merely sustain some injuries. What is happening? After a moment of anticipation, the rubble remained eerily still, prompting the leader to furrow his brow in confusion. Be cautious, behind you. A voice echoed ominously. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds resounded from behind. The leader's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly turned, only to be met with the fleeting, mocking visage of Rex. Chapter 16. The Crush of Flesh Boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as the two figures trailing the burly man were instantaneously struck down, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it! The leader seethed with fury. In the mere moment it took to turn, Rex had vanished once more, inflicting significant damage on his subordinates, a speed that was wholly incongruous with his combat prowess. Suddenly, he directed his gaze sharply at Betty, a sphere of energy rapidly coalescing in his palm, ready to be hurled. But at that moment, Rex appeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick to his arm. Bang! The energy sphere shot skyward. Got you. The leader grinned wickedly, his seemingly cumbersome frame now displaying remarkable swiftness as he ensnared Rex with his arms, exerting immense pressure as if intending to strangle him. Yet soon, his expression shifted. How can this be so resilient? With a combat power nearing 40,000, he found that, despite his arms tightly gripping Rex, it felt as if he were constricting the hardest stone in the universe. Impressive strength. Rex flashed a grin. Combat power is classified according to the strength of one's energy. Yet in the world of Dragon Ball, hand-to-hand combat predominates. With the enhancement provided by the Chi Blood Pill, Rex's physical prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. It's worth noting that even Frieza might find it challenging to completely overpower Rex in a melee confrontation. However, should he truly face Frieza, the current Rex would merely be a passive recipient of blows. A single energy blast would likely leave him utterly obliterated. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as I can capture you, all will be well. The first leader's expression was initially grim, but he soon broke into a smile, gazing at Rex as if he were a precious treasure. Rex was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes. What does this mean? As long as I can capture him, it implies that he possesses something this individual desires. The blood chi pill. Soon, Rex comprehended the situation, and his expression darkened. Initially, he had assumed that the other party could merely ascertain his location, but it became evident that there was some sort of surveillance device in play, indicating that his every move was under the watchful gaze of his adversary. Listen, kid. If you obediently divulge the method to transform living beings into spheres and pledge your service to me on Colin Star, I shall spare your life. What do you say? The leader smirked coldly. A rather clever proposition. Rex nodded, yet his gaze was imbued with mockery. However, I had no intention of granting you mercy. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he proclaimed, "Let me escort you to your demise." Bang! No sooner had the words left his lips than Rex forcefully collided his forehead against that of the leader. A sharp pang of agony and a wave of dizziness instantly caused the leader to release his grip, his hands instinctively clutching his forehead as droplets of purple blood trickled down his cheek. Does that feel pleasant? Rex's icy voice resonated behind him. Before the latter could turn around, a powerful punch was unleashed, striking heavily at the opponent's waist. With a grunt, the Colon alien's body contorted, purple blood gushing uncontrollably from its mouth. Your gravest mistake was granting me the opportunity to approach you. Rex's form flickered as he materialized before the Koran alien, his hands firmly grasping the creature's shoulders. With his right leg bent, he launched an unhesitating knee strike aimed directly at the opponent's vital point, a significant vulnerability for most species. Naturally, there exist exceptions, such as the Frisia's race of frost demons, who reproduce asexually. The indescribable agony caused the Koran alien to tremble uncontrollably, its eyes bulging in terror as it clutched its own eggs, a grimace of pain etched across its face. Witnessing such torment, I found myself overwhelmed with a sense of compassion. Rex, with his arms crossed before his chest, hovered in front of the other. A look of pity etched upon his face. "I shall liberate you," he said. "You scoundrel." The leader suddenly raised his head, his visage resembling that of a pig's liver, his eyes brimming with fury. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Rex's eyes as he swiftly appeared behind his opponent, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, his fist penetrated through, causing the leader's struggling figure to come to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, a faint starlight enveloped him, and the imposing silhouette gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a blood essence pill, resting delicately in Rex's palm. The greater the combat prowess, the more exquisite the blood essence pill appears. Rex gazed at the blood chi pill resting in the palm of his hand, smacking his lips in contemplation. Unlike its predecessors, this particular pill was resplendently translucent, resembling a blood-red jade at first glance, and could easily pass for a decorative gem. Suddenly, a glimmer flitted across his eyes. His form trembled and vanished from sight. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds echoed through the air. The two Corin aliens, previously struck down by Rex, met their demise with a single punch. In no time, they were entirely refined into blood chi pills, albeit of noticeably inferior quality, yielding just over 10,000 in combat power. How peculiar. Could it be that on this advanced planet, there existed only that one Corin alien with combat power nearing 40,000? Rex furrowed his brow. With the addition of the previous three, he had slain a total of 5 Corin aliens, each boasting a combat power exceeding 10,000. However, only the most imposing of them surpassed 30,000. To be precise, aside from that particular individual, the rest merely exceeded 10,000, their strengths scarcely differing. The sensation of being watched lingered on. Rex's gaze flickered with a cold light, determined to unearth the unknown figure lurking in the shadows. Chapter 17. Another transformation of the Saiyans. The crimson aura blazed, reminiscent of blood coursing through one's veins, while his long hair alternated between shades of black and red in a mesmerizing dance. Rex opened his eyes, the pupils glimmering with a faint crimson hue, evoking a sense of trepidation at first glance. This state lingered for approximately a minute before gradually dissipating. The dull red in his long hair reluctantly receded, transforming into a pure, lustrous black. The sensation from moments ago. The crimson glow in Rex's pupils gradually faded, yet his brow furrowed slowly. Just moments ago. His combat prowess seemed to surge to an unprecedented level, a formidable strength that imbued Rex with a sensation of being capable of annihilating anything in existence. The cosmos. What is happening? Rex silently pondered, convinced that it was undoubtedly connected to the Chi Blood Pill. The Chi Blood Pill encapsulated the essence of life, capable of stimulating its owner's potential to a certain degree, and it possessed a minuscule chance of enhancing that potential even further. The voice of the great universe system was mechanical and devoid of warmth. Stimulating potential? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Rex's eyes. Could it be the temporary activation of latent potential? Suddenly, a thought struck him as he murmured to himself, Super Saiyan? Based on his assessment, the power resembled that of a Super Saiyan, yet it was distinctly different, likely indicating an alternate transformation of the Saiyan race. Remarkably, a hint of fluctuation emerged from the voice of the grand cosmic system. An alternate form? Rex was momentarily taken aback. Did the Saiyans possess another transformation? As a seasoned Dragon Ball aficionado well-versed in the original storyline, Rex was certain that such a thing did not exist. However, he soon found solace in the notion. Although this was the Dragon Ball universe, it was not merely a virtual realm, it was a tangible reality. And the emergence of elements absent from the original narrative was entirely plausible. One could only wonder whether this alternate Saiyan transformation would prove to be stronger or weaker than the Super Saiyan form. Rex was filled with exhilaration, undoubtedly. This was a momentous discovery. Perhaps it could pave a path distinct from the Super Saiyan, yet comparable in its grandeur. Furthermore, the prospect of mastering and seamlessly integrating both transformations tantalized his imagination. At this juncture, Betty had already digested the 2 Chi blood pills and opened her enchanting eyes. A staggering power level of 19,500. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, as this was a combat strength she had once only dared to dream of, now effortlessly achieved. It is noteworthy that this surpassed even the mightiest among the Saiyans, King Vegeta. Without a doubt, she had ascended to the rank of the second strongest Saiyan, with Rex reigning supreme as the first. By the way, if I were to traverse to another world, would I be able to bring others along? Rex gazed at the exuberant Betty and suddenly recalled this matter, mentally inquiring. Very well. The response from the vast cosmic system was succinct and clear. Rex, I am no longer a burden. I can stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. Betty leaped into Rex's embrace, burying her small head fervently against his chest. As a member of the warrior race of Saiyans, despite being female, her inherently combative nature remained potent. Every encounter with an adversary forced her to cower in the shadows, silently observing, unable to take action, which left an unsettling disquiet in her heart. When a Saiyan ceases to engage in combat, they can no longer rightfully claim the title of Saiyan. Born to battle against the heavens and the earth, this indelible pride is etched into their very souls and flesh. I shall not allow any burdens to linger by my side. Rex lowered his head, inhaling the delicate fragrance wafting from Betty's hair, softly murmuring with a lightness and confidence that was palpable. You useless yuka songs. In the underground base, the scientist in the white coat gritted his teeth, fixated on the screen displaying the figures of Rex and his companion. 40,300, 19,500. These two starkly revealed combat power values ignited a fire in the scientist's eyes. He could no longer remain on this planet. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered. As a scientist, his own combat prowess was negligible, practically non-existent. Yet, he had been the mastermind behind the creation of not only Masang and Jios, but also the formidable Yuka-songs. In truth, this planet was far from being a superior one. Prior to his arrival, the highest combat power recorded barely exceeded 5,000. Initiate the destruction protocol. He hastily uttered these words before diving into a small spacecraft. In the next moment, the vessel soared into the sky. Rex raised his head, fixating on a distant speck ascending rapidly into the sky. Attempting to flee? A cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips as his hands subtly converged, an intense radiance swiftly coalescing between them. With a swift motion, a brilliant energy projectile, tinged with an almost imperceptible hue of crimson, soared into the heavens, striking the airborne vessel and erupting into a dazzling display of pyrotechnics. A warning echoed through the air. A powerful explosive device has been detected. This planet will be obliterated in 10 minutes. Please evacuate immediately. At that moment, the voice of the galactic system resounded urgently. What? Rex's expression suddenly changed. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly reached out to grasp Betty, unleashing a surge of fury that propelled him to the pinnacle of speed, racing towards the direction of the spacecraft. Chapter 18. The Monster Planet, the Mysterious Little Beast. That scoundrel nearly took us down with him. It seems we must exercise greater caution in the future. Rex sat within the confines of the spacecraft, gazing through the window at the cataclysmic explosion engulfing the planet Colin. Despite his formidable combat prowess, which could effortlessly annihilate a celestial body, he knew he could not endure the terrifying might of that explosion. Yet, to speak candidly, the obliteration of a star truly epitomizes the most resplendent spectacle in existence, leaving one utterly entranced. With a mere 60,000 combat power still lacking. What a vexing predicament it is, Rex murmured to himself, pondering the vastness of the cosmos. There are countless uncharted advanced planets inhabited by formidable races, far beyond just the icebound demons. Furthermore, not all high-level planets are home to humanoid intelligent life, and some entirely lack advanced technology. Enhancing one's combat prowess is, in fact, not a daunting challenge. The sole predicament lies in maintaining proximity to planet Vegeta. However, whether those Saiyans live or perish seems to bear little relevance to me. Rex smacked his lips. According to the narrative's trajectory, the principal characters are likely to survive, such as Vegeta, Kakarot, and the legendary naturally born Super Saiyan Broly. The significance of other Saiyans appears rather diminished, though perhaps one might also consider his rather unremarkable sister, Camille. Nonetheless, let us defer this discussion for the time being. I shall endeavor to return if possible, and if not, so be it. Rex shook his head, casting aside the disordered thoughts that plagued him. He sought a higher planet devoid of technological presence. A soft murmur arose as the spacecraft streaked through the cosmos like a shooting star. Although the flavor of the blood-chi pill was pleasant, it was indeed the roasted variant that proved most delectable. Rex sat by the riverbank, holding aloft a massive fish measuring several meters in length, skewered over the crackling fire. Beside him, Betty clutched a roasted pig-like creature, unceremoniously gnawing at it. Its size was only slightly smaller than the grand fish in Rex's grasp. For the Saiyans, the thrill of battle ranked as their foremost delight, while feasting followed closely as their second greatest pleasure. Such an appetite, if transported to the earthly realm of his past life, would certainly astonish those around him. Rex turned his gaze towards Betty, who was indulging in her meal with great enthusiasm, and he couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. The scene was too exquisite to contemplate. Although this was not the first time witnessing such a spectacle, Rex still experienced a peculiar sensation. It's likely that an ordinary person could scarcely afford such a lavish lifestyle. He broke into a grin. Having arrived on this unknown advanced planet for 10 days, Rex and Betty had spent nearly every day engaged in battles and evading peril, leaving their garments in tatters. Their combat prowess had notably escalated to 85,000 and 40,000, respectively. One could say fortune had smiled upon them. This advanced planet was inhabited by a myriad of colossal beasts, exhibiting minimal intelligence. Rex even caught sight of an enormous creature resembling a dragon-like lizard. However, He merely observed it from a distance, refraining from approaching. The reason was simple. He was not a match for it. Rex witnessed a remarkable event just days ago, as a formidable avian creature. Possessing a combat prowess of approximately 50,000, met its demise in less than 10 seconds under the onslaught of a lizard dragon, ultimately becoming sustenance. A rough estimation suggests that the combat ability of the lizard dragon exceeds 100,000. Moreover, this figure does not represent the pinnacle of strength. This planet is situated a mere 2 months' journey from Vegeta, yet it remains unscathed by the clutches of the Frieza force. The rationale is straightforward, aside from Frieza himself. The other members of the Legion lack the requisite power to obliterate such a planet, and naturally, Frieza deems such endeavors beneath him. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air resonated from behind as a diminutive creature, no larger than a fist, hurtled toward him, fixated on the fish roasting over the flames, drool cascading from its mouth. Here it comes again. Rex turned his head away, rolling his eyes in exasperation. This marked the third time this peculiar creature had appeared, and each occasion coincided with his culinary endeavors, arriving with astonishing speed that rendered him unable to catch it. Curiously, based on Rex's recent observations of this planet, one would expect that larger beings possess greater combat prowess. Yet, this diminutive monster defied such logic. Initially, Rex presumed this little creature was merely swift and lacking in strength. However, during its second visit, a beast of comparable strength attempted to snatch food, only to be effortlessly swatted away by the small creature, leaving Rex utterly astonished. In that moment, Rex found solace in the thought that perhaps the little monster was refraining from attacking him, perhaps out of consideration for his roasted delicacies. With such a disparity in speed and strength, engaging in combat seemed utterly futile. Rex held up the grilled fish, only to see a fleeting shadow whirl around the painstakingly cooked delicacy countless times. In the blink of an eye, the fish vanished, leaving behind only a scattering of defiant bones. Glancing aside, he noticed the vile little monster, its belly resembling that of a creature heavy with child, its beastly face adorned with a look of utter contentment. Why, oh why, do you always devour my meal? Rex, filled with indignation, could not comprehend why Betty, who was clearly nearby, consistently attempted to snatch his food. That mischievous glint in her eyes always left him with an unsettling sense of mockery. Once my combat prowess escalates, I shall present you in a myriad of culinary styles, roasting you in splendid fashion. Chapter 19. 100,000 Combat Power, the Otherworld Unveiled. Chapter 19. Gurgle. As if sensing Rex's sentiments, the little creature tilted its head, its large eyes spinning with an almost whimsical expression, evoking a strangely human-like grin. Rex's lips twitched slightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, yet it was swiftly subdued by a sense of resignation. I shall deal with you later, he murmured softly, casually casting an energy orb into the river. Boom. A flurry of fish was propelled into the air. With a swift glance, he staggered momentarily and vanished from sight, only to reappear in an instant, holding a fish that was no smaller than the previous one. It seems that little creature is quite fond of you, Betty remarked, stifling a giggle, embodying the essence of a lady, though, if she could wipe the grease from her little face, she might resemble one even more. Suddenly, the little monster materialized on Betty's delicate shoulder, extending its soft, wriggling tongue to gently lick her cheek. Ah, hee, that tickles, Betty exclaimed, only to break into a fit of laughter soon after. Rex, however, was instantly gripped by anxiety, a translucent aura manifesting around him. The little creature was alarmingly close to Betty, its seemingly soft tongue capable of transforming into a lethal weapon in an instant. Hey, Rex, don't be so tense. This little fellow's combat prowess is formidable. If it truly intended to harm me, it would have acted long ago. Betty observed Rex's unease and offered a gentle, reassuring laugh. Guggy. The creature also chirped at Rex in agreement. Damn it, this little thing must certainly be a male. Rex cast a fierce glare at the diminutive creature, his imposing aura dissipating. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the roasted fish, seeking solace from the displeasure of the situation. Not at all, it is a female, Betty remarked as she lifted the little monster, inspecting its underside while addressing Rex. With a furious squawk, the tiny creature swiftly broke free from Betty's grasp, vanishing in an instant. Oh, it can be shy. Betty's large eyes sparkled with delight, resembling crescent moons in her amusement. Rex turned his gaze toward a certain direction, his expression contemplative. It was evident that this diminutive creature possessed a remarkable level of intelligence, distinctly setting it apart from the other beasts inhabiting this planet. Either this little monster was an evolved species, or it hailed from beyond this world. In Rex's estimation, the latter possibility far outweighed the former. If it truly originated from the cosmos, manifesting such formidable combat prowess at such a tender age, then the race to which this creature belonged must be extraordinary. Perhaps even comparable to the frost demons. Rex mused to himself. The emergence of a previously unmentioned race had already prepared Rex psychologically. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the frost demons gained notoriety for their role as cosmic marauders, perpetually pillaging and claiming dominion. Yet, even this exceedingly rare warrior race had formidable beings to fear, such as Majin Buu and the god of destruction, Beerus. Rex has always firmly believed that the universe still harbors formidable races, which are not necessarily as belligerent as the Saiyans. This is the cosmos I yearn for, one brimming with intrigue. Rather than being confined to a mere handful of finite adversaries. A fleeting flash of crimson light ignited in Rex's eyes, his spirit soaring with fervor. Rex, your fish is burning. Betty's voice suddenly echoed beside him. What? In an instant, Rex was jolted from his elevated state, thrown into a flurry of activity. Betty erupted into laughter, utterly unbothered by appearances. This young lady was gradually revealing her true nature as a spirited girl. 3 days later, 125,000. As the sanguine aura around him dissipated, Rex clenched his fist tightly, his eyes betraying an uncontainable excitement. Betty, observing from the side, gazed at him with curiosity. Although she shared in Rex's joy, she could not comprehend the source of his elation. Congratulations, Master, for reaching the threshold of 100,000 combat power. Unlocking the ability to traverse dimensions. Simultaneously, swirling, ethereal constellations began to materialize around Rex, rising and falling in a mesmerizing dance. How beautiful, Betty murmured, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Please, Master, randomly select a parallel world to enter. The countdown will automatically finalize your choice. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. The mechanical, indifferent voice of the cosmic system resonated in Rex's mind, causing him to pause in surprise. Yet the countdown persisted, relentlessly ticking down the numbers. 7, 6, 5. Rex suddenly regained his composure, a rare expression of panic crossing his face. Surrounding him were swirling vortices of stars, both large and small, some dim, others resplendent. Which one to choose? 3, 2. Should he opt for the larger or the smaller? Would he be obliterated upon entry? Rex was on the brink of madness. The system provided him with no opportunity for contemplation, displaying an utter lack of shame. The countdown had concluded, and it was poised to automatically select an alternate realm. Rex's pupils abruptly constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand and pressed it against one of the dimmer stellar vortices. The system automatically initiated termination. Having confirmed the selection manually, a hum resonated through the air. All surrounding stellar vortices vanished, leaving only the one chosen by Rex. The otherworldly realm officially commenced. Only upon the Master's entry would the specific details of this realm be revealed, allowing for free passage. Wishing the Master a pleasant journey. Chapter 20. The snow flies across the sky, shooting the white deer. The laughing hero leans against the azure swans. What is this? Betty gazed at the floating and undulating stellar vortex in the air, her beautiful eyes reflecting a look of curiosity. What an intriguing marvel. Rex took a deep breath, calming his slightly agitated emotions, and then smiled broadly. Betty, would you like to accompany me to an intriguing place? An intriguing place? How do we get there? Betty blinked her large eyes in curiosity. This is how we shall go. Suddenly, Rex reached out and grasped Betty's hand. In the next moment, his form swayed and vanished into the swirling vortex of stars. You have successfully entered the otherworldly realm of Jin Yang's martial arts. Jin Yang's martial arts represent a hybrid universe, amalgamating elements from the legend of the Condor heroes, the smiling, proud wanderer, and the deer in the cauldron. Characterizations may undergo transformations, and all shall adhere to the established worldview of the realm you have entered. Please take heed, Master. The voice of the great universe system resonated within the mind. Rex furrowed his brow. Martial arts? Such a genre appears rather rudimentary. The transcendent techniques capable of effortlessly manipulating the heavens and the earth are clearly absent. How splendid it would be to encounter a world akin to God's tomb or cover the sky, where one could wield the stars at will. To possess mastery over creation and destruction are two distinct realms. In the world of Dragon Ball, beings with combat prowess in the thousands can obliterate a planet. Yet to expect them to deftly command celestial bodies with a mere flick of their fingers is indeed a fanciful notion. Nonetheless, since one is present, one must adapt. The martial skills within this genre, when intertwined with chi, could potentially yield formidable power. Rex cast his gaze around and discovered he was atop a majestic peak, where layers of clouds stretched endlessly before him. Where's this place? In a fleeting moment, Betty's eyes were dazzled as she beheld an entirely unfamiliar realm. Despite Rex's presence beside her, an undeniable tension coursed through her. How shall I express this? I wonder if you can comprehend. Rex stroked his chin, contemplating his choice of words. This could be considered another universe. Another universe? Betty was taken aback. It was beyond her comprehension. Rex nodded, offering no further explanation, for it was inherently incomprehensible. He silently pondered the nature of combat prowess within this hybrid martial arts realm. Not transcended the planetary confines, the cosmic system of machinery responded. Rex slightly inclined his head, realizing that indeed, the combat capabilities appeared rather rudimentary. Alas, this world did not cultivate its strength through the mastery of chi. Rex furrowed his brow, finding the situation rather troublesome. Seeking a particular item was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Let us explore for a while, he declared, ascending into the air and soaring towards a certain direction, with Betty hastily following in his wake. Almost instantaneously upon their arrival in this realm, several figures sensed their presence, their eyes widening in astonishment. Is this the power I have long sought, the force that shatters the void? Could it be that an immortal has descended upon the mortal realm? Atop a towering peak stood a magnificent figure, poised with an air of majesty, as if a legendary sword pierced through the heavens. Ba, echoed a voice from within a secluded chamber, where a monk sat with his back to the world, contemplating silently, a note of lamentation in his tone. Nearby, a gentle stream flowed, bustling with passers-by. An elderly man, his visage weathered and crowned with a straw hat, sat quietly fishing, his gaze lowered in deep thought. Suddenly, with a splash, a fish was pulled from the water. The old man, holding his catch, hummed a merry tune and, with a swaying gait, departed. These individuals were unparalleled masters of this world, traversing the globe with few equals. Some engaged in introspective seclusion, others retreated to cultivate their skills, and some roamed the world in pursuit of the elusive path to transcendence. Betty, observing her surroundings, noted the peculiar attire of the locals. Everything felt extraordinarily novel to her. Of course, Rex shared this sentiment, though having seen numerous dramas in his previous life, he was less taken aback. They now stood before the gates of a city. Amidst a throng of people, the majority of whom cast their gaze towards Betty, drawn by her striking beauty, which was decidedly exquisite in her attire, rather revealing for this martial arts world. Is this attention unsettling you? She inquired, her beautiful eyes narrowing, glimmering with an edge of danger. Do not be anxious. Rex shook his head gently, taking her hand with a tender grasp. These individuals were mere mortals, placed within the realm of Dragon Ball. They would scarcely be considered even the weakest of fighters. Before long, a circle of onlookers encircled them, predominantly men. Their gazes fixated on Betty with an intensity that seemed almost combustible, inching ever closer, oblivious to the impending danger. A cold glimmer flickered in Rex's eyes as he stepped forward slightly. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted, fissures the width of a finger radiating outward from Rex's feet. Do not compel me to take your lives. Depart. A terrifying aura emanated from him, the accumulated malice from the slaughter of numerous planets, which usually lay dormant, now surged forth like ominous clouds darkening the skies, casting a shadow of dread over the city. What a monstrous creature. It must be a demon. Run for your lives. The crowd that had gathered around him immediately erupted into cries of terror, scattering in all directions until the area lay desolate. Even the city gates were shut. Rows of soldiers stood atop the city walls, anxiously watching Rex and his companion. Rex let out a cold chuckle and looked up at the three large characters above the city gate. A flicker of unusual emotion flashed in his eyes as he strode forward with Betty, forcefully crashing through the gate, leaving two human-shaped holes. Xiangyang City. Chapter 21. A profound affinity for the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Chapter 21. Monsters entering the city. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly permeating the entirety of Xiangyang City. Almost every household had tightly shut their doors. The streets lay desolate and empty, with overturned stalls scattered about. Traces of blood marked the ground, evidently left by those who had stumbled in their frantic escape. It is regrettable. I had intended to introduce you to the local delicacies. Rex felt a tinge of regret. The courage of these individuals was rather lacking. Gourmet delicacies? Betty's eyes sparkled with excitement. What was there to lament? They should simply be compelled to prepare it. Otherwise, a more drastic measure could be taken. Rex was momentarily taken aback, and then his brow furrowed slightly. They are merely ordinary people. So what? Betty looked at him with a strange expression, her face a canvas of bewilderment. Have we not encountered many ordinary individuals on the planets we have cleansed? Rex was taken aback. After a brief moment, he smiled wryly, realizing the absurdity of his previous thoughts. Indeed, the act of taking a life transcends the nature of the individual. It is merely a matter of choosing between life and death. Who are you, uncivilized beings? A voice, laced with indifference yet tinged with curiosity, suddenly echoed. Rex raised an eyebrow, slightly tilting his head as he gazed in the direction from which the voice emanated. What met his eyes was an ethereal old Taoist with a prominent nose, his expression fierce as he glared at the two of them. The Confronting sect? Rex chuckled, delighted to find someone just as he was lamenting the lack of company. This is a world woven from the fabric of Jin Yang's martial arts, where aside from the Confronting sect, the only other notable sect is likely Wudong. Wang Chongyang stands as the foremost among the 5 absolute masters. Thus the martial arts of the Confronting sect must possess unique qualities. Rex narrowed his eyes. What does it mean to be a barbarian? Betty, puzzled, inquired for clarification. No need to grasp its meaning. It is certainly not a compliment. Rex shrugged. Dare to insult us? Betty's gaze turned perilous, a radiant glow flickering between her fingers as she began to gather her energy into a ki blast. Do not rush. I still have questions for him. Rex gently clasped her hand, extinguishing the energy orb, not to mention the aged Taoist before him. Even the entirety of Shenyang City would likely be reduced to mere ashes by a single energy orb casually tossed by Betty. Who are you truly? The old Taoist's eyes reflected a dawning terror. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelming pressure, as if death were imminently approaching. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, fixating on the tails entwined around Rex and Betty's waists. Just moments ago, those 2 furry appendages seemed to have moved, and it was certainly no illusion. The more he gazed, the stranger it appeared. Was it a belt? No, it resembled the tail of a monkey. A horrifying thought surged in his mind, causing the old Taoist's complexion to pale, his lips trembling. Are you truly monsters? Monsters? Rex flashed a grin, and with a swift motion, appeared before the old Taoist. He then pointed to the tail coiled around his waist, inquiring, Are you referring to this? The old Taoist's fear intensified, despite being a seasoned martial artist. He had never witnessed such extraordinary agility. Even the notorious Qingyi-Bat king of the Ming sect could not match it. Do not be alarmed. Rex clasped his arms across his chest, gazing intently at his counterpart. You belong to the Confronting sect, do you not? Which of the 7 disciples are you? Qiu Chuji. The old Taoist replied candidly. He dared not be anything but forthright for the individual before him. Appearing as youthful as a boy yet shrouded in an air of enigma, whether a demon or an immortal, possessed a level of power that was rather daunting. Qiu Chuji pondered that even were his master, Wang Chongyang, to be resurrected, he would likely be crushed underfoot. Perhaps only the legendary Duga Qiubai, renowned for his unmatched prowess, or the elusive Xiaozi, long vanished from the realm, could stand a chance against such might. As for others, even the likes of Dongxia and Shidu, or the invincible Dongfang Bubi, would surely fall woefully short. And what of Qiu Chuji himself? Rex is no stranger to this name. A graceful figure simultaneously emerges in his mind. Are you acquainted with the little dragon girl of the ancient Tomb sect? The elder is taken aback. The ancient Tomb sect is adjacent to the Confronting sect, and naturally, he is well aware of who the little dragon girl is. However, the issue lies in the fact that, despite her considerable prowess, she is still quite young and has scarcely ventured beyond the confines of the ancient Tomb sect. Even he has only encountered her once or twice. How could this odd fellow have come to know of her? Of course, he knows. Rex's lips curved slightly upwards, his eyes revealing a trace of anticipation. I find the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra quite intriguing. Qiu Chuji was taken aback. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Is that the ancient Tomb school's fundamental teachings? He was not entirely certain. However, Rex's next words caused his expression to change dramatically. Oh, I also have a bit of interest in the Chuanjin teachings. Senior, please do not jest. Qiu Chuji's countenance shifted several times before he finally managed a wry smile, saying, Given your esteemed prowess, it is likely that you would disdain the martial arts of my Chuanjian sect. No, I hold them in high regard. Rex broke into a grin, observing the pallid expression of Chiu Chujai. Suddenly, he reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not be so tense. I shall not pressure you at this moment. Once I have gathered all the skilled individuals together, I will conduct a thorough examination." Chiu Chujai opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Bitterly smiling inwardly, he understood that the other party indeed possessed such formidable strength. "I have taken note of your aura. I shall seek you out in the future." Rex waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. "I certainly do not have the habit of having an old man trailing behind me. It would be more fitting if it were the little dragon girl instead." Chapter 22. Journey to the Ming sect, Soaring Sword Chi. Is the little dragon girl a female dragon? Betty tilted her head, her gaze towards Rex taking on a peculiar quality. "Rex, do you possess such a predilection?" "The little dragon girl is not a dragon. She is a human," Rex replied, feeling a pang of irritation. "Oh, then that is a relief." Betty clapped her small hands, visibly relieved. "After all, dragons are rather unsightly. I can hardly fathom what your offspring would resemble." Rex, beside him, Chiu Chujia, rendered speechless, felt a surge of trepidation. He increasingly believed that these two were either demons or celestial beings. Just listen, a dragon so unsightly, yet it bears offspring? The tone, clearly that of one who has encountered a dragon, left Chiu Chujia, who had only heard its name in legends and had never laid eyes upon it, utterly bewildered. "What are you staring at? Attend to your own affairs and refrain from being a nuisance here." Rex cast a fleeting glance at Chiu Chuji, a flash of crimson light flickering in his eyes. "I shall take my leave now." Chiu Chuji, keenly sensing the ominous glimmer in Rex's gaze, was momentarily startled and quickly nodded. He activated the golden goose technique, leaping several times before vanishing from sight. It was imperative to relay news of this peculiar individual swiftly, lest they provoke him and incur an unwarranted calamity. Only when the figures of Rex and his companion were no longer visible did Chiu Chuji slow his pace. Deep in thought, suddenly, two familiar silhouettes appeared before him, startling him from his reverie. "Senior, is there something else you require?" Chiu Chuji nearly felt tears welling in his eyes. The speed with which they appeared was utterly terrifying. "Oh, nothing of great importance. I merely wish to inquire. In which direction can the Ming sect be found?" Rex grinned, as he suddenly recalled. Within the Ming sect, there exists a multitude of extraordinary talents. The king of the blue-winged bats possesses unparalleled agility, with few capable of matching his prowess. If one were to harness fortune, it might yield some extraordinary effects. Furthermore, there is the renowned art of the great shift of heaven and earth. I wonder if Xiao Zhao is currently with the Ming sect. Rex mused to himself about the woman who, despite her grotesque exterior, concealed an exquisite beauty, only to meet a tragic fate in the end. The Ming sect? Chiu Chujin was momentarily taken aback, his heart secretly rejoicing. Could it be that this esteemed senior intended to confront the Ming sect? Such a prospect delighted him. The name of the demonic sect was indeed ostracized by the righteous paths of the world, standing alongside the sun and moon sect as a formidable force of evil. "You are unaware?" Rex furrowed his brow. "I am aware indeed." Chiu Chujin quickly regained his composure and replied eagerly, "However, I cannot articulate it clearly. Perhaps it would be best for me to guide you, esteemed senior." Rex cast him a glance that was both amused and enigmatic, sending a shiver down his spine. "Very well." Chiu Chujing, filled with elation, promptly nodded and said, "Then, esteemed elder, shall we set forth at once?" "Indeed." A glimmer of mockery danced in Rex's eyes as he suddenly grasped Chi Chuji's collar, and in the next instant, they soared into the air. Whoosh! Two streaks of light shot across the sky. Chi Chuji, utterly terrified, felt his meticulously arranged hair unravel into a chaotic mess, his face paling as the fierce wind lashed against him, akin to the cruel slash of a blade. It was only due to his considerable martial prowess that he survived this ordeal. Otherwise, a mere ordinary person would have perished instantly. At that moment, Chi Chuji abruptly realized that he had underestimated these two peculiar individuals. Duguchobai? Zayayozi? Surely, they could not possess such extraordinary flight capabilities. This was clearly a supernatural feat, residing on an entirely different plane of existence. With this thought, Chi Chuji silently admonished himself to exercise utmost caution. For provoking these two eccentric beings could lead to catastrophic consequences, not just for himself, but for the entire Chuanjian sect, which could be reduced to mere dust in an instant. Suddenly, Rex, in the midst of their rapid descent, came to a halt, gazing intently at a mountain peak below. Here, he sensed an extraordinarily sharp aura, as if a celestial sword were thrusting skyward. Ah, where has it vanished again? Rex furrowed his brow. The sensation from earlier felt akin to an illusion, fleeting and ephemeral. Could it be that something akin to a divine sword was at play? Yet, to his knowledge, the legendary weapons in Jin Yang's martial arts tales should not possess such overwhelming power. Senior, what troubles you? Despite enduring torment, Chiyo Chuji dared not display any dissatisfaction. He forced a smile and inquired. It's nothing. Silently marking the position in his mind, Rex cast a glance at Chiyo Chuji before continuing his journey towards the Ming stronghold. Once Rex's figure vanished, a silhouette atop the mountain peak exhaled deeply, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Just moments ago, the terrifying power he had sensed lingered ominously above him. In an instant, he suppressed all traces of his own aura, not daring to make a sound. Who would have thought that I, Dugu Chiobai, would face a day of such trepidation? The middle-aged man sighed profoundly, gazing at the heavens. That magnificent force rendered even this unparalleled swordsman devoid of the courage to draw his blade. Chapter 23, The King of the Bat. Master of lightness skills, is this the bright summit? In the celestial expanse, Rex looked down upon the towering peaks below, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. In the next moment, he appeared atop the mountain, casually casting aside the now disheveled Chiyo Chuji. Senior, this is the bright summit of the demon sect. Chiyo Chuji spoke with deference, his hair in disarray, completely shedding his previous dignified demeanor, resembling a beggar's disciple at first glance. Indeed, Rex casually nodded, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he spoke up. Chiyo Chuji, do you have a disciple named Injiping? This unexpected inquiry left Chiyo Chuji momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and eagerly replied. Injiping is indeed a junior disciple of mine. How does the senior know of him? I do not. Rex, with a stoic expression, lifted his foot and strode in a particular direction. Chiyo Chuji, unable to discern Rex's intentions, felt uncertain whether it was joy or anger, and could only manage a dry chuckle. At that moment, Betty passed by the old Taoist and cast him a peculiar glance. Given her understanding of Rex, she was certain that the one named Ping was doomed, with no chance of survival. This look left Chiyo Chuji feeling utterly disheartened. Having navigated the martial world for decades, Chiyo Chuji was no novice. He could easily interpret the gaze that mingled ridicule with a hint of pity. Unruly disciple. Without further ado, Chiyo Chuji hastily labeled his disciple and resolved to expel him from the sect upon his return, ensuring strict supervision while awaiting the fate decreed by this esteemed elder. Rex paused momentarily, turning to glance towards the left, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. Heh, Chiyo Laodao, you possess quite the audacity. Dare to venture alone to my bright summit? A chilling voice echoed ominously. Chiyo Chuji's expression shifted, for he recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to the Qingyi Bat King, Wei Yixiao. He cast a cautious glance at the silent Rex before clearing his throat and proclaiming loudly, Wei Yixiao, do not be so arrogant. I am here in the company of these two esteemed elders. As he spoke, Chiyo Chuji scrutinized Rex's countenance, and upon noticing no change, he breathed a sigh of relief. Elders? A figure clad in azure swept through the air, quickly landing before Rex, sizing him up from head to toe. Then, licking his lips, he exclaimed, Old Taoist, do not try to deceive me. These two mere children, with their tender skin, must have blood that is fresh and delectable. His gaze fixated on Betty, excitement flickering in his narrow eyes. Especially this little girl. A thought of despair flashed through Chiyo Chuji's mind. He was well aware that the seemingly harmless, exquisite maiden possessed formidable strength. He had nearly fallen victim to her prowess before. As expected, the maiden's brow furrowed, her enchanting eyes radiating a murderous intent. In the next instant, boom. The Qingyi Bat King was hurled backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed into a tree, while the young girl remained rooted in place, as if she had not moved at all. To Chiyo Chuji, it appeared she had merely swayed slightly. Were it not for Rex's need for you, Betty coldly regarded the struggling Qingyi Bat King, her beautiful eyes betraying a glimmer of lethal intent. Who on earth are you esteemed beings? Wei Yixiao's complexion turned ashen as he wiped the blood from his lips, fixating his gaze on Rex and his companion. It dawned on him then why Chiyo Chuji referred to them as elders. Their level of strength was nothing short of terrifying. It is worth noting that with his own prowess, he could be deemed a top-tier expert of this era, with exceptional skills and lightness martial arts that few could rival. Yet moments ago, he had failed to even catch a glimpse of the girl's figure. I find your lightness skill most intriguing. Rex stepped forward and appeared before Wei Yixiao, speaking in a calm tone. My lightness skill? Although Wei Yixiao had mentally prepared himself, he was still startled by Rex's sudden appearance and involuntarily took a couple of steps back. Upon hearing Rex's words, he couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Wasn't this clearly a jest at his expense? Is there an issue? Rex raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of displeasure. It is not that, in truth. My esteemed predecessor is unaware. Wei Yixiao was taken aback and hurriedly explained, the lightness skill I have practiced is not exceptional, but rather a result of innate talent. Oh. Rex furrowed his brow, recalling the plot of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, and indeed, it seemed to be the case. In the original narrative, there was little mention of the lightness skill of the Bat King. Rather, it was his profound understanding of this skill that was emphasized, a rare and elusive talent. The Bat King's lightness skill, when considered across the martial world, was undoubtedly unparalleled. At that moment, Qiu Chuji approached, solemnly stating that while it was indeed remarkable, it still fell short in some aspects. With a senior present, who would dare to claim the title of the best? Wei Yixiao let out a wry smile, locking eyes with Qiu Chuji, suddenly feeling a deep sense of camaraderie in their shared predicament. Rex pondered. Perhaps another time. After a brief moment, he shook his head. He resolved to casually learn a form of lightness skill, channeling his energy to ascertain its effectiveness. If successful, he would endeavor to master every lightness skill within this amalgamated martial arts realm, subsequently blending them together, which might yield extraordinary results. At present, how many of the 4 great protectors of the Ming sect are present? Rex inquired, seeking to discern the current era of the Ming sect. Chapter 24. I am a man who aspires to forge a starry fleet. The Eagle King has established the Heavenly Eagle sect, while the Lion King and Dragon King have mysteriously vanished. Now, within the Ming sect, I stand as the sole guardian. Wei Yixiao candidly responded, casting a puzzled glance at Rex. It was a well-known fact in the martial world, yet this senior seemed oblivious to it. Rex nodded, concluding that Yang Dingtian must have long since passed away, which is regrettable. Upon hearing this, Wei Yixiao's expression suddenly changed, and he stared at Rex in astonishment, asking, Senior, do you know our sect leader? He chuckled softly. Rex smiled faintly, remaining silent, yet his mind was deep in contemplation. After all, this was a realm where martial arts intertwined with fantasy, and the forces of darkness were not limited to just the Ming cult. The siege on the Bright Summit by the 6 major sects might very well transpire again. Was Yang Xiao present? Rex inquired once more. Yang Zhuo was in the midst of teaching. Wei Yixiao spoke candidly, having realized that this senior was evidently well-versed in all matters concerning the Ming sect. Any attempt at deception would surely lead to dire consequences. Take me to see him, Rex stated coolly. Yes. Wei Yixiao dared not refuse, nodding in compliance. Senior, please follow me. Nearby, Qiu Chuji silently chuckled, observing how the Bat King, usually so arrogant, now appeared so humble. If word of this spread, it would surely astonish many. He failed to consider that he himself had been dragged along by Rex, and in terms of embarrassment, he was far worse off than Wei Yixiao. After navigating several turns, they soon arrived at the entrance of a grand hall. From a distance, Rex spotted a young girl with a round face. Her skin as white as snow and delicate as a petal. Her eyebrows were beautifully arched, and her large, dark, bright eyes sparkled. She had a slender figure and exquisite features. Uncle Bat King, what brings you here? You're not here to drink Bu Hui's blood, are you? The girl cheerfully approached, directly revealing her identity. Yang Bu Hui. Wei Yixiao's expression shifted, cautiously glancing at Rex. Noticing the latter's impassive demeanor, he exhaled in relief and respectfully introduced. This young lady is named Yang Bu Hui, the daughter of Yang Zhuo. He then called out to Yang Bu Hui, Little Bu Hui, do not act recklessly. A distinguished guest has arrived. Should you not invite your father out to greet him? Distinguished guest? Yang Bu Hui's large eyes darted around, surveying Rex and his companions. Lingering a moment longer on Betty, captivated by her beauty. Finally, her gaze settled on Rex, and she quietly scoffed, thinking to herself, this man may be handsome, but how can he dress so poorly? Rex, clad in somewhat tattered battle attire, revealed a portion of his thigh, rendering him inferior even to a beggar in this world. Yang Buhui, Wei Yixiao, noticing her gaze fixated on Rex, displayed evident disrespect, and, fearing Rex's wrath, hastily admonished, "How dare you be so impudent? Quickly summon your father to greet him." Yang Buhui pouted, on the verge of speaking. Rex's voice resonated. "Yang Buhui, do you have a maid named Xiao Xiao? Oh, are you acquainted with that hideous creature?" Yang Buhui gazed curiously at Rex, her tone tinged with bewilderment. Hideous creature? Rex smiled inwardly, realizing that Xiao Xiao was indeed at the Bright Summit, still masquerading in that unseemly guise. Little did he know that beneath that hideous facade lay a beauty unparalleled in the world. "Bring him to me," Rex stated with a calm demeanor. Yang Buhui, immediately irked, retorted, "Who are you to command me?" "Silence." Wei Yixiao, startled, admonished loudly, "Do not show disrespect to our esteemed elder. Otherwise, even your father would find it difficult to protect you. Hurry and fetch Xiao Xiao to present him before our elder." Rex cast him a dispassionate glance and uttered, "You should remain silent as well." Wei Yi's expression shifted subtly, and he dared not speak further. "Who am I? Ah, that is indeed a thought-provoking question." Rex smacked his lips and suddenly turned to Betty, grinning. "Don't you think this girl resembles your former self? Was I really like that?" Betty rolled her eyes playfully, but then regarded Yang Buhui with keen interest. "Are you implying, Rex, that you intend to play both sides?" Nearby, Wei Yixiao couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. In such a short span of time, had Rex developed an interest in Yang Buhui? Yet, he found nothing amiss. Despite this elder's formidable prowess, he appeared rather youthful. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could these two esteemed individuals be connected to the Tianshan child? However, their strength far surpassed that of the Tianshan child. Perhaps they were contemporaries of the esteemed Zayayozi. As a distinguished guest arrived, Yang Xiao, albeit far from welcoming, requested forgiveness for his tardiness. A clear voice resounded from the grand hall, followed by the emergence of a handsome middle-aged man. Wei Yixiao sighed in relief. It was fortunate that Yang Xiao had come forth. Otherwise, facing that immense pressure alone would have been a daunting task. No. I have no intention of playing both sides." Rex paid no heed to Yang Xiao, his gaze lingering on Betty as he smiled and spoke. "I am destined to forge a fleet among the stars." Chapter 25, The Daughter of the Dragon Kingdom. Betty shot Rex a sidelong glance, yet chose to remain silent. She understood well that, given Rex's capabilities, he would not be surrounded by only her, and that number would likely increase in the future. Moreover, Betty was far more passionate about combat, and held little regard for emotional entanglements. You all." Yang Buhui's face flushed crimson as she pointed a trembling finger at Rex and Betty, intending to scold them, but at a loss for words. The young girl, still tender in years, knew that offending esteemed guests could lead to trouble, and thus, Yang Xiao interjected with an apology. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, exchanging a brief glance with Wei Yixiao before smiling and clasping his fists in greeting. "Where is Xiao Xiao?" With a casual wave of his hand, Rex turned to Yang Xiao and inquired, "Xiao Xiao?" Yang Xiao was taken aback, clearly perplexed as to why Rex would seek out a mere maidservant. Having spent many years alongside Wei Yixiao, he could discern numerous things with just a glance. The two individuals before him, clad in peculiar attire and appearing youthful, undoubtedly possessed formidable martial prowess. Could they be acquaintances of that Xiao Xiao? Soon, Yang Xiao contemplated a possibility, his expression subtly shifting as he discreetly assessed Rex's countenance before continuing. "May I ask what brings you two to seek Xiao Xiao?" Rex furrowed his brow and cast a dispassionate glance at him. "Yang was sure, there are reasons for my senior to seek out Miss Xiao Xiao." "Why do you inquire so much?" Wei Xiao, noticing Rex's displeasure, hurriedly interjected. A sudden jolt of apprehension struck Yang Xiao. Wei Xiao was subtly conveying a message. This individual before him was not to be trifled with. Achieving the position of Zhuashir required not only formidable martial skills, but also a refined approach to interpersonal relations. Yang Xiao's thoughts raced, and he quickly donned a smile, adopting a respectful tone. "You are indeed right, esteemed senior. Please allow me a moment to summon Miss Xiao Xiao." He then turned to Yang Buhui, instructing, "Buhui, do go and fetch Miss Xiao Xiao." Yang Buhui pouted, feeling disgruntled, yet under her father's stern gaze. She could only huff softly before turning on her heel and sashaying away. "Esteemed senior, might I invite you indoors for a conversation?" Yang Xiao extended a hand, gesturing courteously. "No need for that." Rex spoke softly, turning his gaze towards a direction at Bright Summit, where the forbidden grounds lay, and the profound art of Qianquan Denuyi was said to be concealed. He remained silent, and the others dared not utter a word, enveloped in quietude. Only Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao exchanged glances intermittently. Moments later, a voice broke the stillness. "Father, Xiao Xiao has arrived." As Yang Buhui's voice resonated, the crisp sound of chains echoed simultaneously. Rex turned towards the sound and beheld a young girl trailing behind Yang Buhui. She was hunchbacked and limped, her visage quite unappealing. It was indeed Xiao Xiao. "I greet the master, I greet the Bat King." Xiao Xiao approached, speaking in a hushed tone. "Ah, Xiao Xiao, this is..." Yang Xiao began to introduce Rex, but abruptly realized he did not know the other's name, leaving him momentarily at a loss, and he turned to Wei Yixiao for assistance. Wei Yixiao returned a helpless glance. "There is no need for introductions." Rex gazed at Xiao Xiao with keen interest. "Is your face merely a fade? Can it be removed?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao and the others were taken aback, collectively turning their attention to Xiao Xiao. A fleeting look of panic crossed Xiao Xiao's face, but it quickly vanished, replaced by an expression of sincere trepidation. "This young master is jesting," she replied. "Xiao Xiao is naturally like this and does not wear a false visage." "Oh, is that so?" Rex gazed at her with a smile that was more ambiguous than genuine. In her prime, the purple-robed Dragon King possessed an unparalleled beauty that captivated the world. How could her daughter possibly bear such an unremarkable visage? The moment these words were uttered, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao widened their eyes in disbelief, scrutinizing Xiao Xiao intently, yet finding no semblance of resemblance. Yang Buhui's large eyes darted curiously over Xiao Xiao, though she had never seen the purple-robed Dragon King. She was aware of the latter's renowned reputation and beauty, harboring a sense of admiration. "This unattractive creature is the daughter of the Dragon King?" Yang Buhui found this hard to accept. As for Xiao Xiao, she stared at Rex in shock, equally incredulous. "Elder, when did the Dragon King have a daughter?" "Surely, you must be mistaken." Wei Yixiao could not help but speak up. As one of the four kings alongside the purple-robed Dragon King, he had once shared a deep bond with her, but it was only after the arrival of Sir Silverleaf that the Dragon King departed from the Summit of Light. Rex paid him no heed, continuing to smile as he addressed Xiao Xiao. "Remove it. With me here, no one can harm you." As he spoke, he pointed towards the iron chains binding Xiao Xiao's legs, and in an instant, a brilliant light flashed. Crack! The chains shattered at the sound. Truly unfathomable power. Yang Xiao's eyes sparkled with insight. These chains were not made of ordinary iron, making them difficult to sever, yet they were effortlessly broken by this young man's gesture. "I am also aware of the purpose of your arrival here." Rex spoke once more, expressing a certain intrigue towards the art of Qian Kuan de No.My. Both Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao's expressions shifted dramatically as they exchanged glances, on the verge of voicing their concerns, only to be met with Rex's indifferent gaze. Suddenly, a brilliant orb shot forth from the tip of Rex's finger. Their attention was irresistibly drawn to the sphere as it soared through the air. In the next instant, an explosive sound reverberated. A distant desolate mountain erupted, sending rocks flying in all directions. As the dust settled, where once stood a mountain, now lay nothing but an empty expanse. Chapter 26. The true face behind the mask, entering the Forbidden Land Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva was distinctly audible, as Yang Xiao and the others stared in astonishment at what had once been a towering mountain, now reduced to a barren void. Their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This was undoubtedly beyond human capabilities. Unanimously, everyone harbored this singular thought. Rex's expression remained indifferent, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. In truth, it was indeed insignificant to him. "I find myself somewhat intrigued by the concept of the grand cosmic shift. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Rex gazed indifferently at Yang Xiao and his companion. "There is none," Yang Xiao replied, a bitter smile twitching at the corners of his mouth. "However, the technique of the great shift of the universe is something I have taught to successive leaders of the sect. Perhaps, esteemed senior, you might consider taking on the role of the Mingjiao's leader?" Wei Yixiao interjected, his eyes gleaming with interest. Rex furrowed his brow, initially inclined to shake his head, yet he hesitated momentarily, deciding to defer his response. Beside him, Qiu Chuji felt a sudden pang of anxiety in his heart. He yearned to speak, yet hesitated in fear. This elder's martial prowess was unparalleled, unrivaled in the world. Even that single display of skill just now could likely overwhelm all the martial experts of the contemporary era combined. Should he ascend to the position of the Mingjiao leader? What rationale would remain for the existence of other sects? "Xiao Xiao, Why do you not remove your mask? Rex once again cast his gaze upon Xiao Zhao, his voice tinged with impatience. His curiosity was the only motive for such tolerance. Had it been anyone else, such as Zhao Min, they would have been seized without hesitation. As this remark was made, the attention of the crowd shifted back to Xiao Zhao, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and perplexity. Even Betty was fixated on her, eager to discern the exquisite beauty of the woman favored by Rex. At this juncture, Xiao Zhao understood that resistance was futile. She could only acquiesce with a nod. As she spoke, she straightened her posture and removed her mask, revealing a visage that could captivate the world, surpassing even Betty in beauty, albeit slightly. Indeed, Rex gazed upon Xiao Zhao, nodding in satisfaction. Such beauty, when surveyed within the realm of Jin Yang's world, can only be rivaled by a select few, such as the likes of Xiao Long and Wang Yuyan. It is a pity that the purple shirt Dragon King, had she appeared 20 years earlier, would have surpassed Xiao Zhao in allure by a few degrees. Very well, from now on, you shall be mine. With a decisive wave of his hand, Rex spoke with an air of authority. Xiao Zhao was momentarily stunned, gazing at him in bewilderment. Yang Xiao and the others were equally speechless. Was such directness truly appropriate? Rex, however, chose not to utter another word, instead turning towards the direction of the forbidden area atop the bright summit. Yang Xiao and the others exchanged glances, fully aware of Rex's intentions, yet they dared not intervene, merely trailing closely behind him. Only Xiao Zhao remained rooted in place, bewildered and at a loss. Xiao Zhao, is it? Betty appraised her from head to toe, a sound of admiration escaping her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment. No wonder Rex has been so patient this time. She is indeed quite lovely. Are you the wife of that esteemed elder? Xiao Zhao inquired curiously. Wife? What do you mean? Betty responded, a hint of confusion crossing her face, yet she brushed it off with a casual wave. Stop standing there like a daze. Stick with me, and I, Betty, shall protect you. Anyone who dares to bully you, I will take care of them. Well, except for Rex. Rex? Betty? Xiao Zhao paused, slightly taken aback. Such names were rare in the Central Plains, resembling those from the western regions instead. A glance at their attire confirmed that they were indeed not dressed in the traditional garb of the Central Plains. Indeed, Betty nodded nonchalantly, suddenly grasping Xiao Zhao's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, they vanished, only to reappear beside Rex. Xiao Zhao was startled, gripping Betty's arm tightly. Behind them, Yang Xiao and the others exchanged glances, silently agreeing to regard Rex and Betty as beings of celestial caliber. The group soon arrived at the entrance to the forbidden area, where Yang Xiao and the others came to a halt. Esteemed elder, please proceed. We shall await your return here, Yang Xiao spoke respectfully, already beginning to refer to himself as a subordinate. Rex, without any surprise, noted that the disciples of the Ming sect indeed dared not enter the forbidden grounds at will. He turned to Xiao Zhao and said, You shall enter as well and lead the way for me. All right, yes. Xiao Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. How did this man know of my familiarity with the secret chamber? It seems as if he possesses an omniscient awareness. Could he possibly be a prophet? Nevertheless, this development would facilitate the completion of my task here, Xiao Zhao mused, her gaze towards Rex now imbued with a hint of intrigue. I shall refrain from entering. I grant you the opportunity for a private encounter, Betty declared with a grand gesture, exuding an air of selfless generosity, as if to convey that they need not concern themselves with her presence. Rex found himself caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation. This girl was increasingly revealing her image as a strong woman. Without further ado, he led Xiao Zhao into the forbidden area. By the way, please prepare some delightful dishes for me. I have heard from Rex that the cuisine here is quite exceptional. Once Rex's figure vanished, Betty suddenly turned to Yang Xiao and the others, saying, Yes, my subordinates will prepare it for you. Yang Xiao nodded eagerly, for he was aware that this seemingly youthful girl possessed unfathomable martial prowess, akin to Rex, belonging to a category that was both formidable and best left unprovoked. 20 minutes later, Yang Xiao and his companions stared in astonishment at the table littered with empty plates, feeling an urgent need to reassess their perspectives on life. The flavors were delightful. I am finally somewhat satiated. Let us have another table. Betty's voice echoed once more. In unison, Yang Xiao and the others felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Indeed, she was no ordinary person. Chapter 27. The Great Shift of the Universe. Within the depths of the Forbidden Passage, Xiao Zhao and Rex walked in silence, one following the other. The former kept her head bowed, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind, She was unsure of what she was contemplating, feeling overwhelmed by the rapid succession of events that had unfolded that day. Despite her intelligence, she found herself momentarily disoriented. As for Rex, he surveyed his surroundings, occasionally allowing his gaze to wander over Xiaoxiao's curvaceous form. After a considerable time, Xiaoxiao broke the silence, inquiring with a tone imbued with curiosity and caution, "Excuse me, sir. Are you also from the Western regions?" "The Western regions?" Rex raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. "Not at all. However, based on what Xiaoxiao knows, it would seem that the people of the Central Plains would not typically use a name such as yours." Xiaoxiao paused in her steps, slightly tilting her head, her enchanting eyes sparkling. "Your curiosity is quite profound." Rex stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and leaned in to whisper softly in her ear. "Are you still preoccupied with fulfilling the task assigned by the Dragon King?" The warmth of his breath brushed against her earlobe, causing Xiaoxiao's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. She gently struggled and, in a faint voice, implored, "Young master, could you please let me go for a moment?" Although her martial prowess was not insignificant, having witnessed Rex's formidable strength, she understood that her abilities were trivial in his eyes. "Very well," he conceded. Rex gently caressed the delicate earlobe, and instead of releasing it, he applied a slight pressure, drawing it closer into his embrace. He inhaled deeply the pure fragrance emanating from that spot, and his youthful form pressed against the alluring curve of Xiaoxiao's form, already responding to the moment. Xiaoxiao's voice trembled, her light blue eyes glistening with unshed tears, paralyzed by the intensity of the encounter. "For now, I shall let you be." Rex turned Xiaoxiao's body to face himself, gazing into her enchanting eyes that shimmered like water. He leaned down and pressed a deep kiss upon her soft, rosy lips, before releasing her and continuing to lead the way. Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson. Surprisingly, she felt no aversion to Rex's embrace, but rather a blend of shyness and unease. With her head bowed, she walked silently ahead. A faint smile played upon Rex's lips, and a subtle glimmer of crimson flickered in his gaze. As he ventured forth, he soon arrived at a concealed chamber, where two skeletons lay upon the ground. "Surely, one of them must belong to the Sun Lord," Xiaoxiao murmured softly. Rex nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is the couple Yang Dingtian." His gaze swept across the scene, and he noticed a piece of sheepskin beside the remains of Yang Dingtian. Recognizing it as the Qian Kuan de No.My, without hesitation, Rex extended his hand, and a flash of light radiated from his left palm as he inflicted a wound upon himself, allowing blood to flow forth and smear upon the sheepskin. "Young master, you are also aware of the mysteries of the sheepskin?" Xiaoxiao intended to interject with a warning, but was taken aback as she witnessed Rex revealing the script upon the sheepskin. "Is there anything I do not know?" Rex casually remarked, glancing at the characters inscribed on the parchment. He observed that the first line bore the words "The Sacred Fire Heart Method of the Ming sect, the Great Shift of the Universe," comprising 11 characters, and was assured that there were no mistakes. Additionally, there was a letter. Xiaoxiao looked at the parchment, opened her mouth as if to speak, yet restrained herself from voicing her thoughts. Her gaze shifted, landing upon an object amidst the remains of Yang Dingtian. Rex cast a fleeting glance and grasped the general content of the letter, yet he found himself devoid of interest. How does one even cultivate this grand cosmic transposition? It is indeed a vexing endeavor, requiring a thorough understanding of the intricacies of martial arts before one can proceed. Rex perused the document, but found himself unable to comprehend its contents, ultimately deciding to stow it away in his backpack. Ming, a figure of great stature, achieved neither merit in the world nor distinction in the teachings, having wounded the heart of his beloved and departed with lingering resentment. His boastful claims of standing tall in the world are indeed laughable. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao swiftly read the final lines of the letter. Yang Dingtian was indeed a remarkable individual. During his lifetime, the Ming cult flourished to its zenith, with the 2 envoys and the 4 great protectors, each a formidable figure in the martial world. Alas, he was not the protagonist. Upon hearing those words, Rex's lips curled upwards ever so slightly. This martial arts realm is a fusion of 14 distinct tales. But do the protagonists still possess their so-called halo of prominence? Since I, Rex, have arrived in this world, it is clear that there can be only one true protagonist, myself. Rex murmured softly, a flicker of crimson flashing in his gaze. Upon entering this world, Xiaoxiao faintly caught the sound of Rex's whispers, her beautiful eyes instantly reflecting astonishment. The meaning of his words was clear to anyone not devoid of intelligence. It became evident that he was not of this realm. Could he possibly be one of those legendary celestial beings? A myriad of thoughts raced through Xiao Zhao's mind as she regarded Rex, her eyes now imbued with profound reverence, along with a hint of an indescribable peculiarity. Yet, he was also a rather lecherous deity. Recalling Rex's previous actions, Xiao Zhao's cheeks flushed as she formed her judgment of him. Let us proceed. Rex turned to leave. The great shifting of heaven and earth had been acquired, yet regrettably, he could not practice it for the time being. He still needed to continue gathering other martial arts. Wait, Xiao Zhao suddenly spoke. Let the remains of the Sun Master and his wife return to the earth. Rex interrupted Xiao Zhao before she could express her thoughts. Confused by Rex's words, Xiao Zhao suddenly noticed two beams of light emanating from his eyes, striking the remains and reducing them to powder. This was indeed convenient. Having witnessed Rex's previous display of power, Xiao Zhao was not taken aback. She merely twitched the corners of her mouth. Could they leave now? As she spoke, Rex wrapped his arm around Xiao Zhao's slender waist and soared into the air, breaking through the ceiling of the secret chamber, creating a large human-shaped opening. Chapter 28. The effect of blood chi pills on martial arts figures. Yang Xiao, Wei Yixiao, and Qiu Chuji stood guard at the entrance of the forbidden area, occasionally glancing at Betty, who sat not far away, whispering amongst themselves. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted. The expressions of Yang Xiao and the others changed as they turned to see two figures hovering above the forbidden ground. Such agility! Yang Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on Rex, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. The agility of the blue-winged Bat King was already extraordinary, yet it paled in comparison to that of this elder, a celestial being, beyond our comprehension. Wei Yixiao sighed. Qiu Chuji's lips twitched as he murmured, I was grasped by him with one hand and brought here from Shenyang City. The wind was simply, no wonder you appear so disheveled. Wei Yixiao cast a peculiar glance at Qiu Chuji, who still bore a disheveled appearance, his face pale. What of being disheveled? Qiu Chuji's eyes sparkled with determination as he earnestly stated, to have an encounter with such a divine being, even enduring some hardships, is a blessing. Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken understanding in the other's eyes. While the three conversed, Rex had already descended to the ground. A flicker of resolve crossed Yang Xiao's eyes as he stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully proclaimed, Elder, I, Yang Xiao, humbly request that you take on the position of the leader of the Ming sect. Rex turned his head to glance at him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The blue-winged Bat King, Wei Yixiao, boldly requested the esteemed position of the sect leader. At that moment, Wei Yixiao stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. Only Qiu Chuji remained silent, his gaze revealing a complexity of emotions. He understood that with such a figure in existence, the overt and covert rivalries among the various sects had become a farce. If Rex so desired, he could effortlessly sweep through the entire martial world. The thought of individually seeking martial arts from each sect seemed laborious, however. Assuming the role of the leader of the Ming sect and directly extinguishing the other sects appeared to be an excellent plan. Rex, in deep contemplation, had already reached a resolution within his heart. The younger generation also endorsed their senior's ascension to the position of the leader of the Ming sect, yet implored their elder to grant the Chuanjin sect a path to survival. The younger one vowed to exert every effort to persuade the Chuanjin sect to submit under the elder's command. At that moment, Qiu Chuji took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and expressed these earnest words. Rex casually nodded. Thank you, senior, he said. Thank you, master. Qiu Chuji immediately displayed a look of delight. Beside him, Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao exchanged silent glances, as if to say that anyone unaware of the context might mistakenly believe Qiu Chuji to be a member of the Ming sect. However, they refrained from mocking Qiu Chuji, fully aware that this was the only choice available to him. Otherwise, the Chuanjin sect would face a dire fate. By the way, Xiao Zhao, come here. Rex suddenly addressed the quietly standing Xiao Zhao beside him. Young master? Xiao Zhao's delicate face instinctively flushed slightly, and with a hint of hesitation, she stepped forward. Rex retrieved a lower-grade vitality pill and handed it to her, saying in a calm tone, consume this. Xiao Zhao was taken aback, accepting the seemingly unimpressive vitality pill. Her gaze fixed on Rex in bewilderment. But master, have I committed an error? Wei Yixiao's expression darkened. Having once served alongside the Purple Rogue Dragon King as one of the four guardians, he instinctively feared for the safety of the Dragon King's daughter, suspecting that the pill might be poisonous. Are you questioning me? Rex cast a frosty glance at him. Do not dare. Wei Yixiao's face paled, and he hastily knelt on one knee. Fear not. It is not something life-threatening. Consume it quickly, and you shall reap the benefits. At that moment, Betty suddenly appeared beside Xiao Xiao, chuckling softly. Xiao Xiao, torn between hesitation, glanced at Rex and then down at the blood-chi pill. With a determined bite of her lip, she closed her beautiful eyes and unhesitatingly tossed the pill into her mouth. In an instant, a crimson aura ignited around her, causing Yang Xiao and the others to retreat in alarm, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld Xiao Xiao. Seconds slipped by, and the blood-red flames vanished as if everything that had transpired were but an illusion. Xiao Xiao opened her eyes, clenched her small fist, her gaze somewhat dazed. Yang Xiao, go and spar with Xiao Xiao. Unleash your full power, Rex stated calmly. Master? Yang Xiao looked at him with a hint of confusion. Rex, however, chose not to elaborate further, his gaze fixated on Xiao Xiao with an expression that hinted at deep contemplation. The chi blood pill he had previously given her could augment combat strength by approximately 1,000 points, yet he remained uncertain of its efficacy within this realm. After all, the enhancement pertains to both chi and physical prowess. While the latter seemed plausible, chi itself was a concept exclusive to the Dragon Ball universe. Indeed, Yang Xiao, observing Rex's silence, could only nod and step forward, saying, Miss Xiao Xiao, I cannot defy the Master's intent. Please forgive me. At that moment, Xiao Xiao appeared to grasp a portion of the situation, her delicate lips pressed together as she cast a glance at Rex, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of incredulity. Young left envoy, please proceed. P.S. Alas, the previous chapter has yet to pass review. Let us reconvene tomorrow. Chapter 29, Wielding Qi as Weapon. Sweeping through the Jianghu boom. The instant they clashed, Yang Xiao was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing forth, his complexion ashen. In stark contrast, Xiao Xiao remained rooted in place. Motionless, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon her own outstretched palm, struggling to comprehend the reality before her. How could this be possible? The Blue Wingbat King and others were left in utter shock. Yang Zhao's martial prowess was formidable, ranking among the illustrious two immortals of the Ming sect, positioned above the four great protectors. Yet now, he had been effortlessly struck down by Xiao Xiao, the daughter of the purple-robed Dragon King, a mere servant by usual standards, and left grievously injured. Even the former leader, Yang Dingtian, would not have been capable of such a feat. Rex furrowed his brow, fixating on Xiao Xiao as he meticulously recalled the palm strike she had just executed. Unlike the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe, her strike, while infused with energy, exhibited a fundamentally distinct application, quite peculiar, indeed. However, Rex was certain that it surpassed the capabilities of an individual with comparable combat prowess. Xiao Xiao's strike was not a manifestation of an extraordinary martial art. Rather, it was an instinctive employment of the combat techniques from the realm of martial arts. Yet it was not merely internal energy, but rather chi. Although Rex lacked martial arts knowledge, it did not hinder his ability to perceive certain truths. Young master, the energy within you. Xiao Xiao gazed at Rex, still in a state of astonishment. She struggled to articulate the peculiar energy coursing through her body. Yet she instinctively recognized it to be vastly superior to inner strength. For in the instant that strange energy surged into her, all her inner power was instantly devoured and vanished. It was only at this moment that she truly grasped Rex's formidable nature. The terrifying force within him was as immense as a vast abyss, seemingly possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. If her own essence were but a trickling stream, then Rex was undoubtedly an expansive ocean. Can you perceive my chi? Rex was taken aback, gazing at her in astonishment. Indeed. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, her petite face flushed with excitement. Was that what they called chi? It was overwhelmingly powerful, a stark contrast to internal energy, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. A sudden glimmer flickered in Rex's eyes. Xiao Xiao could sense the intensity of his energy, which took Rex by surprise. Indeed, martial arts possess unique nuances. Had it not been for the inadequacy of internal strength, this world of chivalry would not be so feeble. Contemplating this, a fleeting coldness passed through Rex's gaze as he abruptly turned to face Yang Xiao and the others, speaking in a chilling tone. Within 1 month, you shall lead the Ming sect to sweep through the entire martial world, collecting every unparalleled martial skill without exception. At that moment, Yang Xiao had gradually regained his composure. Fortunate that Xiao Xiao had yet to familiarize herself with the energy within her. Otherwise, that strike could have claimed his life. Upon hearing Rex's words, however, Yang Xiao could not help but twitch his lips. A month? Such a notion was utterly absurd. In such a brief span, not to mention sweeping through the martial world, there would scarcely be enough time for travel. I shall reward you with blood chi pills. Rex's voice resonated once more. Yang Xiao and the others were momentarily taken aback. Blood chi pills? In an instant, they recalled the elixir Xiao Zhao had consumed earlier, and their faces lit up with joy. We shall not disappoint the sect leader, they proclaimed in unison, kneeling on one knee with reverence. In their eyes, the blood chi pill was akin to a divine elixir, capable of elevating one's martial prowess to unimaginable heights. Excellent. Rex nodded, retrieving 4 blood essence pills from his backpack. He tossed 3 of them to Yang Xiao and the others, declaring that these 3 pills would be sufficient for them to dominate the martial arts realm. Furthermore, he instructed them not to kill the martial arts masters, such as Zhang Sanfeng and Duga Qiubai, but to bring them all back. Understood. Yang Xiao Wei Xiao. And Qiu Chuji promptly accepted the 3 blood essence pills, showing no hesitation as they swallowed them eagerly, as if fearing that others might snatch them away. This one is for you. Rex handed the final blood essence pill to Xiao Zhao. The previous one she consumed could merely enhance her combat strength by a mere 1,000, the least effective among Rex's collection, intended solely for experimentation. In contrast, the 3 pills administered to Yang Xiao and his companions could elevate their prowess by 5,000 each. However, the one gifted to Xiao Zhao is capable of augmenting her combat strength by an astounding 10,000. As Rex distributed these pills, he felt no pang of regret for Xiao Zhao, as she had already been regarded as his own. Furthermore, even the pill meant for Xiao Zhao held no value for Rex and Betty, having already lost its efficacy for them. Oh, how I envy you all, Betty remarked, her voice tinged with awe. She reminisced about the days when she battled on the precipice of life and death, her own strength barely reaching a few hundred. Yet now, these individuals effortlessly achieved thousands, even tens of thousands. Had it not been for Rex, she mused, she would likely still be limited to a mere 500 combat power. Now, boasting a staggering 40,000, her strength stood as an unattainable benchmark for all Saiyans. Ah, and there is one more thing. Rex, observing the excitement radiating from Yang Xiao and the others, suddenly spoke again. I must depart for a while, and I may return at any moment. Upon my return, I hope to witness the achievements of the Ming sect. Otherwise, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Your existence shall be rendered unnecessary. Chapter 30. The Return of the Dragon Pearl, Collision of Behemoths. Yes. Yang Xiao and the others knelt on one knee, their faces etched with determination, resolved to make a significant impact. Like Xiao Zhao, after consuming the blood chi pill, they felt an immense transformation within their bodies, akin to being reborn from flames, incomparable to their previous selves. Simultaneously, they genuinely grasped the magnitude of Rex's power, even though they believed they could effortlessly obliterate a mountain, and felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Before Rex, they remained as helpless as newborns. Initially uncertain about how to persuade their fellow brothers, the task had now become simpler. As for that wayward disciple, In Jiping, who had evidently offended a senior, he was doomed. Qiu Chuji's lowered gaze shimmered with a peculiar light. He had resolved to return and eradicate that wayward disciple to prevent any repercussions for the entire Chuanjin sect. Young master, what about me? Xiao Zhao softly inquired from the side. You? The corners of Rex's mouth curled slightly, as he declared, your task is indeed more arduous. Please, my lord, command me, and I shall not hesitate. Xiao Zhao's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. Although she was unaware of the concept of combat prowess, she could sense that even those like Yang Xiao, after consuming the qi and blood pill, could not surpass her abilities. Her reverence for Rex had grown to a divine level. Gather the world's beauties for me, and perhaps provide them with some guidance as well. Those who are already married may be disregarded. Rex grinned broadly. Xiao Zhao replied, indeed, he is quite the lecherous fellow. She inwardly scoffed, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Rex, yet still nodded in agreement. Yang Xiao and the others remained impassive, their gazes unwavering, though their minds were abuzz with thoughts. In that moment, they suddenly perceived how fortunate those beautiful women were to receive such divine favor. Perhaps, at any moment, they might ascend to greatness when the mood struck. Not to mention, take Xiao Zhao as an example. Prior to today, she was merely a maidservant, her true identity as the daughter of the purple shirt dragon king obscured, and her martial prowess rather unimpressive. However, after today, she would emerge as the unparalleled master of the martial world, unmatched throughout the realm. Of course, aside from Rex and Betty, such is the privilege of beauty. Well, so be it. Rex nodded, stating that in a few days he would bring more blood essence pills. No sooner had he spoken than a vague vortex of stars materialized beside him. In the next moment, Rex grasped Betty's hand and stepped into the swirling celestial phenomenon, which then vanished without a trace, leaving Yang Xiao and the others in a state of astonishment. In the blink of an eye, the scenery had transformed completely. The previous pavilions and ancient-style architecture had disappeared, and all that remained was a small river flowing before them. They had returned. Rex exhaled softly. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression in that amalgamated world of martial arts, as if some invisible constraints restrained him, in stark contrast to the unbridled freedom he experienced in the world of Dragon Ball. Suddenly, Rex turned his head towards the source of the sound behind him, where a series of explosive roars echoed, accompanied by furious growls. It was the lizard dragon. Come, let us investigate. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Rex's eyes as he soared into the air, racing towards the source of the sound. In the distance, he beheld two colossal beasts clashing. One was the lizard dragon, while the other resembled a rhinoceros, its size even surpassing that of the lizard dragon. The combat prowess of these two monsters was formidable. Rex's pupils constricted. Even when his combat power was less than 100,000, he understood the futility of provoking that lizard dragon. Now, with his combat strength having reached an impressive 125,000, he still felt an insurmountable sense of inferiority. What could this be? Soon, Rex's gaze turned peculiar. Not far from the two colossal beasts, a diminutive creature was watching them with keen interest, clutching an unknown fruit in one claw, occasionally taking a bite, as if savoring the spectacle before it. Just how formidable could this little being be? Rex's lips involuntarily twitched. The two colossal beasts could not possibly be unaware of the little creature nearby. Their indifference could only stem from either a blatant disregard or a palpable fear of provoking it. Clearly, the former possibility was nearly non-existent. At that moment, the little creature evidently spotted Rex and Betty, its large eyes shimmering with an unmistakable brilliance as it instantly appeared before them. Goodness, yet it remained indistinct. Rex could not help but utter an expletive in frustration. Despite possessing an impressive battle power of 125,000, he found himself unable to discern the form of this diminutive creature. What manner of race could this possibly be? The little monster circled around Rex and Betty a few times before finally perching itself upon Betty's shoulder. Considering your gender, I shall refrain from holding it against you. Rex crossed his arms before his chest, casting his gaze once again upon the two colossal beasts engaged in a frenzied clash. In that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The lizard dragon suddenly recoiled, turning its head towards Rex, a glint of ferocity flashing in its eyes. In the next instant, a massive and blinding beam of light erupted from its mouth. Chapter 31. Ambushed by the rampaging giant ape. Damn it! Rex's expression suddenly shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Betty's arm and vanished from sight in a swift motion. Thud! A tremendous force struck him from behind, and just as Rex regained his footing, he was propelled forward, crashing into the mountainside. In contrast, Betty emerged unscathed, already positioned at another location. A flicker of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the little monster, but it quickly dissipated as it languidly perched upon Betty's shoulder. Rex! Betty's face contorted with urgency, a transparent aura surging around her as she prepared to rush forward. Yet, she suddenly felt as though the little monster on her shoulder had transformed into an immovable mountain, its weight rendering her utterly motionless. Boom! The mountain shattered as Rex, consumed by rage, slowly began to levitate, his icy gaze betraying a hint of uncertainty. The assailant from behind had been that rhinoceros-like creature. What had transpired? The two titanic beasts, who had just been locked in a fierce battle, had inexplicably turned their aggression towards him. However, there was no time for contemplation. The two colossal creatures advanced, one after the other, their enormous eyes glinting with malice as they fixed their gaze upon Rex. Roar! The ferocious roar erupted as the lizard dragon launched the first attack, its massive form surprisingly agile, swiftly appearing before Rex, its gaping maw poised to strike. Flash! A brilliant glimmer flashed in Rex's eyes as he swiftly appeared above the lizard dragon, seizing its immense horn. His muscles tensed, showcasing the terrifying power of his physique to its fullest extent. Get down, he commanded. With a thunderous crash, the lizard dragon plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. And you as well. Rex evaded the incoming projectile, his gaze fixated on the rhinoceros beast behind him. In an instant, he vanished from his position. The next moment, he reappeared behind the rhinoceros monster, seizing its formidable tail. With a powerful twist of his body, he hurled it skyward. The shockwave reverberated through the air. Rex unleashed a furious roar, his hands gathering radiant energy as he directed a powerful strike towards the flung rhinoceros beast. Almost simultaneously, the lizard dragon, having been thrown to the ground, lifted its head, and from its draconic eyes shot forth two beams of light. Rex swiftly appeared behind the lizard dragon, his hand poised for an attack. Just then, the creature's massive tail lashed out, colliding with his chest. Boom! How dare it provoke my wrath? After crashing into a mountain once more, Rex spat out a couple of bloodied mouthfuls and raised his hand to the sky, conjuring a radiant orb. A synthetic moon. In an instant, a transformative change enveloped Rex. His jet-black fur burgeoned, and his form swelled dramatically. Within mere seconds, he had transformed into a colossal ape. As before, all negative energy was absorbed by the system, leaving his mind utterly clear. Roar! Rex glared with fiery eyes, letting out a furious roar as he pounded his chest with fervor. Although he found the gesture rather foolish, he could not help but act upon it. How dare you strike me with your tail? At this moment, Rex's physique was comparable to that of the lizard dragon. Yet his combat power had ascended to a terrifying 1,250,000. He strode forward, grasping the tail of the lizard dragon as it swung down once more. I dare you to strike me. A thunderous crash echoed, followed by the anguished roar of the lizard dragon as its colossal form was violently slammed into the ground, creating deep fissures in the earth. Go ahead, strike again. A resounding boom followed. Rex was in a frenzy. Grasping the tail of the lizard dragon and violently slamming it against the ground, the thunderous roars mingling with the creature's anguished cries. Attempting to flee? Suddenly, Rex lifted his gaze, fixating on the rhinoceros beast. Previously, his assault had inflicted little damage upon it, but upon witnessing the lizard dragon's dire state, the beast immediately cowered, tucking its tail and preparing to flee. Come back to me. Rex's figure flickered as he appeared behind the rhinoceros beast, gripping its tail with one hand and pulling forcefully. The creature held in desperation, its four claws desperately clawing at the ground, fear evident in its enormous eyes. Yet, all was in vain. Rex effortlessly yanked it back, exerting force as he hurled it onto the back of the lizard dragon. Reluctant to transform into a colossal ape due to its unsightly appearance, he seethed. You two scoundrels have truly compelled me to adopt this wretched form. In Rex's eyes, a fierce glint flickered, revealing his menacing fangs. Suddenly, he turned his head and fixed his gaze upon the small monster crouching atop Betty, a flash of red igniting in his eyes. That wretched little creature, still wearing a look of amusement, was utterly intolerable. Not only his uncle and aunt, but even his ancestors from generations past could no longer endure this affront. Chapter 32. The Mighty Beast, a Million Targets Gurgle. The small monster, undeterred by Rex's stare, instead grinned widely, displaying an almost human-like expression of delight. In the next moment, it pointed at the artificial moon hanging in the sky, then gestured towards Rex's tail. What a rascal! Rex's footsteps abruptly halted. His teeth clenched in fury. This diminutive creature evidently comprehended the cause of his transformation into a colossal ape. It was likely that before he could approach, the artificial moon would be obliterated, and when the time came for repairs, it would be he, not the little creature, who would bear the brunt. Should it fall into my grasp, I would unleash a tempest of rage, turning even against myself. Rex cursed vehemently, redirecting his fury once more towards the two colossal beasts. Instantly, the deafening sound of roti colliding with the earth and the anguished cries resonated throughout the realm. Could it be that this lizard dragon possessed a staggering battle power of 200,000? Rex swallowed a crystal-clear vitality pill, resembling a ruby, and the crimson aura blazed for a full minute before gradually extinguishing. Upon feeling the change within, he realized that his combat power had ascended to an impressive 230,000. Without hesitation, he consumed another vitality pill. Once again, a blood-red flame surged for approximately another minute. Rex opened his eyes, the crimson light within his pupils flickering erratically. His inky hair resembling coagulated blood, exuding an aura both demonic and enchanting. This transformation persisted for a full 2 minutes before it vanished completely. 325,000. He was drawing ever closer to Frisia's normal state battle power of 530,000. Moreover, his physical strength was extraordinarily formidable. Rex sensed that even without harnessing his energy, He could obliterate this planet with a single punch. However, the force of such an explosion was beyond what he could currently endure. Rex, it seems you have now acquired the strength to rival Frisia. Betty approached, a smile gracing her delicate features, while a small creature perched on her shoulder, grinning widely. Rex nodded, and although his combat prowess was not as formidable, the resilience of his physique compensated for this shortcoming. Soon, his gaze fell upon the diminutive beast, and a fleeting glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. He mused to himself, what is the origin of this audacious little creature, so brazenly fearless? As he contemplated, Rex suddenly widened his eyes, unleashing two beams of light that shot forth with astonishing speed. Boom! The beams swept past Betty's shoulder, obliterating a nearby hill into mere fragments. Yet, the little beast remained crouched, baring its teeth in a grin, its gaze fixed on Rex with a hint of veiled mockery. How swift! Rex's pupils suddenly constricted. In that fleeting moment, the little creature had departed from Betty's shoulder, only to return in the blink of an eye. To the onlookers, it seemed as though it had never moved at all. Even Rex could only catch a mere glimpse of its fleeting presence. Could this diminutive being truly possess combat prowess capable of rivaling Frisia? Rex felt an unsettling sensation envelop him. Could this be real? A mere trivial creature emerging so casually, yet capable of rivaling the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, Frisia? What has become of this world? Rex patted his own head and glanced down at the tail wrapped around his waist, confirming that he had not wandered into the wrong film set. This was undoubtedly the world of Dragon Ball. Rex gazed at the grinning little creature and suddenly felt that even if it were to undergo a spectacular transformation, he would not be taken aback. What an impressive little being. Betty, too, wore an expression of astonishment. Just moments ago, Rex had unleashed an attack that startled her. Yet the creature emerged unscathed, which was all the more unexpected. The little monster turned to Betty, flashing a broad smile, its large eyes sparkling with clarity, clearly exhibiting a friendlier demeanor towards her than towards Rex. By the way, universe, why is it that with my battle power of 300,000, I am still unable to access a new alternate realm? Rex suddenly recalled this matter and pondered in his mind. The world of martial arts is relatively primitive. To unlock a new realm, one must attain a battle power of 1,000,000. The great universe system spoke in a subdued tone, its voice no longer as mechanical as before. 1,000,000? Rex's lips twitched slightly. Does this imply that unlocking the third alternate realm would require 10,000,000? That seems rather excessive. To open the third alternate realm, the master only needs to attain 5,000,000. The great universe system spoke in a calm tone, gently reminding the master that not all alternate worlds resemble martial arts. In certain realms, formidable beings exist, and it is advised that the master exercise caution. Well, that is somewhat reassuring. Rex nodded, deliberately disregarding the latter part of the system's statement, and fell into deep contemplation. The two colossal beasts he had just refined into blood essence pills were already considered apex predators on this advanced planet, yet they were not the mightiest. To his knowledge, within the central region, there existed an even more formidable entity. Given that both the lizard dragon and the rhinoceros beast possessed combat powers around 200,000, the mysterious creature that instilled such fear in them must possess a strength of at least 300,000. A glint of coldness flashed in Rex's eyes. Such a proposition was worth exploring, for it might yield a decisive advantage. Should he succeed, he could augment his combat prowess by approximately 150,000, drawing him significantly closer to his goal of 1,000,000. Chapter 33. The potent existence in the heart of the central region. As Rex traversed the path towards the heart of the central region, he effortlessly vanquished the myriad beasts that crossed his path, refining them into vitality elixirs for Betty to consume. Among them, some were no longer of use to them. Thus he stored them away. As they approached the central region, the small creature perched upon Betty's shoulder began to grow increasingly restless. It fixed its gaze ahead, its eyes betraying a mixture of conflict and profound trepidation. Suddenly, Rex halted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. His brow furrowed deeply, and with each step forward, that ominous feeling intensified, as if he were inexorably advancing towards an abyss. An involuntary surge coursed through his body, every muscle and inch of skin tensed in response. I refuse to succumb to fear. Betty, wait here, I shall scout ahead. With a determined grit of his teeth, Rex's speed surged dramatically as he dashed forward. Boom! A terrifying pressure materialized out of thin air, forcefully grounding Rex, who had been employing his aerial maneuvers, crashing heavily to the earth. This was a formidable aura, coalesced from an immense force, enveloping the surrounding area. Anyone daring to step within its bounds would be suppressed unless they possessed strength surpassing this overwhelming pressure. Cursed be this predicament. Rex's countenance was somewhat grim, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What manner of creature could that monstrosity possibly be? At that moment, he found himself struggling to move, as if ensnared in a quagmire, each step demanding an immense expenditure of energy. In truth, this overwhelming aura was not intentionally emitted by the creature. Rather, it was a consequence of its inability to fully contain the power surging within, causing it to seep outward. How could such a formidable entity exist? Rex trembled all over, not out of fear, but rather due to an involuntary response to the oppressive aura surrounding him. It is noteworthy that he currently possesses an astounding combat power of 325,000, which would allow him to contend with Frisia. Yet, at this moment, he could not even catch a glimpse of the monstrous being, as it lay a daunting 10 miles away, rendering him incapable of moving freely. The thought of being face-to-face with it was beyond his imagination. The formidable strength of his physique seemed utterly futile in this moment. A man-made moon. A fleeting glint of ferocity flashed in Rex's eyes as he raised his hand and cast a radiant orb into the sky. Bang! Before the artificial moon could ascend, it shattered explosively. Unapproachable. Rex's pupils suddenly constricted, and without further hesitation, he turned and raced back in the direction he had come from. With each step, Rex felt as though an immense weight bore down upon him, and by the time he exited the oppressive aura, he was nearly incapacitated. "Rex, are you all right?" Betty exclaimed, rushing forward to support him. A peculiar glimmer appeared in the eyes of the small creature perched on his shoulder, and it cast a fleeting glance toward the central expanse. A flicker of trepidation crossing its features. "I am fine." Rex exhaled deeply, turning his gaze towards the direction behind him, his expression laden with gravity. He was genuinely intrigued by the enigmatic beings that resided there. The mere aura emanating from that place was sufficient to deter him, despite his formidable battle power of 300,000. Even Frisia, should he refrain from transforming, would likely face instant annihilation. Rex's pallid complexion gradually transformed into a healthy flush, signifying his recovery. Once his combat prowess is enhanced, he is resolute in returning to uncover the mysteries that lie in the heart of that central expanse. "It is time to depart," Rex murmured softly. This exalted planet, save for a few feeble creatures and the dreadful entity residing in the central expanse, has been nearly ravaged to the brink of extinction. Meanwhile, Betty's combat prowess has ascended to over 200,000. It remains a mystery to what extent the martial world has evolved at this juncture. Rex pondered, reflecting on the fact that it had been over a month since he and Betty departed from that place. Meanwhile, in the realm of martial arts, Yang Xiao stood atop a majestic peak, gazing intently at the composed middle-aged man before him. "Dugu Qiubai, I have long held you in high regard, which is why I am treating you with such courtesy. Have you made up your mind about submitting to our Mingjiao?" Yang Xiao proclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his icy gaze fixed upon the man. Is the leader of Mingjiao truly a being from beyond this realm? Dugu Qiubai raised his eyes to the heavens, his expression complex as he sighed softly. "When I first arrived here, I sensed his presence." Yang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly, a mix of astonishment and admiration in his gaze directed towards Dugu Qiubai. Dugu Qiubai, having traversed the martial world for decades without a single defeat, was indeed invincible. In all the world, only two could stand in comparison. One was Zayayozi, and the other was Bodhidharma. It was only at this moment that Yang Xiao comprehended the extraordinary prowess of these three individuals, far surpassing other so-called martial arts masters by a significant margin. The chasm between them was as vast as the heavens. Chapter 34. The invincible heart is shattered. Defeat is not lonely. Who is the blind beast that has destroyed our aircraft? Rex's fury surged as he gazed at the two small flying machines. Now reduced to mere scrap metal, his eyes almost ablaze with rage. This is troublesome. How shall we escape? Betty's face was etched with worry. Without the flying machines, they were utterly stranded on this planet, and once they ventured into the vastness of space, death would be imminent in a matter of moments. Unbeknownst to them, the little creature perched on her shoulder displayed a peculiar grin, its eyes glinting with the triumph of a successful scheme. Rex took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he could only let out a resigned sigh, realizing there was no alternative but to venture into the realm of martial arts for the time being. He would devise a plan later. Suddenly, he cast a glance at the small creature perched on Betty's shoulder, his brow furrowing in concern. This little being was incredibly swift, and when the celestial vortex opened, anyone could enter, beyond Rex's control. After pondering for a moment, he fixed his gaze on the creature and said earnestly, "Little one, I know you can understand my words." The creature tilted its head in confusion, seemingly oblivious to his statement. Rex feigned ignorance and remarked nonchalantly, "If you accompany us to that location, it would be wise not to cause any disturbances. Otherwise, you shall never return." A fleeting chill flickered in his eyes, underscoring the veracity of his words. The little monster paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon bared its teeth and brandished its claws, its beastly visage marred with rage. "You may attempt it," it retorted. Rex let out a cold laugh, no longer casting a glance at it. Instead, he summoned the celestial vortex leading to the world of martial arts. In the next moment, he grasped Betty's arm and stepped inside. The little creature hovered in the air, staring at the vortex for a while, and just as it was about to close, it darted in with a flicker. Upon the mountain peak, Yang Xiao stood face to face with the formidable Dugu. However, the latter was now in tatters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appearing quite disheveled. "Dugu, why must you be so obstinate?" Yang Xiao asked, a hint of compassion in his voice. Although he had triumphed over Dugu, he felt no joy in his victory. Rather, a sense of pity filled his heart. This was a true unparalleled master, one of only two in the world who could rival him. "I have wielded my sword throughout my life, fearing no one. I once wounded Xiaozi on the Misty Peak and later defeated Bodhidharma, traversing the rivers and lakes undefeated, yet I feel an overwhelming sense of loneliness." Dugu laughed, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Just a month ago, I encountered a person from beyond this realm, whose terrifying presence left me in awe. Yet I foolishly refrained from drawing my sword, concealing my aura here, until you arrived. Dugu, why must you be so?" Yang Xiao sighed, wishing to reason further. "Do not speak any more of it. Defeat is defeat. I, Dugu, can still bear it," Dugu replied calmly. At that moment, a curious voice echoed from the heavens. "Dugu?" Almost simultaneously, two figures appeared beside Yang Xiao. It was Rex and his companion. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, madam," Yang Xiao exclaimed in surprise, quickly kneeling before Rex with a look of joy. "Rise," Rex commanded. Rex casually waved his hand, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the stern visage of the middle-aged man. When he departed from this world, he anchored his essence to Yang Xiao, thus ensuring that upon transmission, he would materialize directly beside Yang Xiao. The sharp aura I sensed that day must undoubtedly have belonged to him. Rex gazed intently at the middle-aged man, a hint of astonishment blossoming within him. This Dugu truly deserved to be regarded as one of the most formidable figures in Jin Yang's martial arts realm. The mastery of his skills had reached such an extraordinary level that his internal energy seemed to transcend into a state akin to harmonious vitality. Even Rex could not help but harbor a sense of admiration. The sharp aura emanating from him must surely be the essence of his swordsmanship. At that moment, Dugu was also scrutinizing Rex, his eyes betraying unmasked astonishment. He had initially presumed that this outsider, the leader of the Ming cult, despite his youth, would at least be of a similar age to himself. Yet upon their first encounter, he discovered that the man before him was merely a youth. This revelation instilled a sense of defeat in Dugu, who had traversed life with an unwavering belief in his unparalleled talent. "Where is your heavy black iron sword?" Rex suddenly inquired, yet his words left Dugu momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he spoke. "At the age of 40, I had already forsaken it." It was the first time in his life that Dugu had used the term junior, but none of the individuals present found it surprising. "Oh, so you have now attained the realm of being without a sword, yet superior to one with a sword?" Rex, still brimming with curiosity, inquired with sudden contemplation. If he were to comprehend the essence of swordsmanship, would the energy within him undergo a transformation? Chapter 35. The unmatched master of the sword with an innate upgrade buff. What use is a swordless existence? The unmatched master of the sword offered a wry smile. He had already attained the pinnacle of swordsmanship, yet in the presence of this enigmatic leader of the Ming cult, the sheer aura he exuded rendered him powerless. A stark contrast akin to the gulf between heaven and earth. "Very well, teach me the art of the sword, and I shall grant you an opportunity, shall we?" The light in Rex's eyes flickered. He refrained from pressuring the martial arts master, having discerned from some of the words spoken by Dugong that the latter was engulfed in despondency. Forcing the issue would likely yield counterproductive results. Opportunity? Dugong Xiaoba stared at him in astonishment. Indeed. Rex smiled faintly, gesturing towards Yang Xiao behind him, and remarked, "You ought to be acquainted with him, right? A month ago, he was not your equal." Indeed. Yang Xiao nodded earnestly, speaking with gravity. The master is a divine being descended to this realm. With a mere flick of his hand, he bestowed upon me a celestial elixir, granting me the prowess I possess today, which continues to grow stronger by the day. Dugu Qiubai, your innate talent far surpasses mine. Were you to receive the master's boon of such an elixir, your future would be boundless. Upon hearing these words, a fleeting glimmer of intensity flashed in Dugu Qiubai's eyes as he scrutinized Rex closely. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating on the tail entwined around Rex's waist. Could it be that such creatures truly exist in this world? A sense of doubt crept into Dugu Qiubai's mind. Yet he swiftly found himself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Indeed, with such formidable strength, what else could it be? If not that of the legendary celestial or demonic beings. Have you come to a clear understanding? Rex furrowed his brow, although he aspired to master the art of swordsmanship. He did not believe that it was essential to seek out the solitary figure of Dugu Qiubai. It was merely that the understanding of swordsmanship possessed by others paled in comparison to the profound insights of Dugu Qiubai. Having come to this realization, Dugu Qiubai nodded, his eyes radiating a brilliant light as he solemnly declared, "I am willing to follow the teachings of the master, battling across the three realms." He was, after all, a remarkably talented warrior. Otherwise he would not have traversed the world, earning the title of invincible. By aligning himself with Rex, a being whose true nature remained a mystery, he was certain to encounter formidable adversaries, thus growing increasingly stronger. Rex's lips curled slightly. Waging war across three realms? Such a novel phrase. How could it possibly emerge from the lips of the unparalleled Dugu Qiubai? Yet, he did not ponder further. Merely nodding in agreement as he retrieved a chi blood pill and tossed it to Dugu Qiubai, saying, "Consume this." Without a moment's hesitation, Dugu Qiubai caught the pill and promptly swallowed it. Suddenly, a crimson aura ignited around him. To Rex's astonishment, this blood-red flame coalesced into the shape of a sword, entirely distinct from that of others. Truly, he was no ordinary individual. Rex smacked his lips and cast a glance at the equally astonished Yang Xiao beside him, casually tossing him a vitality elixir as a token of appreciation. Yang Xiao was initially taken aback, but his surprise quickly transformed into elation. He hastily knelt on one knee and exclaimed with fervor, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this elixir upon me." Rex nodded faintly. After sweeping through that advanced planet, he now possessed an abundance of vitality elixirs. Although he and Betty had consumed a significant portion to enhance their combat prowess, a considerable number of lesser elixirs remained. However, the term lesser is relative. Yang Xiao currently boasted a combat strength exceeding 5,000, which would allow him to consume the elixirs, thereby potentially augmenting his power by over 1,000. In a martial arts realm where the average combat strength does not surpass 100, an increase of 1,000 is indeed worthy of the title of divine. Of course, there exists an exception in the form of the unparalleled Dugu Qiubai. Rex estimated that this individual possessed a combat strength of around 200. Soon, the crimson aura vanished without a trace. As Dugu Qiubai opened his eyes, two small swords flickered momentarily within his pupils. This spectacle, however, was keenly observed by Rex. Astonished, he pondered, how could this fellow, having just attained, resemble a character from a celestial fantasy? What left him even more dumbfounded was what followed. With a sudden whoosh, Dugu Qiubai began to ascend slowly, not through flight, but as if he were ascending a staircase, step by step into the heavens. With a resounding clang, Dugu Qiubai's right hand tightened slightly, and an invisible sword materialized within his grasp. In that instant, he seemed to transform into an unparalleled sword, the transparent aura of the blade bursting forth around him. A colossal vortex suddenly formed around him as the clouds above converged, transforming the previously clear sky into a tempest of thunder and lightning in an instant. At a glance, Dugu appeared as if a thunder god had descended upon the earth. "I must give full marks for this display," Rex murmured to himself. Just a moment ago, he had given the blood essence pill to the unmatched Dugu Qiubai, which could merely enhance his combat power by around 5,000. Yet at this moment, Rex could assure that even with a combat strength of 10,000, Dugu Qiubai would still annihilate him in an instant. His aura was astonishingly on the rise. Beside him, Yang Xiao's voice echoed in astonishment. Rex was momentarily taken aback by the words, and as he cast a glance towards Dugu Qiubai, His expression became even more peculiar. Could this be the distinguishing factor between an unparalleled genius and an ordinary individual? It was as if he possessed an innate upgrade buff. There was an undeniable sensation that this person was indeed the protagonist of the tale. Rex sighed, suddenly seized by an impulse to transform the legendary figure of Duga Chiobai into a chi blood pill. This thought flickered through his mind, soon giving rise to another peculiar notion. If Duga Chiobai's combat prowess were to reach a certain pinnacle, who would prove more formidable in a confrontation with the fabled Super Saiyan Broly? Chapter 36, The Captured Summit of Brightness? Truly, Duga Chiobai is remarkable, Yang Xiao mused. Having just consumed the chi blood pill, which elevated his fighting power from 5,000 to 15,000, yet, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Duga Chiobai, he was devoid of any confidence in his ability to conquer him. What day is it today? As dusk settled, Rex sensed a growing discomfort within himself. Abruptly turning his head to gaze at the indistinct circular silhouette on the horizon, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Today? It seems to be the moon viewing festival." Yang Xiao pondered briefly before responding. Moon viewing? Rex gazed intently at the moon, which gradually became clearer on the horizon, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of crimson light. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Betty beside him. Sure enough, she was staring blankly at the moon, her delicate frame trembling slightly, and her beautiful eyes reflecting an expanding pupil. Perched upon her shoulder, the little creature was fixated on her, its large eyes sparkling as if deep in thought. Ever since its arrival, this little being had remained surprisingly quiet, a rare occurrence devoid of mischief. Perhaps Rex's earlier threats had taken effect? Indeed, it seemed so. How fortuitous. Rex murmured, a sphere of energy gradually coalescing in his hand. It seems this moon cannot continue to exist. Beside him, Yang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, somewhat bewildered. However, he soon comprehended the situation. The energy sphere in Rex's hand soared into the sky, hurtling towards the moon that hung at the edge of the heavens. This is precisely what is regrettable about the Saiyans. They cannot simply enjoy the tranquility of the moonlit night. For someone like me, who possesses refined sensibilities, it is indeed a sorrowful affair. Rex whispered softly. In the next moment, the moon on the horizon shattered explosively, radiating the most exquisite brilliance of its existence. The entire world was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Only the solitary figure of the undefeated warrior hung in the sky, resembling a solitary lantern, serving as the sole beacon of light amidst the dim stars. Yang Xiao gazed blankly at the heavens. Just moments ago, a full moon had graced the sky, but now it had vanished. So this was the meaning behind the leader's actions, but why must the moon be destroyed? Yang Xiao finally understood why Rex had inquired about today's festival, yet he remained perplexed about the purpose of obliterating the moon. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, Rex conjured a sphere of energy that gracefully ascended, hovering above him like a luminous beacon. At this moment, the transformations within the formidable Duga Chiobai began to fade. The swirling tempest in the sky dispersed, and the thunderclouds vanished. I am eternally grateful for your benevolent gift, Master. In the next instant, Duga Chiobai found himself kneeling before Rex, one knee on the ground, his tone imbued with solemnity. He distinctly sensed the remarkable changes coursing through his body. The energy flowing within him, distinct from his internal power, imparted an unprecedented sense of strength. And all of this was bestowed upon him by Rex. Indeed, Rex nodded, surveying Duga Chiobai for a moment before inquiring, are Dharma and Zaidayozi still alive? Indeed, they are, Yang Xiao promptly responded from the side, however. My subordinates have yet to embark on a quest to locate them. Do you know their whereabouts? Rex raised an eyebrow. Both of them, like Dugu, are among the unparalleled powerhouses of this world. Although their movements are shrouded in secrecy, they cannot elude my awareness now. Yang Xiao nodded. Duga Chiobai then spoke. It is indeed curious. After consuming the elixir provided by the leader, I find myself able to distinctly sense the presence of certain individuals, as if illuminated by a beacon in the darkness. A glimmer of insight flashed in Rex's eyes. In that case, take the two of them to the summit of light. I shall await your arrival there. With that, he embraced Betty's slender waist, and in a swift motion, vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the little creature remained rooted in place, casting a glance at the solitary figure of the invincible swordsman, revealing a hint of human-like mirth. In the next moment, it too disappeared without a trace. A shared glance between the invincible swordsman and Yang Xiao conveyed their mutual astonishment. They had initially presumed that Rex's companion was merely a decorative pet, yet they had underestimated the creature's formidable nature, which eluded even the keenest of eyes. After a prolonged silence, the invincible swordsman broke the stillness. I shall seek out Dharma. He had never been fond of Yang Xiao, as their past encounter had nearly resulted in his demise due to Yang's treachery, leading him to inflict serious injury upon his opponent in a fit of rage. Even after all these years, a lingering resentment remained. Very well, Yang Xiao replied nonchalantly. Nodding in agreement, the two figures swiftly soared through the air, and the peak returned to an eerie silence. Upon returning to the summit of light, Rex found himself momentarily stunned. He could not help but rise into the air, scrutinizing his surroundings to ensure he had not wandered astray. This was indeed the summit of light, unmistakably not the No.My sect. Yet, what had transpired? Why were there women everywhere? As he surveyed the scene, he noted that nearly every few steps featured a woman, each one more charming than the last. While none could be deemed exquisitely beautiful, they could certainly be classified as attractive. Each held a lamp, transforming the summit of light into a veritable beacon of illumination. Had the Church of Light been overtaken by the No.My sect? It seemed impossible. Rex found himself somewhat bewildered. Chapter 37. The Purple-Robed Dragon King. Daisy, you have returned. Just as Rex was lost in confusion, a melodious voice resonated in his ear. In the next moment, the graceful figure of Xiao Zhao appeared before him, her smile gentle and warm. Xiao Zhao, what transpired during my absence? Why are there so many women here? Rex inquired with a hint of confusion. Could it be that the master has forgotten? Xiao Zhao's lips curled slightly, revealing an exquisite smile imbued with a touch of playful mischief. Before your departure, you instructed Xiao Zhao to seek out the most beautiful women in the world. Xiao Zhao has merely been following the master's orders. The most beautiful women in the world? Rex suddenly recalled that when he departed from this world, he indeed uttered such a statement. However, this is rather excessive, is it not? A rough estimate suggests that there are at least 3,000 to 4,000 women gathered here. One might mistakenly believe a selection competition for consorts is about to commence. Oh, Xiao Zhao. Rex is feeling a bit uncomfortable. While I appreciate beauty, I am not a libertine, and if I am not mistaken, these individuals all hail from ordinary families. Correct? Indeed. Xiao Zhao nodded, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she spoke softly. Most of those disciples from the sects regard themselves highly, showing disdain for discipline, and thus I have confined them. Considering themselves superior? Rex curled the corner of his mouth, beckoning them all to come forth, eager to witness their extraordinary prowess. As he spoke, he turned and strode toward the grand hall. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, glancing back to survey the women around him, and commanded, "As for these individuals, send them back." "Yes." Xiao Zhao nodded in response. Once Rex's figure vanished from sight, Xiao Zhao seized Betty's arm and teased, "Sister Betty, do be cautious. This batch of disciples boasts several stunning beauties, rivaling even your own grace." "Oh," Betty replied with a faint nod, adopting an indifferent demeanor. "It seems Rex will be quite pleased." Xiao Zhao, unable to comprehend Betty's nonchalance, mused to herself. It was evident to anyone with discernment that Betty and Rex were a pair. Did Betty not worry about losing Rex's affections to another? Though it was common for men to have multiple wives, the distinction between being favored and overlooked was significant. By the way, allow me to remind you, Betty suddenly smiled, fixing her gaze on Xiao Zhao. I am well aware of Rex's nature. He would go to great lengths to acquire something he desires, yet conversely, should that desire wane, he would not hesitate to discard or destroy it. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Xiao Zhao stared at her, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a contemplative light. Such a perspective was truly unsettling. At that moment, Betty's voice rang out once more, "Xiao Zhao, please arrange some food for me. I am quite hungry. Speaking of which, the delicacies here are truly remarkable." As her words fell, Betty had already vanished from the spot. Xiao Zhao stood there, momentarily stunned, before departing with a heavy heart. Lost in thought, who dares intrude? A robust voice echoed as soon as one entered the grand hall. Rex turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, discovering that it belonged to a robust elder, whose distinctive brows instantly revealed his identity. It was the white-browed Eagle King, Yin Tianzheng. "You are the leader?" Upon seeing Rex's countenance, Yin Tianzheng was taken aback, and without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "I was unaware of the leader's return. I beg for your forgiveness." Over a month ago, he had been brought back to the Ming cult by Wei Yixiao, during which he had also learned about the current state of the cult. Moreover, Rex's likeness had already spread throughout the entirety of the Ming cult. "Rise." Rex waved his hand, yet his gaze was fixed upon a young girl beside Yin Tianzheng. The term beauty bore no relation to this girl, whose face was swollen and bore a mark, rendering her, at first glance, remarkably unattractive. Nevertheless, her eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality. Ali, you have yet to meet the master. Upon noticing Rex's scrutiny of his granddaughter, Yin Tianzheng felt a surge of alarm and hurriedly exclaimed. His granddaughter, inherently headstrong and unruly, had remained by the side of Granny Jean Hua due to past events. Had it not been for the turmoil within the Ming sect, she would not have been brought back. Yin Tianjing feared that she might utter something disrespectful, inciting Rex's ire. There is no need. Rex's figure swayed and vanished from the entrance of the grand hall, taking his seat above. With a wave of his hand, he decreed that the 1,000 spiders and 10,000 poisons should be disposed of promptly. The master's command would surely be followed by a lie. Observing that Zhu Er's expression was grim and she seemed poised to speak, Yin Tianjing swiftly interjected. Indeed. Rex nodded faintly. Has Dachisi returned? Dachisi, the purple-robed dragon king. Rex was merely curious about the beauty of the Persian woman who was once hailed as the most stunning in the martial arts world. It is said that even Xiao Zhao inherited only 60 to 70% of her allure. The Dragon King has returned to the temple. Yet Yin Tian hesitated to speak further. But what? Rex furrowed his brows. Daisy, I have met the master. A melodious and clear voice resonated from behind the hall. Rex turned his head, only to be momentarily astonished. Chapter 38. A heroic duel every 10 steps. What manner of woman was this? With skin as fair as snow and features as exquisite as a painting, she glided forward, her flowing hair cascading like silk. The elegant purple gown she wore accentuated her stunning figure, making it hard for anyone to believe that she was, in fact, the mother of Xiao Zhao. She appeared more like her elder sister. Truly, she deserved the title of the most beautiful woman in the martial world. Rex couldn't help but exclaim, even in today's world. Few can rival her. The countless heroes and gallant figures she captivated in the past were indeed not mere exaggerations. You flatter me, my lord. Yet, Dicus merely smiled faintly. Gazing intently at Rex, her expression inscrutable. As Brotherine had mentioned, the concern lay with my identity. Your identity? The Persian saintess, perhaps? Rex smirked disdainfully. Do you truly believe that the so-called Persian Grand Master could trouble me? Upon hearing this, Yin Tianzheng and Dai Qixi fell silent. They had already witnessed the formidable power of the Bat King and his companions, which was incomparable, and this enigmatic leader, held in such high esteem by the Bat King and others, undoubtedly possessed even more inscrutable and unfathomable methods. What of Xie's son? Rex did not invest much effort in this matter and casually inquired about the last guardian. The Lion King, blind in both eyes, was reluctant to return to the teachings. When Yin Tianzheng uttered these words, he felt quite apprehensive, fearing Rex's discontent. Rex, however, remained utterly unconcerned. His inquiry was merely casual, and he held little genuine interest in the Golden Lion King. How is the recent development of the Ming sect? Time was fleeting, and they had only managed to subdue a handful of sects thus far. Moreover, it appeared that various sects, both righteous and wicked, had formed an alliance, intent on besieging my bright summit, with even overseas sects participating. Yin Tianzheng furrowed his brow deeply, a look of vexation upon his face. Although he was aware that the Bat King and others had attained remarkable martial prowess, he still believed that if the collective wrath of the factions were to be stirred, they would inevitably be unable to withstand it. Which sects are leading this charge? Rex absent-mindedly picked at his fingers. The righteous path is led by Shaolin, while the wicked path is dominated by the Sun and Moon sect. Yin Tianzheng embodies the essence of the true way, the Sun and Moon sect. A fleeting glimmer of unusual color flashed across Rex's eyes. Is the leader Renwishing or Dongfang Bubi? It is indeed Dongfang Bubi, that eunuch. In Yin Tianzheng's words, there was a palpable disdain for Dongfang Bubi, a true man, reduced to a eunuch for the sake of martial arts practice. What does it matter if he is invincible in the world? Moreover, despite Dongfang Bubi's formidable skills, he still falls significantly short of the notion of invincibility. Quite intriguing. Rex stroked his chin, a smile gracing his lips. He was indeed curious whether the cultivation requirements for the Sunflower Manual were truly as peculiar as rumored. Rex recalled vividly that the Sunflower Manual was indeed a technique for cultivating qi, a rather advanced practice in this martial arts realm. Yin Tianzheng was momentarily taken aback. Intriguing. Indeed? This statement elicited profound associations within him. Could it be that this esteemed leader not only harbored a fondness for women, but also for men who transformed into women? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. It was not only In Tianzheng. Even the gazes of Daisy and Spider toward Rex grew increasingly peculiar. Oh, and what of the Island of Heroes? Are you familiar with that place? Although Rex noticed the peculiar gazes of Daisy's and others, he did not dwell on it. The Isle of Heroes? In Tian furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. This was a most enigmatic place. The island's master had summoned countless martial arts experts. Yet none returned, rendering it a forbidden territory. Rex nodded. It appeared that Shirpatian had yet to fathom the profound teachings of the Tai Xin Jing. Undoubtedly, this represents the pinnacle of martial arts within Jin Yang's illustrious works, transcending the mere realm of combat and approaching the realm of the fantastical. A visit to the Island of Heroes is imperative. At that moment, a shadow of azure swept in from outside the hall, its speed reaching an almost incomprehensible peak. And in the blink of an eye, it materialized beside In Tianzheng, kneeling on one knee. I, the Azure Wing Bat King, pay my respects to the master. Rex nodded slightly, discerning that Wei Yixiao had made remarkable progress over the course of the past month. This stirred a flicker of doubt within him. Could it be that every character in this martial arts realm was exceptionally gifted? Suddenly, a thought struck Rex, and he spoke. Bat King, there is a matter I need you to attend to. Please command me, my lord. I shall spare no effort. Wei Yixiao replied respectfully. Awaiting Rex's subsequent instructions. I need you to help me locate these individuals. Rex conjured several diminutive spheres of energy in his hand and casually cast them onto the grand hall's floor. A neat row of names materialized upon the surface. Wei Yixiao lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the list with utmost seriousness, quickly committing it to memory. Have you memorized it? Rex inquired. Indeed, I have. I shall set out to find them at once. Wei Yixiao replied succinctly, nodding in affirmation before transforming into a fleeting azure shadow, vanishing from the hall. Master, forgive my impertinence, but may I inquire about your intentions in seeking those individuals? In Tianjing ventured cautiously. He had clearly noted one name, which, although he had never encountered the person, remained etched in his mind, Zhang Wuji. P.S. Flowers are welcomed. Chapter 39. The lives I have taken, rest assured. I shall not dispose of them lightly. Rex cast a fleeting glance at In Tianzheng and spoke in a subdued tone. You won't kill without reason? To which In Tianzheng hesitated, his lips twitching slightly as he regarded Rex's indifferent expression, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. Beside him, Zhuer instinctively shrank back. Sensing the ruthless nature of this leader, she felt a surge of relief that her previous words had been interrupted. Otherwise, who could predict the actions this leader might take? Brother Wei's words were not mere exaggerations. This enigmatic leader acted solely on whim, showing no regard for the thoughts of others, yet he possessed formidable strength. Daisy pondered deeply, aware that her daughter, Xiao Zhao, had also attained remarkable martial prowess, having been granted a precious elixir. However, it seemed that this leader harbored intentions of taking Xiao Zhao as a wife or concubine, which filled Daisy's heart with unease. A heavy silence enveloped the grand hall, with Rex remaining reticent, and naturally, In Tianzheng and the others dared not utter a word. Before long, a graceful figure glided into the hall, followed closely by a line of women. Master, the individuals have been brought forth. Xiao Zhao stepped forward, offering a respectful bow before positioning herself beside Daisy, exchanging a glance that held an inscrutable meaning. Indeed, Rex nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixated on the array of women standing in the hall. The foremost among them were strikingly beautiful, each exuding a distinct charm. Some were elegantly understated, others enchantingly alluring, while a few possessed a frigid beauty that lingered in the memory. Impossible to forget. Notably, one girl, seemingly still in her early teens, perhaps around 14 or 15, captured his attention. Her features were exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of a rare blossom in its initial bloom, a flawless gem radiating brilliance. Yet, her complexion lacked the warmth of color, appearing strikingly pallid, as if she bore the pallor of illness. In the flickering candlelight, she seemed to transcend the mundane, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. This was a quality that no one else possessed, and in that fleeting moment, even Rex felt a twinge of reluctance to tarnish such purity, merely wishing to observe her in silence. How peculiar this woman must be. She could only be the little dragon maiden, Rex murmured, a faint chill coursing through his heart. Yet his gaze remained fixated on that enchanting figure, utterly unable to waver. Dark Lord, what is it that you intend to do with us? At that moment, a delicate voice echoed through the grand hall, interrupting Rex's train of thought. Who are you? Rex furrowed his brows and turned to regard the woman who had spoken. She could be described as possessing some semblance of beauty, yet, when compared to the likes of the little dragon maiden, she fell woefully short, even in comparison to the likes of Xiao Zhao. The woman sneered, "I am Ding Minjun, the foremost disciple of the Ma sect. You, villain, dare to commit such egregious offenses against the world. You are one of the individuals I loathe the most." Rex, with an impassive expression, flicked his fingers and released a small orb of energy the size of a fingernail. Before anyone could react, the orb swiftly struck Ding Minjun. In the next moment, he vanished without a trace. This sudden occurrence took everyone by surprise, and as they began to comprehend the situation, their faces turned to expressions of shock, with a few letting out shrill screams. Was it truly possible to be killed for merely uttering a curse against a tyrant? Even those few who remained composed despite being captured could not hide their astonishment, their gazes towards Rex transforming into one of fear. This was not only due to Rex's ruthlessness but also because of his inscrutable methods. I truly do not understand from where you derive your sense of superiority. Rex surveyed the surroundings with a disdainful smile, remarking, the so-called righteous sects? They would fiercely contend over treasures like the heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying saber, as well as the blood sword, which are nothing but worthless trinkets, yet they prattle on about benevolence and morality. In my estimation, you are far inferior to the so-called demonic sects you deride. At least they possess the courage to act and take responsibility for their deeds. Humph. Why waste my breath on you? He scoffed softly, adding, do not regard me with the gaze reserved for demons. I have merely eliminated a piece of refuse. The number of lives I have taken far exceeds the sum of all the souls in this world. Xiao Zhao, please escort them away. Rex's lips curled into a subtle smile as he reminded, please prepare a list for me. I wish to conduct a selection. Yes, my lord. At this moment, Xiao Zhao's gaze towards Rex had transformed entirely. What was once mere respect now bore an unmistakable hint of fear, especially that assertion. I have slain more individuals than the entirety of this world combined, which, upon first hearing, might seem exaggerated, yet Xiao Zhao harbored no doubt regarding its veracity. Before long, the grand hall fell into an eerie silence. Ying Tianzhong, Zhuer, and Dai Qixi averted their eyes to the ground, each consumed by their own thoughts. The pace was indeed quite swift. Rex suddenly lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the roof to behold the heavens above. He was not typically attuned to the energies emanating from others, yet for some inexplicable reason, he was acutely aware of the sharp, sword-like aura surrounding the unparalleled swordsman. Duguqiubai. Almost instantly after Rex's words fell, several figures swept into the hall from beyond the doors. Among them were Duguqiubai and Yang Xiao, accompanied by two others. One was a bald man, whose pallor, though somewhat pronounced, did little to diminish his composure. The other was an elderly man clad in a straw cloak, his disheveled hair and ashen face rendering him utterly haggard. Chapter 40. Would you care for a sip? Reporting to the sect leader. Master Dharma and the Carefree One have been brought forth. Yang Zhao's clear voice resonated within the grand hall. Ying Tianzhong and Dai Qixi exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment and wry smiles reflected in each other's eyes. Master Dharma and the Carefree One were titans of their time, having roamed the world with unparalleled might decades prior, their names known far and wide. It was rumored that their only defeat in life came at the hands of the sword demon, Duguqiubai, and now it seemed they had also been captured. Who, in all the realm, could rival the Ming cult? The presence I sensed that day must have belonged to this sect leader, truly a young hero. Though the Carefree One appeared disheveled, the demeanor of a master still lingered within him. He regarded Rex intently, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Having once acquired the timeless and ageless essence from the Valley of Eternal Spring, he possessed a keen understanding of the nuances of youth and age. And with a mere glance, he discerned Rex's youthfulness. Amitabha, Master Dharma intoned, reciting a Buddhist mantra, his lowered gaze briefly lifting to meet Rex's before returning to its previous position. Rex gazed intently at these two masterful figures. Both were extraordinarily gifted individuals. One had devised the beaming divine art and the supreme technique of the 8 desolations, while the other had created the 9 yang divine art and the muscle transformation scripture, each representing unparalleled martial prowess. I shall not elaborate further, for you have witnessed the transformation of Duguqiubai. Rex paused for a moment before speaking. You impart your martial arts to me, and in return, I shall bestow upon you opportunities. Along the way, Yangzhou had already informed me. The gaze of the Carefree Master narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Rex, pondering. Yet, I failed to comprehend why the leader of the sect seeks to learn martial arts. Surely, with your capabilities, our skills seem but trifles. Upon uttering these words, the crowd turned their curious eyes towards Rex, intrigued by this paradox. They were all equally puzzled. Having already attained unparalleled prowess, why would one desire to acquire further martial skills? A passion, perhaps? Is that explanation sufficient? Rex raised an eyebrow. Could he possibly reveal to these individuals that, although he was undeniably invincible here, he still fell short upon returning to the Dragon Ball realm? Not to mention that enigmatic little creature, which rendered him powerless. Relying on vitality-enhancing pills was, after all, an unreliable method. Take the present moment, for instance. Rex's combat power had already surged to 300,000, and to consume another vitality pill, he would need to seek out superior planets. And even among those, only the finest. Such planets, while not scarce, were certainly not abundant. Therefore, apart from honing his skills through self-cultivation, Rex must also seek opportunities in this foreign world to augment his combat prowess. That would suffice. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the carefree master. You all should consume this pill first. Rex cast aside 2 low-grade vitality pills, seeking to ascertain the nature of the transformations that had occurred within the enigmatic Dugachiobai. Was it a consequence of martial prowess or merely a reflection of innate talent? Nearby, Yin Tianzheng and Dai Qixi gazed upon the scene with palpable envy. Having previously heard from King Bat and others that it was that blood-red elixir which had catalyzed their own metamorphoses. Naturally, they yearned for it, yet dared not request it from Rex. Xiaozi accepted one of the vitality pills without hesitation, swallowing it whole. His nature was unrestrained, embodying both righteousness and wickedness. And his actions were resolute. Decades ago, he was infamous for his ruthless demeanor. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy ignited, a colossal aura coalescing around him. With a thunderous crash, the ceiling of the grand hall shattered, reduced to dust, transforming the space into a realm of chaos. What an astonishing rate of enhancement! Yang Xiao was taken aback, observing that, akin to Dugachiobai, Xiaozi's energy surged dramatically after consuming the vitality pill, surpassing even the limits of the elixir itself. Yet, the escalation of Xiaozi's energy was even more pronounced than that of Dugachiobai. This came as no surprise. As Dugachiobai remarked with a hint of disdain that his practice of the North Ming divine skill inherently allowed him to absorb the power of others, and now, he had merely redirected that absorption to the very essence of this world. Haha, this is the essence of true power. A boisterous laugh erupted from Xiaozi. The crimson aura around him dissipating. His presence now was leagues beyond what it had been moments prior, hovering in the air like a deity or a demon. In the next instant, his gaze fixed intently on Rex, revealing an unabashed greed. Master, you are truly formidable. As he spoke, a strange light flickered in his eyes. Akin to that of a predator eyeing a plump prey. Rex's eyes glimmered momentarily as he smiled faintly, inquiring, would you care for a taste? Indeed, Xiaoyao did not shy away from his inner desire, gazing intently at Rex, though uncertain if the leader would dare. How audacious! Yang Yao exclaimed, stepping forward and snapping his fingers to release a beam of light. Humph, Yang Yao, we shall settle our scores later. Xiaoyao effortlessly grasped the beam of light, crushing it in his hand, and cast a cold glance at Yang Yao. He had endured considerable hardship since Yang Yao brought him here. Then let us indulge. Rex's expression remained tranquil, concealing any sign of joy or anger, as he extended a hand. Chapter 41. The Northern Darkness Divine Art, fully absorbed. Are you serious? Xiaoyao fixed his gaze upon Rex, his countenance fluctuating between light and shadow. He could naturally sense Rex's formidable power, despite having consumed the blood chi pill, which had elevated him countless times beyond his former self. He still felt a lack of confidence in the presence of Rex. Of course, Rex smiled. Master, this is unwise. Yang Shaoqing displayed a look of urgency, aware that this old man harbored ulterior motives. The Northern Darkness divine art was exceedingly mysterious, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Yin Tianzheng and Dai Qixi exchanged worried glances, yet remained silent. Dharma, clutching the blood chi pill, appeared deep in thought. Only Dugachiobai revealed a hint of subtle disdain at the corners of his mouth. This Xiaoyao was remarkably similar to how he was in years past. Although he could once defeat him, even now, lacking in combat prowess compared to his opponent, he retained sufficient confidence to secure a decisive victory. However, in the face of Rex, Dugachiobai felt utterly uncertain. Such was the disparity. Very well, I shall acquiesce to the master's request. The gleam in Xiaoyao's eyes intensified as he swiftly appeared before Rex, grasping his arm. He then gazed intently at Rex, seemingly awaiting his reaction. Absorb it. Rex merely smiled, his expression serene, devoid of any visible emotion. Does he truly believe that I would hesitate? With a fierce glare, Zaiyozi's eyes momentarily flickered with a blend of cruelty and greed. In the next instant, his flowing sleeves billowed, and his hair stood on end. Simultaneously, Rex felt a powerful suction emanating from the palm of Zaiyozi, which gripped his arm. Boom! The energy within him surged violently, as if it had found an outlet. Wildly converging towards that palm, could the northern underworld divine art truly absorb the energy of others for one's own use? Within Rex's heart, he mused silently. Yet his demeanor remained unperturbed as he closed his eyes to keenly sense the flow of energy. Upon witnessing Rex's unexpected lack of resistance, Zaiyozi was filled with elation. And with renewed vigor, he unleashed the full power of the northern underworld divine skill, enveloping both individuals within two formless flames of energy. Yang Zhao's face betrayed urgency. Yet he found himself at a loss for action, succumbing to anxious impatience. Even Yin Tianzhong and Dai Qix's expression shifted. Having heard of the northern underworld divine skill's formidable prowess, witnessing it firsthand was indeed extraordinary. Only the solitary Gu Qiubai maintained an impassive countenance, a faint hint of cold derision lingering at the corners of his mouth. Moments passed. Rex suddenly opened his eyes, feeling that the moment had nearly arrived. No. I still see there is much more to be done. A wild and sinister glint flickered in the eyes of the carefree master. He sensed the ever-increasing energy within him, and his inner greed swelled to an insatiable extent. At this moment, his singular thought was to drain Rex completely. Oh, is that so? A faint, icy smirk crept upon Rex's lips, as he declared, Then I shall let you indulge to your heart's content. In the next instant, a resounding explosion reverberated as the entirety of his energy surged forth, violently crashing toward the palm of Zaiyozi. How is this possible? The overwhelming force caused Zaiyozi's countenance to shift dramatically. While it was true that the beaming divine skill could absorb the power of others, he had never fathomed that someone could actively channel their own energy into the very meridians he sought to draw upon. This phenomenon bore resemblance to the technique of imparting enlightenment, yet theoretically it should have been implausible. Bang! Bang! I shall not absorb any longer. No more. A series of muffled thuds emanated from within Zaiyozi, as the immense energy severed his meridians. His expression was one of sheer terror, desperately attempting to withdraw his hand. Yet, strangely, no matter how intensely he exerted himself, it felt as though his hand was glued to Rex's arm, refusing to budge. Not absorb? How could that be permissible? Rex let out a chilling laugh, his eyes glinting with a frigid murderous intent. Do not harbor any guilt towards me. This is my own volition. Feel free to indulge. No, I was mistaken. Great Master, have mercy on me. The internal turmoil within Zaiyozi echoed incessantly, his meridians severed, and a trickle of blood seeped from his lips, a plea evident upon his countenance. Your words are displeasing to my ears. In Rex's pupils, a flickering crimson light danced erratically, while the aura enveloping him oscillated between shades of blood red and transparency. Do you not enjoy this? I am merely indulging your desires. It was only at this juncture that Yang Xiao and the others grasped the gravity of the situation, their gazes towards Rex now brimming with terror. The master intends to forcibly make Zaiyozi burst. Only Gu Qiubai displayed a knowing expression, evidently having anticipated this outcome. Master, I implore you, spare me. In a mere moment, Zaiyozi began to swell, resembling a human-shaped balloon. It is truly vexing. Why can you not comprehend my good intentions? Rex murmured softly, his arms suddenly jerking, as a tremendous force surged into Zaiyozi's body. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. Zaiyozi, akin to an inflated balloon, burst forth, disintegrating into a fine powder, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. This truly embodies the essence of the name Zaiyozi. From this moment on, he would roam freely across the heavens and the earth. Utterly unrestrained, how splendid that would be. The arrogance emanating from Rex gradually dissipated as he turned to smile at Yang Xiao and the others, causing a collective shiver to run through them. Rex cast his gaze upon the immobile Dharma, who remained steadfastly clutching the chi blood pill, unfazed even by the demise of Zaiyozi. Dharma, are you going to consume it, or not? Do not squander my time. Chapter 42, The Sword of Solitude. The Buddha amidst demons. The grand hall was enveloped in silence, all eyes fixated on Dharma, eagerly anticipating his response. Suddenly, Dharma lifted his gaze to meet Rex's, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he placed the chi blood pill into his mouth. With a sigh of relief, crimson flames of vitality ignited around him. and Dharma's countenance radiated an aura of solemnity and tranquility, resembling that of a Buddha. Amitabha. A resonant chant echoed as Dharma clasped his hands together in reverence. His eyes firmly shut. Rex furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the fact that there was not a hint of change in Dharma, which was rather unexpected. Could it be that Dharma's innate talent was not exceptional? However, this thought was swiftly dispelled. A resounding and majestic chant of the Buddha reverberated through the air. Despite Dharma's lips being tightly sealed, indicating that the voice did not originate from him. In the next moment, a golden radiance filled the heavens. A colossal golden Buddha materialized above Dharma. Rex was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at the golden Buddha, suddenly realizing that it was none other than the visage of Bodhidharma himself. The teachings of Master Bodhidharma had undoubtedly ascended to an extraordinarily elevated realm. Beside him, the solitary swordsman, Dugu Chiobai, sighed softly in admiration. At that very moment, the golden Buddha abruptly opened its eyes, lifting its gaze towards the heavens. Devoid of sorrow or joy. After a pause, the profound realization dawned. I am indeed the Buddha. The contemplative voice of Bodhidharma resonated, and almost simultaneously, the ethereal form of the golden Buddha underwent a cataclysmic transformation. In the blink of an eye, what was once radiating golden light was transmuted into pure, inky darkness. When I am the Buddha, I vow to vanquish demons. When I am a demon, there is no Buddha in the world. Bodhidharma retained his majestic appearance. Yet his aura underwent a profound metamorphosis, cloaked in shadows, transitioning from a sacred Buddha to a Buddha demon. With a single thought, one could become a Buddha. With another thought, a demon. Bodhidharma's enlightenment had reached its zenith. Duga Chobai's voice reflected his awe, yet his eyes sparkled with fierce determination. In times past, his swordsmanship had reached its pinnacle, while Bodhidharma's teachings bore imperfections, allowing him to emerge victorious. Now, should they confront each other once more, the outcome would be uncertain. The crimson aura dissipated, and Bodhidharma returned to his original demeanor, still serene, yet the occasional brilliance that shimmered in his eyes betrayed the changes within him. His left eye gleamed with gold, while his right glimmered in black, eerily enchanting. Rex furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had come to a rough understanding that what truly forged the unparalleled prowess of the invincible Dugu Chiobai and the transformative Demo was their unmatched enlightenment along their respective paths of cultivation. In truth, the transformation into a Super Saiyan also constitutes a form of transcendence. It is merely that Rex had yet to attain it. Within a fortnight, bring all the martial arts masters to this place. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Rex's eyes. He could no longer afford to delay. Nearly 2 months had elapsed, and the time to confront Frisia was growing increasingly limited. Achieving transcendence was not something one could comprehend swiftly. What Rex could accomplish was to first learn all the unparalleled martial arts, and then blend them together. Remember, I emphasize all, including those from overseas. Time flew by swiftly. With Rex's demands and the bestowal of some chi blood pills, the members of the Ming sect were invigorated, fervently sweeping across the entire martial world. In just a matter of days, all who could be deemed masters of martial arts were captured atop the bright summit. Now, half a year has passed, and the Ming sect has unified the realm. Rex sat cross-legged in the void, enveloped in a crimson aura that flickered like flames. His hair bore a subtle hint of red, though it was not yet pronounced. Beside him swirled several ethereal silhouettes, a sword, a Buddha, a dragon, and 8 celestial stars. The sword embodied solitude, while the Buddha represented a divine presence amidst chaos. Rex furrowed his brows. Having synthesized the myriad martial arts under the guidance of numerous masters into a singular swordsmanship, while simultaneously distilling the essence of countless Buddhist teachings into a single philosophy. The dragon he conjured was primarily based on the 18 dragon-subduing palms, supplemented by a multitude of palm techniques, harmoniously combined. The 8 stars represented an amalgamation of the world's formations, transforming into the Northern Dipper constellation, yet with an additional star, the North Star. What Rex has been fervently exploring of late is the means to unify these 4 realms of understanding into one cohesive entity. How shall he accomplish this? Rex found himself in a state of perplexity. While separating these 4 entities was a straightforward task, their amalgamation proved to be a formidable challenge. Each represented a distinct essence, entirely different from one another. With a sigh, 4 ethereal shadows dissipated into nothingness. Rex rose to his feet and took a step forward, leaving behind a multitude of lingering phantoms. The fusion of his lightness skill had rendered his speed exponentially greater than before. Suddenly, Rex halted, gazing intently at a graceful figure clad in white not far from the ground. It was the little dragon maiden, surrounded by several other women, though one particularly irksome presence. The old rogue Zhou Batong was also among them. At that moment, her expression was earnest, each hand wielding a branch, one drawing a circle, the other a square. Her demeanor exuded an enchanting tranquility, captivating to behold. Yet, what caught Rex's attention was not her beauty, but rather a sudden spark of insight that illuminated his mind. He had almost forgotten Zhou Batong's technique of mutual combat. Chapter 43. A race comparable to the frozen demon, a dark-hued Buddha, with eyes that glowed like embers, sat cross-legged in the void. In his right hand, he held a sword, while his left palm rested in a dragon supine posture, his feet positioned upon an octagonal star formation. At first glance, this scene appeared disjointed, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a profound and mysterious allure that captivated the soul. It was nearly complete. Rex suddenly opened his eyes, and within his pupils, a colossal ape roared toward the heavens. With a breath, the immense phantom behind him gradually faded away. Rex shifted his gaze, fixing it upon a particular spot on the ground, where Betty stood. "Little one, I hold a grudge," he murmured to himself, his form flickering before he instantly materialized on the ground. "Rex, have you succeeded?" Betty had been keenly observing the transformations in Rex. Although his power had not significantly increased, the presence he exuded when that peculiar phantom emerged behind him was undeniably more formidable. It was only now that she comprehended why Rex had chosen to pursue those seemingly inconsequential skills. Rex grinned, yet his gaze was fixated on the little monster perched upon Betty's shoulder. The creature, chattering nervously, shrank its neck as if sensing Rex's ill intentions, and made to flee. In an instant, it vanished from sight. "Humph!" Rex sneered, raising his hand, as a colossal palm materialized from thin air, reaching towards a certain void. A flustered voice of a small creature echoed, as it was forcibly seized by the giant hand. "Little one, I seem to recall that not long ago. You held me in disdain, did you not?" Rex glared fiercely at it, and as it snatched away my food, it left me to decide whether to roast or grill it. The little monster, with its large, watery eyes, looked utterly pitiful, yet its attempts at feigned innocence fell flat. Rex remained unfazed. "You can't possibly intend to roast it, can you, Rex?" Betty inquired, her brow furrowed. The little monster, sensing a glimmer of hope, gazed at Betty with pleading eyes, tears welling up within them. However, Betty's next utterance dashed its hopes entirely. "Actually, I believe steaming or deep frying would be quite delightful," Betty stated earnestly, a skill she had recently acquired. That's a splendid idea." Rex pondered while stroking his chin, "Then let us proceed with frying." The little monster immediately grew frantic, struggling wildly as its once fist-sized form began to swell unexpectedly. Rex's pupils slightly contracted. As expected, this diminutive creature belonged to a race capable of transformation. Thus, it could be inferred that its kin was certainly no weaker than the frost demons. For the time being, "I shall let you be." After a moment's contemplation, Rex chose to release the little monster. Should it go on a rampage, its combat prowess post-transformation could be formidable. If it were to experience a geometric increase in power akin to Frisia, Rex, with his current strength, would not be able to subdue it. This world could face annihilation in an instant. Moreover, it was crucial to note that this creature had not exhibited any hostility towards him and appeared to be quite fond of Betty. This was not necessarily a negative development. It might even afford Betty some measure of protection. With a sudden release from its restraints, the little monster's transformation abruptly ceased. It glanced at Rex as if struck by an idea and promptly reappeared, swaggering onto Betty's shoulder, seemingly unfazed by her earlier deliberation on whether to steam or fry it. "When are we going back?" Betty inquired suddenly. She found herself feeling quite bored here. Aside from the delectable food, she could not sense the thrill of battle, as there were no worthy opponents present. Although Dugachobai and Damo had demonstrated their talents after consuming the blood sheet pills, their combat abilities were still quite inferior to Betty's. "Wait until you master the turtle breathing technique." Rex shrugged. To be honest, Betty's talent is rather mediocre, and her comprehension of martial arts is lamentably poor. Thus far, she has only grasped a mere fraction of the fundamentals. However, mastering the art of turtle breathing is imperative. Without it, they shall be unable to survive in the vastness of outer space, and this alone constitutes a fatal vulnerability. Rex has mastered numerous martial arts techniques related to the turtle breathing method, enabling him to thrive effortlessly in the absence of air. However, Betty has yet to even grasp the most basic principles of the turtle breathing method. "Very well," Betty pouted. "I shall leave you to your studies while I pay a visit to Little Dragon Girl and the others." Rex flashed a grin. Having devoted himself to rigorous martial arts training during this period, scarcely paying attention to the exquisite women brought before him. Upon finishing his words, he vanished in an instant. A frivolous heart, Betty muttered, setting off to seek someone to teach her the art of turtle breathing, a new term she had recently learned from Xiao Zhao. After she departed, two figures silently emerged. One, with raven black hair and clad in a long robe, exuded an air of chilling elegance. The other, with hands clasped and eyes half closed, resembled both a Buddha and a demon. The master shall soar through the void. I shall follow closely behind, spoke Duga Chobai with a calm demeanor. Amipa echoed the words of Dharma, as golden and black hues flickered in his gaze. Chapter 44. The great task of continuing the lineage following Rex's selection. Only a handful of women remained atop the bright summit, each a paragon of beauty, rivaling even Xiao Zhao. Among them, the one who captured Rex's attention the most was none other than the little dragon girl, still youthful and sheltered within the ancient tomb. She had yet to encounter the world's perils, her eyes as clear as spring water, seemingly capable of purging all sins. Though Rex appeared fierce to her, the little dragon girl felt no animosity. Rather, she was filled with curiosity. Rex appeared beside the little dragon girl without any forewarning. At that moment, she was intently sketching something on the ground, so much so that even Rex's arrival failed to divert her attention. What are you drawing? Rex cast a casual glance and was immediately taken aback. His long hair, which had never altered in shape, framed a countenance of sternness, his sword-like brows arched slightly, and his eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity. His lips were pressed together, hinting at a faint, enigmatic smirk. It was none other than Rex. Are you portraying me? Rex's voice was somewhat unexpected. It must be said that the portrayal by the little dragon girl was remarkably vivid, with few strokes. She masterfully captured the essence of Rex's character, making it instantly recognizable. The little dragon girl slightly tilted her head to glance at Rex, her elegant brows furrowing ever so slightly, her gaze tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, as if she were reproaching him for interrupting her train of thought. Rex's lips twitched slightly. This little dragon girl was indeed unlike any other woman. While most would become flustered or put on a faade of composure at his arrival, daring not to meet his gaze, the little dragon girl displayed a remarkable calmness, even daring to glare at him. Rex found himself utterly perplexed by the inner world of the young maiden. Could it be attributed to her prolonged isolation from the outside world? After a moment of contemplation, he chose to remain silent, quietly observing the little dragon girl as she immersed herself in her art. At that moment, a gentle and soft call resonated nearby. Rex did not even glance and simply waved his hand, signaling silence. The individual immediately fell silent, afraid to speak, and watched as the little dragon girl traced intricate patterns in the earth with the branch in her hand. After a considerable time, the little dragon girl finally ceased her activity, turned to Rex, and then directed her gaze towards the person beside him. Sister Wang, do you think I have made progress in my drawing? The little dragon girl smiled charmingly, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Good. Wang Yuyan gently nodded. Yet her response seemed somewhat distracted. Go on. What is it you wish to say? Rex surveyed his reflection on the floor, nodding in satisfaction. The artwork created by the little dragon girl was indeed remarkable. At first glance, it seemed as if he were gazing into a mirror. It was Princess Wang who had taught him the art of painting. The little dragon girl's large eyes curved like crescent moons, and her lips curled upwards, revealing two delicate dimples. Oh, Rex glanced at Wang Yuyan with surprise, never expecting that she not only possessed profound knowledge of various martial arts but also excelled in the realm of painting. While blending the diverse martial arts styles, Wang Yuyan indeed provided considerable assistance. Otherwise, achieving a harmonious integration would likely have required a much longer period of time. You flatter me, master. Wang Yuyan replied with a slight nod, gently sighing as she added, This time, I seek your guidance on a particular matter. Rex's smile suddenly turned cold, and he responded indifferently, If you seek my assistance in restoring the Murong clan of Suzhou, there is no need to continue. The leader has misunderstood. Wang Yuyan, clearly anticipating Rex's reaction, appeared only slightly pale as she softly spoke. I merely wish to beseech the leader to grant the Murong family of Suzhou a chance for survival. She had long since discerned that the world belonged solely to the Ming sect. During this period, Murong Fu had visited her, yet his words had deeply disappointed her. This request to Rex was her final act for the Murong clan of Suzhou. Thereafter, she would have no further ties with them. Rex gazed at Wang Yuyan, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded slightly. Considering the considerable assistance you have rendered in the past, I am willing to acquiesce to your request. However, The name Murong must henceforth be banished from the realms of Jianghu. Thank you, Master Xie. Wang Yuyan expressed her gratitude with a nod. Do not take offense at my brother Rex's blunt manner of speech. His heart is not as callous as it may seem. Xiaolong remarked with an expression that suggested she had long discerned Rex's true nature. Wang Yuyan pondered, I truly yearn to inquire how you, dear girl, have come to the conclusion that your brother Rex possesses a benevolent heart. He has obliterated countless sects, exhibits unpredictable temperaments, can kill with a mere flick of his finger, and has abducted the most beautiful women across the land. Is this the mark of a kind soul? Ah, perhaps Xiaolong truly understands me. Rex smiled, his gaze upon the little dragon girl imbued with tenderness. Such innocence and charm. One could not help but desire to devour her at once. Master, I shall take my leave, Wang Yuyan said, a hint of fluster crossing her features, though she too was relatively inexperienced. She possessed far greater wisdom than the little dragon girl. Rex cast a glance at the little dragon maiden, his eyes unmistakably infused with a sense of possessiveness. It seemed that only she remained oblivious to the true meaning behind that gaze. Rex nodded nonchalantly. His thoughts were consumed by the question of what posture he should adopt to fulfill the monumental task of continuing his lineage. Chapter 45, The Long Spear Remains Little Dragon Girl. I have heard that the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra of your ancient tomb sect is remarkably exquisite. How about we study it together? Rex smiled warmly, his gaze fixed upon the flawless visage of the little dragon maiden. Have you not already mastered it? The little dragon maiden cautiously took a step back. Though innocent and inexperienced in the ways of the world, she was far from foolish. Rather, she possessed remarkable intelligence. In recent days, Rex had been gathering martial arts from across the realm, blending and verifying them against one another, and naturally, the techniques of the ancient tomb sect were among them. Ahem. Rex cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly, pondering whether he had truly comprehended the essence of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Thus, he sought your assistance to delve deeper into its profound meaning. Feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, Xiaolong regarded him with a gaze full of skepticism. Just say whether you will help or not. Rex felt a twinge of apprehension. Despite his ability to attract numerous beautiful women, he remained, in both past and present, a novice in matters of intimacy. While his theoretical knowledge was substantial, he had yet to engage in any practical experience. Nevertheless, the little dragon maiden gazed intently at Rex, her cheeks flushed, and ultimately acquiesced. Her perception of Rex was quite favorable. Although she often criticized him harshly, she recognized his inherent goodness. For the little dragon maiden, who had had little interaction with men throughout her upbringing, Rex was undeniably a remarkable individual. The myriad of extraordinary traits he possessed ignited an insatiable curiosity within her. Even Rex himself was taken aback by the inexplicable feelings the little dragon maiden seemed to harbor for him. Very well, let us proceed. Rexton was filled with elation as he grasped the hand of the young dragon maiden, and with a swift motion, they vanished from their previous location. In the next moment, the two found themselves within a chamber. What shall you do? After a brief moment of bewilderment, the delicate visage of the young dragon maiden flushed crimson. At this instant, Rexton was positioned closely against her, his warm breath brushing against her, causing her to feel an overwhelming sense of tension. Focus on cultivating the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Rex stood resolutely, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fervor. Yet, it was not in this manner one was supposed to cultivate. Little dragon maiden felt tears welling up. Her beautiful gaze clouded with moisture, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Ah, indeed, this was not the way of cultivation. Rex exhibited a look of sudden realization. Nodding earnestly as he suggested, we should first remove our garments. No, that is not what I meant. My intention was to, before he could finish his sentence. The delicate lips of the dragon girl were sealed by his own. Her eyes widened in sheer panic, filled with confusion as her small hands pressed against her chest, attempting to push Rex away. Yet, in a fleeting moment, her body succumbed to weakness, her breaths grew heavy, and her beautiful eyes fluttered shut, long lashes trembling softly, casting a delicate shadow. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. The dragon girl. Rex knelt and gazed upon her flawless and enchanting visage. Though it retained a hint of youthful innocence, it was undeniably captivating. The little dragon maiden slightly opened her eyes, her gaze dreamy and gentle, responding softly like a delicate kitten. The surge of emotions within him crashed forth like tempestuous waves, overwhelming him beyond restraint. Rex exerted a slight pressure with his palm, effortlessly tearing the white gown into fragments. The exquisite form lay exposed to the air, smooth and lustrous like white jade, with two budding points of crimson. each inch of skin radiating an enchanting glow, as if crafted by the most meticulous hands of the heavens. The sudden chill brought clarity to the dreamy gaze of the little dragon maiden. She gasped softly, instinctively reaching out to find something to shield her body. Yet, before she could make a move, a pair of large hands swiftly enveloped her delicate curves. A faint, soft murmur escaped from her cherry lips. Rex could no longer contain himself. He tore apart his garments with a fierce growl and advanced forward. The subsequent 1,000 words have been omitted as the great deity of moderation is en route. In gentle whispers, the small room transformed into a grand concert hall. The little dragon maiden, inexperienced in matters of intimacy, could hardly withstand the relentless onslaught of Rex's monstrous physique, and soon, with tears streaming down her face, she pleaded for mercy. Yet, after consuming a vitality elixir, she was instantly revitalized. Rex, armed and ready for battle once more, had lost count of how many times he had fought. After consuming 3 or 4 vitality pills, the performance of the band finally began to draw to a close. The little dragon girl, utterly exhausted, had succumbed to slumber, curled up in Rex's embrace, her face still marked by tears, resembling a delicate little kitten. It is no wonder that those kings, entranced by their harem, find it difficult to extricate themselves. The essence of such experiences can only be truly understood through personal involvement. Rex sighed deeply within. He gazed upon the delicate visage of the little dragon maiden and gently pressed his lips against her cherry blossom-like mouth. This tender kiss stirred something within young Rex once more, igniting a fervent excitement as he fancied himself ready to venture into battle, standing tall and proud, with his long spear steadfast by his side. Rex could not resist turning the little dragon maiden over, positioning her back towards himself, as he once again embarked upon the adventure of the quest. Chapter 47. The Central Wilderness, still beyond reach. Is this truly the realm of the Master? It appears no different. Both Dugachiobai and Dharma surveyed their surroundings with curiosity, yet discerned no distinguishing features. It resembled a desolate wasteland. Ascend, but do not venture too far. Rex, uninterested in elaborating further, merely gestured towards the sky. He had previously ventured into the realm of martial arts, where it seemed a peculiar force had ensnared the surroundings, allowing energy projectiles to be hurled into the cosmos yet preventing any ascent beyond. As if an invisible barrier were in place. Without uttering a word, Dugachiobai and Dharma ascended into the air. They relied on their lightness skills rather than aerial techniques. Yet their speed surpassed all, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Rex paid little attention to the two individuals. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the heart of the central region, his expression gradually becoming exceedingly grave. By now, he had acquired the ability to sense the presence of energy. The terrifying aura emanating from the central heart was enough to make even him, in his current state, feel a sense of trepidation. Is it truly a living being? Rex found himself engulfed in doubt. The fluctuations of that aura were starkly dissimilar to those of normal life, resembling instead the essence of an inanimate object. Should he venture to investigate further? Rex furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Dugachiobai and Dharma descended from the heavens, both unable to conceal their profound excitement. The vast expanse of the starry sky was not unfamiliar to them, yet experiencing it up close was an entirely different sensation than merely gazing from afar. You all wait here, Rex instructed. Soon after, he resolved to investigate further, turning to Betty and the others before vanishing like a streak of light into the horizon. Dugachiobai and Dharma exchanged glances, intending to follow. Are you seeking death? A youthful voice suddenly echoed, halting their steps. Oh, you can talk? Betty exclaimed, startled by the unexpected sound, but quickly realized the source. Her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she fixated on the little creature perched on her shoulder. I just learned how, the creature replied, its large eyes reflecting a peculiar glimmer as it gazed in the direction Rex had gone. In truth, it had been captured by Rex that day, and in its desperation to transform, it had managed to speak after halting midway. That place is one I wouldn't dare approach. Rex is quite extraordinary. He cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Had it been you, you would likely have been crushed into a pulp before even getting close. What exactly lies there? Betty inquired, her brows knitting together. I do not know. The creature shook its head, baring its fangs. But it is certainly something not to be trifled with. Will Rex be all right? The little dragon girl asked anxiously. He won't die. The creature grinned widely, a gleeful smile dancing on its lips, but he will undoubtedly face some hardship. As Rex stepped into the familiar overwhelming aura, his expression shifted dramatically. A crimson aura ignited around him, and his dark hair instantly turned red. How could he have grown so powerful? Rex gritted his teeth, struggling with each step, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The immense pressure bearing down upon him was several times greater than when he first arrived. I refuse to believe it. Rex let out a low growl, his eyes ablaze with a crimson light, as an immense phantom of Buddha materialized behind him. Boom! In an instant, the illusion shattered, and an even greater pressure bore down upon him, as if the very gravity of the planet had multiplied countless times, forcing him to the ground and creating an indentation in the earth shaped like his form. By the heavens! Rex could not help but utter a curse. He absolutely could not believe that any creature existed in the heart of the central region. Otherwise, such a formidable presence, so close to planet Vegeta, would undoubtedly not go unnoticed by the Saiyans. Even Frieza, without any forewarning, would be instantly crushed upon entering this place. Rex's survival is entirely reliant on his formidable physique. I shall undoubtedly return. No matter what you are, in due time, you shall belong to me. Rex clenched his fists tightly, casting a penetrating gaze deep into the heart of the central region. A faint golden glimmer briefly manifested within the crimson aura enveloping him, only to vanish almost immediately. He rose with determination, stepping forward deliberately towards the exit. The moment he crossed the threshold of the aura, the oppressive weight that had burdened him dissipated in an instant. Gravity's enhancement was 100-fold. Rex silently uttered a phrase in his heart. In the next moment, an immense pressure descended upon him once more, akin to the weight of a mountain. To one day tread calmly into the heart of the central region, he must gradually acclimate his body to this colossal burden, allowing it to increase over time. There will come a day when he shall traverse the central expanse as if walking on level ground. It is time to depart. Rex has returned to Betty and the others, speaking softly. Where shall we go next? Betty, eager and restless, felt as though she were suffocating in this martial arts world, and was now impatiently yearning for an adversary to hone her skills against. Dugu Chobai, Dharma, and Xialong were entirely oblivious to their surroundings, merely listening in silence. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes as they arrived on planet Vegeta, unnoticed by anyone. They possessed the ability to conceal their combat power, appearing to outsiders as merely a group of ordinary individuals. Although Dugu Chobai and the others were clearly not Saiyans, the presence of Frieza had ensured that planet Vegeta was not solely inhabited by Saiyans. While they attracted some attention, it was fleeting and superficial. Turns out the leader is not a monster. Rather, it is an entire race that possesses tails, Dugu Chobai murmured. Moreover, contrary to his initial assumptions, it appeared that not everyone wielded formidable power. At the very least, he felt no sense of threat on planet Vegeta. Why do these individuals seem to resemble one another so closely? Little Dragon Girl whispered. Throughout her journey, she had observed numerous people, many of whom bore striking similarities, as if they were cast from the same mold. Lower-tier warriors are essentially disposable commodities. It's quite normal for them to share a likeness, Betty remarked with an even tone, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Even she and Rex had counterparts who bore resemblances, albeit fewer in number. Disposable commodities? Dugu Chobai and Damo exchanged a glance, suddenly comprehending why Rex viewed human life as insignificant, entirely a product of their harsh environment. The survival rules here were infinitely more severe than those of any underworld. Life itself was the least valuable commodity. Suddenly, Rex halted in his tracks. Rex, where have you been during this time? A melodious yet chilling voice rang from ahead, imbued with a sense of icy detachment. Dugu Chobai and the others turned their gazes toward the speaker, discovering it was a young girl, her arms crossed over her chest, coldly fixing her gaze on Rex. Her name was Camille, Rex's sister, Betty softly interjected, pausing slightly before adding. However, their relationship is not particularly amicable. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you, Camille? Rex retorted. Rex let out a derisive laugh. I say, Camille, have you lost your mind? What gives you the leisure to meddle in my affairs? Camille replied in a flat tone. I am your sister. She often relished in declaring this fact, as if fearing that others might remain oblivious to it. Yet, in her presence, Rex could never sense the warmth of familial affection. Even a comrade from a battle squadron felt more harmonious than the bond they shared. A moment of silence ensued. Rex ambled leisurely towards Camille, casting a condescending gaze upon her. I have just returned, and yet you have chosen to obstruct my path. I trust you are not so bereft of amusement as to engage in heartfelt conversations with your brother? Rex maintained an impassive expression and inquired, Speak, my dear sister. What is it you wish to convey? King Vegeta requests your presence. After a brief moment of silence, Camille spoke with a steely tone. It has been a month. With that, she turned and departed, seemingly unwilling to linger even for a second longer. Throughout the encounter, she did not cast a single glance at the individuals accompanying Rex, exuding an incomprehensible sense of superiority befitting her status as a mid-tier warrior. King Vegeta? Rex gazed at Betty's silhouette as it faded away, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Perfect, for I, too, wish to meet him. Allowing Betty to wander with the little dragon girl and others, Rex ventured alone towards the direction of the Vegeta Palace. At this moment, his attire was reminiscent of a martial arts world, starkly contrasting with the combat uniforms of this realm. Along the way, he attracted numerous curious glances. Just as he approached the entrance of the palace hall, Rex paused, taken aback by the sight of Vegeta hiding behind a pillar, trembling and engulfed in fear. Such a familiar scene. Rex furrowed his brow, lost in the recollections of his memories. Suddenly, his pupils dilated in shock. This scene vividly mirrored that of Vegeta witnessing the destruction of King Vegeta beneath the foot of the god of destruction, Beerus. It was unexpected to encounter Beerus so soon. Rex felt an involuntary surge of nervousness and excitement. After all, this was one of the ultimate bosses, an entity of overwhelming power, only rivaled by the Super Saiyan God. The realm of the divine was a level of existence he could scarcely comprehend at this moment. Treading cautiously, Rex concealed his entire presence, ensuring not a whisper escaped him as he stealthily approached the grand hall. He took refuge behind a pillar and peered around it. What met his gaze was a creature reminiscent of a rabbit, yet with azure skin and striking yellow eyes. Indeed, it was he, the god of destruction, Beerus. Rex clenched his fist, his palm slick with perspiration, his gaze shifting slightly. Beside Beerus stood a handsome man, wielding a long staff, with a delicate blue ring adorning his neck. It was Whis. As if sensing Rex's gaze, Whis subtly turned his head, directing his attention towards Rex, and graced him with a serene smile. Rex's heart momentarily ceased its rhythmic beating, nearly compelling him to turn and flee. However, he swiftly regained his composure as Whis turned away, no longer casting a glance in his direction. Rex let out a sigh of relief. While Whis was manageable, Beerus was a true embodiment of capriciousness. He could, on a whim, obliterate a planet. If angered, one might not even have the chance to escape. Chapter 49. So this is what good footing feels like. Despite the proximity, there was no sense of the other's presence whatsoever. Rex gazed intently at Beerus and Whis within the grand hall. To him, they appeared merely as two formless entities, as if they had no existence at all. The divine beings had achieved an unparalleled mastery over their own essence, although Rex exerted himself to suppress his own energy, leaving no trace. He remained unable to evade the perceptions of Beerus and Whis. However, Beerus simply found no inclination to turn and look. Soon enough, the Destroyer God and Whis departed, leaving only King Vegeta in the vast hall, while the presence of Vegeta himself had vanished behind another pillar. King Vegeta, do you seek an audience with me? Rex strode in with an air of confidence. Who are you? King Vegeta, taken aback, turned to see Rex, and a flash of cold light sparked in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had been humbled beneath Beerus's foot. Should word of this circulate, his authority would surely be diminished. Contemplating this, a surge of murderous intent enveloped him. You summoned me, yet you remain unaware of my identity? Rex arched an eyebrow. I summoned you? King Vegeta furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before recalling. You are that lower-class warrior, Rex, whose battle power has surged unexpectedly. Indeed, it is I, Rex affirmed. Rex grinned broadly. Bold of you. Do you have any idea who you are speaking to? King Vegeta's expression darkened, and he could barely restrain himself from striking down his opponent at once. Do you see the brightness in my eyes? Rex took a few steps forward, pointing at himself with wide, gleaming eyes that shimmered with a subtle brilliance. Vegeta instinctively replied, Well, then why the hell are you asking if I know who you are? Without any forewarning, Rex delivered a sharp slap to King Vegeta's face, exclaiming, I am not blind. Of course, I know who you are. King Vegeta, momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow, stared blankly at Rex. After a brief pause, he suddenly regained his composure, his fury igniting. How dare you strike me? With a swift motion, Rex delivered another slap. Though King Vegeta was somewhat prepared this time, he could not evade the force and was sent sprawling to the ground. Not only do I dare to strike you, but I would also not hesitate to kick you. Rex placed his foot upon the head of King Vegeta, grinding down with considerable force. Can you believe it? He murmured to himself. The sensation beneath my foot is quite exquisite. No wonder Beerus enjoys treading upon your crown. You have already been kicked, yet you still inquire if I believe you? King Vegeta's face flushed crimson, nearly succumbing to rage. Yet he was astounded to find that the foot pressing down upon him felt as though it weighed 1,000 tons, rendering him utterly immobile. This sensation of powerlessness instantaneously reminded him of Beerus. "You are not Rex. Who are you truly?" King Vegeta struggled to utter. "It appears my vision is not at fault, but rather yours is." Rex lowered his head, gazing intently at King Vegeta's profile. "It appears you are not in high spirits." "King Vegeta, you summoned me, and here I am. Shouldn't you feel elated?" "I am far from pleased." King Vegeta longed to unleash a torrent of profanity, yet he refrained. He still could not fathom that the individual standing atop him was Rex. After all, just a few months prior, Rex had been remarkably weak. How could he possibly possess such strength now? It was utterly inconceivable. Moreover, it seemed he was acquainted with Lord Beerus. "Release me, and let us converse amicably," King Vegeta implored, striving to maintain a tone of calmness, though a tremor betrayed his composure. "I shall not relent. I find this manner of discourse quite enjoyable." Rex smiled faintly, gesturing casually towards a nearby chair. As if grasped by an unseen hand, the chair soared directly behind him. This scene caused a tremor in King Vegeta's heart, elevating his assessment of Rex's combat prowess even further. "You may speak now. What brings you to seek my presence?" Rex sat confidently in his chair, one foot resting firmly on King Vegeta's head. "It's nothing," King Vegeta cautiously began. "I merely heard that your combat strength has been rising swiftly, and I was concerned about your well-being. I wish to conduct a checkup for you." "Are you worried that your throne might be usurped?" Rex let out a derisive snort. However, he believed that the examination was indeed genuine. Yet the true intention behind it was likely to uncover the reason for his rapidly increasing combat prowess, perhaps even to dissect and study him. "How dare you?" King Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of panic in his eyes as he hurriedly whispered a denial. "Humph. Of course, you would hesitate now." Rex chuckled coldly. At that moment, King Vegeta was abruptly interrupted by the entrance of an outsider. Just as he uttered a single word, he abruptly halted, swallowing the remainder of his sentence. His astonished gaze shifted between Rex and the subdued King Vegeta, leaving him utterly speechless. In the next instant, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to pivot and make a swift exit. "Halt!" Rex suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed with keen interest upon the man before him. "Are you Paragus?" "Paragus, the legendary father of the Super Saiyan Broly." Chapter 50. Shall we eliminate Frieza? "My lord, do you have any commands?" Paragus halted, his expression stiffening as a grotesque smile, more sorrowful than tears, crept across his face. Internally, he was in shambles. Paragus had a profound understanding of King Vegeta. Witnessing the scene of his own subjugation would undoubtedly breed resentment, and the days to come would likely be fraught with hardship. Moreover, he harbored an even greater fear for the one who had trampled upon King Vegeta. Was there truly a Saiyan on planet Vegeta with power far surpassing that of King Vegeta? He had been utterly oblivious to this fact. "Nothing much. I merely hold you in high regard." Rex scrutinized Paragus but discerned no remarkable qualities. His combat prowess was rather mediocre. How could such a lackluster individual produce a being as extraordinary as Broly? It was indeed a privilege. Paragus forced a dry smile, his gaze wandering, unable to meet the eyes of the subdued King Vegeta, fearful of deepening his enmity. "You may leave now. By the way, when your son is born, do inform me. I intend to adopt him as my godson." Rex broke into a grin. "A godson?" Paragus was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly enveloped by sheer jubilation. This nameless gentleman was, astonishingly, offering to take his son as a godson, an unexpected windfall that nearly rendered him senseless. "My lord, are you truly serious?" Paragus stammered, his voice betraying the depth of his excitement. "If I say I accept, then I surely do." With an impatient wave of his hand, Rex said, "I have matters to discuss with King Vegeta. You may leave." Yes. I shall take my leave at once." "Please, continue your conversation," Paragus replied, displaying no hint of displeasure. At that moment, he had already dismissed King Vegeta from his mind, his mouth stretching into a wide grin as he hurriedly exited the room. King Vegeta was nearly apoplectic with rage, casting a cold glare at Paragus's retreating figure. "What are you staring at?" Rex exerted force with his foot, driving his head firmly into the ground. "King Vegeta, now, let us converse properly." What was it I intended to discuss with you?" Rex stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. King Vegeta struggled, emitting a muffled sound. "It is peculiar. Why can't I recall?" Rex furrowed his brow, repeatedly striking the head of King Vegeta with his foot until it sank in, leaving only the crown of his hair visible. "Oh, Suddenly he appeared enlightened, lifting his foot to pull King Vegeta out, a diabolical smile gracing his lips. Shall we go and slay Frieza? King Vegeta looked somewhat bewildered. Although Rex's words echoed his own long-held desires, he had always harbored a deep-seated fear of Frieza, hesitant to take action. Could one truly kill Frieza at will? The title of Cosmic Emperor was not bestowed lightly. Despite King Vegeta's reluctance to concede, Frieza's combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed his own by a considerable margin. What's wrong, hesitant? Rex raised an eyebrow. No, that is not the case. Yet King Vegeta's expression was fraught with confusion. How should one proceed with the act of killing? Is it not straightforward? How could you be so foolish? Rex wore an expression of exasperation, clearly frustrated that you had led a group of Saiyans into Frieza's spaceship for a direct confrontation. King Vegeta's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as he murmured, "How could I have not thought of that?" To which the response was simply, "Because you were foolish." Rex smiled. Such a foolish idea could only have originated from you. Vegeta's lips twitched, yet he dared not retort. He merely murmured, "And what about you, my lord?" "Me? I am, of course, working behind the scenes to devise strategies for you. Rest assured, I have no interest in the throne. Once Frieza is eliminated, you shall be the supreme leader." Rex gently patted King Vegeta's shoulder, speaking with sincere gravity. "I have great faith in you." "Really?" King Vegeta replied, looking at Rex with skepticism. With a sharp sound, a sudden action ensued. Without hesitation, Rex delivered a resounding slap and retorted, "Do you truly believe that if I coveted the throne, you would have any significance in this matter? I simply prefer not to sully my hands with the blood of Frieza." Indeed, King Vegeta silently cursed Rex's ancestors through the ages, yet he dared not refute him, only responding with fervent agreement. However, he could not deny the validity of Rex's assertion. The immense power possessed by Rex could effortlessly eliminate him and seize the throne. Perhaps even Frieza would pale in comparison to the suddenly ascendant Rex. As King Vegeta recollected Rex's casual mention of the name Beerus, he instinctively elevated Rex to the same echelon as Beerus himself. "So, is that settled then?" A glint of ferocity flickered in King Vegeta's eyes as he clenched his fists, eagerly anticipating the moment he would storm Frieza's spacecraft and dismantle it piece by piece. "Go forth." Rex smiled. "I believe in your capabilities. Rest assured, I shall take care of the aftermath for you." "Huh?" King Vegeta stared at him in bewilderment. "What do you mean, huh?" "I said I would handle those minions for you." The voice of Rex still resonated within the Grand Hall. Yet the figure had vanished without a trace. King Vegeta gazed at the now empty chamber, a sense of admiration welling up within him. Truly, such a remarkable individual is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 51. Targeted by Beerus. Fourth update. As time passes, it has been nearly a year since Frieza obliterated the planet Vegeta. Lying on his bed at home, Rex closed his eyes in contemplation. This time, he had incited King Vegeta to approach Frieza's spaceship, undoubtedly hastening Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta. Rex was curious to see what would transpire if he altered the established course of events. Though the sensation of having everything under control was undeniably comfortable, its perpetual nature rendered it rather tedious. Only by introducing a few unknown challenges could Rex feel excitement, igniting the combative spirit within him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed at Betty and the others, saying calmly, "When Frieza arrives, do your utmost to keep your distance. Focus on dealing with his subordinates." Betty nodded, yet her lovely eyes still reflected concern. "But can you truly contend with Frieza?" "I do not know." Rex gazed intently at his right hand, clenching it with determination as a fleeting crimson glimmer flickered in his eyes. He understood that only through experience could one truly discern the outcome. Confronting Frieza in his ultimate form, with a staggering combat power of 120 million, filled him with a sense of uncertainty. Yet, this was not merely an animated fantasy. It was the realm of reality. Should he foolishly wait for Frieza to transform? Rex is not so rigid in his thinking. Moreover, he has ascertained that he has attained the level of a pseudo-super Saiyan. With his crimson hair and red eyes, he bears a striking resemblance to the form of a Super Saiyan god, yet remains distinctly different, positioned between a regular Saiyan and a Super Saiyan. This is what is referred to as a quasi-Super Saiyan. With a remarkable 40-fold increase in combat power, Rex, whose current normal combat strength exceeds 300,000, could potentially soar to over 12 million. As long as Frieza does not transform into his final form, Rex could effortlessly eliminate him in an instant. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his martial prowess, he might be able to stand against Frieza, whose battle power reaches 120 million. One wonders when King Vegeta will lead his forces to Friesia's spaceship. Rex sat up from his bed. Although under his instigation, King Vegeta had already made a firm decision. Given his cautious nature, it was likely that he would need some time to prepare. Remaining on planet Vegeta was exceedingly tedious. He wondered whether Bardock's team had successfully conquered Kanasha. If not, what would ensue? Rex murmured to himself. Kanasha Star. One of the few celestial bodies within the Dragon Ball universe endowed with extraordinary powers. Foreknowledge. Suddenly, 5 figures descended from the heavens, landing upon Kanasha Star. Has it already been obliterated? Rex furrowed his brow as he surveyed his surroundings, where the remnants of shattered walls lay scattered, accompanied by numerous corpses of the Kanasha aliens. Their demise evidently recent. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a particular direction. In the distance, several spacecraft ascended, swiftly vanishing into the celestial expanse. Could it be the Saiyan team, Bardock's squad? Rex shook his head, realizing he had indeed arrived a step too late. However, he did not feel disheartened. His visit was spontaneous, and the ability to foresee events was not infallible, after all. Bardock had acquired his precognitive powers only after being struck by the mystical fist of a surviving Canassian warrior. Moreover, this foresight only allowed one to perceive impending danger without the capacity to alter the future. Otherwise, the Canassians would not have faced extinction, nor would the same fate have befallen planet Vegeta. Regrettably, planet Yardrat was somewhat distant. Otherwise, he might have ventured there to explore. Rex whispered, acknowledging the remarkable utility of instantaneous movement, a skill he deemed essential to acquire. Without lingering on the planet of Kanasha, he swiftly departed with Betty and the others. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, 5 figures raced through the stars, akin to 5 shooting stars streaking across the night sky. Suddenly, 2 figures halted not far from their position, turning to gaze in the direction of Rex and his companions. How peculiar, they mused, that these Saiyans could survive in the vacuum of space. One of the figures bore an uncanny resemblance to a rabbit, its reptilian eyes narrowing slightly as it spoke. Isn't that the little spy? Remarked Whis, a charming smile gracing his face, exuding an air of gentility and innocence. I find myself intrigued by the individuals accompanying him. Lord Beerus, shall we pay them a visit? I too harbor a modicum of interest. Beerus's expression was laced with curiosity, noting that they were not inhabitants of the 7th universe. As the god of destruction of that very realm, he possessed an acute awareness of any presence that did not belong to his universe. In the next moment, 2 streaks of light surged toward Rex and his group. What is this? Rex abruptly halted mid-flight, a strange intuition stirring within him. After a moment of careful contemplation, his eye twitched, and he swiftly turned, focusing intently on the direction behind him. At this juncture, he could discern the approach of the 2 streaks of light. Was it Beerus? Rex discerned the figure amidst the luminous flow, and his expression shifted dramatically. It appears that we are the intended targets. Rex gritted his teeth, his heart filled with uncertainty. Although he harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards Bruce, he did not succumb to fear. With the martial arts realm as his refuge, even if he could not match his opponent, his life could still be preserved. Chapter 52. The 2 Unassailable Entities. Please refrain from speaking for a moment. Rex turned to Betty and the others, imparting a few words of instruction before taking a deep breath, quietly awaiting the arrival of Lord Beerus. In the blink of an eye, 2 streaks of light appeared before them. Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. As soon as they came to a halt, Whis spoke with a charming smile, his gaze seemingly fixed on Rex yet conveying an elusive, unfocused quality. God of destruction? The members of the group, including the solitary and undefeated, displayed expressions of astonishment. While they sensed the extraordinary nature of their visitor, they had not anticipated that it would be the legendary deity. No wonder, with their combat prowess, they felt utterly oblivious to the presence of such an entity. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Beerus. Rex spoke cautiously. I am Rex, a Saiyan. May I inquire why Lord Beerus has summoned us? A chill ran through Betty and the others. It was their first time hearing Rex speak with such gravity, indicating that Lord Beerus must be exceedingly formidable, to the extent that even Rex harbored a sense of trepidation towards him. I am aware of your Saiyan heritage, but how is it that you can survive in the vastness of space? Beerus inquired, his curiosity piqued as he regarded Rex intently. It is a fortunate ability that I possess, though it is not sustainable. Rex pondered momentarily before responding. Oh, Beerus nodded in understanding, but then his gaze shifted, fixating on Dugu Chiobai, Damo, and the little dragon girl. Did you learn it from them? Rexton was taken aback, his thoughts racing. However, before he could utter a word, Beerus continued, "Which universe do you hail from? How did you arrive here?" With Rexton's prior instructions in mind, the three of them, No.My included, remained silent. It appeared that Beerus presumed they originated from another universe. Rex, however, was taken aback, for he had just believed that the secrets of the grand cosmic system had been unveiled, leaving him in a state of anxiety. "I am addressing you," he stated. Noticing the silence, Beerus narrowed his eyes, a faint purple glow flickering around him, emanating an ominous aura. A feeling of unease gripped Rex, prompting him to retreat discreetly by 2 steps. Under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Beerus, he instinctively surged with energy, transforming into a being with crimson hair and eyes. The menacing aura surrounding Beerus dissipated, and he regarded Rex with keen interest, pondering the sudden surge in power. Could this be the fabled Super Saiyan? As the thought crossed his mind, he shook his head, muttering to himself, "No, a Super Saiyan should possess golden hair. Is this a new variant?" Whis interjected with a cheerful demeanor. "It is a possibility, yet still rather weak." Beerus stroked his chin, nodding in agreement, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his tone. "What brings you here, Lord Beerus?" Rex's voice was deep and resonant. He swore that had he not been outmatched, he would have transformed those 2 scoundrels, who dared to discuss his lineage, into entirely new breeds. "Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions." Whis, adorned with his ever-present smile, stepped forward and circled around the trio of No.My a few times. It was quite peculiar. They did not seem to hail from any other universe. "Oh, it matters not. They are so weak, I shall ignore them." Soon, Beerus lost interest in No.My and the others, yawning nonchalantly as he declared, "I'm going back to sleep." "Very well. Since Lord Beerus has spoken, we shall take our leave," Whis replied with a smile. He glanced at Rex, his look laden with meaning, yet seemingly casual. "My friends, I have a premonition. I believe we shall meet again. Farewell." In the next moment, the 2 vanished like a fleeting ray of light into the cosmos. Was that destroyer truly a god? It wasn't until the figures of Beerus and Whis had completely faded from view that Betty curiously inquired, The arrogance that enveloped Rex dissipated, and his hair color returned to its natural state. He gazed into the vast expanse of the universe, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, Rex turned his head and said lightly, "There are 2 individuals whom you should avoid if you ever encounter them. One of them is the god of destruction, Beerus, who presides over annihilation and spends most of his time in slumber. As long as he is not provoked, there will be no issues. The other is the Majin Buu." "Majin Buu? Is he also a deity?" Betty inquired, puzzled. "No," came the response. A fleeting glimmer sparkled in Rex's eyes, yet he possessed greater strength than the average deity. As he spoke, he extended a hand, and a soft radiance shimmered, coalescing into an ethereal silhouette above his palm. In the next moment, the silhouette transformed into another shape, undergoing several metamorphoses. The form of the demon Buu is indeterminate, shifting according to the beings he devours, though it is generally discernible. Rex's gaze was intense as he clenched his fist, shattering the phantom into fragments, murmuring softly, "Before truly attaining greatness, you had best hope never to cross paths with him. Otherwise, who knows what you might become consumed by." Chapter 53. Departure, the terrified Frisia. More formidable than the god of destruction? Beside him, the undefeated solitary warrior also spoke. "That is not the case." Rex shook his head, his gaze taking on an odd quality. Although Majin Buu was formidable, he had yet to reach the level of Beerus. However, his extraordinary capacity for learning, his insatiable ability to absorb, and his seemingly immortal nature were indeed rather unsettling. Suddenly, a peculiar thought emerged in his mind. If Majin Buu were to master martial arts, perhaps he could hold his own against Beerus. One day, he would have to refine him into a blood essence pill. Rex murmured to himself. He had come to the realization that the Chi blood pill not only enhanced both vital energy and physical strength, but also had the remarkable ability to contain and transfer the essence of those who were refined to the individual consuming it. Although complete absorption was unattainable, even a fraction would suffice. Buu's capacity for learning, his insatiable devouring ability, his immortal form, along with the potent black and white magic, were all exceedingly formidable. Acquiring any one of these would be advantageous. "Where should we go now?" Betty glanced around, her delicate brows furrowing. "For my energy would soon be insufficient to sustain my presence in the cosmic expanse." Rex cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked nonchalantly, "The combat prowess of the trio, including the little dragon maiden, pales in comparison to yours." "That is not the same," Betty retorted. rolling her eyes with a flirtatious flare. All I can manage is the turtle breathing technique. It is quite remarkable that I have persevered this long. Indeed, the energy within her was nearly depleted. In contrast, Duga Dharma, and the little dragon maiden were characters from the martial arts realm, having devoted themselves to internal cultivation since childhood. Thus, although their combat strength may not rival Betty's, their mastery and manipulation of chi were significantly superior. How can you even say that? Rex's lips twitched slightly as he rubbed his forehead in resignation. Oh well, I have no inclination to wander aimlessly. I might as well head to Vegeta. Master, wait a moment, suddenly interjected Dugu, his tone laced with hesitation. Rex halted his steps, turning his gaze towards him. Observing his hesitance, he impatiently urged, "Speak your mind without delay." Taking a deep breath, Dugu fixed his serious gaze upon Rex and solemnly declared, "With the combat prowess of both myself and Dharma, we find ourselves unworthy even to assist the Master in confronting formidable foes. Therefore, we seek the Master's permission to embark on a solitary journey of cultivation within this universe." Oh, Rex nodded noncommittally. Dugu was taken aback. What does this mean? Has he agreed? Then let us proceed. Rex casually lifted his chin, instructing to seek him at a place called Earth. Thank you, Master Sia. Dugu, filled with elation, bid farewell to Rex and ascended through the void with Imo. Is it truly acceptable to let them depart like this? Betty furrowed her brows. What other choice do we have? Rex shrugged. Had it not been for their request, he had no intention of bringing them here. The presence of these two large men loitering about was both bothersome and intrusive, and their departure was indeed welcome. There remained a thought unspoken. He too was curious to witness the extent to which the indomitable Dugu and Dharma could navigate the cosmos. Upon their next encounter, would they have grown to such a degree that it left him utterly astonished? It was not entirely implausible. Rex's lips curled into a faint smile. Let us return. At that moment, aboard Frisia's spaceship, an alien was reporting on the situation regarding planet Vegeta. Oh, that foolish monkey, King Vegeta, dares to rebel against me? Ha ha ha. How amusing. Frisia chuckled maniacally, seemingly unfazed by the news. Indeed, King Vegeta is rallying a number of elite Saiyan warriors, intending to launch a direct assault on your ship. Lord Frisia. The reporting alien wore a peculiar grin. That worthless King Vegeta, with a combat power of merely over 10,000, cannot even contend with me. Yet he foolishly thinks he can challenge Lord Frisia? Truly, he is courting death. A corpulent alien interjected disdainfully. Lord Frisia, I believe you should exercise caution. However, a handsome alien, resembling a human, spoke up with a different perspective. I have heard from one of my subordinates that he inadvertently spotted Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, on planet Vegeta. What? Frisia abruptly turned, fixing his gaze on the speaker. Mr. Zabo, are you certain of this? He recalled his father's warning. Never provoke two beings, one was Majin Buu, and the other was Beerus, the god of destruction. Indeed, Lord Frisia. You are aware that Lord Beerus has a distinctive appearance, making him easily recognizable. Zabo's eyes flickered with a hint of dread as he continued earnestly. I fear that if King Vegeta dares to strike at you, it may be at the behest of Lord Beerus. Impossible, Frisia vehemently denied, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. If Beerus wished to kill me, he would do so himself. He would not instruct others. Yet, why is Beerus here? Perhaps he is merely passing through, Dodoria suggested. Frisia fell silent, gazing into the cosmic expanse, lost in thought. Then how shall we deal with King Vegeta? Zabo inquired softly. After a moment, Frisia coldly uttered a single word, eliminate. Chapter 54. Frisia's onslaught. King Vegeta's decisive action took Rex by surprise. Initially, he believed King Vegeta would at least wait a month before confronting Frisia, but to his astonishment, the king's newfound confidence, spurred by Rex's presence, propelled him to summon his followers without hesitation. As soon as Rex returned to planet Vegeta, he was met with this news. The entire planet was now on high alert. King Vegeta boldly proclaimed his intention to confront Frisia in front of a large audience, causing all Saiyans to be on edge. While courage is commendable, this rashness is profoundly foolish. They are indeed eager for their demise. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, not waiting to steady his footing before plunging into the starry expanse once more, accompanied by Betty and the little dragon girl. Regardless of the circumstances, remaining on the planet was the most perilous option. Even the current Rex would be unable to withstand the cataclysmic force of the planet's impending explosion. Had King Vegeta already met his demise? The moment he stepped beyond the confines of planet Vegeta, Rex sensed a malevolent aura rapidly approaching. This presence could only belong to Frieza. No one else could exude such a ferocity. Suddenly, his gaze caught a figure beneath the atmosphere, fists clenched in rage. A visage filled with fury, flanked by countless lower-ranked warriors. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot from his memories, albeit with an added air of savagery. The elite warriors, alongside the majority of the mid-tier fighters, had been led by King Vegeta to their doom. The pinnacle of Saiyan combat prowess resided among the likes of Bardock, who stood out among the lower-tier fighters. Even if the timeline had shifted, would Bardock still choose to engage? Rex raised his brow slightly. At this moment, Kakarot had yet to be born. In this brief span of time, Frieza's spacecraft had already come into view. Here it comes. Rex murmured softly, a sudden grin spreading across his face as he extended a hand forward, delivering a forceful slap into the void. Boom. A colossal hand materialized out of thin air, crashing down onto the spacecraft with tremendous impact. The sound of an explosion reverberated through the air as the vessel shattered into countless pieces, and figures were violently torn apart amidst a cacophony of anguished screams. This scene left the numerous Scions utterly astonished. Who is that person? Is there a warrior among us Scions of such caliber? It felt oddly familiar. Yet they struggled to recall who it might be. Is it Rex? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, uttering his name. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. No, it can't be. When did Rex become so powerful? One could not help but voice their skepticism. It is indeed Rex. I was once in the same squad as him. I would never mistake him. Another voice rose, belonging to Gary, who had fought alongside Rex. However, the most astonished were Betty's parents and Camille. They could hardly believe that someone who had once ranked among the lowest of the Scions had now ascended to such heights. Incredible, especially for Camille. Her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. The brother she had always regarded as a disgraceful failure had now far surpassed her. A bitter irony that stung her cheeks with embarrassment. Rex, the leader of the so-called trash squad? Absorbing the murmurs around him, Bardock stared blankly at the sky. Though he shared the typical aloofness of most Scions, he had a touch more humanity, often lending aid to weaker lower-class warriors, thus earning considerable respect. And Rex? He had indeed been among those he helped. Yet, Rex himself remained oblivious to this. The once stubborn boy had grown to such an extent. Bardock smiled broadly. He suddenly felt that the catastrophic vision that had surfaced in his mind might not truly come to pass. Who are you? Frieza's expression darkened as he stepped forth from the wreckage of the spacecraft, bloodstains adorning his body. His subordinates had suffered heavy casualties in the explosion. With only a handful surviving, even he had sustained minor injuries in the unexpected chaos. Guess? Rex cast a peculiar smile at Frieza, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. So swift. Frieza's pupils constricted suddenly. Before he could react, he was struck on the head by a powerful kick, sending him flying. Just as he regained his balance, Rex appeared behind him, delivering a devastating punch. A spray of blood erupted from Frieza's mouth, his body arching backward like a shrimp. Trembling violently from the impact, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. Not far away, Sabo and Dodoria stood in stunned silence. Who was this individual? How could he overpower the formidable Frieza with such ease? When did such a powerhouse emerge among the Scions? They had never heard of him. Before they could gather their thoughts, two enchanting figures appeared before them. Hello, the dragon girl greeted with a charming smile, her delicate hand waving gracefully. Sabo instinctively recoiled. Yet he could not evade her palm, which struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth, his life hanging by a thread. Betty, exhibiting sheer brutality, obliterated Dodoria with a single punch. The Scions below were left in a state of shock. They could not identify the dragon girl, but they recognized Betty. Though female Scions had their own strong warriors, their numbers were scarce and they paled in comparison to their male counterparts. Yet, what they were witnessing was astonishing. A female Scion had just annihilated Frieza's general, Dodoria, with a single blow. Could she truly be our daughter? Betty's parents murmured in disbelief, their minds blank. Chapter 55. The feeling intensifies unbeknownst to Betty and the dragon girl. The thoughts of the numerous Scions below were far from their minds. The two swept through Frieza's minions, one ethereal as a celestial being, the other ferocious as a demon. With each strike, a life was inevitably claimed. Within mere seconds, all the surviving extraterrestrials from the explosion of the spaceship were utterly exterminated, their bodies and blood mist strewn across the cosmos. In another direction, Rex relentlessly pummels Frieza, not engaging him in direct confrontation, but instead relying on his extraordinary speed to leave Frisia battered and bruised. The expressions of the onlooking Scions have shifted from shock to a state of numbness. Doubts begin to creep into their minds. Could it be that Frisia's combat prowess is not as formidable as once believed? Suddenly, Rex delivers a powerful kick that sends Frisia flying. How utterly tedious. You are far too weak. Frisia, transform and show me your true strength. Rex clasped his arms before his chest, a cold smile gracing his lips. Damn. Those cursed Scion monkeys. Frisia's face was marred with bruises, rendering his original visage nearly unrecognizable. His gaze fixed intently upon Rex, fury coursing through him. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. In the next instant, his muscles bulged as his power surged rapidly. In a mere flash, Frisia transformed, appearing significantly larger and more muscular than before. He coldly regarded Rex, declaring, Scion monkey, prepare to endure my wrath. Suddenly, with astonishing swiftness, a resounding slap struck his face, abruptly silencing his words. The force of the blow left Frisia momentarily dazed, blood spilling from his lips as he stared blankly at Rex, momentarily at a loss for words. What did you just say? I seem to have missed it. Rex furrowed his brow, yet soon broke into a broad smile. But truly, Frisia, your current visage is far more expressive than the one from earlier. Frisia, infuriated, barely uttered a word before slap. What a delightful sensation. It could serve as a massage device. Rex nodded in satisfaction. You scoundrel, I shall kill slap. Alas, it lacks the firmness required for honing my palm strength. Rex displayed an expression of regret as he spoke, extending his hands and launching a barrage of slaps. The resounding cracks echoed like a rapid-fire machine gun against Frisia's face. The speed so swift that it left him utterly defenseless, his visage swelling visibly with each strike. No matter how he attempted to evade, those hands landed with unerring precision, never deviating from their target even by the slightest margin. Enough. Suddenly, Frisia unleashed his latent power, propelling Rex backward with a furious roar. His gaze bore into Rex with an intensity of deep-seated hatred and rage. I shall make you pay with your life. Frisia's veins bulged ominously, his muscles rippling and contracting in a rapid transformation. Simultaneously, his energy surged dramatically, swiftly surpassing the limits of his third form. Is he about to assume his final form? Rex's expression grew solemn, a flash of crimson igniting in his eyes as he transformed, his hair and gaze turning to a fierce red, embodying the form of a simulated Super Saiyan. In truth, he possessed the capability to annihilate Frisia in this very moment, and indeed, that had been his initial intention. However, he had since reconsidered. A battle power of 120 million? Very well, let it commence. In his simulated Super Saiyan state, Rex boasted a combat strength exceeding 12 million, augmented further by his martial prowess, enabling him to stand firm against Frisia. Most crucially, Frisia was incapable of sustaining his ultimate form's full power for an extended duration. Yet, Rex could. Thanks to the refining effects of the Chi blood pill on his physique, he could maintain his simulated Super Saiyan form almost indefinitely without engaging in battle. And even during fierce confrontations, the toll was merely slight, posing no significant threat. Damn the wretched monkey, he shall bear the brunt of my wrath. Frisia had completed his transformation, his form flickering as he appeared directly above Rex, arms crossed, launching a ferocious strike aimed at Rex's head. How dare he attempt to flaunt himself without achieving a power level of 100? Rex lifted his head and let out a cold, sardonic smile, showing no inclination to evade. In an instant, two small blades of light shot forth from his eyes. What is this? Frisia's pupils contracted as he hastily retracted his hands, retreating countless steps into the air. How amusing. Rex grinned widely, extending his hand to point at the two small swords. With a sharp sound, the swords resonated, merging into one, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant, it loomed like a mountain, spanning across the void. Did you think you were the only one capable of such feats? Frisia replied with a sinister smile, extending a single finger, as a brilliant orb formed at his fingertip, rapidly inflating. Haha. A fleeting glimmer of mockery danced in Rex's eyes, and in the next moment, he raised his right hand in a gesture reminiscent of grasping a sword, nonchalantly sweeping it toward Frisia. With a thunderous roar, a colossal sword materialized in the void, as if an unseen hand grasped the hilt, descending upon Frisia. Yet, Frisia remained unfazed, deftly flicking his finger to unleash a planet-destroying missile. The clash of sword and missile erupted with a thunderous impact. Chapter 56, Final Form 100 Combat Powerful. Rex's lips curled slightly, adorned with a mocking smile. With a swift motion, the colossal sword, like a radiant arc, effortlessly cleave through the impending planet-destroying blast, shattering it with an overwhelming force and instantly bifurcating it before relentlessly striking towards Frisia. How could this be? Frisia's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes betraying a look of horror. In a flash, he evaded, yet the massive sword continued on its trajectory, unleashing a wave of sword energy that severed a nearby planet in twain. Subsequently, the colossal sword shattered, transforming into a cascade of twinkling starlight. How could this be? A faint voice emerged from behind Frisia, causing him to turn around in shock, only to see a hand steadily enlarging within his line of sight. Slap. Ah, the familiar sensation, albeit with a touch more firmness than before. Rex clicked his tongue in astonishment, his form shifting as he pursued the flung Frisia, accompanied by an unending series of sharp cracks that possessed a certain rhythmic quality. This king is incensed. Frisia bellowed in rage. Crack. If you are angry, then be angry. What purpose does shouting serve? Rex gazed at Frisia, who had been sent hurtling to a distant planet by a single slap, murmuring to himself. Planet Vegeta. Betty and the dragon girl did not linger within the battlefield. They could sense that although Frisia appeared to be under relentless assault, the immense power emanating from him was utterly terrifying. The residual shockwaves from the combat alone were sufficient to inflict severe injury or even death upon them. Nearby, numerous Scions looked upon the two women with a mix of reverence and curiosity. They harbored no doubts regarding the combat prowess of Betty and the dragon girl, for the battle power detectors had simultaneously exploded, including those with an upper limit of 50,000. This indicated that not only was Betty, a fellow Scion, immensely powerful, but even the seemingly delicate girl clad in a white dress possessed a battle power exceeding 50,000. Such a notion was unfathomable to them. As for Rex, who was engaged in combat with Frisia in the cosmos, nay, one could say he was thrashing Frisia, they could scarcely comprehend the magnitude of his strength. It was worth noting that just moments ago, when that colossal sword and the planet-destroying blast appeared, the horrifying aura had nearly rendered them breathless, despite the great distance. The legendary Super Saiyan, someone whispered, prompting unanimous agreement among the crowd. Surely, only the fabled Super Saiyan, said to emerge once every millennium, could possess such formidable power. Unbeknownst to Rex, the murmurs below continued. At this moment, he fixed his gaze upon the planet where Frisia had landed, sensing a formidable energy erupting forth. And his expression gradually grew solemn. Is it finally 100? As the crimson hue in Rex's eyes faded away, it was replaced by a blank expanse devoid of pupils, while the fiery aura enveloping him took on a delicate golden sheen. In the next moment, he extended his right hand and struck towards the distant planet. Whoosh! A beam of light shot forth, gradually transforming into a colossal dragon with outstretched claws as it soared through the air, letting out a thunderous roar. Boom! The planet was pierced cleanly, erupting into a magnificent explosion. Damn it! A low growl suddenly emanated from behind Rex, causing his pupils to constrict. He barely managed to turn around before being sent flying by a powerful fist. Before he could regain his balance, a swift kick struck him squarely in the abdomen. Indeed, he had grown significantly stronger. Rex staggered a few steps, wiping a trace of fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, eliciting a chilling smile. I shall shatter you into 1,000,000 pieces. Frisia sneered menacingly, appearing above Rex, hands clasped tightly, and struck down with great force. Rex raised his head, grinning. Haven't you eaten? Such arrogance. Frisia, consumed by fury, struck Rex's head with tremendous force, sending him hurtling down from the cosmos to the planet Vegeta. In the next instant, he followed Rex like a laser projectile. Almost as soon as Rex's feet touched the ground, Frisia arrived, unleashing a powerful punch that sent dust swirling. Rex, Betty, and the others were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The once invincible warrior, Rex, found himself at a disadvantage, severely injured by Frisia. Could even the Super Saiyan not contend with Frisia? Was the extinction of our Saiyan race truly inevitable? Bardock clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed on the maniacal Frisia above. Rage surged within him, and a faint golden light began to manifest around him, unnoticed by the others who were focused on Rex. Suddenly, a cry erupted. Rex is unharmed. Bardock froze, his transformation ceasing as he turned to look at the ground. The dust had cleared. At that moment, Rex stood beside the massive crater, his tattered clothing and eerily calm expression belying the chaos. Meanwhile, Frisia slowly ascended from the pit. P.S. To clarify, Chapter 46 has been deleted. Friends who find the narrative disjointed may reach out to Junyang. The ID is available in the works-related section. Chapter 57. I await the day of your resurrection. The so-called Super Saiyan is nothing more than this. Frieza crossed his arms over his chest, staring at Rex with a cold smirk. Rex's expression was somewhat peculiar as he cast a glance at Frieza, resembling one eyeing a delectable dish. He inquired curiously, "How long can you maintain this state?" "Long enough to tear you into shreds." Frieza replied with a sinister grin, yet there was a hint of trepidation in his demeanor, clearly unsettled by Rex's words. "Oh." Rex nodded in understanding, and then his gaze turned cold. "Now I can rest easy." In the next moment, a star formation rose from beneath his feet, and a colossal phantom of a Buddha emerged, one hand wielding a sword while the other cradled a dragon. The figure flickered and vanished behind him, and the crimson flames enveloping his form swiftly transformed into a deep black. This was a metamorphosis Rex had discovered himself. To be precise, it was not merely a transformation, but rather an integration of martial arts into the foundation of the mimetic Super Saiyan. On the surface, it created an illusion of transformation, a fortified version of the mimetic Super Saiyan. In that instant, his battle power surged to a level comparable to that of Frieza, albeit it was regrettably fleeting. "What?" Frieza's countenance changed abruptly, displaying astonishment as he instinctively took a step back. This overwhelming sensation of power, though brief. Rex twisted his neck, and the once white of his eyes had transformed into an abyssal black. A grin spread across his face. It was enough. With a resounding clap. In the very instant the words left his lips, Rex appeared before Frieza, seizing the latter by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. "Feed me." His pupils gleamed with an ominous light, and a tremendous suction emanated from the hand that gripped Frieza. "No, this is impossible." Frieza gasped as he felt the energy within him rapidly deplete, his face contorted with horror. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against Rex's arm and body. Yet, the hand constricting his throat remained utterly immovable. Moreover, Frieza sensed that his attacks were absorbed by a dark force, as if he were ensnared within a black hole. The dragon descending 18 palms, which fused various martial arts techniques, now exhibited the characteristics of both the great shift of the universe and Tai Chi. Not only did it possess immense power, but it also granted a comprehensive array of capabilities. "Frieza, since you cannot fully harness your own strength, allow me to take control." In Rex's eyes, a dark brilliance surged forth. Unlike Frieza, his transformations would not revert due to a loss of power. This meant that as long as Rex unabashedly absorbed Frieza's immense energy, the majority of it could become his. The inky flames of energy blazed intensely, almost taking on a tangible form. The ground shattered, and fragments of rock began to levitate slowly, with immense fissures radiating outward from beneath Rex's feet. 100 million, 110 million, 130 million. Sensing the ever-increasing energy, Rex felt an overwhelming urge to laugh maniacally towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Frieza, held in Rex's grasp, grew increasingly feeble, his eyes reflecting a hue of despair. "How could this be? How could I possibly die?" Frieza muttered, acutely aware of the energy within him dwindling, a sensation that was maddening and devastating. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. "You will surely come to accompany me. Father and brother will avenge me." "Ha ha 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 ha." Such a clamor. A cold glimmer flickered in Rex's eyes as he tightened his grip around Frieza's neck, abruptly silencing the maniacal laughter. Nevertheless, Frieza continued to glare with his dull, lifeless eyes, fixated intently on Rex. "Rest assured, I shall not reduce you to ashes." Rex fixed his gaze upon Frieza's eyes, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. The ephemeral nature of existence was undeniably wasteful. At that moment, the energy within Frieza was nearly depleted. Conversely, Rex's combat prowess surged to a terrifying 200 million. "I await the day of your resurrection," he remarked coldly, a chilling smile playing on his face as he effortlessly hurled Frieza into the air. In an instant, a flurry of sword light ascended skyward, swiftly cleaving him into countless fragments. "Golden Frieza," he mused, "that is the true target I yearn to refine." Rex gazed at the scattered remnants of flesh, musing to himself. The reason he refrained from refining Frieza into a blood essence pill was precisely this consideration. In the parlance of his previous life, this could be likened to pig farming. With a sigh, the dark aura gradually dissipated, and his pupils returned to their normal state. Yet, Rex's expression shifted abruptly. "What is happening? I distinctly absorbed Frisia's energy just now, yet my combat power has only increased by a mere 200,000. Suddenly, Rex furrowed his brow. Could it be due to my transformation into a pseudo-super Saiyan that affects my absorption? With this thought, a crimson aura erupted from him once more, causing his combat power to soar instantaneously, surpassing 20 million, compared to his previous level of 12 million. This was an increase of over 8 million. So this is how it is. As the blood-red aura receded, Rex fell into contemplation. Chapter 58. The King of the Saiyans Frisia is dead? After a brief silence, the multitude of stunned Saiyans gradually regained their senses, their excitement palpable as they gazed at Rex with reverence, as if he were a deity. This was the captain who had once been branded by them as part of the garbage squad. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air. The crowd's expression shifted, and they turned towards the source of the voice, only to lower their heads in shame upon recognizing the speaker. The one they had once deemed worthless had now saved their lives, even rescuing the entire Saiyan race, a stark contrast that ignited a profound sense of shame within them. Betty surveyed the surroundings, a cold glimmer flashing in her beautiful eyes. Ultimately, she let out a derisive laugh and strode toward Rex. "Lady Betty, please wait a moment." At that instant, Bardock suddenly spoke up. Betty halted, turning to glance at Bardock, her icy gaze softening slightly. "Bardock, is there something you need?" She was aware that Bardock was among the few who had never mocked the so-called garbage squad and had even offered his assistance. "Lady Betty, please convey our apologies to Lord Rex." Bardock's expression was earnest as he offered a Saiyan salute to Betty. "Furthermore, I hope that you can persuade Lord Rex to become our king. We implore you." The other Saiyans were momentarily taken aback, but soon they reacted, bowing in unison to Betty. "Indeed, the throne rightfully belongs to Lord Rex. We beg you, Lady Betty. Lord Rex will surely lead our Saiyan race to dominate the universe." The chorus of voices rose in fervor. Betty frowned slightly, observing the exhilaration of the assembled Saiyans. After a moment's hesitation, she coldly replied, "I cannot speak on behalf of Rex." With that, she hastened toward Rex. The crowd fell silent, shifting their gaze to the young dragon girl. "Greetings." The gentle smile of the little dragon maiden graced her lips as she waved at the Saiyans before turning away. All eyes then turned to Bardock, who sensed their evident confusion. "A bunch of fools," he muttered inwardly, recognizing that most Saiyans were rather simple-minded. Those like him who occasionally utilized their intellect were indeed a rarity. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward a graceful figure within the crowd. Wasn't Camille, the intermediate warrior, the sister of Rex? At that moment, Camille caught Bardock's gaze and offered a wry smile, saying, "Do not look at me. My relationship with Rex is hardly amicable." Bardock rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Well, if everyone remains respectful, surely Lord Rex will not abandon us. It appears that only by exerting my utmost effort can I elevate our combat power to the staggering level of 200 million. Rex quickly comprehended the situation. While absorbing Frisia's energy, he not only transformed into a simulated Super Saiyan but also amplified his combat power severalfold through martial prowess. However, upon reverting to his normal state, the vast energy he had absorbed would subsequently diminish. The true manifestation of his combat power in this ordinary form amounted to a mere 500,000. Indeed, even with external enhancements, one could not simply don celestial armor and obliterate everything in an instant. Rex shook his head. Nevertheless, it is understandable. If the absorbed combat power of 100 million were to become his baseline strength, then upon transforming into a simulated Super Saiyan, his power would surge to an astounding 4 billion. Coupled with the enhancement from his martial skills, it indeed seems somewhat altered. The voice of Betty calling out to him broke his reverie. Turning around, Rex displayed a faint smile and inquired, "Did you enjoy yourself?" "Not really." Betty pouted slightly. "Those individuals were rather lackluster and quite tedious." "Ah, but there will be opportunities in the future." Rex extended his arms, embracing her warmly, and laughed heartily. "Indeed." Betty nodded her petite head, her delicate brows furrowing. "Rex, those fellows wish for you to become the king of the Saiyans. What are your thoughts on this?" "Oh." A faint smile on Rex's face faltered momentarily, his eyes shimmering with an unusual glint. In truth, he had once entertained the notion of nurturing these Saiyans, only to subsequently refine them all through a process of metamorphosis, thereby enhancing the potency of their bloodlines. However, upon further reflection, he realized that having already consumed the vitality elixirs crafted from other races, the Saiyans' bloodline purity could not be significantly elevated. Thus, he abandoned this plan. "If you are unwilling, there is no need to force yourself," Betty remarked, noticing Rex's silence, mistakenly believing he was reluctant. Why not take on the role? Rex's lips curled slightly, and an unusual glimmer suddenly emanated from his eyes. Perhaps, leading the Scions to sweep through various realms could indeed be a splendid choice. Chapter 59. The fruit of the spirit tree. As Rex approached the multitude of observing Scions not far away, all but Bardock knelt on one knee. Even the remaining few intermediate warriors cast complex glances, bowing their noble heads. Among them was Rex's sister, Camille. At present, the already scarce elite warriors had been entirely wiped out, and only a few weaker intermediate warriors remained. It could be said that the current Vegeta star was now dominated by lower-ranked warriors. Lord Rex, Bardock implores you to ascend as the king of the Scions. Bardock stepped forward, kneeling before Rex with utmost respect as he spoke. Rex raised his eyebrows slightly, scrutinizing this extraordinary individual. Bardock, the father of Kakarot. Just moments ago, while Rex was engaged in battle with Frieza, no one seemed to notice the transformation that had taken place within Bardock. Yet, in an instant, Rex perceived it. The formidable energy that surged forth at that moment emanated from the man before him, whose face bore a distinct scar. Undoubtedly, Bardock stood on the precipice of achieving Super Saiyan status, perhaps merely a step away from crossing the threshold. After a lengthy pause, Rex nodded slowly, his gaze briefly lingering on Camille. Allow me to preface this with a warning. I detest defiance above all else. Do not attempt to provoke my ire. As he spoke, Rex suddenly flashed a smile, though it bore a chilling undertone. Nevertheless, I wholeheartedly welcome those of formidable strength to challenge me. Should you emerge victorious, the throne shall be yours. However, should you falter, regrettably, your life will serve as the stake in this contest. A shiver ran through everyone present as they met Rex's penetrating gaze, prompting them to hastily avert their eyes. It appears that no one opposes my decree, thus, it is settled. Rex nodded in satisfaction. He understood that this group of Scions was inherently unruly and fiercely combative. If one did not exhibit sufficient ruthlessness, they would perceive you as overly benevolent, consequently lacking the requisite reverence. What would happen if Prince Vegeta were to return? Suddenly, an incongruous voice echoed through the air. Rex furrowed his brow and cast his gaze over. The individual, a mid-level warrior, felt a surge of panic upon meeting Rex's eyes, yet mustered the courage to voice. After all, Prince Vegeta possesses noble blood. Suddenly, a ki blast struck him, shattering him into fragments. Flesh and blood splattered across those nearby. Yet none displayed signs of fear or disarray. Instead, expressions of satisfaction emerged. Noble blood? Huh. Rex withdrew his finger, letting out a cold sneer as his gaze swept over the remaining mid-level warriors. Do you share the same sentiment? He queried. A wave of alarm washed over the mid-level warriors, and they hurriedly spoke up, secretly cursing the one who had dared to speak. Are you out of your mind? How could you utter such words before the new king, implying that Prince Vegeta's lineage is noble, thereby insinuating that Rex's bloodline is inferior? Though this may be a truth, it was not something to be openly declared. When Vegeta returns, bring him to me. Rex turned and walked towards the palace, his tone indifferent. Furthermore, take good care of Paragus' wife. His child Broly must be born safely. Understood. Bardock replied, though perplexed, he nodded in agreement. By the way, Rex suddenly halted his steps and turned his head, inquiring, is there anyone named Darius? No one responded. Rex furrowed his brow and turned to leave, when suddenly someone spoke up. I am acquainted with Dallas. That fellow bears a striking resemblance to Lord Bardock. He is not currently on planet Vegeta. Upon his return, have him come to see me immediately. Rex moved forward relentlessly, speaking softly. Dallas bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot, albeit with a darker complexion and a more robust appearance. The sudden recollection of this individual was triggered by the thought of the spirit tree's fruit. In certain respects, the fruit of the spirit tree serves a function akin to that of the blood essence pill, though the latter is decidedly more potent. After Rex departed, Betty surveyed the surroundings and stated, notify the scientists to commence the construction of a gravity chamber starting today. A gravity chamber? Bardock questioned, gazing at Betty with confusion. My lady, what purpose does the construction of such a facility serve? To enhance combat prowess. Practice within the gravity chamber, Betty replied tersely, turning away with little dragon girl. Enhance combat prowess. This declaration ignited a spark of enthusiasm in the eyes of all Scions. They instinctively believed that Rex and Betty's formidable strength stemmed from the gravity chamber. Issue orders for the mass construction of gravity chambers, Bardock declared solemnly. In the absence of Rex and Betty, he assumed the role of temporary leader. Combat strength is one aspect, but the accumulated prestige over time is equally significant. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock recalled Rex's words and, without hesitation, made his way to Paragus' residence. Is that unborn child named Broly? Although unsure of the child's unique qualities, Rex's special mention suggested extraordinary potential. Speaking of which, his wife was also with child. What should they name their second son? Kakarot seems like a fitting choice. Chapter 60, For the Sake of Childhood Memories. Boom. A small spacecraft descended upon planet Vegeta, and from it emerged a youth with hair like flames, floating gracefully, his face adorned with unabashed pride. Vegeta, you have finally returned. Quickly, come meet King Rex. A Saiyan rushed forward, exclaiming, What did you call me? Vegeta thundered, momentarily stunned. What do you mean, King? Rex? Has my father changed his name? What father? King Rex is our new monarch. The Saiyan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he grasped Vegeta's arm. Come, King Rex wishes to see you. Fool. A glint of menace flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he shrugged off the Saiyan's grip, sending him sprawling. Enough nonsense. My father is the strongest. Who could possibly surpass him? Vegeta scoffed, utterly unconvinced by the Saiyan's claims. Vegeta, he speaks the truth. A voice tinged with resignation emerged from the side. It belonged to an intermediate warrior. King Vegeta has perished. King Rex avenged him by slaying Frieza. Vegeta's pupils suddenly constricted, and he fixated on the speaker, a tempest of emotions surging within him. When one person made such a claim, he could dismiss it, but two individuals compelled him to confront the possibility. Could it be that his father had truly perished? Vegeta trembled all over, and in a sudden outburst, he roared, No. Even if my father is dead, the new king must be none other than the illustrious Prince Vegeta. With a thunderous surge of fury, he propelled himself toward the palace. Hardly had Vegeta's figure vanished when another spacecraft descended, from which emerged a Saiyan strikingly reminiscent of Kakarot. Was this aura indicative of Vegeta's return? Rex sat in the grand hall, sensing a formidable energy emanating from the so-called Prince of Vegeta. This strength, albeit impressive in comparison to other Saiyans, was nonetheless overshadowed by the prodigious abilities of Broly, whose innate battle power was unmatched. At merely 4 years of age, Vegeta boasted a remarkable battle strength of 10,000. However, when juxtaposed with Broly's innate prowess, it paled in comparison. Suddenly, that potent energy surged into the hall. Vegeta, panting and seething with rage, glared fiercely at Rex, proclaiming, Rex, the throne rightfully belongs to me, Prince Vegeta. Step down at once. A moment of silence ensued. After a brief pause, the curious young girl, Little Dragon Girl, inquired, Brother Rex, who is this foolish one? She scrutinized Vegeta, particularly fascinated by his distinctive hairstyle. Vegeta, his forehead twitching with irritation, thought to himself, who does this insolent woman think she is, daring to insult the great Prince Vegeta? With disdain, he dismissed her as a fool, unworthy of his attention. Rex let out a faint smile, not even casting a glance at Vegeta. Damn it, Vegeta exclaimed, suddenly leaping off the ground and charging towards Rex. Rex, with a stoic expression, extended a single finger and gently flicked it. In the next moment, Vegeta was sent hurtling backward at a speed several times greater than his initial approach, crashing into the wall. Before Vegeta had a chance to react, Rex had already materialized before him, grasping his neck with a firm yet deliberate hand, slowly lifting him off the ground. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely met their demise at this moment. Rex gazed intently at Vegeta, whose eyes betrayed a mixture of horror and resentment. Out of respect for their shared childhood, I shall spare your life this time. However, it would be wise to avoid a recurrence of this situation. Just then, a figure stepped into the grand hall from outside, momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Rex turned his head, and in that fleeting moment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Kakarot. Ah, are you Dallas? It did not take long for him to react, releasing Vegeta and gazing at the newcomer with keen interest. Indeed, my king. Dallas suppressed his astonishment and promptly knelt on one knee. Initially, he had harbored doubts regarding the news of King Vegeta's demise, but those doubts swiftly vanished. The so-called genius warrior, Prince Vegeta, had been effortlessly grasped by Rex, leaving no room for doubt about the veracity of the information he had received. Then, do you know about the Tree of Might? Rex turned and returned to his throne, fixing his gaze upon Darius. He had no intention of consuming the fruit of the spirit tree. Rather, he contemplated refining the spirit tree into a blood essence elixir. Uncertain of its potential efficacy, the spirit tree? Darius paused, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. Rex furrowed his brow, perceiving that Dales's confusion was genuine. It seemed the young man had yet to discern the presence of the spirit tree. "It's nothing. You may leave now," he gestured dismissively. "Understood," Dales replied, somewhat perplexed, casting a furtive glance at Vegeta before exiting the Grand Hall. It appears that in order to swiftly elevate his combat power to 1 million, he must venture to some advanced planets, as well as the central region of the monster planet, where he must acquire something of great significance. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Rex's eyes. However, he could not depart from planet Vegeta just yet. The arrival of King Cold and Cooler remained uncertain. Although King Cold's combat prowess was slightly inferior to Frisia's, it still surpassed 100 million. Should he arrive on planet Vegeta in Rex's absence, the consequences would be catastrophic. As for Cooler, he possessed an additional transformation beyond that of Frisia. Chapter 61. The objective, Planet Yardrat. Could it be transported to the realm of martial arts? No. That place remained a crucial trump card for Rex, a sanctuary to retreat to in moments of life and death peril. Allowing this group of Scions to enter might lead to unforeseen devastation. To leave planet Vegeta? After considerable contemplation, Rex ultimately concluded that this course of action was the most prudent. A full relocation. In no time, Rex made his decision. They could no longer remain on Vegeta. His heart was set on a far more promising sanctuary, Monster Planet. It was a planet even larger than Vegeta, boasting a highly conducive environment for habitation, and its central expanse served as an excellent deterrent. Rex firmly believed that even the formidable Gula could not withstand the terrifying pressure of the atmosphere. When the order for migration was issued, a wave of astonishment swept through all the Scions, who were perplexed by the necessity to abandon their long-standing home planet. Yet, Rex offered but a singular response. Those who were unwilling to migrate could personally seek him out for a discussion. Amusingly, a few headstrong individuals approached Rex, their words laced with dissatisfaction and inquiry, only to be swiftly silenced by a single slap from him. With this grim precursor, the remaining Scions fell silent, dutifully gathering their belongings in preparation for relocation. Migration is no trifling matter. While packing up their residences was manageable, considering the Scions' long history of warfare, often using the earth as their bed and the sky as their blanket, certain high-tech apparatuses required meticulous attention. Lacking an inherent scientific aptitude, the scientists residing on planet Vegeta were all extraterrestrials. Devices such as combat power detectors and spacecraft were their designs, crafted to cater to the needs of the Scions. Thus, it was imperative that all high-tech equipment utilized by the scientists be transported without exception. Soon enough, the grand migration commenced. Enormous spaceships traversed the cosmos, with Rex leading the way at the forefront. Strangely, the scientists reported an inability to detect the monstrous planet Rex had mentioned, as if it had autonomously shielded itself from their scanning signals. Their initial entry into the place had been entirely accidental. Before long, the monstrous planet emerged within their sight. Significantly larger, 3 to 4 times, than planet Vegeta. What lay at the heart of this planet? While on its surface, Rex had made no immediate observations. However, from the vantage of space, it became strikingly clear that the central expanse was enveloped in a hazy aura, distinctly demarcating it from the surrounding areas. From a distance, it appeared as though a lid were placed upon it, rendering everything within that range utterly motionless. A flicker of realization crossed Rex's eyes as he suddenly discerned that the degree of depression in the central expanse mirrored the very shape of the energy field, together forming a flawless sphere. What? The spacecraft came to a collective halt in response to Rex's abrupt stop, and Bardock's voice, laced with confusion, emanated from the power detector. "Do you see that circular energy mass on the planet?" A faint voice from Rex resonated through the combat power detector, cautioning all to keep their distance. Subsequently, he transformed into a streak of light, plunging downward. The spaceship followed suit, piercing through the atmosphere of the monstrous planet and entering its depths. On this planet, the elite combat forces had been mercilessly annihilated by Rex, leaving only a few insignificant creatures posing no threat, easily dealt with by the other Scions. The central region was designated as a forbidden zone, off-limits to all. Indeed, Rex harbored no concern about the contents within being taken by others. The overwhelming pressure was beyond what ordinary beings could withstand. The Scion's inability to engage in battle amidst the stars was a weakness that required resolution. After much contemplation, Rex ultimately activated the stellar vortex, entering the realm of martial arts, where he brought along a multitude of skilled practitioners such as Wei Yixiao and Dai Qixi to impart their martial prowess to the Saiyans. The turtle breathing technique was designated as a fundamental practice, becoming one of the essential internal disciplines. Naturally, he did not forget to bring along Wang Yuyin and Xiao Zhao, allowing them to keep company with Zilongnu. Once everything was arranged, a month had already elapsed. During this time, Rex made a trip to planet Vegeta, discovering it remained unscathed, indicating that King Cold and Cooler had yet to make their presence known. In the near future, they would likely remain unaware of the monster planet's existence. After issuing some instructions, Rex boarded his spacecraft, soaring into the cosmos, to confront the increasingly formidable Cooler and other future adversaries. He needed to elevate his combat power swiftly and unlock new worlds in the shortest possible time. His first destination, aimed at ensuring a prompt return in the future, was firmly established: Planet Yardrat. Chapter 62. Arrival at Planet Yardrat. At last, he had arrived. As the spacecraft descended upon Planet Yardrat, Rex slowly emerged from the recessed terrain, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, the combat power here was remarkably low. Rex raised an eyebrow. His combat power detector was the latest innovation, capable of measuring strengths of up to 1 million. Yet, the readings displayed before him barely exceeded 10,000. However, in relative terms, Yardrat Star could still be classified as a high-level planet. Who are you? A figure suddenly materialized before Rex, fixated intently upon him. Oh, so this is what instantaneous teleportation feels like? A fleeting glimmer of unusual colors flashed in Rex's eyes. He had not sensed any disturbance in the air, indicating that the person before him had indeed materialized out of nowhere. Who are you? Rex remained silent, prompting the individual to speak again, their tone now tinged with a colder edge than before. Is this how the inhabitants of Adralat greet their guests? Rex smiled faintly, shrugging his shoulders to convey a lack of malice. I am Rex, a Saiyan. The other person appeared momentarily taken aback, their gaze fixating on the tail coiled around Rex's waist, and they instinctively stepped back. I have heard from my father that Saiyans are a combative and highly aggressive race. What brings you to our planet, Yardrat? Rua, do not be rude to our guest, a gentle voice interjected, accompanied by the presence of a figure who appeared significantly more mature, standing beside the Yardration named Rua. Welcome, esteemed guest from afar, to Yardrat. I, Supa, on behalf of all Yardratians, extend our warmest greetings to you. Supa performed a distinctive gesture of respect towards Rex. And how fares King Vegeta? Deceased. Rex scrutinized the newcomer, a faint smile gracing his lips. As of now, I am the king of the Saiyans. Super appeared momentarily taken aback, and then observed Rex more intently. Are you not Prince Vegeta? I recall that Prince Vegeta should still be in his youth. He is not called Vegeta, he is Rex, Leah interjected. Oh. Super furrowed his brow but soon revealed a smile, albeit with a tone of caution. Might I inquire, Your Majesty Rex, if your visit to planet Yardrat is of any particular significance? He felt compelled to tread carefully. Super was well aware of the Saiyans' notorious combative nature, especially considering they were currently under the dominion of Frisia, the cosmic marauder, whose reputation for relentless conquest had spread far and wide. Furthermore, this individual who claimed to be the new king of the Saiyans possessed an astonishing level of combat prowess. Should he provoke Rex, the entirety of planet Yardrat could very well face annihilation in an instant. Nothing of great consequence. I merely possess a keen interest in your instantaneous movement abilities. Rex smiled warmly and inquired, could you possibly teach me? Impossible. Before Supa could utter a word, the previously silent Ruya interjected, glaring at Rex with a sulky expression. Rex's eyes narrowed instantly. Luoya, do not be disrespectful, apologize to King Rex at once. Supa exclaimed, having keenly sensed Rex's displeasure. Afterward, he quickly addressed Rex, saying, Luoya is still young and lacks understanding. I hope your majesty will not take this to heart. Of course. Rex casually nodded and reached out to pat Luoya's head. Just as Luoya attempted to evade the gesture with a sudden teleportation, he was struck with horror upon realizing that he was unable to move, as if bound by an unseen force. After all, children are prone to tantrums. I shall not take offense. Rex's hand gently descended upon Luoya's head, delivering a couple of soft pats. Meanwhile, Supa, who witnessed the entire scene, felt his pupils constrict. He sensed that at the moment Luoya employed his teleportation ability, a peculiar energy suddenly emanated from Rex's palm, solidifying the very space surrounding Luoya. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye, without careful observation. It would be utterly imperceptible. What an extraordinary ability this is. Supa's gaze towards Rex was now imbued with a newfound reverence. Mr. Supa, might I be so fortunate as to learn the art of teleportation? Rex was clearly smiling, yet to Supa, it appeared as a blatant threat, particularly with his hand resting upon Lua's head. With merely a slight exertion of force, Lua's head could shatter like a watermelon. Indeed, another voice resonated, imbued with a hint of age. Lord Husu, what brings you here as well? Supa exclaimed, astonished by the sudden appearance of the elder, and simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. He introduced Husu to Rex, stating, Lord Husu is the sage of our Yadralat people. His words are to be heeded without question. Excellent. Rex nodded slightly, a flicker of brilliance briefly illuminating his eyes. I have little time. Let us begin swiftly. Once I have mastered this, I shall take my leave. Chapter 63. The Opening of Another World. The Journey to the West 1 month later. Rex has mastered the art of instantaneous travel, departing from the planet Yadrat and arriving at a higher celestial body deep within the cosmos. According to the interstellar map, this location is indeed designated as a superior planet. However, why is there an absence of detectable atmospheric presence? Rex furrowed his brow as he pressed a button on the combat power detector, which immediately emitted a series of beeps. This was an alarm, indicating the presence of a power exceeding 100,000. It could detect combat power, yet it did not rely on ki. He murmured softly to himself, acknowledging that this was not impossible. The combat power detector evaluates an individual's capabilities rather than measuring ki. When Raditz descended upon Earth, he had referred to a gun-wielding farmer with a power level of merely 5 as a weakling, a term commonly known as 5 trash. However, it was evident that the combat power of the inhabitants on this planet was markedly higher, with Rex detecting levels soaring up to 400,000. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and Rex turned to behold an astonishing sight. What on earth was that? Towering like a mountain, its muscles perfectly sculpted like blocks. Its surface was covered in layers of rock-like material. No, that was not right. Rex was suddenly taken aback. These were, without a doubt, stone giants. As he shifted his gaze, he beheld towering figures of colossal stone beings, resembling immense trees, forming a magnificent stone forest. Rex's lips twitched slightly. Just moments ago, he had landed directly amidst a pile of stone beings, instinctively believing that he was surrounded by mere boulders, never considering that they were, in fact, sentient creatures. However, his astonishment did not linger for long. The universe is vast, and the emergence of unique life forms is quite commonplace. Now, Rex pondered whether these entities could be refined into vitality elixirs for consumption. The stone beings exhibited evidently feeble combat prowess, appearing rather sluggish, completely oblivious to the presence of an additional individual beneath them, as they either slumbered or ambled about aimlessly. Rex pondered for a moment before suddenly hurling a gas orb. With a resounding bang, the struck stone shattered into countless fragments, scattering debris across the ground. In that instant, all the stone beings awakened, staring in astonishment at the disintegrated figure, before erupting into a collective roar and advancing towards Rex with determined strides. What could that be? Rex furrowed his brow, fixated on a luminous stone nestled within the shattered fragments. Ignoring the furious roars of the stone beings surrounding him, he gestured with his hand, and the radiant gem soared into his palm. Ah, such potent energy. Could this be the very core of the stone creature? Rex, lost in contemplation, felt a stirring within his heart. With a mere flick of his fingertips, shimmering starlight emanated forth, enveloping a small stone. In an instant, a crimson elixir materialized in his palm. Bang, bang, bang. Enormous fists descended upon him, yet just as they were about to make contact, a celestial array rose from beneath his feet, encasing him in its protective embrace. The refining function could indeed be applied to this process, as the system had previously indicated. A sudden gleam flashed in Rex's eyes, as he contemplated the ability to refine all things. Yet, almost immediately, a frown creased his brow. This notion seemed inherently flawed. The cores of these stone beings could indeed be refined due to their inherent combat prowess. However, entities such as planets, devoid of any combat capability, posed a question: how could they possibly be refined? The refining function, still in its nascent stage, is presently limited to items possessing combat strength. As the Master's combat abilities evolve, this refining capability will likewise advance, ultimately allowing for the refinement of all existence. The long-absent voice of the great universe system suddenly resonated in his mind. Indeed. Rex nodded slightly. Both the teleportation ability and the backpack function were intrinsically linked to his own combat prowess, and the refinement capability was no exception. Casually tossing the vitality pill into his backpack, Rex then raised his gaze to the stone golems that encircled him, brandishing their fists. A mere assemblage of debris. Rex shook his head. The combat prowess of these stone beings was woefully inadequate. Even if refined into blood elixirs, they would be rendered useless. In the next moment, he forcefully stamped his foot upon the ground. With a swift whoosh, a circular blade of energy emanated from Rex, rapidly expanding outward. Wherever it passed, the stone beings were cleaved in two, leaving shattered fragments strewn across the ground. Rex extended his hand, drawing all the larger, luminous stones into his grasp. Subsequently, he directed his gaze toward the source of the strongest combat power detected, and with a flicker of movement, he instantly appeared at that location. Before him loomed a towering giant peak, almost piercing the clouds. How magnificent! Rex murmured softly. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a mimicry of the Super Saiyan. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the colossal stone being, cradling a luminous stone the size of a house in his hands. Starlight overflowed from his fingertips, swiftly coalescing into a crystalline vitality elixir. Two more waited. The stone giant planet was soon swept away, as Rex transmuted the mightiest of the giant stone beings into vitality elixirs, consuming them to enhance his power. His combat strength surged past the 1 million mark, reaching an impressive 1.05 million. Almost simultaneously, the voice of the great universe system resonated within Rex's mind. Congratulations, Master. Your combat strength has reached the threshold of 1 million. A new alternate world has been unlocked. Please make your selection. The scene was reminiscent of the last. Swirling vortices of stars appeared beside him, varying in size and luminosity, some dim, others radiant. Rex directly reached out to press against a swirling celestial vortex of moderate size. Upon making his choice, the otherworldly realm was unveiled. The journey to the west in an alternate universe. Chapter 64. I am your fellow apprentice brother. Chapter 64. I am your fellow apprentice brother. The journey to the west? Rex let out a sigh of relief, fortunately. This time he was not thrust into yet another chaotic martial arts realm. If he were to find himself in such a world again, he would be at a loss for words. The journey to the west, as it is known, is a relatively sophisticated world. Not to mention, the presence of saints within it is far beyond what Rex can contend with at this moment. It is crucial to understand that saints are the most formidable beings beneath the great Pangu and Hongjun. Pangu, the deity of immense power, is renowned for his role in creating the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, the scenery around him had transformed. A cacophony of sounds suddenly overwhelmed his ears, leaving Rex momentarily dizzy as he turned to the side. What greeted his eyes was a lively group of monkeys frolicking and playing. Flower Fruit Mountain? Rex swiftly discerned the location he found himself in. Indeed, it was the very birthplace of the monkey son Wukong, the Flower Fruit Mountain of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. At that moment, the band of monkeys also became aware of his presence, exhibiting no fear whatsoever. Instead, they encircled him, their gazes akin to those of spectators observing monkeys in a zoo. Being surrounded by a throng of monkeys, akin to one of their own, was truly an extraordinary experience. Rex's lips twitched slightly, unable to articulate the thoughts swirling within his mind. Hey, you hairless monkey, from whence do you hail, you creature of the unknown? Suddenly exclaimed a gibbon. Hairless monkey? Rex was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at the tail wrapped around his waist, then gave it a flick. He almost forgot that the Scions have a profound connection to monkeys. Rex could not help but chuckle. Surely, they had come to gather intelligence, intending to deliver him to our king for punishment. Another monkey, scratching its head in confusion, shouted out. In an instant, a swarm of monkeys surrounded him, each one extending its claws to tug at his garments. Get away. Rex's gaze instantly turned icy, and he sent that group of monkeys flying. This formidable creature is fierce. We must summon the king. Some of the monkeys frantically rushed off to fetch assistance, while the remaining ones fixated on Rex with predatory intent. Rex stood expressionless, his arms crossed before his chest. He found himself quite intrigued by the figure of Sun Wukong, a character who had accompanied him throughout his childhood. Now, witnessing the true monkey in the flesh stirred a flicker of excitement within him. Suddenly, a colossal staff descended from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Which monster dares to trespass on the territory of your grandfather's son? Seeking death, are we? Such a ferocious monkey. Rex raised his head. his pupils constricting. This seemingly ordinary strike, however, felt as if the very heavens were collapsing under its weight. What peculiar force is this? Boom. Without a moment to ponder, Rex swiftly extended his hand, seizing the colossal staff with a mighty grip, then forcefully flinging it aside. Such tremendous power. With a strange cry, the gigantic staff instantly diminished in size, and a figure was hurled into the air. In the next instant, a jet-black dragon erupted from Rex's palm, emitting a resounding roar as it soared, claws outstretched, toward the figure. It was only then that Rex took a closer look at the silhouette. There stood a figure adorned with a phoenix-winged golden crown, clad in a golden armor of intricate design, and wearing cloud-soled shoes woven from lotus silk, brandishing the iconic golden cudgel, exuding an air of majesty. What a remarkable display of skill. The monkey let out a thunderous shout, wielding the golden cudgel, and with a single swing, shattered the ebony dragon into fragments, before charging once more at Rex, exclaiming, "Prepare to receive another blow from me." Rex curled his lip. The golden staff of Sun Wukong weighed a staggering 13,500 pounds, although his physique was remarkably resilient. It had yet to reach the level capable of enduring a direct clash with such a formidable weapon. Indeed, should they collide, it would likely result in nothing short of shattered bones and torn sinews. He extended his hand to press the power detector. Beep. A series of numbers appeared, fluctuating erratically, failing to stabilize at a single value. Was it truly indeterminate? Rex furrowed his brow, yet soon found solace. Indeed, the journey to the west is a realm where deities and Buddhas roam freely. One's combat prowess can significantly shift due to a mere weapon or a spell. At this moment, the golden staff had drawn near. With a sly grin, Rex vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Sun Wukong in the next instant. He delivered a swift kick to the monkey's backside. "How dare you kick my rear?" Sun Wukong roared, spinning around with fury as he swung his golden staff. Bang! Rex reappeared behind him, delivering another powerful kick. Sun Wukong stumbled from the impact, and with a mighty roar, he transformed into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, challenging, "Come, kick me again if you dare." Rex's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. The 3-headed, 6-armed figure represented a type of divine ability, and there were others, such as the 72 transformations, which would prove immensely beneficial if mastered. Should he seek out the Bodhi Patriarch at the Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, within the Xie Yusin Xing Cave, to learn these skills? Setting aside the uncertainty of whether the Bodhi Patriarch would impart his teachings, Rex was acutely aware that the formidable beings encountered on this journey were all exceptionally powerful. The true identity of the Bodhi Patriarch remained shrouded in mystery. Deep down, Rex harbored no confidence in his ability to defeat the Bodhi Patriarch. "Sun Wukong, do not be angered just yet." Rex's heart stirred, and he chuckled. "I am your senior brother." "Nonsense." Sun Wukong, having retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms, fixed a fierce gaze upon him, exclaiming, "When did I, old son, ever have a senior brother such as you?" Rex smiled faintly. "Have you ever studied under the Bodhi Patriarch at the Crescent Moon 3-star cave?" "How do you know?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. The Bodhi ancestor had once cautioned him never to disclose this information, thus it should have remained a secret known to no one. "I have mentioned that I am your senior brother." A subtle smile graced Rex's lips as he gazed at Sun Wukong. "However, by the time you embarked on your journey, I had already departed from my sect. Is that truly the case?" Sun Wukong replied, his heart laden with skepticism. "How then did you come to know of me?" "Not long ago, I made a visit back to my former sect." Rex discerned that Sun Wukong's resolve had already begun to waver. With a glimmer in his eyes, he chuckled and said, "My master foretold that in the days to come, you shall encounter great tribulations, and thus he has entrusted me, your senior brother, to assist you. Should you doubt my words, simply accompany me back to our sect, and you shall see." When Sun Wukong departed, Bodhi Patriarch had warned him never to mention the circumstances of their sect. Hence, Rex was certain that this monkey, without a doubt, would not follow him to the Crescent Moonstar Cave. Indeed, Sun Wukong was soon convinced by Rex's words, particularly when Rex recounted the tale of how Bodhi Patriarch had struck him thrice upon the head. There remained no room for skepticism. "Senior brother, you mentioned that my master has predicted I will face calamity. Do you know what this calamity entails?" Sun Wukong mumbled, his mouth full of a large peach. In Rex's hand was a banana, and upon hearing the words, his eyes sparkled as he pointed towards the sky. "Those celestial beings are about to trouble you." "Oh." Sun Wukong tossed aside the peach he held, a grin spreading across his face, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. "Perfect. I, the great sage, also seek to confront that old Jade Emperor. A few days ago, the old man of the Silver Star tricked me into ascending to the heavens, merely to make a mockery of me with a mere stable keeper's position. Does he truly believe that I, Sun Wukong, possess a gentle disposition? Rex raised an eyebrow. If that is the case, the tumultuous upheaval in the celestial realm is imminent. If I am not mistaken, soon Sun Wukong shall be proclaimed the great sage equal to heaven, and it is likely that the Bull Demon King and his ilk will soon make their appearance. Reflecting on this, Rex chuckled and said, Wukong, do you know that I bear a title known as the Great Sage of the Saiyans? Although it was somewhat incomprehensible, it certainly sounded impressive. Sun Wukong immediately became intrigued and exclaimed, Senior brother, why don't you bestow upon me a title as well? Gladly. In Rex's heart, he silently awaited the very phrase, suggesting, why not call him the Great Sage equal to heaven? The Great Sage equal to heaven? What a splendid name. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight as he leapt into the air, executing a somersault. From now on, I shall be known as the Great Sage equal to heaven. Meanwhile, in the Western Paradise, a colossal golden Buddha, seated atop 12 golden lotuses, furrowed his brow and gazed eastward, his eyes emitting beams of golden light that seemed to tear through the heavens. Amipa, how peculiar! How has the fate of that clever stone monkey changed? After a moment of contemplation, the golden Buddha rose, his immense form swiftly shrinking to that of an ordinary man. He turned and took a step, vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, in the entire world of Journey to the West, several powerful beings opened their eyes, frowning in deep thought as they calculated the unfolding events. Above the 9 heavens, a pair of unseen colossal eyes emerged, fixated coldly on the location of Flower Fruit Mountain, indifferent and merciless. A being that should not exist. In the next instant, the giant eyes vanished. On Flower Fruit Mountain, Rex, who had been engaged in light-hearted conversation with Sun Wukong, suddenly frowned, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Alarmed, he looked up at the sky. What a terrifying feeling! At that fleeting moment, Rex felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. His hair standing on end, a natural response to an impending crisis. Gods? Impossible! Those celestial beings from the heavenly court could not even best Sun Wukong. They could not instill such a profound sense of danger in him. So who could it be? A sage? But why would those lofty sages take notice of him? A cascade of questions flooded Rex's mind as he realized that although the world of Journey to the West offered immense opportunities, the hidden perils far exceeded his imagination. Brother, what troubles you? Sun Wukong inquired, sensing Rex's prolonged silence and curiosity piqued. Nothing, Rex replied, suppressing the fear within. His gaze gleamed with determination. Wukong, weren't you seeking to create trouble for the Jade Emperor? Allow me to assist you. Together, we shall turn his world upside down. Excellent, Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping into the air as his golden staff appeared in his hand. Let us turn his world upside down. Hold on, Rex cautioned. Rex, however, remained steadfast, gazing out at the boundless sea. Wukong, are you acquainted with those various demon kings? Is my senior brother seeking to unite them? Sun Wukong, ever astute, pondered briefly before recalling that not long ago, the Bull Demon King from the Western Bull Heaven had sent a small demon to convey a message, expressing a desire for camaraderie. Thus, it was decided to inform all the Demon Kings, we shall ascend to the heavenly court. Rex clenched his fist, a fleeting flash of crimson flickering in his gaze. The great sage, the handsome Monkey King, summoned a multitude of demons at Flower Fruit Mountain, intent on launching an assault on the heavenly court. As soon as the news spread, the demon realm was abuzz, with various demon lords hastening to gather their minions, each embarking on the journey to Flower Fruit Mountain day and night. Within just a few days, all 6 demon kings, excluding Sun Wukong, had assembled. However, with Rex's presence, they formed an alliance of 8 demon kings. Brother, do we have a solid plan for this assault on the heavenly court? Asked the Bull Demon King, lifting a large wine vat and gulping down a few hearty swigs, his eyes fixed intently on Rex. Although the ranking of these 8 demon kings was determined by age, prowess also played a significant role. The Bull Demon King and others, having engaged in contests with Rex and found themselves outmatched, readily accepted him as their elder brother. With such formidable allies at his side, what were the celestial beings to fear? With a grand gesture, Rex unabashedly appropriated the words of the Monkey King, echoing the adage, "The Emperor takes turns, next year it will be my family's turn. It is indeed time for the incompetent Jade Emperor to abdicate. How absurd." The Dragon King of the Flood scoffed, questioning why the celestial beings should monopolize the heavenly court while they, the demons, who were by no means inferior, languished in the mortal realm. This Dragon King was a formidable foe. Logically, a flood dragon is considered inferior to a true dragon. Yet the Monkey King commanded the four Seas Dragon Kings with an imperious air, while the Flood Dragon King was honored as the second brother, clearly indicating his considerable prowess. Esteemed lords, the white-bearded elder who visited last time has requested an audience with the Monkey King. He declared, drag him away and execute him to offer a sacrifice. The Bull Demon King waved his massive horns dismissively. Hold on, Rex spoke, suggesting that they might as well listen to what the Jade Emperor had to say this time, for it could potentially yield some valuable intelligence. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes, revealing that the heavenly court was indeed beginning to feel uneasy. Should this trend continue, it would undoubtedly precipitate a cataclysmic battle between the celestial beings and the demons. The Jade Emperor's purpose for coming was clearly to pacify Sun Wukong, offering him a position of nominal authority as the great sage equal to heaven. He was contemplating the effects of refining deities into vital essence pills and consuming them. Chapter 66. The Turmoil of Demons and Monsters Soon. An elderly man with a white beard was ushered forward by a throng of monkeys. At first glance, he appeared ethereal, wielding a whisk, embodying the essence of a celestial being. However, he trembled visibly, quaking at the sight of the formidable figures such as the Bull Demon King seated before him. It was important to note that the demons present were notorious figures, feared throughout the realms. Any one of them could easily tear him apart. Greetings, esteemed sages. The Jade Emperor spoke cautiously, performing his salutations while furtively glancing at Rex. According to the information he had gathered, this creature known as the Great Sage Saya was the instigator of the current assembly of demons, yet he had never heard of such a formidable being before. However, judging by the demeanor of the Bull Demon King and his peers towards Saya, it was evident that he held a position of prominence. When did such a powerful demon emerge? It was astonishing that the heavenly court had remained unaware of this development. Tai-Bai, I know you are eloquent. What words do you have for us this time? Rex let out a cold laugh, questioning whether they sought to recruit him. Allow me to inform you in advance. Do not attempt to deceive us with trivial positions. In an instant, cold sweat cascaded down the brow of the Jade Emperor. He could not help but glance at Rex, bewildered by how this creature had come to know such things. For a moment, the usually loquacious Jade Emperor found himself at a loss for words. You, immortal, truly do not know your place. Previously, you deceived my younger brother and took on that ridiculous title of the Horsekeeper. Now you dare to pull the same trick on us. Do you truly wish for your demise? The Bull Demon King snorted, releasing 2 plumes of white vapor, and with a fierce roar, nearly frightened the Jade Emperor to the ground. I have yet to settle the score for our previous encounter. The mere mention of the Horsekeeper ignited the fury within Sun Wukong, who brandished his golden staff, transforming it to the width of a bowl, and struck it down upon the Jade Emperor's head. Ah, great sage, spare me. The Jade Emperor collapsed to the ground, crying out in despair. Wukong, hold your hand. Rex's gaze flickered as he halted the golden staff that Sun Wukong was about to strike down once more. Great sage. Saiyan, great sage. I am but an innocent messenger. Tai-Bai Jinxing exclaimed, clinging to Rex's leg, as if he had found a savior. Great sage, you must be reasonable. Have no fear. Rex smiled faintly. Yet a chilling glint flickered in his eyes as he slowly placed his hand upon Tai-Bai's head, assuring him, I shall take charge of this matter for you. Thank you. Great sage Saya, thank you. Tai-Bai Jinxing had just begun to express his delight when, in an instant, he let out a scream far more agonizing than before. What is happening? Rex's pupils constricted as he quickly withdrew his hand, fixating on the prostrate figure of the Tai-Bai Jinxing, his expression shifting dramatically. It was only then that he suddenly recalled the absorbing power of the Biming divine skill and wished to experiment with it. However, at the moment of absorption, the energy within him began to surge violently as if it had encountered something utterly incompatible, contracting fiercely and forcing him to expel the energy he had just drawn in. Could it be that the chi within the Dragon Balls differed from the celestial energy in this journey to the West Realm? This was the only possibility Rex could conceive. In the next instant, he pointed a single finger. A streak of sword light shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through Tai-Bai's brow. Simultaneously, a golden figure shrieked as it erupted from Tai-Bai Jinxing's body, soaring towards the heavens. Rex raised his head. Moo. Before he could make a move, a deep and resonant bellow of a bull echoed through the air. The golden figurine was instantly sent flying backward, transforming into a streak of light that entered the mouth of the bull demon king. Burp, the essence of a deity's spirit is indeed a great tonic. The bull demon king grinned widely, revealing a bloodthirsty gleam in his copper bell-like eyes. The essence of the spirit. Lost in contemplation, Rex grasped the lifeless body of Tai-Bai. And in a radiant display of starlight, the corpse vanished within mere seconds, transforming into a vital essence pill. This spectacle astounded Sun Wukong and his companions. For while the art of alchemy was not uncommon, they were taken aback by Rex's ability to transmute an immortal into elixir in such a fleeting moment, a feat that even the venerable Laozi might find daunting. Instantly, they felt an increased sense of reverence. Brother, though Tai-Bai Jinxing possesses only ordinary powers, he nonetheless holds a place among the immortals. With his demise, the heavenly army will surely come forth soon. The bull demon king rumbled, echoing the adage that the early bird catches the worm. In my view, we should take the initiative and strike first. Brother Nyo speaks wisely. The serpent demon king replied with a malevolent grin, revealing his fangs. The celestial beings have grown complacent. Even if a few formidable figures exist among them, they are of no concern to us. Once we breach the heavenly realm, we shall take turns reigning as the Jade Emperor. Indeed, my two brothers have voiced the very sentiments of this humble monkey, Sun Wukong declared, sheathing his golden staff and seizing a peach to bite into before tossing it aside, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Brother, my golden staff eagerly awaits the call. The Pink Demon King also interjected with a chilling laugh. Brother, 100,000 demon soldiers are poised and ready. At your command, we shall charge straight into the heavenly court and vanquish those celestial soldiers. Since my brothers can hardly contain their eagerness, let us embrace battle. Rex tucked the chi blood pill into his backpack, a grin spreading across his face. He had previously inquired with the great universe system, discovering that this pill, refined from an immortal, could not enhance one's own chi, yet it possessed the remarkable ability to condense the vitality of the physical body, potentially leading to an indestructible form. However, the acquisition of such a transformation required an exceedingly vast quantity of chi blood pills. Rex could not help but cast a glance at the demon kings, including the bull demon king. These demon lords were indeed excellent materials for refining blood essence pills. He licked his lips, feeling an overwhelming impulse to immediately refine the demon kings. Struggling to suppress this thought, Rex took a deep breath and directed his gaze towards the heavens. In this world of Journey to the West, there were still many entities that instilled a sense of trepidation within him, not to mention the transcendent saints. Even the quasi-saints were far beyond Rex's current capabilities. In fact, even Sun Wukong, with his indestructible body, was enough to leave him helpless. The previous victory against the Bull Demon King and the other demon lords was largely due to his ability to teleport, leading them to subconsciously believe that Rex possessed boundless powers. Today marks the 8th update. Chapter 67, The Roar of the Giant Ape. With the death of Tai-Bai, the heavenly court was enraged. The Jade Emperor commanded the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing to take the lead and dispatch someone to the Guanjianka to summon the illustrious Erlangshan. The celestial soldiers gathered, their imposing presence manifesting above the flower and fruit mountain. You audacious monkey, you refuse to be disciplined and dare to slay the celestial official Tai-Bai Jinxing. Surrender immediately and come with me to the heavenly court to face the Jade Emperor's judgment. A booming voice echoed from the sky, as a robust figure emerged from the clouds, adorned with a golden winged crown and holding a golden pagoda. It was none other than the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing. Beside him stood two figures, one smaller in a red robe and the other tall, with a third eye on his forehead, accompanied by a divine hound. It was Neza and Erlangshan. Humph. If you wish to capture my grandpa's son, you must first inquire whether my grandpa's golden staff agrees. Sun Wukong sneered repeatedly. And you must also ask my brothers if they consent. The Bull Demon King brandished an iron rod, grinning menacingly. As a notorious figure from the demon realm, he had always been at odds with the heavenly court and had long harbored thoughts of attacking it. However, he had always held back out of caution. Now, with Rex and Sun Wukong leading the charge, the Bull Demon King was eager to join the fray. Is it just you lot? I fear that may not be enough to quench the bloodshed. Rex smiled faintly. The great King of Heaven, despite possessing the exquisite pagoda, is fundamentally a weakling. Although the illustrious Erlangshan and Neza are formidable, each demon king present possesses immense powers. None would fear them. Are you truly the so-called Saiyan Great Sage? While the great King of Heaven had just mentioned Sun Wukong, his gaze remained fixated upon Rex. The entire situation stemmed from the sudden emergence of this Saiyan Great Sage. Even the unfortunate Tai-Bai Jinxing fell victim to this unknown demon. Please refrain from uttering the phrase so-called. A flash of crimson flickered in Rex's gaze as he suddenly materialized in the celestial expanse, nearly face-to-face with the formidable King of Heaven. "I am the great sage of the Saiyans," he proclaimed. The King of Heaven, taken aback, hastily retreated, his exquisite pagoda shimmering with golden light. Beside them, the illustrious Erlangchen, with his third eye aglow, scrutinized Rex intently. I cannot discern his true form? Erlangchen was evidently astonished. His divine sight possessed the ability to reveal the essence of demons, discerning the fundamental nature of things and piercing through illusions. Yet now, before this great sage of the Saiyans, he could still perceive only a human guise. Could it be that he genuinely appeared thus? Doubts swirled within Erlangchen's mind. But the sight of the monkey's tail dispelled such thoughts. This being was unfathomable. He categorized Rex in his mind, feeling an involuntary surge of caution. "You audacious fiend. Prepare yourself." Neza, known for his rebellious spirit, was incensed to see Rex approach unperturbed. With the stamp of his wind fire wheels, he thrust his fiery spear toward Rex. Bang! "Neza, I am aware of your grievances against your father. Why not join me and rebel against the heavenly court?" Rex let out a low chuckle, elegantly retreating a few steps to evade the bullet. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed Neza's eyes, causing even his fiery spear to pause momentarily. "This wretched being, indeed, still harbors resentment towards me." King Toda, witnessing this, was taken aback and urgently exclaimed, "My son Neza, step back. Allow your father to subdue this ungrateful monster." As he spoke, the exquisite pagoda in his hand soared into the air, rapidly enlarging as it descended upon Rex and Neza. "This old fool, he intends to suppress me as well." A glint of fierce determination flashed in Neza's eyes, deepening his discontent as he hurriedly evaded the impending threat. "Hm." Rex lifted his gaze, fixating on the exquisite tower descending from the heavens, his pupils narrowing slightly. He distinctly sensed an extraordinary binding force manifesting within this space, rendering him utterly unable to evade it. Boom! In the next instant, the exquisite tower engulfed Rex entirely. "Ha ha ha! This great Saiyan has been subdued. Do you, the myriad demons, not yield to punishment?" The king of the tower laughed triumphantly. "Master." Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically as he brandished his golden staff, ready to charge forward. "Do not panic. My younger brother. Our elder brother possesses exceptional skills and immense powers. How could a mere exquisite tower possibly restrain him?" The bull demon king chuckled, blocking his path with an air of indifference. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow but paused, gripping his golden staff tightly, prepared to shatter the exquisite tower into fragments at the slightest hint of trouble. Just then, the triumphant laughter of the king of the tower abruptly ceased. His expression changed drastically as he fixated intently on the fluctuating size of the exquisite tower. In the next moment, boom, the tower erupted explosively, and a colossal black dragon coiled forth, roaring in fury as it charged directly at the king of the tower. Humph! The second son of heaven's eyes glinted with cold light. He finally sprang into action, sweeping his three-pronged, double-edged knife with ferocity, dispersing the black dragon with ease. Indeed, the foremost individual beneath the quasi-saint level is truly remarkable. Rex narrowed his eyes, his form shimmering as he returned before the bull demon king and the other fiends. The recent display of power by Erlangchen had effortlessly severed his strength, surpassing even that of Sun Wukong. With Yang Jian present, who would dare challenge this lord? Erlangchen stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon the bull demon king and the other demon lords. "I believe you have made a mistake." Rex interjected before the bull demon king could respond, a cold smirk gracing his lips as a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "This is war." With that proclamation, a brilliant orb materialized in the palm of his hand and was cast into the sky. This inexplicable action left even Erlangchen and the other deities perplexed, while Sun Wukong and the demon lords furrowed their brows in confusion over Rex's intentions. However, in the blink of an eye, they understood. A monumental transformation erupted from Rex. The giant ape roared, "Is this truly the form of my senior brother?" Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fully realized that Rex was also a monkey demon. His elder brother had not employed the celestial powers of heaven and earth. His true form was astonishingly immense. The bull demon king and the dragon demon king were left aghast. They could hardly fathom how many years Rex had devoted to cultivation to achieve such a colossal stature. Chapter 68. Summoning the demon clans to resist the celestial beings, an unparalleled demon. The million heavenly soldiers retreated a step, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Rex's giant ape form. After the battle of the deification, such formidable demons should no longer exist in the world. Furthermore, even during the deification, I had never heard of such a ferocious ape. From whence did he come? Even Yang Jian, the celestial sage, wore a grave expression, his third celestial eye pulsing with intensity. When Rex, in his colossal ape form, cast his scarlet gaze over the battlefield, even his steadfast heart quivered with a tinge of fear. Boom! At that moment, the giant ape opened its mouth, unleashing a tremendous beam of light. As it traversed the battlefield, the heavenly soldiers screamed in agony, turning to ash. A peculiar expression crossed Yang Jian's face. He sensed that while this attack appeared formidable, it might not be capable of harming him. Could it be that this ferocious ape was merely a fade? Doubts began to creep into Yang Jian's mind. Yet he remained wary. After all, he had failed to discern the true form of his opponent, which was exceedingly unusual. Even the great demon Kong Xian from days past had not eluded the scrutiny of his celestial eye. My elder brother has made his move. What are we waiting for? Brothers? The bull demon king, stirred by Rex's ferocity, let out a resounding bellow, employing the celestial powers of heaven and earth to transform into a colossal bull, charging into the ranks of the heavenly soldiers and trampling them mercilessly. Wild beasts! With a fierce glare, Erlang Shun acknowledged his apprehension towards Rex. Yet he harbored no fear of the bull demon king. Instantly, he transformed into a giant, wielding a trident halberd, ready to confront the bull demon king. Young Jian, your adversary is grandfather's son, boomed Sun Wukong, who then morphed into a colossal ape. At first glance, he bore a striking resemblance to Rex. Yet his visage was far more ferocious, brandishing the golden staff as he engaged in battle with Erlang Shun. The Dragon Demon King, the Peng Demon King, and other demon lords exchanged glances, promptly reverting to their true forms. A serpentine dragon spanning miles, a titanic rock obscuring the sun, a fierce lion, and two uniquely featured giant apes emerged. Among them, Rex stood tall, a formidable assembly of 8 colossal beings rampaging with abandon. The celestial soldiers were left in a state of utter panic, scattering in all directions. Even the king of heavenly treasure turned pale, daunted by the 8 monstrous demons, and fled towards the heavens. Useless. A flicker of disdain flashed in Nez's eyes as he cast a glance at Rex, his gaze flickering before he finally ascended into the sky. Ultimately, even Yang Jian sensed the dire situation and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Ha! The demon lords erupted in wild laughter, while Rex remained silent, gazing at the heavens. The conflict between celestial beings and demons would undoubtedly bring about widespread devastation. It seemed the Western Paradise was soon to intervene. The myriad demons of Flower Fruit Mountain alone could not contend. It was imperative to rally the demon clans across the realm to resist the celestial and Buddhist forces. Only in this way could the materials for refining the blood chi pill be ceaselessly obtained. A fleeting glimpse of madness flashed within Rex's eyes. The battle at Flower Fruit Mountain had ended in a resounding victory for the demon clan, and news of this triumph swiftly spread throughout the 3 realms. The demons concealed within various mountain peaks and caves felt invigorated upon hearing the news. Even those who had been hesitant began to rally their subordinates and hasten towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Soon, the mountain welcomed a formidable demon, a golden-winged great Ping. This creature was a close kin of the Peng Demon King, yet possessed even greater strength, having been subdued only through cunning by the likes of the Tathagata. Particularly notable was its unparalleled speed, unmatched by any other. Rex pondered whether consuming a blood essence pill refined from this creature would grant him the ability to fly like it. Not long after, a graceful and enchanting female demon arrived, the Scorpion Spirit. Indeed, she was an exceptional being, having once listened to the Tathagata's teachings at the Spirit Mountain and even managed to sting him, causing the Tathagata considerable pain. Thus, the 8 great demon kings convened to form the 10 great demon kings, with Rex still at the helm. Even the golden-winged Great Peng, after racing against Rex, conceded defeat. In truth, Rex's instantaneous movement would leave the Great Peng far behind in a contest of speed. Brother, do you have someone special in your heart? The Scorpion Spirit, with her alluring figure and captivating gaze, clung closely to Rex, refusing to leave his side. Hey, little sister, why do you cling to Big Brother every day? If you're feeling lonely, I, the Bull Demon King, can keep you company. The Bull Demon King playfully pounded his chest, his boastful demeanor resonating. Get lost. The Scorpion Spirit huffed, casting a sidelong glance at the Bull Demon King. If Sister Iron Fan gets jealous, I wouldn't he be able to withstand her wrath when she waves her banana fan? The Bull Demon King immediately wilted. Despite being a powerful ruler of the demon realm, he was somewhat timid. It would have been manageable if Princess Iron Fan were absent, but now she had also come to Flower Fruit Mountain, claiming she needed to keep an eye on him to prevent any mischief. Brother, what are you waiting for? Sun Wukong, munching on a peach, looked perplexed. In my humble opinion, it would be best to strike against the heavenly court and eliminate those deities. Upon hearing this, the other jovial demon kings paused their revelry, frowning as they turned to Rex. Nearly 2 months had passed since the battle at Flower Fruit Mountain, and Rex had been seeking their counsel on various supernatural abilities. Beyond that, he seemed to have forgotten entirely about the notion of attacking the heavenly court. The monkey speaks wisely. The golden-winged great Pung flashed before Rex, exclaiming, Brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you are excessively cautious, burdened by too many concerns. It is not that I am overly cautious. A cold glimmer flashed in Rex's eyes as he spoke softly. You must understand that the heavenly court is not easily breached. Although Haoyin may be ineffectual, the Tathagata of the Western Paradise possesses the cultivation of a quasi-saint. His gaze swept over the assembled demon kings. Tell me, who among you can contend with him? The demon kings exchanged glances, their faces betraying their uncertainty. Even Sun Wukong, known for his rebellious spirit, fell silent at this moment. As long as the saints remain absent, the quasi-saints reign supreme. What shall we do? The Bull Demon King spoke up, his voice low. We cannot simply prolong this stalemate. It would be better to disband and return to our respective domains. Therefore, we must seek out allies. Rex spoke softly, his gaze lowered, a fleeting flash of crimson crossing his eyes. Chapter 69. The anomaly in the heart of the realm. The demon race has never been weak. With the presence of the Saint Inwa, the other saints naturally harbor reservations and refrain from acting recklessly. In the absence of the saints' intervention, the quasi-saints reign supreme. From the demon master Kunpeng of the primordial era to the formidable Kong Xian of the investiture of the gods, these mighty demons are exceptionally powerful, their divine abilities unparalleled. Even among the quasi-saints, they hold a distinguished position, particularly Kong Xian, whose innate five-colored divine light could obliterate anything in its path. Even the likes of Randang and Liao Daoist could only flee in terror. This colossal demon still exists in the world today, having been enshrined as the great Ming king of peacocks in the western blissful land. Yet, a demon is still a demon. Although Kong Xian has long resided in the western blissful land, his inherent demonic nature cannot be extinguished. He is a formidable ally that must be secured. Furthermore, many great demons have been subdued by the heavenly court or the west, and should they find an opportunity, their ferocious nature would surely resurface. One of Rex's objectives is precisely these great demons. Alas, after divulging the plan to the demon kings, Rex suddenly recalled something, his heart sinking. He had been here for 3 or 4 months, diligently seeking counsel from Sun Wukong and other demon kings on the arts of divine powers. And while he had been in constant confrontation with the heavenly court, the battles had been minor skirmishes rather than grand conflicts, causing him to temporarily forget about the Dragon Ball world. At this moment, the realization struck him, and his expression darkened. Whether it be King Kurd or Gula, should they discover the monster planet, it would result in catastrophic repercussions. With this thought in mind, Rex could no longer remain seated. My brothers, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Rex abruptly rose from his seat, instructing, You shall engage with the heavenly realm, but do not confront them head-on. Instead, seek opportunities to persuade those formidable demons who have previously surrendered to the celestial beings to reconsider. I shall return shortly. With that, a swirling vortex of stars materialized before him, and he stepped into it, vanishing from sight. This spectacle left the demon kings in astonishment. Indeed, my elder brother possesses immense capabilities. The Bull Demon King, with a gleam of wisdom in his large copper eyes, remarked, Given my brother's cautiousness, we must never let our guard down. Precisely, affirmed the golden-winged Great Pong. I share a connection with the Western Paradise. I shall take charge of the persuasion efforts there. I shall accompany you, interjected the scorpion Demonis, who had once listened to the teachings of the Tathagata in Spiritual Mountain and had some acquaintance with the demons residing there. The Bull Demon King and the other demon lords nodded in agreement, each setting off to seek out familiar demons, leaving their plans undisclosed for the moment. In the Dragon Ball universe, Rex returned to the place he had once departed, namely the Stone Man planet. Without lingering for long, He pressed his 2 fingers against his brow, and upon a delicate sensation, he detected the vital aura of life from the monster planet, letting out a sigh of relief. In the next instant, he vanished abruptly. When he reappeared, it was already beside Betty. Bang! Startled by the sudden appearance, Betty instinctively raised her small hand and slapped it towards the side. Rex raised an eyebrow. After several months apart, Betty's combat prowess had surged remarkably, now nearing an impressive 500,000. Ah, it is you. Rex, you have finally returned. Upon recognizing him, Betty exclaimed with delight, embracing him tightly, filled with joy and excitement. Rex gently caressed Betty's hair, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. It was then that he realized Betty was situated near the heart of the central area, where a group of Scions had gathered, all seated in a meditative posture. What had transpired, and why were they all assembled here? Rex furrowed his brow. These Scions were indeed engaged in cultivation, yet their seated posture seemed somewhat incongruous, reminiscent of martial arts practitioners. 2 months prior, a sudden disturbance emanated from the heart of the central region, reverberating throughout the entire planet. Betty, with a slight furrow of her brow, elucidated. I personally undertook an investigation and discovered that the area enveloped by that energy field had expanded, yet the pressure it exerted upon us had diminished significantly. Thus, this place has become a natural gravity chamber. Oh, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Rex's eyes. Enveloped by a constant gravitational force, he remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in gravity upon his return. Is the range gradually expanding? In other words, this pressure will ultimately engulf the entirety of the monster planet. Consequently, the gravitational dynamics of the entire planet will undergo a transformation. Let us set this matter aside for the moment. Rex shook his head. His return was motivated by more than this. Have you recently detected the presence of that Kurdish king in Gula? Indeed. The super detector registered a powerful energy surge approximately half a month ago. Subsequently, I dispatched personnel to investigate and discovered that planet Vegeta has been obliterated. Upon hearing this, Betty's expression instantly turned grave. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Rex's eyes, indicating that either the Kurdish king or Gula had arrived. Betty nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation, and suddenly said, Rex, could you take me to that world of Journey to the West? No, he replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Rex outright rejected the notion, asserting that the combat prowess in that world was exceedingly formidable, capable of annihilating numerous beings in an instant. Very well. A hint of disappointment and regret flickered across Betty's face, yet she could only nod in acquiescence. She understood that Rex's assertion indicated the pervasive dangers lurking within that realm of Journey to the West. Dispatch all Scions forthwith to locate the king of Kurd and Gula. Rex's gaze hardened with determination. He resolved to eliminate them swiftly, for otherwise, the threat would persist indefinitely. Meanwhile, in the realm of Journey to the West, the heavens loomed high, where several towering figures sat cross-legged, enveloped in an ethereal mist. An unknown entity had intervened in the disputes of the 3 realms, and the celestial mechanisms concealed their fate. This was indeed an extraordinary occurrence, prompting us to ponder our place in it. After a prolonged silence, a voice, cool and detached, broke the stillness. The Jade Emperor of Heaven has remained inactive. Now that calamity has arisen, it is not entirely without merit. A gentle feminine voice interjected, do you imply, my fellow Taoist, that you support this conflict between the celestial beings and the demons? The earlier indifferent voice resumed, having dwelled in the heavenly abode for so long, one inevitably grows complacent. In my view, it is time for the demon race to reclaim dominion over the heavenly realm. Suddenly, a figure scoffed disdainfully. The detached voice sighed. It seems this chaos is inevitable between the celestial beings and the demons. The assembly fell silent, and one by one, they vanished. Chapter 70. Entering the heart of the central realm, within reach as Rex's command was disseminated, all Scions mobilized. They had all mastered the turtle-breathing technique, enabling them to survive in the cosmos. Although their endurance was limited, it was sufficient for their needs. Shortly thereafter, the signal from a Scion's power scouter abruptly vanished. This occurrence could only signify one thing, death. In the next instant, Rex erupted with energy, launching himself from the monster planet and carving a visible trail across the sky. This overwhelming aura could only belong to King Kult. Rex furrowed his brow, for the energy he sensed was not particularly formidable. Even weaker than Frisia's final form with a combat power of 100. His primary concern, however, was with Gula, whose ultimate form boasted an astonishing combat power of 470 million, far surpassing that of King Cold. A figure as high as 470 million is indeed remarkable. Currently, Rex's maximum combat power could soar to 200 million. Yet it still fell short of Gula's might. This was, of course, without the utilization of his mystical techniques. In the world of Journey to the West, Rex had diligently sought the guidance of Sun Wukong and other demon kings regarding these techniques for several months, learning almost effortlessly. Naturally, this was limited to some of the more basic techniques. For instance, he had yet to fully master the earthly fiend's 72 transformations. Lost in thought, the sensed energy drew nearer, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 1,000 miles away. Before long, a figure materialized before him. Standing majestically amidst the cosmos, it was none other than King Cold. "You are the Scion who killed Frisia, aren't you?" King Cold remarked coldly, turning to glare at Rex with a hint of a sneer at the corners of his mouth. "Do you dare to approach me? I have no interest in wasting words with you." A cold glimmer flickered in Rex's eyes as he transformed into a simulated Super Saiyan, a crimson aura igniting around him. In an instant, the blood-red flames morphed into a pitch-black darkness. With a thunderous crash, he materialized before King Kurd, delivering a devastating punch that pierced through his chest. The king's eyes widened in shock, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring in horror at Rex. "You and I, how can this be?" King Kurd stammered, unable to fathom the overwhelming strength Rex now possessed. He had previously believed that Frisia's failure to transform had led to his demise, but now he realized how utterly foolish that notion was. Soon, he succumbed to death, becoming a translucent essence of vitality. A precious elixir capable of enhancing combat prowess by 50 million. A sudden glimmer of brilliance flickered in Rex's eyes, swiftly returning to normalcy as he tossed the chi blood pill into his mouth. Boom! A tempestuous surge of energy instantly flooded his body, causing his complexion to flush crimson as vitality surged within him. By the heavens, he found himself unable to withstand it. Rex's expression shifted dramatically. The overwhelming force was far too potent for his usual physique to withstand. In the blink of an eye, he resembled an inflated balloon, swelling uncontrollably. This cannot be allowed to culminate in an explosion. In Rex's eyes, profound terror was vividly expressed as he clenched his teeth, and a crimson aura suddenly enveloped him. With a deep breath, his inflated body swiftly returned to its normal state. It was clear that such an endeavor could not be accomplished in a single stroke. Rex let out a slight sigh of relief, accompanied by a sense of resignation as he curled his lips. At this moment, his pseudo-Super Saiyan form had reached an astounding combat power of 80 million, while in his normal state, it stood at a mere 2 million. Should the more than 50 million combat power be transferred to his normal state, upon transforming into the pseudo-Super Saiyan, it would yield a terrifying figure. The King of Cold had perished, and the arrival of Gula remained uncertain. Rex pressed his fingers upon his brow, and in the next moment, he found himself on the monster planet. The current situation in the journey to the West world was fraught with tension, as a cataclysmic conflict between immortals and demons could erupt at any moment. His standing within the demon clan was unparalleled, and it would not be an exaggeration to deem him the leader of the demons. Thus, he must maintain his stronghold, having acquired some divine abilities. Although he could not claim to rival the likes of the Buddha, he believed he could manage to defend himself. Upon returning to the monster planet, Rex stepped directly into the heart of the central region. The pressure in the central region had significantly diminished. It was no longer as terrifying as before, allowing even some ordinary Scions to cultivate on the outskirts. "What exactly are you?" Rex's curiosity towards that enigmatic object grew increasingly profound. He ventured deeper into the heart of the central region, where the pressure, though considerably diminished from before, still intensified as he approached the core, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the pressure surged exponentially, forcing Rex to his knees. Yet, at this moment, he was still 10,000 meters away from the center. A crimson aura blazed fiercely around him. Rex rose abruptly, resolutely advancing under the immense pressure. Suddenly, he comprehended the reason behind the formation of such a vast semicircular depression. The closer one drew to the center, the greater the pressure became, causing the ground to be forcefully compressed downward, rendering this area a veritable epicenter from afar. With each deliberate step, the fiery aura that enveloped him gradually transformed from a crimson hue to a deep, inky black, and his once vibrant eyes now appeared as voids of darkness. At first glance, he resembled a formidable fiend emerging from the depths of the underworld. Just 100 meters to go. Rex muttered to himself, beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascading down his forehead. He lifted his foot, desperately attempting to move. Yet it felt as though he were standing on an immovable stone of the universe's most formidable nature, unable to budge an inch. I refuse to believe that this mere 100 meters can thwart me, Rex. His expression twisted into a terrifying snarl, a dark aura blazing fiercely around him, taking on a corporeal form towering several dozen feet high. 72 transformations, he growled. Rex's form flickered momentarily before transforming into a sleek black sword, its surface ablaze with an ethereal flame. In the blink of an eye, the sword began to whirl violently, morphing into a tempest as it surged toward the epicenter. Each fleeting second felt like an eternity. The immense pressure exerted on the blade caused fissures to appear, only to gradually mend themselves. It is crucial to note that the black sword was, in essence, Rex himself. The sensation of his corporeal form fracturing and healing was utterly maddening. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. At long last, the black sword drew near to the central point. Simultaneously, Rex's true form emerged, his vision hazy as he glimpsed an object ahead, which he grasped firmly in his hand. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Chapter 71. Return to Journey to the West. The Battle of Immortals and Demons. Chapter 71. Return to Journey to the West. The Battle of Immortals and Demons. 8th update. Please subscribe automatically. Absolute darkness. Rex walked within, his gaze vacant, akin to an ancient pond untouched by time, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. He was oblivious to his surroundings, unaware of how long he had wandered. All he comprehended was that any semblance of light would be devoured by the encroaching darkness, even the radiance of the gaslight. He had relinquished his struggle, moving forward with a mechanical gait. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of white light materialized before him, and in an instant, it erupted into a brilliance that dispelled the pervasive shadows of the world. In the next moment, that white light shattered, revealing a sky adorned with countless stars. Rex was taken aback, staring blankly up at the heavens. At that moment, the dark world had transformed completely. Brilliant starlight cascaded from the sky, resembling luminous jade curtains, breathtakingly beautiful and stirring the heart. Just then, a small, spherical orb appeared before Rex, suspended in midair. This was Rex furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the orb before him, yet unable to recall where he had encountered it. After a prolonged period of deep contemplation, a spark of realization illuminated his gaze, and he murmured, "This is that object from the heart of the central region." No sooner had the words left his lips than the entire world began to crumble. Rex Horon awoke with a start, discovering himself lying at the very center of a central depression, grasping a spherical object in his hand. A mere illusion? No, that could not be the case. He fixated upon the orb in his palm, his gaze taking on an unusual intensity. In this Dragon Ball world, such an artifact existed, if his conjectures were correct. What he had just experienced was the evolutionary realm. This small orb, its origins unknown, had inexplicably landed on this monstrous planet, a revelation that took Rex by surprise. Universe. Do you comprehend what this is? He mused inwardly. Although its precise nature eluded him, its characteristics warranted the appellation Chaos Sphere. The voice of the cosmic system resonated with an air of peculiarity, a rare moment of emotional fluctuation. Chaos Sphere? Indeed, a name befitting its essence. Rex nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the world of Journey to the West, where both deities and demons wielded magical artifacts and weapons. Although he typically refrained from using weapons, this Chaos Orb could indeed be refined into a personal magical treasure, its power undoubtedly extraordinary. He had already mastered the method of refining such treasures. With this thought in mind, Rex no longer hesitated. He settled into a cross-legged position, his fingers poised together, as a slender wisp of black flame emanated forth, cascading gently to the ground. In the next moment, the Chaos Orb began to levitate slowly, hovering above the black flame. With a whoosh, the Chaos Orb was instantly enveloped, leaving no gaps or openings. Rex sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed upon the Chaos Sphere, channeling every ounce of his energy into nurturing it with unwavering focus. He remained in this meditative state for an entire month. Upon finally opening his eyes, he beheld the transformation of the Chaos Sphere. It now emanated a faint, black flame that flickered incessantly, suspended in the air and exuding a chilling aura. It would be more fitting to refer to it as the Chaos Demon Sphere. Rex could not help but smile, but soon his expression grew solemn as he murmured, "It is time to return to the world of Journey to the West." The celestial vortex materialized, and he stepped forward into it. Boom. As soon as he entered the world of Journey to the West, a thunderous roar resonated in his ears. Rex's countenance shifted slightly, and in a blink, he vanished from his original spot. Looking back, he saw a massive bolt of lightning tear through the very place where he had stood moments before. Rex's pupils slightly constricted as he surveyed his surroundings. The first sight that met his gaze was an enormous gorilla, towering as if it could touch the heavens. Bloodied and wielding a colossal staff resembling a pillar of the sky, smashing down upon countless celestial soldiers with a roar that reverberated through the air. Turning his eyes, he beheld a giant bull, trampling through tumultuous black clouds, its bellow nearly drowning out the thunder above. Another shift of his gaze revealed immense wings stretching across the firmament, spanning an astonishing 36,000 miles, as they rent a colossal dragon asunder. Demonic beings manifested their true forms, waging war against the celestial deities of the nine heavens. The cacophony of battle cries shattered the sky, filling the air with a deafening resonance. This flower and fruit mountain had unmistakably transformed into a battleground of celestial beings and demons. I had been away for just over a month, and yet a great war had erupted so swiftly. How could it have escalated so quickly? Rex was shaken to his core. If Sun Wukong and the others complied with his requests, the celestial and demon war could not possibly have erupted in such a brief span of time. Where had things gone awry? Little did he anticipate that the intervention of the sage had directly accelerated the progression of the celestial demon conflict. Brother, in the distance, a massive scorpion detected Rex's presence, instantly repelling several arhats before transforming into an enchanting and beautiful woman, her face alight with surprise. It was none other than the scorpion spirit. At that moment, she was smeared with blood, with the corpses of arhats strewn beneath her feet, yet despite being besieged, she had sustained considerable injuries. A cold glimmer flashed in Rex's eyes as he swiftly appeared before the scorpion spirit. With a resounding crash, a gigantic hand unexpectedly emerged, sending the several attackers surrounding her flying. Sister, what on earth is happening? Rex's countenance darkened, for the reality before him contradicted his calculations. Under the united forces of the celestial beings and the Buddhas, the demon race evidently found itself at a disadvantage, lacking the high-end combat power that was crucial. The intervention of the saints weighed heavily upon the situation. The scorpion essence let out a bitter laugh, her exquisite features marred by a few droplets of Arhot's golden blood, rendering her beauty all the more tragic. Both fourth brother and sixth brother had perished in battle, and my demon kin were retreating steadily under the relentless assault of the celestial beings and Buddhas. Were it not for the exceptional prowess of second brother, third brother, eighth brother, and ninth brother, we might have already faced utter defeat. The second brother, third brother, eighth brother, and ninth brother she referred to were none other than the Bull Demon King, the Flood Dragon King, Sun Wukong, and the Golden-Winged Great Pong. Each of these formidable beings had garnered a fearsome reputation since the onset of the Celestial Demon War, particularly in his frenzied state. Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, instilled terror wherever he ventured. Had Kong Xian not been summoned? Rex's gaze was clouded, and he murmured softly. Indeed, they had managed to invite him. But Kong Xian was a quasi-saint and could not intervene lightly. Otherwise, that Western Tathgata and the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, Jin Yuanzi, would surely involve themselves. The scorpion spirit elaborated, his voice tinged with frustration. A quasi-saint cannot intervene? In Rex's eyes, a fierce glimmer flashed. This battlefield of immortals and demons would become his hunting ground. Chapter 72, The Benevolence of My Demon. Hey, that monstrous being, shall it not submit to its fate? Several golden-bodied arhats surrounded the two, wielding their demon-subduing staffs, striking down furiously. Little sister, rest for a moment and observe the prowess of your elder brother. Rex appeared oblivious, continuing his conversation with the scorpion spirit. Yet, at the very moment the demon-subduing pestle was about to draw near, a sudden eruption of crimson energy enveloped him. Boom. The several arhats were instantly sent hurtling backward. In the next instant, Rex, like a wraith, materialized before one of the arhats, delivering a punch that pierced straight through its chest. A golden-bodied arhat? Huh. Rex chuckled derisively, remarking that the so-called golden forms of these arhats paled in comparison to the indestructible body of Sun Wukong by countless degrees. Instead, behold the Buddha I have cultivated. His pupils flashed with a crimson light as a colossal silhouette of a Buddha materialized behind him, not radiating golden light, but rather swirling with a deep, obsidian hue. What? The golden-bodied arhats were taken aback, and from a distance, a bodhisattva also turned their gaze, visibly shaken. I am the embodiment of demonic compassion. Rex clapped his hands with an air of benevolence. However, as his voice faded, countless dark handprints surged forth from the ethereal form of the Buddha, instantly filling the skies with a multitude of black Buddha palms. With a resounding crash, a single strike caused dozens of golden-bodied arhats to spew forth blood, while the weaker ones were utterly shattered. Such a waste, indeed. Rex smacked his lips and then curled the corners of his mouth in a devilish smile, suggesting, "Why not? Dear guests, come and embrace my demonic teachings. I shall impart the supreme doctrine." The assembled arhats gazed at him in sheer horror, bewildered by such a blend of Buddhist and demonic methods. Had they not been taught that the two could never coexist? Yet, how was it that these seemingly contradictory elements could harmoniously manifest within a single fiend? Suddenly, at the zenith of the heavens, a colossal golden Buddha materialized, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon Rex, with rays of golden light erupting from his pupils, threatening to shatter the very firmament. However, in an instant, a radiant five-colored divine light appeared, causing the golden Buddha to vanish without a trace. This extraordinary occurrence transpired in the blink of an eye. Rex, however, sensed it clearly. In the realm of Journey to the West, the Buddha stands as one of the most formidable beings, especially when the saints remain absent. Upon closer inspection, he realized the profound depths of this power. Frowning slightly, he acknowledged the significant gap that still existed between himself and the quasi-saint. The subsequent emergence of the five-colored divine radiance must indeed be attributed to Kong Xian. This extraordinary demon, during the War of the Gods, had swept through the battlefield with unrivaled prowess, rendering him inscrutable. Had it not been for his restraining presence upon the Buddha, the demon race would have undoubtedly faced utter defeat. Rex's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the golden-winged rock soaring through the sky. This creature, a brother of Kong Xian, possessed considerable strength. However, when compared to Kong Xian, it fell significantly short. The emergence of more formidable beings is still required. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes. In the war of deification, there were numerous vanquished souls. Although they were granted divine status, their resentment lingered fiercely. Take, for instance, Shingongbao. His infamous plea, "Fellow Taoist, please stay," has ensnared countless souls. As Rex is aware, although Shingongbao was bestowed the title of General of the Eastern Sea's Water Division, his physical form was entombed in the eye of the Northern Sea, and it is likely that he has harbored bitterness all these years. Consider the even more ancient figure of Xing Tian, the great shaman. Such formidable beings surely still exist in this world. They merely need to be located. Elder brother, be cautious. Suddenly, the urgent call of the scorpion spirit pierced through his contemplation. Rex Horan raised his gaze, and a bolt of furious lightning descended from the heavens, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant electric glow. In an instant, the lightning transformed into a figure riding a black jade qilin, enveloped in a swirl of violet electric radiance. The thunderous supreme being? Rex's pupils constricted as the newcomer approached, a vertical eye manifesting on his forehead, emanating an aura of unyielding authority, exuding a righteous vigor surpassing that of Yang Jian. This was Wen Zhong, also known as Master One from the Battle of Gods, a paragon of integrity capable of distinguishing good from evil, possessing immense power, and revered as the Thunder Ancestor. In an instant, Wen Zhong's cold gaze bored down upon Rex. The vertical eye on his forehead suddenly shimmered with brilliance. The next moment, he glared fiercely, exclaiming, "You wretched beast! Is it you who deliberately instigated the war between immortals and demons?" To which Rex retorted, "What do you mean by deliberate?" Rex, however, spoke with an impassive expression. "Master One, you are well aware that the enmity between immortals and demons has endured for ages, from ancient times to the present. The current war is merely a manifestation of the inevitable." "Preposterous!" Wen Zhong exclaimed in fury, brandishing his dual whips and striking fiercely. "Wen Zhong, if memory serves me right, you are a disciple of the Sacred Mother of Golden Spirits. Are you aware of how your revered uncle, the Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirits, met her demise?" Rex moved with a leisurely grace, deftly evading the onslaught, while uttering softly. However, Wen Zhong remained silent, intensifying his assault, transforming the surrounding area into a tempestuous hell of thunder and lightning. She had fallen victim to the machinations of the primordial heavenly sovereign, who had orchestrated the demise of the Taoist Kundi, leading to her being devoured entirely by the blood-sucking fiends. Rex chuckled softly, remarking on your self-proclaimed integrity, questioning why you do not seek a discourse with the primordial heavenly master to see how he might respond to you. When Zhong's movements abruptly faltered, his pupils constricting. Ha 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 ha. Rex laughed maniacally, his form trembling as lightning crackled around him. He soared into the air, charging toward the battlefield in the heavens. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the sky, several figures were seated in meditation. It was revealed that my unfortunate disciple had perished because of this. A voice, laced with cold mockery, echoed. It belonged to the celestial master. Brother, your calculations are truly remarkable. How could the slanderous words of that aberration be taken seriously? The voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet beneath this facade of tranquility, he could not suppress his astonishment. Initially, he had meticulously orchestrated the events that led to the demon mosquito devouring the sacred mother of turtle spirit, thereby consuming 3 of the 12 petals of the golden lotus belonging to the adeptive progenitors, all in an effort to weaken the fortunes of the West. This occurrence should have remained a secret. Even when the adeptive progenitors and others calculated the stars, they could only discern the influence of fate. Who, then, was this demon, shrouded in the veil of destiny? The adeptive progenitors, unusually silent, gazed downwards, his indifferent eyes fixated on Sun Wukong, who brandished the golden staff. Chapter 73. Sweeping away the celestial troops, the 9-spirit Yuan Saint. The emergence of a formidable force carries immense significance, especially when that power possesses the capability to dominate all others. Such was the case now. Upon Rex's arrival on the battlefield, the chaotic situation was swiftly brought under control, and the demoralized demon race experienced a remarkable turnaround in mere moments. A flash in his eyes signaled the end for countless celestial soldiers, who were instantly reduced to ashes. I, the demon, am benevolent, he declared, as countless shadows of hands transformed into ink dragons, sweeping across the battlefield. Even the celestial immortals and Arhuts found it challenging to withstand his might. Rex harbored a desire for bloodshed, and even the formidable thunderous heavenly sovereign could not impede his intentions. The spectral figure he embodied was unstoppable. Moreover, when Zhong found himself ensnared by Rex's words, his mind consumed with contemplation and turmoil. Consequently, Rex acted with reckless abandon, ruthlessly pushing through, transforming the slain celestial beings' corpses into blood essence pills without a hint of concern that he might attract the scrutiny of saints or quasi-saints. After all, he was now a great demon. The art of demonhood was inherently capricious and ferocious. On this battlefield, many great demons devoured their foes whole. Take the Dragon Demon King, for instance, who opened his maw wide to consume dozens of heavenly soldiers, leaving a scene of bloody carnage. In comparison, Rex's method of refining corpses into blood essence pills before devouring them appeared remarkably benevolent. My brother has returned. Our demon clan shall surely triumph. You young ones, unleash your fury. The Bull Demon King, witnessing Rex's return, erupted with joy, his thunderous roar shaking the heavens as he trampled upon the surging black clouds, crushing a heavenly warrior into mere pulp. On the other side, the Dragon Demon King and the golden-winged Great Peng, 2 of the demon clan's elite fighters, were equally invigorated, their combat spirit igniting instantaneously. Soldiers clashed against soldiers, generals against generals. Yet, there existed one notable exception, the great sage equal to heaven, the Monkey King. Initially, Yang Jian and the other heavenly warriors managed to contend with him, even gaining the upper hand. However, this monkey grew ever more valiant in battle, his strength escalating with each confrontation. To this day, even the illustrious Erlangtian Yang Jian could not match him, relying solely on the encircling heavenly troops to hold his ground. Roar! At this moment, Sun Wukong remained in his colossal ape form, his eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light, fighting with wild abandon. Even surrounded by tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers, he showed no signs of faltering. His golden staff sent heavenly troops scattering, their armor and helmets flying. In stark contrast, the heavenly side was left in shock by the sudden appearance of Rex, their morale plummeting as they retreated in disarray. This battle had raged for 3 days and nights, yet with Rex's arrival, it concluded abruptly in less than 2 hours. The celestial beings withdrew, leaving behind countless corpses. This battle marked a resounding victory for the demon clan, a true triumph in the ongoing war between celestial beings and demons. Senior brother, Sun Wukong transformed back into his human form, descending from the skies, his body drenched in blood, yet not a drop of it belonging to him. Brother, you have finally returned. The bull demon king and the other demon lords also descended, each exuding an unmistakable aura of ferocity. Rex cast a sweeping glance, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You truly are remarkable. Who was it that first instigated this conflict? Even divine intervention would not precipitate a war without just cause. From Rex's understanding of those celestial beings, they would never personally appear to issue a declaration of war. Under his penetrating gaze, the demon kings lowered their heads, feeling a twinge of guilt. Only Sun Wukong, unabashed, spoke up, Brother, you are unaware. The celestial beings of the heavenly court incessantly taunted us day and night, which became intolerable. In a fit of rage, I smashed that insufferable brat into a pulp, and thus the war commenced. Indeed, brother, the bull demon king chimed in, exhaling white smoke from his nostrils, his fury palpable. Our demon clan was originally capable of overpowering those deities, but one day, a host of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats unexpectedly arrived. And it was then that we found ourselves defeated. Even our fourth and sixth brothers fell in battle. The fourth and sixth brothers referred to the mighty Pink Demon King and the Wind-Listening Great Sage. It is worth noting that their misfortune struck when reinforcements from the Western Paradise arrived just as they were engaged in combat, leading to their encirclement and demise. On that fateful day, Sun Wukong, in a fit of rage, brandished his golden staff, earning a fearsome reputation that made even the celestial beings tremble. Thus, the truth unfolds. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes, and he quickly grasped the situation. The demon clan is inherently volatile, particularly the ever-restless Sun Wukong, who, provoked day and night, would understandably strike back in anger. However, this reaction precisely aligned with the intentions of the heavenly court. Suddenly, Rex's gaze shifted, locking onto an unfamiliar face, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, May I ask who this brother is? The aura emanating from this demon was extraordinary, standing alongside formidable figures like the Bull Demon King, clearly indicating strength. I am the Nine-Spirit Primordial Sage. I have long heard of the vast powers of the great Sage of Saya, and today's encounter confirms his remarkable prowess. The ancient demon chuckled. Nine-Spirit Primordial Sage? Rex raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a genuine ancient demon, its true form being a nine-headed lion, possessing immense magical prowess. In the classic tale Journey to the West, it could effortlessly abduct Tang Seng and his companions when Sun Wukong was caught off guard. It is worth noting that even the Buddha must employ his discerning eye to observe a situation. While this nine-spirit primordial saint could ascertain the circumstances outside the cave with merely a slight exertion of its powers, its formidable nature is thus evident. However, Rex recalled that this ancient demon was a mount of the esteemed Tai Jinren. How could it be that Tai Jinren sent you here? Rex's eyes flickered as he inquired. Tai Jinren, also known as the Celestial Master of Salvation, is a figure of great renown from the investiture of the gods. As one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, he stands on par with the likes of Buddha, possessing numerous formidable artifacts. So, did the lion slave steal and indulge in the liquor of the Supreme Old Lord, prompting the emergence of the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage? Rex found it hard to believe that such a coincidence could occur. The countenance of the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage shifted subtly, after a brief silence. He fixed his gaze upon Rex and spoke slowly. Might I inquire why the great sage Saya poses such a question? Do you perhaps doubt the old lion's sincerity? Chapter 74. Friend, please stay. Brother, how could you entertain such thoughts? Lion Camel King furrowed his brow and expressed his displeasure, saying, Our ancestor has stood alongside us in resisting the celestial beings, even personally vanquishing a bodhisattva and dozens of arhats. Without our ancestor's presence, we would scarcely have endured until your return. Strictly speaking, the Lion Camel King is a junior of the same lineage as the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage and holds him in high esteem. Indeed, the Bull Demon King nodded in agreement. The Nine Spirits Primordial Sage was invited by the fifth brother, and his achievements in battle are remarkable. Brother, it seems you may have misunderstood. The other Demon Kings also nodded, having witnessed the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage's relentless efforts against the celestial beings and Buddhists in recent days. If he were sent by the Tai Jinren, how could he exert himself with such fervor? Oh, it appears that I have been overly suspicious. Rex's eyes flickered slightly as he bowed respectfully to the Nine-Spirit Primordial Saint, smiling as he spoke. Given the current uncertainty of the situation, I have adopted a measure of caution, I hope the nine-spirit primordial saint does not take offense. While uttering these words, he maintained his gaze fixed upon the saint's eyes, keenly perceiving the fleeting signs of turmoil and unease that crossed the latter's visage. This ancient being, indeed, harbors some issues. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Rex's eyes. He had just noted that while the Lion Trojan King spoke of the nine spirits' annihilation of a bodhisattva and dozens of arhats, he made no mention of the immortals. Furthermore, during the War of the Gods, several of the 12 golden immortals, led by the primordial heavenly venerable, had been drawn into the Western teachings. There lies an intricate web of grievances within this context. If he were to venture a guess, the nine spirits must undoubtedly be acting under the orders of the true man of Tai. And behind the true man of Tai stands the primordial heavenly venerable. Those accursed sages treat the beings of this world as mere pawns in their grand strategy. And now they dare to regard me as but a piece on their chessboard? Rex gazed upward at the vast sky, his heart surging with a tumultuous intent to kill. Let me see, he mused, when this game of chess has but one piece remaining, myself. How will you all continue to play? In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor sat upon his throne, his gaze sweeping over the assembly below, his tone laced with a chilling disdain. Can anyone elucidate the circumstances of this battle? How could a mere Saiyan saint throw you into such disarray? The celestial beings beneath him bowed their heads in silence, their thoughts brimming with unspoken words. They yearned to retort, you sit here and prattle on. Why not venture forth yourself? A mere Saiyan saint? Ridiculous. His powers surpass even those of the great sage equal to heaven. Did you not see how swiftly the Western Arhats fell before him? With no response forthcoming, the Jade Emperor, seething with unexpressed fury, could only emit a cold huff and direct his gaze towards the foremost figure, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. Attempting to soften his tone, Elder Lord, what is your perspective on this matter? Alas, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord merely shook his head with a sigh, offering no further commentary. A twitch at the corner of the Jade Emperor's mouth nearly betrayed his frustration. What is there to sigh about? Deep down, the Jade Emperor understood that this chaos among the immortals and demons was undoubtedly orchestrated by several of the saints. His inquiry had been an attempt to gauge the Grand Supreme Elder Lord's thoughts, yet he was met with nothing but a dismissive sigh. With a heavy heart, the Jade Emperor reclined helplessly against the back of his chair. At the far reaches of the Eastern Sea, an elderly man sat cross-legged, holding a fishing rod. As motionless as a statue, he possessed an unusual appearance, with his head elongated backward, twisted a full 180 degrees, creating an eerie visage. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind him, silently observing. After a prolonged moment, Rex spoke with a gentle smile. Friend, why not open your eyes and behold me? The elderly man, whose head faced backward, slowly opened his eyes, regarding Rex with a calm demeanor. I presume you are the Saiyan saint who has instigated the conflict among the immortals and demons. Rex's pupils slightly contracted. Is it true that his existence is not meant for this world, that even fate itself has no claim over him? If even Shun Gongbao can discern this, then surely the sages are not oblivious. I shall not indulge in trivialities. Shun Gongbao, my friend, I am aware that since the conclusion of the investiture of the gods, you have harbored resentment. Rex gazed intently at him. No. Shun Gongbao smiled calmly. His gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. I have committed grave errors in the past, and have sought atonement ever since. What place is there for resentment in my heart? Though his tone was unassuming, Rex could distinctly perceive the underlying discontent within him. Yet, he dared not voice it. In this tumultuous era of the three realms, as sages vie for supremacy and the specter of war looms once more, it mirrors the events of the investiture of the gods. Rex fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Shun Gongbao, have you never contemplated ascending once more to the stage of the three realms? How would I achieve that? Shun Gongbao retorted with a cold laugh. My corporeal form remains ensnared in the eye of the North Sea. I am but a wisp of spirit now. What purpose would it serve to venture forth? I shall assist you in reclaiming it. Rex declared boldly. A bitter smile graced Shun Gongbao's lips. That is a technique wielded by the saint, Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Do you truly dare to attempt it? Why should I not? A sudden glimmer of cold light flickered in Rex's eyes. The saint, yet another saint. This name loomed like an immovable mountain, casting a heavy shadow over all sentient beings. Yet, while others trembled in fear of the saint, Rex remained unafraid. Though in terms of strength, he and his companions could not hope to match a saint, the truth was, he was not a creature of this world. Should a saint truly take action, he could simply retreat to the Dragon Ball realm and return later. Who could truly contend with him? Rex, brimming with confidence, believed that even the supreme heavenly law of this world could not bind him. Given sufficient time to flourish, what of the saints? He would slay them like dogs. Shin Gongbao stared intently at Rex, and after a prolonged silence, he gently shook his head and closed his eyes, choosing not to speak. Thus, you shall remain here forever, observing the Eastern Sea, fulfilling your role as the general of the watershed. With a swift gesture, Rex displayed his impatience. Observing the obstinacy of Shin Gongbao, his brow furrowed in irritation, and he turned to leave. However, just as he had taken a few steps, Shin Gongbao's voice unexpectedly resonated behind him. My friend, please hold on. Chapter 75, Not Averse to a Feast of Dragons. Chapter 75, Not Averse to a Feast of Dragons. Fourth update, seeking subscriptions? Rex Horon came to an abrupt halt, yet this was not a conscious choice. Rather, he found himself ensnared by an inexplicable, peculiar force that rendered him unable to take another step. He suddenly turned his head, fixing his gaze intently upon Shin Gongbao. The phrase "fellow Taoist, please stay," was a notorious utterance of the god of misfortune, responsible for the demise of countless celestial beings. Initially, Rex had assumed this phrase was merely a catchphrase of Shin Gongbao, popularized through excessive repetition, but he now realized the gravity of its implications. Could this bizarre force be what is referred to as the law? His brow furrowed in contemplation. It appeared that Shin Gongbao was indeed extraordinary, having nearly reached the realm where words manifest as law. In the world of Dragon Ball, such a concept as law does not exist. From a certain perspective, Dragon Ball belongs to a realm of advanced technology. Yet it is populated by formidable beings capable of harnessing ki. In contrast, the world of Journey to the West is steeped in mythology. But why is it that I am utterly incapable of grasping the power of the law? Rex lowered his gaze to his hands, a sphere of energy taking shape in his palm, yet it remained purely ethereal. Could it be that he was not of this world? My friend, are you truly capable of extracting my physical form? However, Shin Gongbao was oblivious to Rex's contemplations. He fixed his stare upon Rex, speaking slowly and deliberately. Though I am not a virtuous person, I must caution you. The power of the sage is not to be underestimated. That is not something for you to concern yourself with. Rex suppressed the tumult of thoughts within him and, raising his head, spoke in a chilling tone. I can extract your corporeal form from the eye of the North Sea without demanding your allegiance to the demon clan. I only require you to stand against the celestial beings. If you are capable of such an act. Shin Gongbao slightly nodded, then closed his eyes, returning to his fishing. There was a thought he refrained from voicing. If he could attain freedom, what harm would there be in joining the demon clan? On the North Sea, Rex stood upon the surface of the sea, his gaze sweeping below as he searched for the corporeal form of Shin Gongbao. What a vexing predicament. After a considerable time, he furrowed his brow, realizing that this method of searching was futile. He had no knowledge of the whereabouts of the eye of the North Sea. He remained silent for a moment. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Rex's eyes as he stomped his foot decisively. With a thunderous roar, the entire North Sea trembled, and towering waves surged skyward, resembling furious dragons striking the heavens. Before long, several colossal dragons ascended from beneath the sea, transforming into human form and landing before Rex. Great Sage, may I inquire what offense we, the old dragon, have committed? The Dragon King of the North Sea, wearing a pained expression, bowed respectfully to Rex. He had been resting in the Dragon Palace when suddenly the earth shook and the sea roiled, as if the apocalypse were upon them. In haste, he flew out to discern the cause, only to find Rex, this formidable demon, before him. In the conflict between celestial beings and demons, the position of the Dragon Clan is particularly precarious. While they may be classified as demons by nature, they hold a status among the celestial ranks and are honored with divine titles. Both factions have sought their assistance in the past. Yet after much deliberation among the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, they resolved to offer no aid to either side. Old Dragon King, I beseech you, where is the eye of the North Sea? Rex spoke coldly, without the slightest hint of courtesy. Ideally, dragons are synonymous with immense power. When it comes to strength, they invariably rank among the foremost. However, in the realm of Journey to the West, the Dragon Clan, although tasked with the role of rain deities, possesses a rather lowly status, and their prowess is quite ordinary. When faced with the celestial beings above, they often refer to themselves as mere minor gods. The Dragon King of the North Sea felt a sudden jolt of alarm, cautiously glancing at Rex, uncertain of what intentions the great sage harbored regarding the eye of the North Sea. Rex cast a sidelong glance at him. A smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely mocking. What do you think? Could it be that Bao? The Dragon King of the North Sea struggled to muster a semblance of a smile, yet it appeared more grotesque than a frown, his heart laden with bitterness. That formidable deity, Bao, had been appointed by the celestial venerable Yuan Shi, entombed within the eye of the North Sea. The great sage of the demon clan before him exhibited a remarkable audacity, showing no fear whatsoever. Yet, deep down, he was terrified. When the celestial venerable Yuan Shi inevitably cast blame upon him, he might not have directly saved the corporeal being, but would be regarded as an accomplice, thus facing inevitable retribution. It seemed he was not entirely foolish after all. Rex's lips curled into a faint smile as he gazed intently at the Dragon King of the North Sea. Yet, why was he unable to discern the gravity of the situation? In this conflict between immortals and demons, did the Four Seas Dragon clan truly believe they could remain indifferent and expect a favorable outcome? The Dragon King of the North Sea found himself at a loss for words. Do not squander time. Swiftly reveal the location of the Eye of the North Sea. Otherwise, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in Rex's eyes as he declared, I shall bring ruin upon your North Sea. The Dragon King of the North Sea trembled, his expression one of despair, as he lamented, Great sage, why must you make things difficult for this humble dragon? That mighty deity, Bao, was subdued by the sage. If I were to divulge this information to you, I would not escape the consequences. Oh, so you imply that you shall remain silent? Rex nodded, regarding the North Sea Dragon King with the gaze one might reserve for a simpleton. It was no surprise that the Four Sea Dragon Kings would arrive at such an unhelpful decision. Their intellect was indeed beyond redemption. Should the heavenly court emerge victorious, or if the demon clan were to triumph, given the nature of the various demon kings, it was highly probable that the Four Sea Dragon Kings would ultimately find themselves transformed into a delectable dragon stew. Contemplating this, in Rex's eyes, the North Sea Dragon King and the little dragon beside him seemed to metamorphose into an assortment of dragon delicacies. Barbecued dragon spine, braised dragon head, deep-fried dragon claws, and char-grilled dragon tendons. I strongly advise you to ponder your choices carefully. Rex licked the corner of his mouth, a peculiar gleam shining in his eyes. My esteemed brothers of the demon realm would surely not mind indulging in a grand feast of dragon delicacies. Upon hearing these words, both the Dragon King of the North Sea and the Dragon Mother, along with her offspring, shuddered, their faces paling in terror. The Dragon Mother tugged at the sleeve of the North Sea Dragon King, casting him anxious glances. After a prolonged moment of twitching at the corners of his mouth, the North Sea Dragon King sighed deeply and spoke with a tone of resignation. Great sage, please do not be angered. Allow me to accompany you. At least he displayed some sense. Rex chuckled softly, yet the curve of his lips exuded a chilling sharpness. The Four Sea Dragon Kings, though not particularly formidable in their cultivation, might have some use in refining into blood essence pills. However, their offspring are utterly useless. At the Grand Dragon Feast, Rex is absolutely confident of his victory. Chapter 76. Every part of his body ached. Chapter 76. Every part of his body ached. Fifth update. Seeking automatic subscriptions. Here? Could this be the Eye of the North Sea? Rex stood upon the surface of the sea, gazing downwards with a piercing intensity in his eyes, which radiated brilliance through the undulating waves, reaching the ocean floor. There, at the profound depths, he discerned a humanoid-shaped rock. At last, he had found it. With a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of energy, cleaving the sea in two as he plunged downwards. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the rock. How pitiful it was to have come to such a state. Rex smacked his lips, extending his right index finger to point at the rock formation, remaining utterly still. Rex's gaze suddenly sharpened. Although he had merely made a casual gesture, he had channeled the formidable energy within him. Yet he found himself unable to budge the physical form of the Xinguang leopard in the slightest. This clearly seemed amiss. Could it be due to the Eye of the North Sea? Soon, Rex pondered this notion and directed his attention toward the corporeal form of the Xinguang leopard, which was seated in a meditative posture. In the next moment, he transformed into a mimicry of the Super Saiyan, taking a step forward and seizing the leopard's head with both hands, unleashing a thunderous roar. Rise! Boom! The entire expanse of the North Sea erupted, as the seabed was stirred into a colossal whirlpool, with the epicenter precisely at the location of the Eye of the North Sea. Rex grasped Bao's head firmly with both hands, the crimson aura blazing fiercely, elevating his presence to its zenith. Yet, Bao's corporeal form merely swayed slightly. remaining firmly rooted. How could it be so arduous? A look of disbelief flickered in Rex's eyes, soon followed by a glint of madness across his face. He released his grip on Bao's head, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe it." With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the waist of the corporeal form, which proved to be remarkably solid. Rex flashed a grin, albeit one tinged with a hint of ferocity. Suddenly, the crimson aura morphed into an inky darkness, as the ethereal figure of the Buddha and a colossal black dragon circled around him, his eyes plunging into an abyssal blackness. In the next moment, a tempest of fists and feet rained down upon the corporeal form of Bao. The North Sea erupted, the already tumultuous whirlwind expanding hundreds of times due to Rex's frenzied actions, sweeping across the entirety of the North Sea and even extending towards the other three seas. Fourth brother, what on earth is happening? The enormous commotion startled the other three dragon kings, who hastily flew to the North Sea, their eyes wide with astonishment, and soon beheld the North Sea Dragon King suspended above the waters. With a wry smile, the North Sea Dragon King remarked, "It is all the ruckus caused by the great sage Saya." The great sage Saya? The three dragon kings exchanged alarmed glances, incredulous at how they had stirred the ire of such a formidable creature. Fourth brother, how did you provoke him? The East Sea Dragon King furrowed his brow, for he was the leader of the demons, even revered by the likes of Sun Wukong as an elder brother. I did not provoke him. The North Sea Dragon King shook his head, providing a slight sense of relief to the three. However, his next words caused their expressions to shift once more. He has come for the corporeal form of the great deity Bao. Fourth brother, how could you be so foolish? The East Sea Dragon King slapped his thigh in exasperation, lamenting, that great deity Bao is restrained by the saints. How could you possibly inform the great sage Saya? Could I remain silent? The North Sea Dragon King chuckled coldly, if we don't inform him, we shall all become fodder for those great demons. At this proclamation, the faces of the three dragon kings grew increasingly grim. How could he be so audacious? Did he not fear our alliance with the celestial court? The South Sea Dragon King's gaze flickered. Does he fear us? The North Sea Dragon King countered. The question left them momentarily speechless. Indeed, did he fear them? The very fact that he dared to threaten them so overtly revealed a clear message. To him, they were inconsequential. In that instant, the four dragon kings fell into a heavy silence, their gazes cast downward upon the tumultuous North Sea, engulfed in a sense of despair. Meanwhile, in the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being, originally in deep meditation, suddenly felt a stirring within his soul, prompting him to open his eyes and calculate the unfolding events. That beast seeks the corporeal form of Bao. He furrowed his brow, pondering briefly before shaking his head. Very well. It seems Bao's calamity is at hand. Amidst the chaos of immortals and demons, he shall serve as a catalyst for turmoil. Upon finishing his words, the primordial supreme deity flicked his finger and once again closed his eyes. In the North Sea, a beam of ethereal light, unseen by any eyes, quietly descended upon the corporeal form of Bao, unnoticed even by the nearby Rex. In the next moment, Bao's physical body was sent flying by a single kick. Simultaneously, the tumult in the North Sea abruptly ceased, the winds calming as if the earlier apocalyptic scene had merely been an illusion. Rex stood in bewilderment. Is it truly this simple? He lowered his gaze to the eye of the north beneath his feet, his brow furrowing slightly as an indistinct sense of unease washed over him. Yet, upon further contemplation, he found no apparent discrepancies. Shaking his head, Rex's figure flickered and he reappeared at the location where the body of Bao had been cast aside. Lifting it with a sigh, he remarked, "It seems one only rises after enduring hardship." With his free left hand, he raised two fingers and pressed them against his forehead, subsequently vanishing from sight. Fellow cultivator. Rex appeared behind Bao, who was still fishing. Look, is this not your physical form? With a swift motion, Bao suddenly opened his eyes, fixating on the tattered humanoid figure that Rex held aloft, an unmistakable excitement gleaming in his gaze. Indeed, in the next instant, his spirit vanished without a trace. Bang! Suddenly, Rex's hand trembled, involuntarily releasing the corporeal form of Bao, which tumbled to the ground. With a crack, the surface of the reef manifested numerous fissures, which then erupted violently. Hiss! A voice filled with confusion emanated from Bao, and as the dust settled, his figure emerged, identical to that of his spirit. What has transpired? Rex, sensing an issue, inquired aloud. It's nothing, Bao replied, shaking his neck and twisting his waist. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as if he had been struck by a heavy object, his entire body aching painfully. I believe it's simply due to an extended period of inactivity. Rex spoke earnestly, his expression grave. Why not slay a few Buddhas to stretch your limbs? Shingonbao's body stiffened, and his lips twitched slightly. He turned to look at him and replied silently, I do not relish the idea of personally engaging in bloodshed. Since you are so well versed in the war of the gods, you ought to be aware of this fact, shouldn't you? Indeed, what a pity that is. Rex sighed regretfully. For he was well aware of the reality, merely expressing it in passing. In truth, he had never regarded Shingongbao as a formidable warrior. Rather, this individual had undeniably played the role of a strategist during the battle of investiture of the gods. My friend, what is your command? Please instruct me. Shingongbao suddenly spoke, his tone earnest. If you wish for me to join the ranks of the demon clan, I shall not hesitate. Excellent. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Rex's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Shingongbao. Articulating each word with deliberate emphasis, I require your assistance to disrupt the celestial realm, to rally former allies, and to draw them into our demon tribe. Shingongbao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. I shall do my utmost, he declared, and with that, he turned and stepped forth. Vanishing from sight, Rex gazed intently in the direction where Shingongbao had vanished, standing in silence for a considerable duration. Suddenly, his form flickered before he set off towards another destination, Mount Changyang, the head of Xingtian. After Panga separated heaven from earth, there were three great calamities: the war of the sorcerers and the undead, the war of the deities, and the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. However, although the ancient era witnessed the great battle of the sorcerers and the undead, the passage of time has rendered the sorcerer clan nearly extinct. The head of the great sorcerer Xingtian was severed by the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor, of exalted status, while belonging to the heavenly court, is referred to as the central heavenly emperor, beyond the jurisdiction of the Jade Emperor, and has yet to make an appearance. Nevertheless, he ultimately represents the heavenly realm. Suddenly, Rex's swift movement came to an abrupt halt in midair, his thoughts freezing in tandem, as astonishment flickered in his eyes, compelling him to look downward. What was that? Just moments ago, a surge filled with ferocity and bloodlust shot skyward, far exceeding even that of a demon king. In that instant, Rex felt as though he were confronted by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his heart momentarily ceasing its rhythm. It is known that he has slaughtered countless planets, accumulating a terrifying aura of death. Yet, he still experienced such a sensation. The mysterious being below, whose origins remained unknown, was undeniably formidable. Remarkably, within that sanguine aura, there lingered a subtle warmth. I am eager to discover what kind of fearsome entity in this world could evoke such a fleeting moment of dread within me. A crimson glimmer flickered within Rex's pupils as he descended. This place was a continuous expanse of mountains. Relying on his acute perception, Rex swiftly identified an inconspicuous small hill, within which lay a dark cave emanating an ominous aura. Standing before the cave's entrance, his gaze momentarily faltered, as if he beheld the mouth of a monstrous abyss. Eagerly awaiting his arrival, its fearsome fangs poised to reveal themselves. Such a potent atmosphere. Rex murmured softly, yet his resolve remained unshaken as he stepped forward. Crack! That was the sound of bones being crushed beneath his feet. Rex flicked his fingers, sending a small orb into the air, where it hovered, serving as a source of illumination. Before him lay a gruesome tableau of stacked white bones, a thick layer predominantly composed of beasts, with only a scant few resembling human forms. Many of the skeletons had decayed, crumbling at the slightest touch, clearly having perished an eternity ago. Rex, with a stoic demeanor, cautiously ventured deeper into the cavern. Before long, he reached the end of the cave, and what he beheld left him momentarily astounded. Before him lay a coffin forged from bronze, adorned with enigmatic engravings depicting soaring dragons and phoenixes, alongside fearsome beasts roaring in fury. Beneath it, a pile of bones lay stacked, as if to guard the sovereign within. A chill ran through him as he pondered the possibility of encountering a unique entity, perhaps one that could be termed as a being of the undead, a zombie. Furthermore, the occupant of this verdant coffin was assuredly no ordinary zombie. It was highly likely to be the legendary progenitor of zombies. Such a malevolent aura could not be attributed to anything less. Yet, which of the four great zombie progenitors could it possibly be? Rex took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and approached step by step. He placed his hand upon the coffin lid, hesitating for a moment, and for the sake of caution, transformed into a mimetic Super Saiyan. with a surge of strength. He forcefully pushed the coffin lid open. Peering inside, he was momentarily taken aback. It was not that the coffin was empty, rather, it contained a single occupant, a young girl. Undeniably a zombie, yet possessing an exquisite beauty, imbued with an otherworldly allure. The astonishment lasted but a fleeting instant before Rex quickly regained his composure. Among the four great progenitors of the undead, only one was female, the female corpse, also known as the drought corpse or the fire corpse. Indeed, the saying goes, when the drought corpse emerges, the land is scorched for miles. The sanguine aura Rex had sensed earlier was no surprise, as it carried a faint yet searing warmth. Legend has it that this female corpse was the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, originally named Saiyan One, who had once contributed significantly to the conflict between the Yellow Emperor and the great shaman Chiyu, only to later fade from history. Rex was aware of such an existence, yet believed it had long since perished. To his astonishment, he found himself gazing upon it today, stealing his nerves. Rex scrutinized the female corpse within the coffin. Clad in azure garments, her expression was serene, her complexion fair and flawless, adorned with a hint of youthful roundness. Her lustrous black hair cascaded neatly, exuding an air of aloofness. At first glance, one would be captivated, for she was undeniably beautiful. Alas, she was but a zombie. Rex shook his head in astonishment. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the female ghost within the coffin suddenly opened her eyes, which burned a deep crimson. As fierce as flames, locking onto him with an unwavering gaze, revealing sharp fangs at the corners of her mouth. Rex was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. In that moment, the female spirit no longer bore a tranquil demeanor. Her eyes, ablaze like flames, revealed fangs as crimson as her lips, exuding an aura of malevolence. As if she were a predator awaiting her prey. What ails the undead? The female spirit slowly sat up, her gaze still fixed intently on Rex. Yet, her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to the gentle trickle of a spring. Do you harbor prejudice against the undead? Chapter 78, The Scarlet Wasteland. The thoughts of the female spirit. Chapter 78, The Scarlet Wasteland. The thoughts of the female spirit. Certainly not. Rex raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the female ghoul with keen interest. After all, from a certain perspective, zombies could also be considered a form of demon. Initially, his instinctive retreat was prompted by her sudden awakening. Yet once he regained his composure, he felt no fear. A demon? The female ghoul let out a cold laugh, the crimson light in her eyes gradually fading away, revealing her red lips as her fangs retracted. A zombie is merely a corpse that has attained some form of enlightenment. One could argue it is a demon as well. But what, pray tell, are you? Rex squinted his eyes slightly and remarked, My dear, your manner of speaking is rather unappealing. I take it you have yet to encounter a man. As soon as the words left his lips, the female ghost erupted in fury. Her previously still zombie visage reemerged, enveloped in an intensely deep crimson glow, as terrifying waves of heat and malevolence inundated the cavern. With a thunderous crash, the female ghost unleashed her wrath, her long hair swirling fiercely, and her claws glinting ominously. Humph! Rex's gaze turned frosty as he maintained his transformation into the simulated Super Saiyan form. In the face of the furious onslaught from the female specter, he remained utterly unmoved, his fist colliding directly with her razor-sharp claws. With a resounding boom, the immense force forced him to stagger back a step. Truly, the zombie is a creature of remarkable physical resilience. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Rex's lips, his blood-red eyes flickering momentarily before gradually fading into a featureless expanse of white. Are you truly a demon? The female specter abruptly halted her onslaught, her gaze fixated on Rex with palpable confusion. The emergence of a corporeal saint has been an exceedingly rare occurrence since the ancient battle of deities, and such beings are scarcely found in this world thereafter. Meanwhile, zombies possess an inherently formidable physicality. Even a corporeal saint would hesitate to claim superiority over them. The only entities that could rival their strength are the nearly extinct witches and the waning demon clans. What perplexed the female specter was that, despite the presence of a tail, this peculiar individual seemed devoid of any demonic aura. It was unmistakably genuine. Rex's transformation came to a halt as he gazed intently at the female specter, his eyes reflecting a hint of peculiarity. It must be said that her beauty was truly unparalleled, and coupled with an eerie aura, it added an air of enigmatic allure. Her skin, as delicate and pristine as mutton fat, made it difficult to believe she was a zombie, and not just any zombie, but the infamous progenitor of the undead, the Hanjiao. Yet, An unsettling feeling lingered in the air. The female specter furrowed her brow, concealing her ghastly visage, her enchanting eyes glimmering like water as she scrutinized Rex from head to toe. You have been away from the world for far too long. Otherwise, you would surely have heard of my name. Rex took a step forward, his breath nearly brushing against the face of the female specter. With a grin, he suggested, "Why not accompany me outside to inquire if anyone recognizes the name of the great sage of the Saiyans?" Half an hour later, the female specter finally began to believe Rex's words, though her expression remained far from pleasant. "Why would you provoke a war between the celestial beings and the demons? Are you not aware of the devastation it could bring upon the living?" She fixed her gaze upon him, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson light, as if she might transform into a fearsome specter at any moment and lunge forward to take a bite. "What did you say?" Rex gazed in astonishment at the female specter before him. According to his knowledge, she embodied a formidable omen, leaving desolation in her wake. Indeed, this was only true when she unleashed her formidable aura. Nevertheless, she remained the progenitor of the undead. The notion of suffering and devastation? If such words had emanated from her father, the Yellow Emperor, Rex would have deemed it entirely reasonable. Yet, hearing them from the lips of the female specter felt somewhat disconcerting. "Pray tell, why do you incite a conflict between the celestial beings and the demons?" The female specter's long, ebony hair suddenly billowed, as a searing energy began to radiate outward. Rex is feeling rather uncomfortable. He suspects that perhaps his entry posture is at fault. Perhaps returning to the Dragon Ball world and re-entering would restore normalcy? "Please hold your anger for a moment while I ascertain one thing." Rex contemplated with a furrowed brow, gazing intently at her. "Were you not once the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, known as Saiyan One? The echoes of a bygone era lingered. The Lady of Drought scoffed disdainfully, her formidable presence unwavering, as the ground beneath her feet desiccated at an alarming rate. "Indeed, you are the drought demon." Rex rubbed his brow, exhibiting a look of distress. "It truly perplexes me that you would consider the plight of living beings." "What do you mean by that?" The expression on the female specter's face shifted dramatically as her fangs gradually extended from her mouth. "It's nothing of consequence." Rex's gaze suddenly turned frigid. "You, the female specter, were once a harbinger of calamity, with countless lives lost at your command. How, then, can you speak of the suffering of living beings? Do you not find it laughable?" A flicker of panic crossed the female specter's eyes as she attempted to retort, What do you mean by you?" A cold smile curled at the corners of Rex's lips as he suddenly reached out, grasping the collar of the female specter and pulling her close. Locking his gaze into her eyes, he remarked, "Your kin are relentlessly slaughtered by the celestial court, yet you cower in a mere cave, resembling a timid turtle, while pretending to be the progenitor of the undead." "Ah, indeed. I recall the fierce battle between the Yellow Emperor and Chi-Yu, in which you played no insignificant role, only to later find yourself exiled due to your own power." Silence. The female specter shrieked fiercely, her voice laced with malevolence and the sin of blood, igniting an intense eruption of fury in an instant. Bam! Rex's hand was jolted away, causing him to stagger back a few steps. In an instant, the aura of the female specter enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of miles, transforming it into a desolate wasteland, parched and fractured. A fleeting glimmer of unusual color flashed across Rex's eyes. This female specter is indeed formidable. Setting aside her extraordinary cultivation, the inherent burning buff she possesses is unparalleled. He believes that the unique and peculiar flame power she wields is hardly inferior to that of Zhu Rong, one of the 12 ancestral witches of antiquity. I lack the time to expound upon profound principles here. If you come to a realization, seek me out at Flower and Fruit Mountain." Rex let out a low chuckle, disregarding the furious female specter, and soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of Chang'an Mountain. As his figure vanished, the female specter gradually calmed. Her beautiful, watery eyes revealed a hint of intricate emotions, and her crimson lips parted as she murmured softly, "Huangdi, my father. Are the lives of the creatures born on that day truly more significant than my own?" Chapter 79. The terrifying arrival of Sun Fo. Rex stood amidst the clouds, furrowing his brow in confusion. He had nearly overturned Chang'an Mountain and scoured the surrounding peaks, yet he could not find the head of Xingtian. After a prolonged contemplation, Rex ultimately shook his head, relinquishing his quest for Xingtian. His current interest now lay with the other 3 ancient progenitors of the zombies. Apart from the drought demon, Ho Qing, Ingo, and Jiang Chun. Coincidentally, with the exception of Jiang Chun, The other three progenitors of the undead, including the drought demon, shared more or less a connection with the Yellow Emperor. The drought demon, the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, once a woman of valor, was exiled by her father due to unique circumstances. It would be impossible for her to harbor no resentment in her heart. As for Ho Qing, he had once served as a great general under the Yellow Emperor, and after perishing in battle, his corpse was left unclaimed, ultimately transforming into a king of corpses, filled with profound grievances against the Yellow Emperor. It is said that he was later vanquished by No.My, but the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Regarding Ingo, he too was a general under the Yellow Emperor, who, after suffering defeat, was assigned to guard the nether realms of the Yellow Springs. By a twist of fate, he became a zombie and battled the Yellow Emperor, ultimately meeting his demise. Though his corporeal form was destroyed, his spirit managed to escape, its whereabouts now unknown. Within the heavenly realm, there indeed exist some genuinely powerful deities, alongside the likes of the Western Tathgata and the Bodhisattvas such as Guanyin. Should they choose to intervene, the current demon clan would likely struggle to withstand their might. Rex murmured softly to himself. He extended his right hand, and a small sphere engulfed in black flames slowly emerged from his palm. This was indeed the Chaos Orb, refined by Rex into his personal magical artifact. However, he had yet to discover the perfect method of utilization. For now, his only approach was to hurl it forcefully. Although the Chaos Orb was somewhat diminutive, as a projectile artifact, it possessed remarkable sturdiness. Beneath the realm of quasi-saints, few could withstand the might of this Chaos Orb when cast with intent. A few days ago, Rex made an audacious attempt, directly striking the Bull Demon King's iron staff, creating a small dent. I still vividly recall the sorrowful gaze of the Bull Demon King at that moment. As I was lost in thought, an unsettling sense of crisis suddenly surged within me. Without a moment's hesitation, Rex vanished in an instant. However, the next moment, he collided with an invisible barrier, causing him to be repelled backward. His expression shifted slightly as he pressed his hand to his forehead, realizing that teleportation was no longer an option. Amitabha! A chant of the Buddha resounded from nowhere. Rex's pupils suddenly constricted as he abruptly lifted his gaze, only to behold a radiant beam of golden light descending from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a colossal hand. Buddha. The ability to erect such barriers around him without his awareness, rendering even his instantaneous movement futile, indicated that the arrival was undoubtedly a being of quasi-saintly caliber. Concealed and lurking, if you have come, then reveal yourself. Rex struck the golden giant hand with a single blow, shattering it without a hint of trepidation, his gaze coldly sweeping across the heavens. Amitabha. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Devotee, why not take refuge in the Buddha and enter the Western paradise? Would that not be a splendid affair? A resonant voice echoed from the sky, imbued with a beguiling tone. What nonsense! Rex let out a cold smile. Although he could not see you, your remarkable cultivation allowed me to surmise your identity. Great son Tathagata, why hide in the shadows? After a brief silence, the voice resonated softly. Benefactor, you have become attached to form. Nevertheless, as the words faded, a figure enveloped in golden light materialized before him. Indeed, it is you. Great son Tathagata. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes. How intriguing it is for you to personally come to confront me. This great son Tathagata is not the same as the one who subdued Sun Wukong in Journey to the West, tracing its origins. It is the Buddha known as Jio Lusun from the War of the Gods, thus referred to as the Jio Lusun Buddha. Your words are misguided, my friend. The great son Tathagata smiles, radiating the light of the Dharma, and I perceive a connection between you and our Western teachings. Begone. Do you presume yourself to be the adept of the worthy? Rex unceremoniously interrupted him, declaring, Juliusen, you were originally a disciple of the primordial supreme being. Yet you have ventured to the West to become a Buddha, betraying your master with such shamelessness. How can you possess such audacity? The smile of the great son Buddha faltered, and a hint of peculiarity flickered in his eyes. It had been an eternity since anyone had uttered the name Juliusen. He had nearly forgotten it. This enigmatic creature before him seemed to possess extensive knowledge of the ancient events regarding the investiture of the gods. Yet he had never heard of him, and was not part of the celestial mechanism. What manner of being was he? Nevertheless, the great son Buddha quickly regained his composure. Displaying no anger, and remarked with a smile, did you come to Chang'an Mountain in pursuit of the head of the great sorcerer Xingtian? How do you know? A sudden glimmer of cold light flickered in Rex's eyes. This matter was known only to a select few demon kings. And the great son Tathagata had clearly come to thwart him, having evidently received news in advance. Soon, He thought of an ancient demon, the Nine Spirits primordial sage. That oblivious old lion. A surge of murderous intent boiled within him. Initially, he had hesitated to slay the nine-headed lion due to his consideration of other demon kings' opinions. But it now appeared that he had been excessively merciful. The great son Tathagata smiled silently, exuding an air of profound mystery. There was no time to squander. Rex let out a cold snort. He was incapable of slaying the great son Tathagata, just as the Tathagata was powerless against him. Having spoken, he turned, his fury igniting. And the sword intent coalesced between his fingers as he surged forth in a particular direction. Benefactor, do return with me to the Western Paradise. The great son Tathagata remarked with a faint smile, his gaze brimming with confidence, clearly believing that Rex could not breach the barrier. Are you not weary of your incessant chatter? Rex suddenly turned around, the chaotic sphere ablaze with black flames, hurling it directly towards the great son Tathagata. Today has truly drained me, so there will only be 3 updates. Tomorrow we'll still see 5. Journey to the West and Dragon Ball are worlds apart. Their power systems distinctly different, rendering any comparison of strength ambiguous at best. Rex's prowess, in significant measure, is not solely derived from Dragon Ball, but rather a synthesis of elements from various realms. In this regard, I hope everyone can refrain from excessive entanglement and debate. Apologies for the verbosity. Chapter 80. Trick the yellow dragon real person once. What is this nonsense? The great son Tathagata, initially smiling, paid no heed to the incoming chaotic sphere. But in an instant, his expression shifted to one of alarm as he instinctively dodged. Yet, the chaotic sphere was exceedingly swift, although he narrowly evaded. It still grazed his arm, leaving a mark. Sizzle. A strand of black flame scorched the wound. The great son Tathagata's countenance fluctuated, his gaze fixed on the injury. The black flame was inconsequential. He could easily dispel it. However, what truly instilled fear within him was the realization that this peculiar sphere had merely brushed against the edge, yet was capable of breaching his indestructible golden body. Such a treasure was unheard of. Among the innate spiritual treasures, none possessed such might. What else, besides these primordial artifacts, could wield such power? A flicker of golden light danced across the great son Tathagata's arm, and the wound healed instantaneously. He lifted his gaze. Fixated on the chaotic sphere that had returned to Rex's palm, his mind now riddled with deeper suspicions. Could it be the primordial pearl? The primordial pearl. One of the 3 innate spiritual pearls possesses boundless power. Yet, this item was clearly in the possession of the yellow dragon real person. Should I, in my fear of Lu Sun, attempt another test? Rex chuckled coldly, his heart filled with a tinge of astonishment. Although he was aware that this chaos sphere was extraordinary, he had not anticipated it could effortlessly shatter a quasi-saint's golden body. This outcome was achieved without Rex fully comprehending the nuances of the chaos sphere, relying solely on brute force to wield its impact. What is your relationship with the true man Huang Long? The great son Rulai dismissed his previous rhetoric, his gaze shimmering with golden light, yet laced with an icy demeanor. How did the primordial pearl come into your possession? Primordial pearl? Rex was momentarily taken aback, casting a fleeting glance at the chaos sphere. In truth, while the primordial pearl possessed its own uniqueness, it was still far from being comparable to the chaos sphere. Could the primordial pearl ever evolve a universe? Nevertheless, this contemplation led Rex to recall a rather unfortunate figure, the true man of the yellow dragon. It must be said that he was an extraordinary existence, one of the rare personalities among the 12 golden immortals who was remarkably affable, yet also a notable failure. Furthermore, due to the yellow dragon's attainment, he was not held in high regard by the celestial sage, Yuan Shi Tianzuan. In the words of Yuan Shi, a severe discriminator against races. The true man of the yellow dragon was merely a creature clad in fur and armor, not worthy of his attention. Was the true man of the yellow dragon weak? In truth, he could not be deemed excessively weak, for he was, after all, a great Luo golden immortal. How feeble could he truly be? The root cause of his perceived weakness ultimately lay in his origins. As myriad thoughts raced through his mind, Rex toyed with the chaos sphere and chuckled lightly. Do you believe I could slay the true man of the yellow dragon? Impossible. The great son Tathagata scoffed. While he too held the true man of the yellow dragon in disdain, he acknowledged that, at the very least, he was a great Luo golden immortal. If he were to perish, it would not escape his notice. Heh! Rex offered a faint smile, and, with an air of nonchalance, inquired, pray tell, how did I come by this Hunyuan pearl? The implication of his words was unmistakable, nearly stating outright. It was, without a doubt, bestowed upon me by the yellow dragon sage. The great son Tathagata fell into silence. His expression fluctuated between light and shadow as he gazed intently at Rex. Moments later, a flash of golden light illuminated the space before he vanished without a trace. One can only hope that the yellow dragon sage possesses a modicum of fortitude. Rex murmured softly. At this moment, it was highly probable that the great Sun Tathagata was seeking out the yellow dragon true man, perhaps even requesting to see the primordial pearl. Should the yellow dragon true man refuse, there would certainly be some amusement to be had. Nine-headed lion. Since you dared to disclose my whereabouts, are you prepared to transform into a blood pill? As the faint voice faded away, Rex's figure vanished without a trace. Flower and Fruit Mountain. The various demon kings were reveling in merriment, for this was the sole opportunity for relaxation amidst the chaos of war. Boom. Rex descended to the ground, his gaze surveying the surroundings. Brother, you have returned. Did that Xinguang Bao agree? Sun Wukong laughed merrily, his demeanor tipsy as he clutched a jug of wine, bounding before Rex. Indeed. Rex nodded, his expression a blend of amusement and irony. However, when I set out to seek the executioner, I was ambushed by the great Sun Tathagata. Upon hearing this, the esteemed Nine Spirits Yuan sage, seated above, trembled slightly. Indeed, my elder brother possesses remarkable powers. The Bull Demon King, adorned with two prominent horns, spoke in a deep, resonant voice, filled with admiration. The great Sun Tathagata was once a disciple of the sages, his cultivation immeasurable. Had it been me, I fear I would not have returned. This is of little consequence. Rex bestowed a faint smile, pondering the crucial question. How did the great Sun Tathagata discern my intentions? The demon kings were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Did the elder brother imply that a traitor lurked among us? The scorpion spirit furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes swirling with a fierce aura as they swept over the assembly of demon kings. This is inconceivable. We have fought side by side as brothers. How could anyone betray us? The Bull Demon King's eyes bulged in astonishment. There exists nothing that is truly impossible. Rex chuckled coldly, his figure shimmering as he materialized before the Nine Spirits Primordial Saint. Wouldn't you agree, old lion? Brother, it is absolutely impossible for it to be our ancestral elder. The Lion Trojan King suddenly rose, perplexed. I fail to comprehend why you, dear brother, persistently harbor doubts about our ancestral elder. Silence. Rex turned his head, casting a cold glance at the Lion Turtle King, a fleeting flash of crimson evident in his eyes. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the Nine Spirits Sage, his expression one of intense scrutiny. I had no intention of ending your life, yet your actions have left me profoundly disillusioned. The great sage sighed. It is prudent to refrain from uttering reckless words. The Nine Spirits Sage feigned calmness, though a flicker of panic betrayed him. Figures of the stature of the great Sun Tathagata possess the ability to discern and predict, uncovering your whereabouts with ease. Upon this revelation, the gazes of the myriad demon kings turned towards him, laden with peculiar intrigue. Humph! The scorpion spirit let out a cold chuckle, her beautiful eyes glimmering with an unpredictable danger. Sun Wukong, having shaken off his intoxication, manifested his golden staff, fixing a menacing stare upon the Nine Spirits Sage, as if poised to strike at any moment. Even the Lion Turtle King displayed an expression of disbelief, murmuring, Ancestor, could it truly be you? The Nine Spirits Sage was momentarily taken aback, entirely unaware of the gravity of his misstep. Chapter 81. The Birth of Broly Old Lion. Do you not understand? In the absence of my elder brother, who among us could unravel the threads of fate? The Bull Demon King sneered repeatedly, shadows flickering across his form. Already prepared for action. Ancestor, how could you be so foolish? The Lion Turtle King lamented with a heavy heart. Yet, he was not foolish in the slightest. Rex's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes upon the Nine Spirits Primordial Saint. If I am not mistaken, the reason he has consented to your presence here is solely due to the command of the Great Master Tai. The Nine Spirits Primordial Saint remained silent. After a prolonged pause, a soft sigh escaped his lips. The wise Saya Great Saint had evidently seen through the matter long ago. The Nine Spirits Primordial Saint spoke with tranquility, devoid of any embarrassment from being exposed, affirming, Indeed, I have come at the behest of the Great Master Tai to stir the pot. But do you not realize, this is under the guidance of the Heavenly Tao Saint? The assembly of demon kings was struck with astonishment. The mere mention of the Heavenly Tao Saint instilled a palpable sense of trepidation within them. Yet, what of the Heavenly Tao Saint? I, the old sun, harbor no fear. Sun Wukong's ferocity surged forth as he brandished his golden staff. which swelled to the thickness of a bowl and swung it down upon the nine spirits' primordial saint with unbridled force. After all, he was but a monkey, unacquainted with dread. The nine spirits' primordial saint shook his head, sweeping his grand sleeves, and a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, deflecting the golden staff. The might of the heavenly Tao Saint is not something you can presume to fathom. I too do not wish to witness the annihilation of our demon race. Utter nonsense. The scorpion spirit rose with elegance, her beauty matched only by the sharpness of her gaze, fierce as swords, radiating an aura of menace. If the heavenly Tao Saint were to intervene, would our demon race's revered goddess No.My stand idly by? What further words are needed? Let us engage in combat directly. The golden-winged great Ping chuckled coldly. With your strength, it is doubtful you could even retain me. The nine spirits' primordial saint, unperturbed, ascended into the air, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Rex, who had remained silent, lifted his gaze, a flash of brilliance igniting within his eyes. An ethereal whirlpool of stars materialized unexpectedly before the nine spirits' primordial saint. And without a moment's notice, he was drawn into it. In the next instant, Rex vanished as well, before the eyes of the demon kings. The starry whirlpool swiftly faded into obscurity. In the Dragon Ball universe, what place is this? The nine spirits' primordial saint stood upon unfamiliar terrain, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Of course, this is your final resting place. My apologies for forgetting. A soft voice emanated from Rex beside him. Upon your demise, you shall be refined into elixirs, leaving no trace of your bones. Whoosh. The nine spirits Yuan sage instantly retreated several steps, his form staggering. And he stared at Rex in shock. Did you bring me here? You possess the ability to construct a miniature world? He felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, as if burdened by an entire mountain. Do you not feel the weight of your steps? Rex grinned widely, confirming that the gravity of this place is 50 times that of the world of Journey to the West. What? Jiuling Yuansheng looked utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Rex's words. Sigh, I am only indulging in conversation because you are the first character from Journey to the West to arrive here. Yet your utter ignorance is truly a waste of my breath. Rex extended his right hand, and a chaotic sphere slowly emerged from his palm, engulfed in dark flames. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth, chillingly cold. Do not rush. I shall send you to meet the King of Hell. Upon uttering these words, Rex suddenly froze. The King of Hell? He abruptly recalled that this world indeed harbored an underworld. If the nine spirits' primordial saint were to perish, where would his soul go? Would it journey to the underworld of the West or remain bound to this realm? A surge of curiosity washed over him. It appeared that he must experience death at least once. Rex murmured to himself, reflecting on the existence of the Dragon Balls, which made resurrection seem almost trivial. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the distance, swiftly approaching. The nine spirits' primordial saint immediately took notice of the newcomer. And upon seeing the tail that resembled the one belonging to the Saiyan Grand Sage in his mind, he was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, an understanding dawned upon him, and he pointed at Rex, exclaiming, So, you are truly a being from another realm. In an instant, almost as if his words had summoned it, the chaos orb was less than a yard away. The nine spirits' primordial saint's complexion changed drastically. There was no time to evade. He could only extend his claw, enveloped in demonic energy, to shield his forehead. With a muffled thud, the chaos orb pierced through, traversing his palm and forehead with ease. Such a marvelous treasure. Rex mused as he retrieved the chaos orb, casting a few contemplative glances before stowing it away. Without this orb, dealing with the nine spirits' primordial saint would have required considerable effort, potentially resulting in injuries. Rex, you have returned. At that moment, Betty had also arrived, ignoring the lifeless nine spirits' primordial saint entirely as she leapt into Rex's embrace. It seems I haven't been gone for long, have I? Rex cast a peculiar glance at Betty, and then a sly smile crept upon his lips. Are you feeling lonely? Betty lifted her small head, shot him an exasperated look, and huffed, You rush in and out with such haste, and you won't even allow us to leave this planet at our leisure. It's utterly boring. Previously, Rex had issued a command forbidding anyone from leaving the monster planet before Gula's arrival. If he were absent when Gula came, the monster planet would face utter destruction, and the Saiyan race would be annihilated. Just a little longer. I suspect Gula will be arriving soon, Rex remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. Very well. Betty pouted for a moment, and then her eyes sparkled as if a thought had struck her. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. The wife of Paragus, whom you instructed us to take special care of, has given birth. Oh, when did this happen? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Rex's eyes. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning the world of Journey to the West and had nearly forgotten about Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Just a couple of days ago, Betty's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Rex, did you know? That little fellow you named Broly possesses an astonishing battle power of 10,000 right from birth." Chapter 82. The Arrival of the Saiyans, the War Immortal. Is this truly Broly? Rex stood before the incubator, gazing intently at the infant peacefully slumbering within, a flicker of unusual emotion shimmering in his eyes. After a moment, his gaze shifted to another incubator nearby, where a baby was wailing loudly. "Is that Kakarot inside?" "Indeed." Bardock, standing close by, nodded with an air of embarrassment. "Kakarot is my son. He possesses a mere combat power of 2. This revelation undoubtedly filled him with a profound sense of shame. The two children were born on the same day, yet while Broly boasted an astounding combat power of 10,000, his own son languished with a paltry 2, the disparity between them as stark as night and day. Particularly disheartening was the fact that his son had been frightened to the point of tears. "Send him to Earth." Rex spoke in a subdued tone. Bardock was taken aback. Although he did not fully comprehend, he nodded in agreement. He understood that Rex had little tolerance for dissent and expected unwavering obedience. After a brief moment of silence, Bardock hesitantly inquired, "And what of Broly?" "Pay him no mind." Rex turned and walked outside, a detached voice resonating, "The legendary Super Saiyan. I wonder how formidable he truly is." Suddenly, he halted, turning to face Bardock. "Can you transform into a Super Saiyan?" Bardock shook his head honestly, expressing his frustration. "I cannot. The lack of genuine combat has hindered my ability to unleash my potential." Due to Rex's orders, the Saiyans seldom ventured away from Monster Planet. Although they engaged in skirmishes among themselves, they always held back, unable to fully unleash their power. This indeed poses a dilemma. Rex furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "What is the current combat strength of our kin?" Under normal circumstances, it typically ranges between 20,000 and 50,000. Bardock contemplated briefly and responded, "If we were to employ the martial arts taught by our masters, we could elevate it to over 100,000, not including Lord Betty." "Are we still this feeble?" Rex, somewhat taken aback, smacked his lips. He had been preoccupied with his own cultivation and had paid little attention to the group of Saiyans. Bardock offered a wry smile. In truth, this revelation had left many Saiyans in a state of ecstatic delight. It is worth noting that even a battle power of 20,000 had once been a distant dream for them. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a handful of vitality elixirs and handed them to Bardock, instructing him to distribute them. "I shall take you to a certain place." "Yes," Bardock replied, a surge of excitement evident as he accepted the vitality elixirs. He understood that Rex had always existed in a realm of mystery far beyond their comprehension. Although he yearned to accompany him, he hesitated to voice his desire. As Bardock's figure vanished from sight, Rex turned to glance at Broly and Kakarot, a slight smile gracing his lips before he departed. It dawned upon him that Saiyans were inherently a warrior race. Without the crucible of battle, they could never truly attain greatness. The world of Journey to the West, fraught with peril, nonetheless presented the Saiyans with an unparalleled opportunity for refinement. While the formidable beings there were beyond comparison, confronting ordinary celestial soldiers would still be within their grasp. Rex firmly believes that it will not be long before the Saiyans, born warriors, unleash their true potential after enduring bloodshed and injuries, sweeping away the celestial armies. Half a day later, in the world of Journey to the West, the numerous demon kings of Flower and Fruit Mountain gazed in astonishment at the figures emerging from the swirling stars, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. "Master, are they also monkeys?" Sun Wukong murmured, holding a half-eaten peach in his hand. "Indeed." Rex nodded. "Do you not believe it? If you doubt, I can transform into a colossal ape right before your eyes." The Bull Demon King, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Pray tell, what manner of monkey are you?" "In my many years traversing the demon realm, I have never once encountered a Saiyan monkey." Rex raised an eyebrow and grinned, remarking, "It is only natural that you are unaware. We have always dwelled within a confined world. When it comes to antiquity, it traces back to the very dawn of chaos." He spoke without a hint of trepidation, leaving the demon kings, including Bull Demon King, momentarily bewildered. Ultimately, admiration began to glimmer in their eyes. It is no wonder that our elder brother possesses such extraordinary prowess. He is, after all, of the fabled chaotic lineage. Bull Demon King gazed at the Saiyans, who floated curiously, observing their surroundings, and boomed with laughter. With the support of my brother's kin, what can even the celestial beings do, even if they join forces? Yet, do not hold my kin in excessively high regard. Rex shook his head, stating that although they were young and possessed immense potential, their current strength was still rather limited, only capable of dealing with ordinary celestial soldiers. Standing beside him, Betty couldn't help but smirk at his words. Young? Any Saiyan present could easily be older than Rex. However, my kin possess a distinctive characteristic. Rex spoke once more, earnestly stating that they grew stronger with each battle. Every injury they sustained only served to enhance their power. The expressions of the demon kings contorted in unison. In other words, as long as they did not perish, their wounds would only make them more formidable? Such a grotesque race seemed to leave no respite for others. I cannot help but wonder if your Saiyan lineage was forced into this minor world due to the coalition of other races. The golden-winged rock let out a long sigh. Once proud of its own bloodline, it now felt insignificant compared to this group of monstrous Saiyans. The demon kings nodded in agreement, clearly concurring with this sentiment. At that moment, the sky suddenly shimmered with golden light, the sound of war drums resonating as figures of celestial soldiers and arhats materialized in the heavens. Leading them were the renowned celestial generals and golden-bodied arhats. Their arrival was indeed timely. The dragon demon king let out a sinister laugh, undoubtedly. His brother's kin had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Rex gazed upward at the sky, a fleeting chill flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "They have long been famished and restless." Chapter 83. The Transformed Saiyans. How could this be? In the brief moment that the Saiyans materialized in the journey to the West Realm, several revered sages, who had been in quiet contemplation, were startled into action, directing their attention towards the Flower Fruit Mountain. In that instant, how could such a multitude of beings, beyond the fated realm, manifest? Almost instinctively, they recalled the sudden emergence of the Saiyan Great Sage from earlier. There must be a crucial connection between these two occurrences. This matter is far from simple. For the first time, the sages experienced a sense of unease. Previously, the appearance of a single Rex had instilled them with absolute confidence in their ability to manage the situation, convinced that even if a great conflict ensued, they could maintain control. However, the current scenario was markedly different. The sheer number of beings outside the predetermined fate introduced an overwhelming uncertainty. Soon, the Heavenly Tao Sage convened another meeting to deliberate the situation. Meanwhile, above the unobservable dome, a pair of indifferent eyes emerged, fixated upon the Flower Fruit Mountain. Flower Fruit Mountain. In the heavens, an army of celestial beings and deities coldly scrutinized the throngs of demons below, yet their focus was predominantly on the densely clustered Saiyans in the air. Their expressions grave and tinged with tension. The figures of these individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to the infamous Saiyan Great Sage. Their explosive hairstyles and the monkey tail coiled around their waists had always been the defining characteristics of the Saiyan Great Sage. Yet now, an astonishing number of these peculiar beings had appeared, each gaze directed at them brimming with fervent combativeness, as if they beheld a sumptuous feast. What are they waiting for? The haunting voice of Rex reverberated through the heavens and the earth, proclaiming, "The battle you have long yearned for has arrived." As his words faded, a tremendous roar erupted. All the Saiyans, as if invigorated by a powerful elixir, surged forth with an exhilarating fervor, charging towards the celestial warriors in the sky. Not only were the heavenly soldiers taken aback, but even the myriad of demons stood in stunned silence. "Truly, my brethren are formidable," exclaimed the bull demon king in awe. Rex revealed a faint smile, but it quickly froze upon his face. At that moment, a series of thunderous roars reverberated through the heavens. Mysterious dark divine palm. 18 dragon subduing palms. 6 meridians divine sword. Rex turned his stiff face towards the sky, observing the Saiyans showcasing their extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Bardock was laughing maniacally, unleashing a barrage of dragon-shaped energy blasts, wreaking havoc among the celestial warriors. Meanwhile, Betty, with each wave of her hand, summoned an overwhelming chill that pervaded the air. Additionally, 7 Saiyans had united to form the constellation of the Big Dipper, creating a strikingly dissonant spectacle. Rex muttered to himself, harboring doubts about whether it was right or wrong to have those martial artists impart the techniques of the Saiyans. Although it appeared that their combat prowess had indeed increased, there was an inexplicable strangeness to it all. He himself was faring somewhat better, as he had managed to blend those martial arts, often rendering them quite normal in appearance. However, the current group of Saiyans was simply beyond description. When Rex witnessed one Saiyan bellowing the Luohan fist, and sending a dazed monk flying with a single punch. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just then, a Saiyan suddenly plummeted from the sky, surrounded by arcs of electricity, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Rex's gaze turned icy as he cast his eyes towards the heavens, where he beheld an unsightly creature with wings, brandishing a golden staff, an adversary unmatched by any Saiyan. It was Thunderbolt, a being of celestial prowess, whose strength rivaled that of Neza. Just as he was about to ascend into the sky, the golden-winged rock interjected, saying, "Brother, leave this monstrous being, neither man nor bird, to me." "No." Rex shook his head and fixed his gaze upon him, saying, "You possess the swiftest speed. You shall be responsible for bringing back my severely injured kin." The golden-winged rock furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant, yet under Rex's penetrating stare. He begrudgingly nodded and turned his attention to the battlefield. His speed was indeed unparalleled. With every wounded Saiyan, he would instantaneously transport them back. That extraordinary velocity rendered him invisible to all observers. Rex nodded slightly, and in the next moment, he appeared directly before Lei Zhenzi. "Are you the great sage of the Saiyans?" Lei Zhenzi was momentarily taken aback, yet soon a cold smile emerged on his lips. "Just a hairless monkey, after all," he scoffed. "Far superior to you, the grotesque avian creature with wings." Rex spoke with an impassive expression. "You." Upon being struck at a sensitive point, Lei Zhenzi was instantly consumed by fury. With a powerful flap of his wings, he swung his golden staff towards the head of Lei Kasi. "It appears you harbor a deep disdain for these wings." Rex's form flickered and materialized on the other side, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, accompanied by a chilling smile. "As the benevolent soul I am, I have resolved to assist you in addressing this predicament." "What?" Lei Zhenzi was momentarily taken aback. Just like that, in the next instant, Rex materialized behind him, seizing the swirling wings of wind and thunder with both hands, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With a sharp sound, a wretched scream echoed. As Thunder Zhenzi plummeted from the heavens, his pair of wings was forcefully torn away by Rex. The corpse, having achieved sanctity through the flesh, and the blood essence pill refined thereafter, held an enigmatic significance unknown to many. Casually discarding the severed wings, Rex descended beside the agonized and struggling Thunder Zhenzi, and with a mere gesture, his sword aura pierced through the latter's brow. Thunderbolt Zilong has met his demise. The energy of the Dragon Ball universe indeed possesses formidable destructive power. A thought flickered through Rex's mind, yet he did not dwell upon it. A glimmer of starlight escaped from his fingertips. "How audacious, you wretched fiend!" A furious roar echoed from above, and simultaneously, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens. "Oh, is that not Minister One?" Rex did not attempt to evade. Instead, a star array rose beneath his feet, directly shielding him from the oncoming lightning. As he refined the corpse of Thunderbolt, he gazed with keen interest at the elder whose hair stood on end. "So, have you sought out Yuanchi Tianzuan for a discussion? P.S. This is the 4th update. My writing speed is rather slow. There will be another chapter shortly, but it is likely to be quite late. For those who prefer an early bedtime, feel free to read it tomorrow." Chapter 84, Super Saiyan 1. When Zhong Goes Mad. Chapter 84, Super Saiyan 1. When Zhong Goes Mad. 5th update. Please subscribe automatically, Beast. The actions of a sage must carry profound significance, which is beyond our comprehension. The Thunder God, revered as the supreme purifier, gazed fiercely, his entire being enveloped in arcs of electricity. Adorned in battle attire, the cold gleam of his armor flickered unpredictably, exuding an imposing aura. Rex let out a cold laugh. Although Wen Zhong was unaware of the meaning behind those two words, the expression on Rex's face made it clear that it was an insult. Without hesitation, he swung his dual whips, male and female, towards Rex. In an instant, a tempest of lightning surged forth, sending the surrounding minor demons flying. Humph. At this moment, Rex had refined Lei Zhenzi into a blood essence pill, which he stored in his backpack. He did not retreat but stood his ground. Suddenly, a black Buddha apparition emerged behind him, exuding an ominous aura. Though merely a specter, it appeared to possess a divine form, its cold, penetrating gaze fixed upon Wen Zhong as it slowly extended its Buddha palm. In the next instant, an overwhelming array of palm imprints filled the sky. Wen Zhong was violently shaken, his entire being sent reeling backward. With a flash, a white light shot forth from the vertical eye on his forehead. Rex swiftly extended a finger, and a surge of sword energy erupted forth, shattering the clouds of the 9 heavens. With a resounding explosion, the radiant light collided with the sword energy, both disintegrating into fragments. Wenjong, are you so bold as to challenge me even before reaching the threshold of a sage? As Rex's gaze flickered, he swiftly discerned the prowess of Wenjong, recognizing that he was a mere breath away from the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Yet, that slender margin delineated a chasm of disparity. Enough of this, Wenjong bellowed. As the tempestuous lightning crackled around him, enveloping Rex in an electrifying storm. Only when you have mastered the purple cloud divine thunder shall you dare to boast before me. With a thunderous roar, a golden aura erupted around Rex, his raven locks transforming instantaneously into a resplendent golden mane. In his evolution to Super Saiyan, he had diligently explored the true essence of the Super Saiyan form, gradually uncovering its secrets. In truth, the gap between the two forms was akin to a delicate, transparent veil. Once understood, it could be pierced with the slightest prod. Thus, transforming into Super Saiyan was a natural progression for Rex. Wenjong was taken aback, retreating a few steps as he scrutinized Rex's current visage, his heart filled with uncertainty. He had witnessed Rex's shape-shifting before, but the form of the Super Saiyan appeared extraordinarily uncanny, instantly branding him as a fearsome entity. However, the golden aura encircling Rex now imparted a profoundly different impression. While still exuding an aura of cold ferocity, it was now imbued with a subtle sense of the divine. What manner of creature are you? Reflecting on the dark silhouette of the Buddha that had manifested behind Rex moments ago, Wenjong's suspicions deepened, and he spoke in a grave tone. Though your inquiry vexes me, I shall indulge you, considering you are on the verge of becoming a part of my existence. Rex stroked his chin, gazing at him with a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery. Do you truly think I possess a tail, thus branding me as a creature of the dark? Isn't that the case? Wenjong retorted, dismissing Rex's initial inquiry with a disdainful snort. And what of you? Rex raised an eyebrow, provoking a moment of silence from Wenjong. Wenjong hesitated, instinctively touching the vertical eye on his forehead, his expression growing somewhat bewildered. Faced with such a convoluted question, he decided it prudent to abandon such thoughts. I shall rescue you from your torment. Rex let out a cold, mocking smile as the chaos sphere floated effortlessly from his palm, gradually settling upon the back of his hand. In the next moment, he clenched his fist with fervor. Whoosh! Dark flames ignited upon the chaos sphere, flowing like water along his right hand. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a fiery gauntlet that clung tightly to his skin. The chaos sphere remained steadfastly positioned at the knuckle of his right index finger. Boom! With a powerful punch, the searing black flames surged forth in a wild torrent. Rex, with a chilling arc at the corners of his mouth, delivered a powerful blow to the chest of Wenjong. A thud resonated, accompanied by a scream. Yet, the sound did not emanate from Wenjong himself, but rather from his steed, the Ink Qilin. In that fleeting moment, the Ink Qilin valiantly shielded its master, enduring the fatal strike meant for Wenjong. As a creature of the demon clan, it is one thing to refrain from aiding its kin, but to exhibit such unwavering loyalty to a celestial master is truly beyond redemption. Rex shook his head with a sigh, yet a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. However, I must confess, I have never tasted Qilin meat before. This time, I consider myself fortunate. Wenjong regained his composure, staring blankly at the lifeless body of the Ink Qilin. Suddenly, a piercing wail erupted. Beast, I demand your life in return. Thunder roared, shaking the heavens, and violent arcs of electricity coursed through Wenjong's body, transforming the surrounding area into scorched earth in an instant. In that moment, Wenjong resembled a deity or a demon, casting aside his dual whips and, like a madman, lunged towards Rex. Oh, have you become enraged? Rex raised an eyebrow, effortlessly evading while chuckling softly. Wenjong, oh Wenjong, with your celestial eye discerning good from evil, claiming to be righteous and unyielding. Yet you remain nothing more than a foolish simpleton. The sage has harmed your master. Why do you not question him? You incessantly label others as monstrous. Have I violated your wife or your daughter? When the demon clan commits murder, do humans refrain from slaying demons? Yet, Wenjong appeared oblivious, as if possessed by madness, unleashing a tempest of fury, striking at Rex with relentless fists. What a pitiful wretch. Rex halted his evasive maneuvers. Bang! The formidable fist of Wenjong descended heavily upon him, as lightning coursed through Rex's entire being. With one punch, I shall send you on your way to the afterlife. Rex spoke softly, his expression impassive, as he unleashed a powerful punch. A dull thud resonated as Wenjong's formidable body, impervious to metal and iron, was punctured by Rex's strike, a blinding beam of light piercing through his chest. beneath the embrace of thunder and a golden aura. The figures of the two seemed to transform into eternal sculptures. He Wu Zhong slightly parted his lips. The earlier ferocity completely vanished. He gazed deeply at Rex, his lips twitching imperceptibly a few times. Subsequently, he breathed his last. Rex furrowed his brow momentarily, then withdrew his hand with an impassive expression. Should a sage not exist in this world? He cast his gaze upon his palm, a fleeting glimmer of unusual color flashing in his eyes. Wen Zhong, it seems you are not entirely foolish. Alas, your enlightenment has come too late. Nevertheless, allow me to assist you in fulfilling your desires. With a flick of his fingertips, a constellation of starlight emerged, and soon, the corpses of the Ink Qilin and Wen Zhong had been refined into vital blood elixirs. Let us first test their efficacy. After a moment of contemplation, Rex consumed the vital blood elixir refined from Lagency. Boom. The violent force of wind and thunder surged within him instantaneously. However, upon encountering the energy within his body, it recoiled sharply, as if it had encountered something dreadfully formidable. This scene was vividly perceived by Rex. Indeed, the energy of the Dragon Ball world possesses formidable destructive power. Rex suddenly recalled the thought that flashed through his mind while he was vanquishing Lagency. He found himself perplexed. Could it be that the level of Qi was exceedingly high, compelling even the powers of wind and thunder to retreat? In the realm of Journey to the West, there are said to be 3,000 paths. Of course, this figure is merely an approximation and does not imply the existence of only 3,000 principles. Nonetheless, all these paths ultimately converge upon the heavenly Tao. Is Qi, then, also a form of Tao? Rex murmured to himself. At that moment, the power of wind and thunder was enveloped by the energy within his body, gradually consumed until it vanished entirely. Upon closer inspection, the energy seemed to shimmer faintly with the ethereal essence of wind and lightning. Although the quantity of energy remained unchanged, its intensity had notably increased. Simultaneously, his physical form felt significantly more robust, as if clad in a layer of closely fitted armor. Remarkably, it possessed such an effect. Rex's gaze intensified. The augmentation of his physical form was anticipated. However, the transformation of his aura was entirely unexpected. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the 2 blood vitality pills. As anticipated, the blood vitality pill refined by the Ink Qilin proved to be unremarkable, providing significant enhancement to his corporeal form. Yet, the other pill, the thunderous purification of the celestial sovereign, once again elevated the essence within him. Thus, a sphere of energy coalesced from Rex's palm, markedly different from before. Delicate arcs of electricity danced around it. Though faint, they were distinctly visible, transforming it into an orb of thunderous energy. Crack! Rex exerted a powerful grip, instantly shattering the energy orb. He abruptly raised his head, fixating on the celestial beings in the sky, his gaze betraying an unmasked fervor. In the next moment, golden flames blazed fiercely, soaring into the heavens as a tempestuous assault erupted in an instant. Rex refrained from unleashing a single energy bomb, for such an act would utterly obliterate his opponent's body, rendering it impossible to refine into a blood elixir. Yet, with nothing but his fists and feet, each of his swift movements caused a celestial soldier or an arhut to plummet from the heavens. Astonishingly, even some bodhisattvas met their demise. Within the vast expanse of the sky, the watching immortals and Buddhas wore expressions of profound distress. Particularly, the celestial generals could only watch in horror as the formidable General Lei Zhenzi had his wings torn apart, while the revered Lei Sheng, the Lord of Thunder, was slain. Alongside their fury, an overwhelming sense of dread began to take root in their hearts. What kind of monstrous fiend could possibly be contained, save for a saint or a quasi-saint? This abomination was indeed ferocious beyond measure. The bodhisattva, clutching a jade purity vase, fixed her gaze upon the fierce Rex below, her eyes glinting with icy determination. It was none other than Avalokiteshvara. Although she had not attained the status of a Buddha, her power was formidable. Having once been the merciful navigator during the War of Deification, one of the 12 Golden Immortals. Despite her reputation as the Great Compassionate One, she was, in fact, the most ruthless among the 12, having once compelled Qi Jingzi to tearfully confront his own disciple. Avalokiteshvara, behold the object in that abomination's possession, remarked the Buddha of Great Sun with a measured tone, recognizing the extraordinary artifact that had easily wounded his arm. Startled, Avalokiteshvara turned her attention to the object, a flicker of recognition crossing her features. Does it not evoke a sense of familiarity? The Buddha of Great Sun continued. Without the black flames, it bears a striking resemblance to the primordial pearl of Huang Long. Avalokiteshvara nodded thoughtfully, furrowing her brow. Could it be that I once sought out Huang Long to inquire about the primordial pearl, only to be met with refusal? The Buddha of Great Sun sneered. Ultimately, they are beings of fur and horn, disregarding past bonds, and their connection with that Saiyan great sage below is likely convoluted. Avalokiteshvara remained silent, aware that she lacked the audacity of the Buddha of Great Sunday. In truth, many continued to mock her in secret, particularly due to her affiliation with the Western teachings following the War of Deification. If one were to delve deeper, they would find that she was deemed a traitor to her sect, a sentiment shared among both immortals and Buddhas alike. After a considerable pause, Avalokiteshvara finally spoke. I shall confront that abomination. As her words fell, the jade purity vase in her hand shimmered brilliantly, and with a few drops of celestial dew from the willow branch, she cast it downward. Rex's gaze sharpened. Just moments ago, he had delivered a powerful blow that pierced the chest of the Arhat before him. Yet in the blink of an eye, the wound had miraculously healed. He abruptly lifted his head, fixating on the Guanyin descending slowly from the heavens. Wretched being, cease your actions at once. Guanyin coldly regarded Rex, her aura shimmering with divine light, an unmistakable intent to kill emanating from her. Yet her tone was imbued with a gentle allure, laced with a hint of seduction. Huh. Rex cast a discerning glance at Guanyin, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he nonchalantly uttered two words, human, demon. In that instant, Guanyin's countenance darkened ominously. Who is she? Revered as the great compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, even the demon kings would address her with utmost respect as Guanyin Dashi. However, that was in the past. Even now, the likes of the Bull Demon King and other demon lords would not dare to show her such disrespect. Yet, the individual before her, known as the Great Sage Saya, exhibited no such reservations, brazenly labeling her as a human demon. Undoubtedly, this struck at one of Guanyin's deepest vulnerabilities, and for Rex to articulate it so casually felt like an immense humiliation to her. What is this? You appear quite discontented? Rex raised an eyebrow at him. Were you not once one of the 12 golden immortals under the primordial lord, the compassionate Taoist of Zihong? You wretched creature. Guanyin's expression darkened considerably, and even her usual composure was difficult to maintain, nearly prompting her to unleash a torrent of curses. You vile beast, do you dare to retort? Suddenly, Rex let out a resounding shout, his entire being enveloped in a brilliant golden aura that, in comparison to Avalokiteshvara, appeared even more divine. I am the embodiment of compassion, he declared. With a solemn countenance, he brought his hands together in prayer, and a dark Buddha manifested behind him, intertwining with the golden flames in a most uncanny manner. Avalokiteshvara found herself genuinely taken aback. It was her first encounter with the ethereal shadow of the dark Buddha that emerged from Rex, stirring a sense of curiosity and doubt regarding his origins within her heart. Seize the blade and embrace the darkness. Devotee, what are you waiting for? Rex spoke with utmost seriousness, his tone solemn, yet with his golden locks, the incongruity was unmistakable. Guanyin couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. These words ought to have been spoken by her, yet they emerged from his lips, even distorting the phrase, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. What manner of creature are you? Guanyin furrowed her brow, her keen insight unable to penetrate his essence. She had long noted that the individual with the blazing tail, engulfed in flames, belonged to the same race as this Saiyan great sage, a lineage unheard of in the three realms. Outrageous! Rex bellowed with fervor, his eyes wide with fury. I am of the Chaos Demon Buddha lineage. I have come to guide you onto the supreme path. Why do you not awaken to this truth? Not far away, the Bull Demon King and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes twitching. This elder brother truly possessed a talent for fabrication. Though he was evidently a Saiyan monkey, he insisted on claiming to be a Chaos Demon Buddha. However, to his credit, the golden aura enveloping him, coupled with the apparition of a dark Buddha looming behind, indeed lent an air of authenticity to his claim. Even the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara seemed momentarily taken aback. Truly, this elder brother was remarkable, undeniably formidable. The assembled demon kings could only marvel at his audacity. Chaos Demon Buddha? Despite Avalokiteshvara's profound wisdom, she found herself momentarily bewildered. Was there such a race? She could not recall having heard of it before. The prefix chaos led her to ponder whether it referred to the fabled chaos lineage. Yet, had it not been said that the chaos race had long been extinguished? A torrent of questions surged within Avalokiteshvara's mind as she fixed her gaze upon Rex, feeling an inexplicable tremor in her steadfast heart. At that moment, a resounding chant of Amitabha reverberated across the heavens, imbued with gravitas. Avalokiteshvara, awaken. In an instant, Avalokiteshvara regained her composure. Realizing that she had almost succumbed to the words of this Saiyan sage, her face flushing with embarrassment. Grateful for the Buddha's reminder, she took a deep breath, striving to calm her turbulent thoughts, and offered a slight nod towards the sky. In truth, Avalokiteshvara would not have so readily believed Rex's fanciful claims. However, her initial anger, combined with Rex's golden aura and the Buddha's shadow behind him, had momentarily shaken her resolve. Alas, what a pity! Rex smacked his lips, lifting his gaze towards the heavens, where a fleeting glimmer sparkled within his eyes. The title of World-Honored One could only be ascribed to the supreme ruler of the Western paradise, the Tathagata Buddha. He is a truly formidable entity. In his previous incarnation, he was one of the 4 disciples of the Heavenly Master, known as the Daobao Taoist, possessing immense supernatural powers. Even when struck by the Fan Tian seal of Guangqingzi, he merely tumbled over. After his rebirth as Shakyamuni Buddha, his cultivation surpassed that of his former self. To this day, referring to him as the foremost among sages is by no means an exaggeration. Boom! A colossal golden Buddha manifested in the sky, its pupils radiating with golden light, gazing intently at the black Buddha's shadow looming behind Rex. Yet, in the next instant, a languid voice resonated. My son Daobao, since we are playing chess, do not let your mind wander. A somewhat hazy figure appeared opposite the Buddha, with a black and white chessboard set between them. Unlike the Daobao Tathagata, Kong Xian showed no regard for decorum, casually seated upon the ground, only casting a fleeting glance downward. It was evident that a flicker of anger and helplessness crossed the golden Buddha's eyes before it retracted its divine form. Haha, great sage of the Saya. I find you quite intriguing. Let us play chess together when time permits. With a hearty laugh, Kong Xian vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Guanyin inwardly cursed, recognizing that although Kong Xian, known as the Peacock King, was a Buddha mother, he was ultimately a demon, his nature hard to change. You wicked being. Your nonsensical words disturb my Buddhist heart. Today, I shall not spare you. Guanyin then turned his gaze towards Rex, a cold light flashing in his eyes. With a shake of the jade purity bottle in his hand, myriad rays of brilliance erupted, the mouth of the bottle directed towards Rex. If one's Buddhist heart is unwavering, who can be blamed? Rex let out a derisive snort, turning his palm as he hurled the chaos sphere directly towards the jade bottle. The primordial pearl is certainly not meant to be wielded in such a manner. Guanyin's heart chuckled coldly, dismissing the chaos sphere entirely. In her perspective, treating the primordial pearl like a mere weapon was an utterly foolish act. However, the next moment, she was rendered speechless. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Under Guanyin's gaze, the jade bottle collided with the chaos sphere, resulting in a small puncture. The jade bottle was ruined. Chapter 87. Guanyin's Escape. Luya's appearance with a thud. The jade bottle fell from Guanyin's grasp, now indistinguishable from an ordinary broken vessel, lacking any luster. How could this be possible? Guanyin felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She realized that in all her years of cultivation, she had never felt as befuddled as she did that day. How could the jade bottle have shattered? It should not be said that the primordial pearl had become so powerful. Moreover, it had been wielded without the invocation of any divine powers. Guanyin could never have imagined that it was not the primordial pearl at all, but rather the chaos sphere, possessing the ability to evolve the universe. Just moments ago, it seemed as if something had entered the chaos sphere. A glimmer flickered in Rex's eyes as he recalled the moment the chaotic sphere shattered the jade bottle. He faintly perceived a wisp of ethereal light seeping into the chaotic sphere, as if the essence of the jade bottle were being absorbed by it. When the chaotic sphere returned to his hand, Rex gazed down at it, but discerned no apparent alteration. It remained unremarkable, and without the encircling black flames. It bore little distinction from an ordinary orb. Could it be an illusion? Rex furrowed his brow, yet swiftly shook his head. It could not possibly be an illusion. It must be due to my insufficient realm. He murmured to himself, to evolve the universe sounds grand and lofty, a level to which I am still far from attaining. At that moment, Guanyin suddenly transformed into a streak of luminous light, swiftly soaring away, retreating without engaging in battle. As Rex lifted his gaze, he discovered that Guanyin had vanished without a trace, causing his lips to twitch slightly in silent disbelief. However, he could comprehend the situation. Regardless of whether one is an immortal, a Buddha, or a demon, when the disparity in strength is not excessively vast, magical artifacts become the sole determinant of victory. Indeed, at times, a formidable artifact proves to be more advantageous than one's cultivation level. This was vividly illustrated during the War of the Gods in years gone by. At this moment, with Guanin's pure jade bottle shattered, should she choose to engage once more, the inevitable outcome would be her defeat. I shall refine you all in due time. Rex let out a low chuckle, once again directing his gaze towards the surrounding celestial beings, who were currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Saiyans. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he chose not to intervene further, swiftly retreating back to Flower Fruit Mountain. These celestial soldiers and Buddhist generals served as excellent practice targets for the Saiyans. Although the struggle was somewhat arduous at present, it would not be long before the Saiyans experienced a period of explosive growth. As a naturally combative race, the Saiyans only grew stronger amidst the crucible of battle. I, a humble seeker from Kunlun, have an old abode south of the Stone Bridge. It was only through diligent cultivation that I attained the understanding of life and the balance of opposites. At that moment, a melodious chant resonated softly in the air. Rex was taken aback, slowly turning around. There before him stood a kind-hearted old Taoist, smiling warmly, with a long sword slung across his back. An unusual light flickered in his eyes, where a faint glimmer of flame seemed to dwell deep within his pupils. Was it the Taoist Lord Luya? Rex narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Might you have come today to assist my demonic kin, Taoist Lord? This Luya, of enigmatic origins, had previously emerged during the investiture of the gods, proclaiming himself neither a mortal nor saint, but merely a recluse of great ability. With his magical artifacts, a nail-headed seven-arrow book and a celestial slayer flying dagger, he had never once failed to deliver a fatal blow. He once claimed that before there was Hongjun, there was Luya, and though he was but 18 years old, with each year in the chaotic realm equating to a single year of his existence, such assertions may have been embellished yet held a kernel of truth. In reality, Luya was the essence of the fire of departure, an incarnation of the three-legged golden crow, having ventured beyond the three realms, existing outside the five elements. To label him as part of the demon race was not entirely inaccurate. The Taoist Lord had summoned me to take command. The figure of Shun Gongbao emerged from the side, markedly transformed from his appearance during our time in the Eastern Sea. He now radiated vitality, though his head still tilted backward, presenting a rather comical and peculiar sight. Oh, Rex was somewhat taken aback. As far as he knew, Luya Taoist had never truly aligned with any faction, at most merely offering assistance. The name of the great sage of Saya resonated loudly in recent days, and upon witnessing him today, he indeed appeared extraordinary. Luya Taoist spoke with a smile, his eyes flickering with a faint flame as he gazed intently at the golden aura surrounding Rex, seemingly intrigued. However, he soon shifted his tone, saying, "Yet, despite my long existence, I have not heard of this before the recent battle between immortals and demons. Hee. My senior brother belongs to the chaos race and has always lived in a small world. It is only natural that you have not heard of him," chimed in Sun Wukong, who had leaped over, holding a banana in hand and grinning mischievously. "Ah, I see." Luya Taoist expressed a look of realization, yet his eyes still reflected a lingering confusion. Clearly, he held a degree of skepticism regarding the so-called chaos race. Turning to glance at Sun Wukong, he chuckled and remarked, "You, this monkey, have quite an extraordinary origin, having been born from the five-colored divine stone left behind by Lady Nuo when she mended the heavens, absorbing the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. I wonder how you intend to assist our demon race." Rex smiled faintly, interrupting the words of the Taoist Luya directly. Within the Buddhist realm, there exists a remarkable figure known as Master Wu Chao. In his past life, Rex had encountered a record stating that the Taoist Luya was indeed Master Wu Chao. Although the authenticity of this claim remains uncertain, Rex could not shake off an odd sensation. Even if the Taoist Luya were not Master Wu Chao, there exists an inseparable connection between the two. The names Jinwu, Wu Chao, and Luya are intertwined in a manner that is unmistakably evident. Contemplating this, Rex could not help but cast a glance at Shun Gongbao. He firmly believed that with Shun Gongbao's cunning intellect, he would surely recognize this correlation. P.S. I inadvertently overslept today, so there will definitely be a fourth update. And I will strive for a fifth. If I am unable to produce the fifth update today, rest assured there will be 6 updates tomorrow. Furthermore, let me clarify that the bursts of creativity I mentioned pertain to the weekends. During the weekdays, the internet at school is often disconnected, allowing me to only stay up late to write during the weekends. Chapter 88. Brother N, depart. Chapter 88. Brother N, depart. Taoist Liya possesses an unfathomable depth of cultivation, to the extent that even the Buddha himself would not dare to underestimate him. Shingongbao noticed Rex's meaningful gaze and smiled slightly, adding that Taoist Liya holds another significant identity. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Rex's eyes. Though he remained silent, a conjecture had already formed in his mind. As expected, Shingongbao spoke again. Brother Luya, you are also the esteemed Zen master Wutsao of the Buddhist order. Haha. Rex rubbed his brow, a faint aura of menace surrounding him as he continued speaking. Let Brother Luya take the floor. However, Shingongbao merely shook his head and took a small step back. In truth, Master Wu Chao is but one of my incarnations. Luya, undeterred by Rex's hostility, chuckled heartily. I come not with ulterior motives, but rather to resolve the grievances between immortals and demons. He embodies both demon and immortal, as well as the essence of Buddhism. This triple identity allows Luya to navigate seamlessly within any realm. Furthermore, his cultivation is formidable, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Each incarnation ranks among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. Do you share this perspective? Rex raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at Shingongbao beside him. I am merely introducing Brother Luya, he remarked. However, Shingongbao shrugged, swiftly distancing himself from the matter. It was evident that when the Taoist Luya spoke, he intended to embark on a grand discourse on profound principles. Then I shall not impose, Rex replied. Rex interrupted him directly, speaking in a calm tone. Luya, momentarily taken aback, slightly retracted his smile and furrowed his brow, saying, My friend, perhaps you might consider listening to my perspective before making your decision. Do you not comprehend? Rex turned his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a chilling arc as his golden aura surged. Please, observe my lips clearly, Brother Guan, begone. You are utterly unappreciative. The expression of Luya Taoist instantly turned icy. With a flick of his grand sleeves, he declared, Since it has come to this, do not blame this humble Taoist. With that, his figure flickered and transformed into a stream of light, vanishing atop Flower Fruit Mountain. Rex gazed intently in the direction where Luya had vanished, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. This was an ancestral flame, the essence of fire. Should it be refined into a blood vitality elixir, consuming it would undoubtedly render one even more formidable than the thunderous might of the Thunder Sovereign before. The quality of energy would ascend once more. Shingongbao, are you securing allies for my demon clan, or courting adversaries? Rex turned his head to gaze at him, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his features. My friend, you have misunderstood. Shingongbao shook his head, a look of regret etched upon his face. This Luya Taoist, during the War of Gods, was renowned far and wide. Among the demon race, few can rival his stature. As he spoke, he cast his eyes toward the west and murmured, aside from the great demon Kong Xian, he is perhaps the only one. So, you still have not revealed the reason for bringing him here? Rex, with a stoic demeanor, relinquished his Super Saiyan form and casually picked up a peach, taking a bite. One must certainly savor the delights of the peaches of immortality and the ginseng fruits. In the realm of Journey to the West, these treasures not only extend one's lifespan, but also enhance one's cultivation. They are indeed remarkable. Speaking of ginseng fruits, he suddenly recalled the spirit tree's fruits from the Dragon Ball universe. Although those are rare treasures in their own right, they pale in comparison to the former. In truth, my intention was to see if my companion could persuade the Taoist Luya, yet I did not anticipate that he would be so brusquely dismissed. Shingongbao sighed. He truly had not foreseen Rex's volatile temperament. His original aim was, indeed, to seek Luya's assistance for the demon race. Rex turned his head and gazed at Shingongbao for a moment, and it was evident that he was indeed speaking the truth. This matter ends here. Rex casually spat out a peach pit, which, like a cannonball, pierced through the skull of a celestial soldier soaring in the sky. Luya, indeed, is an excellent material for refining blood essence pills, rather than enticing him into the ranks of the demon clan. Rex would much prefer to transform him into a blood essence pill. By the way, Shingongbao, are you at your core a demon or a human? Rex suddenly inquired with great curiosity. This Shingongbao is indeed an enigmatic figure. His background is only vaguely hinted at through a brief exchange with Jiang Zia. Shingongbao, after a prolonged silence, did not provide a direct answer. Instead, his head abruptly transformed into that of a leopard. Oh, so you truly are a leopard who has acquired intelligence. Rex could not help but chuckle softly. It seems you can indeed be regarded as a formidable demon. Joining our demon clan is certainly a wise decision. At this point, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Shingongbao, what is your relationship with the Huanglong Zhenren? Somewhat strained, replied Shingongbao, furrowing his brow. During the War of the Gods, our stances diverged, yet there were no direct grievances between us. Very well. Rex smiled broadly and remarked, why not give it a try and see if you can summon the revered Huanglong? I have heard that your master, the primordial heavenly venerable, has never held him in high regard. At the mention of the primordial heavenly venerable, a flicker of complexity crossed Shingongbao's eyes. As a disciple of a sage, he possessed a far deeper understanding of the methods employed by the primordial heavenly venerable than the average person. The only reason Rex was able to extract his corporeal form from the eye of the North Sea was that the primordial supreme being intervened. Otherwise, it would have been utterly impossible. However, Rex remains blissfully unaware of this fact. My esteemed master, what scheme are you concocting this time? With a bitter smile, Shingongbao nodded at Rex, his form flickering before vanishing from sight. Brother, can we truly trust Shingongbao? Upon witnessing Shingongbao's departure, No.My Wang approached, his brow furrowed in concern. One must not place complete faith in him. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Rex's eyes. He could sense that Shingongbao was undoubtedly aware of certain matters he himself was oblivious to, clearly withholding something. Brother, I am utterly bored. Could you possibly come and take over for a while? Lamented the golden-winged roc, wearing a distressed expression as he approached. He had been tirelessly traversing the battlefield, tasked with retrieving the severely injured Saiyans, and found the monotony to be exceedingly tedious. Rex cast a fleeting glance at him, the corners of his lips curling slightly. No. Chapter 89. Entering the Netherworld to examine the register of life and death. This fierce battle endured for an entire day and night, ultimately concluding with neither side emerging victorious. The high-end combatants from both factions tacitly refrained from further engagement, leaving only the ordinary heavenly soldiers, Saiyans, and minor demons on the battlefield. The heavenly realm hesitated to send forth their forces, wary of Rex's formidable prowess, while the demon faction adhered strictly to Rex's orders. In the days that followed, skirmishes erupted every 3 days, with grand battles occurring every 5, showcasing a marked enhancement in the strength of the Saiyans. This shift was acutely felt by the celestial soldiers, who initially matched their opponents blow for blow, suffering casualties on both sides. Yet now, they found themselves overwhelmed, unable to retaliate effectively. This alarming turn of events sent the heavenly court into a frenzy. The Jade Emperor, ruler of the heavens, sought counsel from the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor to deliberate on the escalating crisis. Unbeknownst to Rex, the turmoil in the heavenly realm was unfolding. At this moment, he was entrenched within a cave on Flower Fruit Mountain, diligently practicing his mystical arts, including the 8-9 profound skills and the technique of soul projection. In truth, the 8-9 profound skills corresponded to the earthly fiend's 72 transformations. The number 8 and 9 resonated with 72. Previously, Rex had sought guidance from Sun Wukong and No.My Wang, acquiring some knowledge, yet he had not attained proficiency. As for soul projection, it was a divine skill commonly possessed by any being of significance, be they celestial, demon, or spirit, within the journey to the west. In a fleeting moment, a faint, indistinct figure emerged from Rex's body. Ah, so this is the essence of the soul. Rex gazed at his translucent form, then cast his eyes upon the motionless, identical corporeal body seated before him, a smile unconsciously breaking across his face. It seemed evident that the primordial spirit must indeed be the essence of the soul. He ascended into the air, wandering above the Flower and Fruit Mountain. Suddenly, he heard a rhythmically resonant call. The king summoned me to patrol the mountains. I shall turn the mortal realm around. This phrase was profoundly familiar. It was one of the renowned sayings from the characters of Journey to the West. Rex turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a diminutive sprite merrily striking a bronze gong, prancing about the mountainside with an unsteady gait. It was none other than the mischievous little drifting wind, a member of the fairy cohort that had accompanied the golden-winged Great Pung King to the Flower and Fruit Mountain. However, at present, the green lion and white elephant remained the steeds of the bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra. After observing the charming little drifting wind with intrigue for a while, Rex's ears suddenly perked up, detecting the sound of chains dragging along the ground. Following the direction of the sound with his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood 2 ominous specters, wielding iron chains, making their way towards the inebriated Sun Wukong. Would the chaos of the underworld unfold once more? Rex raised his eyebrows slightly, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he observed the inebriated Sun Wukong being ensnared by the chains of the Soul Reaper, inexorably drawn into the underworld. Shortly thereafter, he shifted his form and followed closely behind. Curiously, although Rex currently existed as a primordial spirit, he still sensed within himself the capacity to transform. Remarkably, even the chaotic orb remained at his disposal. As he ventured forth, it wasn't long before he encountered a city, shrouded in an ominous aura, with a sign hanging over the gate inscribed with the three characters, Ming realm. Thus, he realized he had arrived at the underworld. Rex concealed his figure, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, Sun Wukong also regained consciousness. In a manner reminiscent of the familiar narrative, after a brief tussle, the monkey's ferocity ignited, and he brandished the golden cudgel, sending the two soul-reaping spirits into a state of disarray before charging into the city. However, what transpired next was not entirely consistent with the original tale. According to the source material, 10 generations of the underworld kings should have been assembled to observe, yet Rex beheld none. Silently trailing behind Sun Wukong, he witnessed the monkey's rampage, as not a single ghostly soldier or commander could withstand his might. Before long, a burly man with a dark visage and a beard, clad in a black royal robe, appeared. It was none other than King Yanluo, the monarch of the underworld. Why does the great sage equal to heaven appear so enraged? A flicker of fury danced in Yanluo's eyes, yet his countenance bore a smile. As the ruler of the nether realm, he was acutely aware of the recent celestial and demonic conflicts and recognized Sun Wukong's formidable powers. The realm of the underworld had chosen to remain uninvolved. For though they too were deities of a sort, they presided over the cycle of reincarnation. The heavenly court might be in disarray, but the underworld must maintain its order. Should any disruption occur in the cycle of life and death, it would precipitate upheaval across the three realms, a calamity even the sages could not intervene in. To draw my soul, and then question my wrath? Sun Wukong sneered, his eyes glinting with menace, the golden cudgel poised to strike. Yanluo's lips twitched as he inwardly berated the now frightened Soul Reaper. Recently, the great sage had been in the spotlight, and how dare they attempt to seize his soul? Was that not sheer folly? Forgive me, great sage. It must have been the ignorance of the underlings, Yanluo said, forcing a humble smile. Do not attempt to placate me with your feigned humility. Bring forth the book of life and death. I am eager to see how many years it has allotted me. Sun Wukong interjected, swinging his golden cudgel, which appeared to swell to a formidable girth. I find myself intrigued as well. At that moment, Rex suddenly materialized beside Sun Wukong. Until now, he had remained hidden, unnoticed by both the monkey and King Yanluo, the Saiyan great sage. Yanluo's expression soured further. One Sun Wukong was already enough of a challenge. Now, a figure of even greater renown had arrived. What on earth was happening? Were he not the king of the underworld, he would have doubted his own past deeds. Brother? Sun Wukong paused, momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in astonishment. Even you were ensnared by that Soul Reaper? Rex slowly shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. No, I entered right behind you, he remarked, casting his gaze towards the bewildered King Yanluo. His brow arched, and a fleeting glimmer of ferocity flashed in his eyes. King Yanluo, why do you not retrieve the book of life and death? Do you wish for my brother and me to upheave your realm of the underworld? Chapter 90. The Destruction of the Earth Book, Chaos in the Three Realms Before Long. The King Yanluo dispatched a judge from the underworld to bring forth the book of life and death. Sun Wukong snatched it eagerly, swiftly searching through its pages until he found his name inscribed at the 1350th entry, which read, Born of Celestial Stone, the Monkey King, destined to live for 342 years. I hardly recall my lifespan. It shall suffice to erase my name. The judge, hastily grasping a brush and dipping it in thick ink, offered it to Sun Wukong, who immediately marked through the names of all those belonging to the monkey lineage. Suddenly, he lifted his head and looked at Rex, saying, Brother, you should also search for your name. Let us erase it together. No need. Rex's lips curled slightly. My name is not inscribed here. Sun Wukong uttered a sound of acknowledgement but thought little of it. However, the silent king of hell suddenly displayed an expression of astonishment. It is known that every being in the three realms has their name recorded in the book of life and death, even the deities and Buddhas, who merely possess an exceptionally long lifespan and can consume celestial elixirs to extend their years. Few dare to claim equality with heaven and longevity, as the Zheng Yuanzi once did. At that moment, Rex's expression shifted, his right hand flipping to reveal the chaos orb. Just moments ago, The orb had exhibited an unusual reaction, seemingly responding to something nearby. The next instant, a loud bang erupted as the Book of Life and Death suddenly exploded. A shard of black light shooting forth as if fleeing for its life. The Chaos Orb instinctively pursued, swiftly absorbing the black light within. This series of events unfolded with remarkable speed. Neither the King of Hell nor Rex had time to react. By the time they regained their senses, the Chaos Orb had returned, hovering above Rex's palm. The King of Hell stared blankly at the Chaos Orb in Rex's hand, then lowered his gaze to the shattered Book of Life and Death, his mouth agape, utterly bewildered. His mind echoed with two words, finished, truly finished. It is crucial to understand that the Book of Life and Death is one of the three books of heaven, earth, and man, an essential treasure for maintaining the equilibrium of the three realms. The removal of a few names might be a trivial matter, unlikely to incite chaos. However, should the Book of Life and Death be destroyed, the order of the three realms would inevitably collapse within a fleeting moment, irreparable. The King of Hell could hardly fathom how the Book of Life and Death had suddenly fractured. What was the nature of the black light that emerged? More importantly, what on earth was that orb in the hands of the Saiyan Great Sage? The King of Hell felt a surge of despair. Should the heavenly Tao choose to mete out punishment, while Rex and Sun Wukong might be deemed the primary culprits, he too would be inexorably entangled in the consequences, potentially facing a bolt of divine retribution. If fortune were to turn against him, he could very well be obliterated. Lost in these thoughts, sorrow overwhelmed the King of Hell, and tears began to well up in his eyes. It was primarily his frustration that caused this. An affair that had no bearing on him had ensnared him in its consequences. Simultaneously, the mighty beings of the three realms were shaken. The destruction of the Book of Life and Death. A moment of calculation sent a tremor through the great powers. Even the saints looked to the heavens. This was a grave matter that disrupted the balance of the three realms. The cycle of reincarnation would effectively become obsolete. Who among them possessed such audacity to obliterate the Book of Man? The ancestral figure of the earth, Zhen Yuanzi, stood in a daze above the five, murmuring to himself. The interconnectedness of the three books of heaven, earth, and man resonated within him. At the moment the Book of Life and Death was destroyed, his earth book, the membrane of the earth, responded. Thus, even the sages could not perceive the event as early as he did. However, like other powerful beings, although he was aware of the book's destruction, he could not ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. For both Rex and the Chaos Sphere were no longer part of the heavenly mechanisms of fate. High above in the 33 heavens, the seven sages, initially engaged in discussions about the origins of the Saiyans, abruptly cast aside the matter. Regardless of the origins of that group, their strength was ultimately lacking. They could simply be eradicated. Yet with the destruction of the Book of Life and Death, the three realms would indeed descend into chaos. Once the Green Lotus arrives, the earth will no longer be a domain of the shaman. In the past, one of the 12 ancestors of the shamans, the Central Earthen Ancestor, in a desperate bid to find a glimmer of hope for the shaman clan, obtained the Chaos Green Lotus, cultivating his primordial spirit, thus transforming into the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was an immeasurable merit. Now, with the Book of Life and Death destroyed, although the 6 paths of reincarnation still exist, the beings of the world are no longer bound by it. The identity of the one who shattered the Earth Book remains elusive. Could it be related to the great sage of the Saiyans? Even the usually composed Laozi felt a surge of anger. He could turn a blind eye to the disturbances between immortals and demons, but he could not stand idly by while the three realms fell into chaos. I have stated before, that abomination should have been eradicated long ago. Yuan Shirtian Zun snorted coldly. The chaos between the immortals and demons was still not resolved, and an even greater turmoil in the three realms was about to unfold. Let us see how the master will respond. A calm voice, devoid of discernible emotion, spoke. Nuwa. The master she referred to was naturally Hongjun. Having long since merged with the way of heaven, the master that Nuwa mentioned was, in essence, the heavenly Tao itself. At that moment, Zhuanti Daoist suddenly furrowed his brow and stood up. I shall go to the underworld and take a look. With that, he transformed into a beam of azure light and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the 10 Yama kings had gathered, including the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Emperor Fengdu. All of them were fixated on the shattered Book of Life and Death, their expressions grim. Great sage of the Saiyans, do you not owe my underworld a response? Although Emperor Fengdu longed to directly eliminate Rex and Sun Wukong, He lacked the strength to do so, and could only suppress his fury, speaking coldly. Amitabha. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva clasped his hands together, his countenance sorrowful. A response? What kind of response? Rex shrugged, casually dismissing the incident of inadvertently destroying the Book of Life and Death. Is it not so? Even the Emperor of Fengdu found amusement in the situation. Do you comprehend the significance of this Book of Life and Death? I care not for its nature. After all, it does not belong to me. Rex crossed his arms over his chest, wearing an expression of indifference. To be fair, although he understood that the Book of Life and Death was a forbidden text, he had no true comprehension of the calamity that its destruction would unleash. Chapter 91. Taking the King of Hell as a little brother outrageous. The Emperor of Fengdu's face turned a deep shade of anger, trembling with fury as he pointed at Rex, wishing he could swallow him whole. My Emperor, please watch your words, the King of Hell whispered, fully aware of Rex's contempt but also cognizant of the dangers of provoking him. If angered, today's consequences would extend far beyond the mere destruction of the Book of Life and Death. Mind your own business. The Emperor of Fengdu snapped, turning to glare at the King of Hell, unleashing a torrent of curses. If it weren't for you, the book would not have been destroyed. King Yinluo, you have truly erred in this matter. The other 9 underworld lords lamented, shaking their heads in dismay, blaming the King of Hell. The King of Hell's eyelids twitched violently. In the next moment, he exploded with rage. What were you all doing just moments ago? Now that trouble has arisen, you all suddenly appear to distance yourselves. What a bunch of cowards. The King of Hell, in his fury, let loose a stream of profanity, even directing some at the Emperor of Fengdu. He had come to realize that with the destruction of the forbidden text, divine retribution from the heavens was inevitable. The King of Hell would surely lose his position, and a divine thunderbolt might leave him utterly annihilated. Why should he fear anything now? In stark contrast to the Emperor of Fengdu and the 9 underworld lords, the King of Hell now found Rex and son Wukong far more agreeable. They were all victims of circumstance. After all, these 2 demon kings were the primary offenders, while he was merely an accomplice. Especially that Saiyan great sage, he would likely be the first to face divine punishment. What nonsense are you spouting? The Emperor of Fengdu shouted furiously, fixing his gaze on the King of Hell. In an instant, an aura of ghostly energy enveloped him, with vengeful spirits swirling around. Wailing mournfully, I ask you, what are you? The King of Hell retorted, unafraid, glaring back defiantly. Are you deaf? You glare at me, and I glare right back. The other underworld lords stood in stunned silence, internally concluding that the King of Hell had likely lost his sanity in the heat of the moment. The Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha shook his head, uttering a Buddhist chant, yet his attention was drawn to the chaotic orb in Rex's hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, I admire you. Rex's expression was somewhat peculiar, as he had not anticipated the King of Hell to possess such a distinctive personality. He reached out and patted the King of Hell on the shoulder, suggesting, let us join forces from now on. Join forces? Don't be absurd. The King of Hell cast a sideways glance at him, curling his lip. Whether there will be a future is yet to be seen, but it is not entirely incorrect to say that we shall all eventually turn to dust. At that moment, the Emperor of Fengdu was already seething with rage. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the surroundings erupted into a cacophony of wails from the spirits. Boom. In an instant, a dense black mist transformed into a colossal hand, descending upon the King of Hell. Rex narrowed his eyes and casually struck out with his palm, shattering the enormous black hand before casting a cold glance at the Emperor of Fengdu. Did you not hear my previous words? The King of Hell will follow me from now on. He is my subordinate. How dare you provoke him? The King of Hell's mouth twitched, yet he remained silent. It was evident that Rex's declaration of allegiance was merely a notification rather than a request for opinions. Before the heavenly Tao truly enacted its punishment, having a formidable ally was certainly advantageous. The King of Hell mused, observing the Emperor of Fengdu's exceedingly grim countenance. A flicker of satisfaction blossomed within him. The Emperor of Fengdu's expression oscillated between green and red, ultimately releasing a cold snort as he turned away. He acknowledged that he was no match for this unruly Saiyan saint. Someone will eventually come to deal with you, the Emperor of Fengdu thought to himself. The destruction of the Death Ledger was no trivial matter. Not only would the Supreme Heavenly Tao not spare this Saiyan saint, but even the sages would not let him go unpunished. At that moment, the previously silent Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suddenly spoke. Saiyan saint, may I have a glimpse of the object in your possession? Rex raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the King of Hell. a semblance of a smile playing on his lips. To be candid, it was only this king of hell that stirred any measure of regard in Rex. Were it not for his unwavering vow to leave no soul unredeemed and to attain Buddhahood, he would have undoubtedly ascended to the status of a Buddha by now. His cultivation, while not on par with that of the Tathagata, was certainly not far removed from it. Great sage, I do not speak idly. The king of hell, with furrowed brows, pressed his palms together earnestly. The orb you hold in your hand is undoubtedly a malevolent artifact. It would be prudent to destroy it at the earliest opportunity. He had just received a report from a minor spirit that revealed this very orb had the power to obliterate the book of life and death. Though the book was shrouded in ghostly energy and exuded an aura of foreboding, it was indeed a genuine spiritual treasure. The origins of that orb, however, remained a mystery, and it was assuredly not a benign object. Destroy it? Rex's expression was rather peculiar. What is the chaos sphere? A treasure capable of evolving worlds. It would be considered a primordial treasure in the context of this journey to the West universe. Although the reason for its destruction of the Book of Life and Death remains a mystery, there must certainly be a rationale behind it. Furthermore, the ability to effortlessly obliterate the Book of Life and Death reflects the formidable power of the chaos sphere, which is truly extraordinary. Great sage, heed the counsel of this humble monk. The king of the earthly gods bears a sorrowful countenance. With the destruction of the Book of Life and Death, the heavenly path is merciless and will inevitably impose punishment. If you could annihilate the culprit, the round orb, there might yet be a glimmer of hope. Rex's pupils suddenly constricted. The heavenly Tao? It is the supreme existence of this world. Even the saints appear insignificant before it. Could the destruction of the Book of Life and Death truly provoke the heavenly Tao to act? Rex harbored profound doubts within. Ultimately, he was not of this world, lacking comprehension of its intricate relationships. To him, the Book of Life and Death was merely a spiritual treasure. Its destruction was inconsequential. Much like how Guanin's pure vase had been obliterated by the chaos sphere. Suddenly, Rex recalled the moment he first entered this realm, when a fleeting sense of dread washed over him, as if someone were observing him with cold indifference. Previously, he had assumed it to be the presence of a sage or similar entity. Reflecting upon it now, he realized he had misjudged. It was certainly not a sage of the heavenly path, but something far more tangible. Indeed, the heavenly path itself. Chapter 92. The Arrival of the Sage, Bodhi, and Zhuan-Ti. It turned out that the very instant I stepped into this world of journey to the west, I had already been marked by the heavenly path. Rex furrowed his brows, his expression shifting unpredictably. Undoubtedly, the heavenly path is invincible in this realm, unless one possesses the capability to obliterate this world. However, it is evident that such a feat is still a long way off. It is often said that beneath the sage, all are mere ants, and under the heavenly path, even the 7 sages are but ants in essence, merely larger in stature. What nonsensical ramblings is that old scoundrel uttering? Rex fell silent, yet Sun Wukong was discontented. Wielding his golden staff and casting a menacing glare at Xidagarba. Umitba. Xidagarba intoned, unperturbed by Sun Wukong, his gaze still fixed on Rex. Have you made up your mind? Scion, great sage? I have, Rex replied. After a moment of stillness, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes radiating a chilling light. What of the heavenly Tao? Incredible, thought the king of hell, wishing to applaud him. In the vast realms, perhaps no one else could match Rex's audacity in uttering such a phrase. What of the heavenly Tao? How imposing. Yet it was also rather foolish. What could the heavenly Tao do? It could reduce you to ashes. Although the king of hell had resigned himself to his fate, a glimmer of hope lingered. Perhaps the heavenly Tao would show mercy, striking only the instigator and sparing him, the insignificant accomplice. Though the likelihood seemed minuscule, nearly non-existent. My senior brother is right. What of the heavenly Tao? Sun Wukong, inspired by Rex's fervor, thrust his golden staff forcefully into the ground, causing the entire hall of hell to tremble. Rex glanced at him in silent disbelief. What business do you have meddling in this affair? I can assert this because I am not of this world. I could simply withdraw as a gesture of respect. Yet you, on the other hand, are a native, a creature born of this realm, and I fear that the laws and powers of this world may have a significant impact on you. Just as Rex was about to speak, a sudden jolt coursed through his heart, prompting him to raise his head abruptly. In the next moment, a figure gradually materialized before the crowd. Master? Sun Wukong's face lit up with astonishment, and he immediately performed a respectful bow, not forgetting to tug at Rex's sleeve beside him, whispering, Senior brother, our master has arrived. Why do you not pay your respects, Master? Bodhi Patriarch? Rex's pupils contracted slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the ethereal old Taoist, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Wukong, do you comprehend the calamity you have wrought? The old man's voice was devoid of emotion, although he addressed son Wukong. His eyes were fixated on the chaos orb in Rex's hand, revealing a hint of intrigue. Disciple is unaware. Please guide me. Master, son Wukong replied, shrinking back slightly. It was only before his master that he exhibited such a demeanor. Wait, this old Taoist is certainly not Bodhi, Rex thought, growing increasingly suspicious. The figure of the old man began to coalesce with a character from his memory. He instinctively cast a glance at the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva beside him, only to find that the Bodhisattva too bore an expression of genuine reverence. This revelation sent a jolt through Rex's heart, further solidifying his suspicions. Who could command such respect from the Ksitigarbha? Uncertain? I shall inquire. Has the Book of Life and Death been destroyed by you? The old man withdrew his gaze from the chaos orb held by Rex and turned to regard him deeply, then addressed son Wukong. The latter hesitated, glancing at Rex before gritting his teeth and nodding. Yes. The disciple acknowledges his transgression. The old man furrowed his brow, yet did not respond directly. Instead, he continued to scrutinize Rex and stated, You are Wukong's senior apprentice? Yet, I am unaware of having such a disciple. Upon hearing this, son Wukong was taken aback. Turning to stare blankly at Rex, Rex's gaze flickered as he coldly remarked, Zhuan-Ti Daoren, when did you transform into the venerable Bodhi Patriarch? Zhuan-Ti Daoren? A sage? Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback, his mind in a state of confusion. What exactly was unfolding here? His master claimed that his senior brother was not his disciple, while his senior brother asserted that his master was Zhuan-Ti Daoren. Son Wukong felt himself at a loss for comprehension. What could this possibly mean? The old sage chuckled softly, explaining that Zhuan-Ti Daoren is indeed the Bodhi Patriarch. And the Bodhi Patriarch is none other than Zhuan-Ti Daoren. There is no notion of transformation in this context. Rex fixed his gaze intently on the old priest. As a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind, it dawned upon him that the venerable Bodhi Patriarch was, in fact, an incarnation of the old sage. Indeed, the Patriarch, or rather, the Taoist Zhuan-Ti, nodded with a gentle smile. But wait, son Wukong still felt somewhat bewildered. He turned to Rex, his confusion evident as he inquired, Brother, what exactly is going on? He is not your brother, Zhuan-Ti interjected with a serene smile. In that moment, son Wukong seemed to grasp something profound. His disbelief evident as he stared at Rex, his voice trembling. Brother, have you been deceiving me all along? He was the great sage equal to heaven, the Monkey King, a hero of his time. Yet, before Rex, he willingly adopted the role of a younger brother, venerating Rex as his elder. All for the sake of that one word. Brother. But now, hearing his master assert that Rex was not his brother, he found it impossible to believe and utterly unacceptable. Faced with son Wukong's penetrating gaze, Rex furrowed his brow. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke with deliberation. Wukong, I have indeed deceived you. I am not your brother. But, son Wukong interjected eagerly. Initially, he had placed his trust in Rex because of the latter's claim of brotherhood. However, as time passed, they had forged a genuine bond of fraternal affection. Thus, even now, upon learning that Rex was not his brother, he still yearned to hear a reasonable explanation from him. Yet, Rex slowly turned around, fixing his gaze upon the Taoist of Zhuan-Ti, a sudden glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, the reason this Taoist of Zhuan-Ti became your master is a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Chapter 93, A Battle of Words, utterly shameless, meticulously orchestrated? Upon hearing this, not only did son Wukong express confusion, but even the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the Emperor of Fengdu, and the 10 Yama kings displayed expressions of bewilderment. Though son Wukong's origins were extraordinary, having been born from a piece of the 5-colored divine stone that No.My used to mend the heavens. Who was the Taoist of Zhuan-Ti? He was a figure of the same stature as No.My herself. Saints of the heavenly Tao are few, with only 7 existing across the 3 realms, each one a paragon of power, second only to the supreme heavenly Tao. Did he truly need to meticulously scheme to become son Wukong's master? That just lacks humor. Brother, what do you mean by this? Son Wukong hesitated to speak. On one hand was the master who imparted his divine abilities, and on the other, the elder brother who fought alongside him in battles against the heavenly court. Both were figures he held in deep respect. Rex furrowed his brow, having perused the original text. Upon realizing that the figure of the Zhuan-Ti Daoren was none other than the Bodhi Patriarch, He understood that the so-called journey to the West was merely a meticulously orchestrated performance devised by a sage. Step by step, it had been carefully plotted to guide Sun Wukong along the path to enlightenment. Yet, how could he articulate this? Surely, he could not declare, "You all exist within the pages of a book, and my presence has merely disrupted the established narrative." Such a statement would undoubtedly be regarded as foolish. Moreover, Rex was perplexed as to why the Zhuan-Ti Daorin would conspire against Sun Wukong, steering him toward Buddhahood. Was it solely because Sun Wukong was the mystical five-colored stone? This reasoning was utterly unconvincing. Pray tell, what elaborate scheme had he devised? The Zhuan-Ti Daorin gazed at Rex with a smile, his eyes shimmering with an ethereal light, radiating an enigmatic brilliance that others could not penetrate. "Then enlighten me," he inquired. "Why do you choose to embody the Bodhi patriarch and take Sun Wukong as your disciple?" Rex retorted without reservation. Sun Wukong, feeling bewildered, glanced at Rex and then at the Taoist Zhuan-Ti, sensing a palpable suppression of his intellect. Trapped between the two, the sensation was rather uncomfortable. Let us momentarily set this matter aside. The Taoist Zhuan-Ti is notoriously shameless. At this juncture, without a hint of embarrassment, he effortlessly shifted the topic, beginning with the issue of your destruction of the Book of Life and Death. A destruction is a destruction. What more is there to discuss? Rex, however, merely smirked, showing no sign of acquiescence. "Do you expect me to create a new one for you? My friend, you jest. The Book of Life and Death, a product of the heavenly Tao, is beyond our capacity to replicate." The Taoist Master Kunti, his expression now solemn, replied earnestly, "In ancient times, when the Earth Mother transformed into reincarnation, the heavenly Tao bestowed upon us the Book of Life and Death along with the pen of spring and autumn, to determine the merits and demerits of all beings across the three realms. Yet, you have now destroyed it, and this necessitates an explanation." "What kind of explanation do you seek?" Rex raised an eyebrow, showing no fear towards the sage. If he couldn't defeat him, could he not simply flee? The Taoist of primordial purity smiled silently, feigning superiority. Rex scoffed, "If you don't speak, I shall take my leave." As he turned to depart, the Taoist Tsutue interjected, "Hold on, my friend." He was at a loss for words. It was one thing for this fool to show no fear, but to be so shameless was beyond him. He was indeed more incorrigible than Rex. Shifting his gaze to the chaotic orb in Rex's hand, he smiled and remarked, "The object in your possession is remarkably fated to be with me." What an absurd notion. Rex rolled his eyes, well aware that this shameless individual would undoubtedly utter his signature phrase. Beside him, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who had remained silent since the arrival of the Zhuani Taoist, along with Emperor Fengdu and others, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Clearly, they were familiar with the habits of the Zhuani Taoist. However, Rex did not feel anger. Instead, he extended his hand, offering the chaotic orb with a smirk, saying, "Here, do you dare to take it?" "Why would I hesitate?" The Zhuan-Ti Taoist swiftly snatched the chaotic orb with remarkable speed, leaving Sun Wukong gaping in astonishment. This was not the image of his master he had in mind. Where was the ethereal demeanor and tranquil grace? The old Taoist before him was nothing short of a brazen scoundrel. He opened his mouth, but words failed him. In the next moment, the expression of the Zhuan-Ti Taoist shifted dramatically. Just as he grasped the chaotic orb, he stumbled, causing the orb to fall to the ground. "You don't want it? I still do. Why throw it away?" Rex let out a cold chuckle, extending his hand to retrieve the fallen chaos orb, feeling a subtle sense of relief within. He had previously discovered that this chaos orb could be possessed by individuals from the Dragon Ball universe. Yet it was beyond the grasp of those from the journey to the West realm. Otherwise, it would bear an unbearable weight. However, Rex remained uncertain whether it would have any effect on saints. At present, it appeared that, although its efficacy was somewhat diminished, it still retained that particular characteristic. What exactly was this object? The Taoist Tsutue fixed his gaze upon Rex, his expression devoid of any semblance of a smile, replaced instead by an icy indifference reminiscent of a millennium of frozen solitude. His initial intent had been to seize the chaos orb directly. Yet upon realizing that this peculiar orb was akin to the great sage of the Science, no longer bound by the laws of heaven, he refrained from making a forceful claim. Thus, their earlier exchange transpired. "Did you not claim to share a connection with it? How is it that you remain oblivious to its true nature?" Rex toyed with the chaos orb, allowing it to dance upon his fingertips. A carefree demeanor that caused a flicker of irritation in the eyes of the Taoist Zhuan-Ti. "Humph." A cold glint flashed in Zhuan-Ti's gaze. He longed to extinguish this scion saint with a single strike. Yet, he refrained. It was crucial to recognize that Rex had shattered the ledger of life and death. And thus, the heavenly Tao would inevitably impose retribution. Should Yuan-Ti take it upon himself to slay Rex, he would become entangled in a profound web of karmic consequence. A strange force he would rather avoid. The heavenly Tao is merciless, its authority not to be defied. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan-Ti waved his sleeve and turned to depart, but paused beside Sun Wukong, speaking indifferently. Wukong, accompany me. Chapter 94. I shall not go. Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment before resolutely shaking his head in refusal. This marked the first time he had defied his master's command. His innate intelligence had momentarily been bewildered by the words of Rex and Yuan-Ti, but upon regaining his composure, he discerned the underlying issues, just as Rex had articulated. How could Yuan-Ti, as a sage, choose to embody Bodhi Patriarch and accept him as a disciple? It was impossible to assert that there were no complications involved. Thus, his refusal was indeed the right course of action. Rex let out a cold laugh. Wukong, if you were to suggest visiting the Crescent Moonstar Cave now, you would find it has fallen into desolation. The Taoist cutie cast a fleeting glance at Rex, yet chose not to elaborate further, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. Rex furrowed his brow, sensing that the reaction of the Yuan-Ti Taoist was somewhat peculiar. Yet he could not fathom the underlying reasons. What puzzled him most was why, as a sage, Yuan-Ti would target Sun Wukong and orchestrate a scheme along the journey to acquire the scriptures. At this moment, Sun Wukong appeared somewhat despondent, casting a gaze filled with intricate emotions upon Rex, as if he wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Go ahead. Rex nodded knowingly. He understood that Sun Wukong wished to visit the Crescent Moon Cave, seeking to resolve the lingering ties in his heart. This was not an unfavorable endeavor. Sun Wukong fell silent, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. Beside him, the king of the underworld joined his hands in prayer and uttered a chant before turning to depart. He had relinquished the thought of persuading Rex to destroy the chaos sphere. After all, even Yuan-Ti Daoren had been unable to contend with it, and he certainly would not seek to engage in fruitless endeavors. Rex stood silently in place, his gaze fluctuating unpredictably, at times furrowing his brow, and at others, breaking into a smile. The Emperor of Fengdu and the 10 kings of Hell remained equally mute. At this moment, their thoughts were consumed with the desire to expedite the departure of this malevolent entity from the underworld. Did they not notice that he had no fear even of the saints? Should his ferocity erupt, the entire realm of the underworld could be thrown into chaos, leaving no one to arbitrate the ensuing discord. After a brief interlude, Rex, disinterested in the matters of these underworld deities, turned to leave. However, at that moment, the King of Hell suddenly spoke. Elder brother, take me with you. Rex nearly choked on his own saliva, turning to glance at King Yama with a perplexed expression. What did you just call me? Brother, King Yama declared with unwavering confidence, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He had adopted the habit from Sun Wukong, and even the most formidable beings addressed Rex as brother, so he felt no shame in doing so. King Yama. Before the Emperor of Fengdu could speak, a spirit lord stepped forward and bellowed. Do you truly intend to betray the underworld? The words lingered in the air. Rex unceremoniously reached out, drawing the lord of the underworld to his side, seizing the latter by the throat. This is what it means to abandon the darkness for the light. Do you understand? He declared, tightening his grip with a sudden ferocity. With a resounding pop, the lord of the underworld was crushed, his soul scattering into the ether. A collection of utterly useless beings. A cold glimmer flickered in Rex's eyes as he observed the spectral beings of the underworld, who, upon death, left no corporeal remains behind, rendering them impossible to refine. In his perspective, this realm of the dead was undoubtedly the most feudal among the 3 realms. With a swift motion, all the underworld sovereigns, including Emperor Fengdu, collectively stepped back, their faces etched with astonishment as they gazed at Rex. A Hell Lord had just been crushed to oblivion right before their very eyes. This intense visual shock instilled an overwhelming sense of dread among the underworld monarchs. While King Yinluo felt a twinge of fear, it was not particularly profound. He stepped forward, grinning broadly, and offered a flattering compliment. "Oh great brother, your powers are truly boundless." Rex cast a sidelong glance at the brazen individual before him, and an intriguing notion suddenly took shape in his mind. What if he were to introduce this King of Hell into the realm of Dragon Ball? where the two sovereigns of the underworld might encounter one another. The very thought brought a faint smile to his lips, revealing a peculiar expression. The elder brother, unparalleled and resplendent, possessed unmatched wisdom and extraordinary talent. Observing Rex's smile, the king of hell mistakenly believed that the latter relished such flattery, prompting a cascade of praises to flow forth. Enough. Rex rolled his eyes in exasperation. He transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the exit of the underworld. King Yin, in a flurry, followed closely behind, casting a provocative glance at Emperor Fengdu as he departed, the implication unmistakable. Displeased with me? Come and confront me. Humph. That traitor. Emperor Fengdu seethed with rage, dark smoke emanating from his body as he glared furiously, helplessly watching Yan's figure vanish, his teeth clenched in frustration. My emperor. Should we report this to the celestial court? Inquired a grim-faced underworld lord. Are you insane? Emperor Fengdu shot him a cold glance. The celestial court is overwhelmed with its own troubles. What purpose would our report serve? What then shall we do? Spoke the judge, still grasping the spring and autumn reincarnation pin, now rendered useless without the book of life and death. Utterly futile. Emperor Fengdu snorted disdainfully, transforming into ethereal shadows and disappearing from sight. He had no desire to involve himself in this matter. Even the celestial sage found themselves powerless against the Saiyan great sage. What could they possibly do? At this moment, they could only await the heavenly decree to punish and eradicate the Saiyan great sage. Returning to the mortal realm, Rex suddenly experienced an inexplicable sensation within his soul, a feeling he could not quite articulate. Could it be that something was amiss with his physical form? A sudden shock coursed through Rex's heart as he swiftly made his way towards the cave, where his physical form was in seclusion. Upon entering the cave, he was momentarily rendered speechless. It is possible that some may notice a segment missing. We can only say that this chapter has been designated as a perilous one, the reasons for which are well understood. Thus, regrettably, it has been omitted. I must ask for your understanding. Is it truly the case that we have reached such stringent measures? Rex instantly recognized the woman before him. She was undeniably the scorpion spirit. His mind felt somewhat dazed, struggling to comprehend the situation. A singular thought echoed persistently in his mind. Had I truly been overpowered? Chapter 95. The Arrival of the Heavenly Tao. What is it like to witness oneself being seated upon by a beautiful woman? It is a sensation that defies the ordinary. Rex felt a twinge of fear. What if what was upon him was not the scorpion spirit, but instead transformed into a man with peculiar tastes, or perhaps a male demon? Goodness, the thought was unimaginable. Far too terrifying. Rex vowed never to casually allow his soul to depart from his body again. If he were to do so, he would ensure that his physical form was secured in an utterly safe location. However, at that moment, his soul flickered and re-entered his corporeal being. In the next instant, Rex, with closed eyes, opened them to meet the startled and bewildered gaze of the scorpion spirit. Instinctively, she attempted to rise, thinking that after such a prolonged period, it was time for a change in position. Rex, with a slight smirk, grasped the scorpion spirit's arm, compelling it to sit once more. He then turned over. The preceding section has been omitted, as it contains perilous content currently under review. Although submitted long ago, it remains unpublished, necessitating an update to the subsequent chapters. The reasons are understood by all. As time gently flowed, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Rex sat atop the pinnacle of a grand tree on Flower Fruit Mountain, gnawing on a peach while his gaze drifted across the battlefield in the sky. Faintly, he discerned a shadow darting through the fray, retrieving the injured Scions who had fallen. It was the golden-winged roc. Though he was reluctant, he dutifully obeyed Rex's command, aimlessly soaring to and fro, seemingly transformed into a lifeguard. Moreover, a beam of golden light traversed the battlefield, performing a similar role as the roc. It was a Buddha, tasked with rescuing the wounded celestial soldiers or arhats. Both parties maintained an unspoken agreement to avoid confrontation. The golden-winged roc hovered on the left while the Buddha remained on the right, and vice versa. Wukong had yet to return, and it was evident that the Taoist of the precepts would not relinquish his pursuit so easily. Rex murmured to himself. A fortnight ago, Sun Wukong ventured to the slanting moon star cave. Yet even now, there is no sign of him, no tidings whatsoever. It is evident that he has been taken away by the Taoist of Zhuan-Ti. However, Rex harbors no concerns for Sun Wukong's safety. After all, the Taoist of Zhuan-Ti has schemed for so long, and had he truly intended to harm Sun Wukong, he would have acted long ago, rather than allowing such a delay. At present, what occupies Rex's mind is a different matter. Will the heavenly Tao indeed unleash its divine retribution? For half a month, there has been no sign of action, were it not for the claims of other demon kings. Rex would have begun to doubt the veracity of what Zhu Ti and the king of Diu have stated. Yin Luo, do you think the heavenly Tao has already perished? Rex gazed upwards at the sky and casually remarked, surely not. At that moment, a phantom emerged beside him, garbed in a black royal robe, none other than King Yama himself. Yet, his voice now bore a hint of hesitation and bewilderment. The situation was undeniably peculiar. As the saying goes, when the king of hell decrees one's demise at the third watch of the night, who would dare to allow survival until the fifth? The celestial order is even more stringent. Any transgression would result in immediate divine retribution, without a trace of hesitation. However, the current circumstances were evidently amiss. King Yama began to feel a twinge of regret. Had he known that the heavenly decree would not impose punishment, he would have preferred to continue his role as the king of hell. Now, having chastised the emperor of Fengdu, returning home felt akin to courting death. Yet, why had the divine punishment not yet descended? Rex casually discarded the half-eaten peach, inadvertently striking down a celestial soldier soaring through the skies. Leaning on his chin, he fell into deep contemplation. Two possibilities surfaced in his mind. Firstly, both he and the chaos sphere were not of this realm, thus the threads of fate eluded them, rendering divine retribution impossible. Secondly, the chaos sphere was extraordinarily formidable. In comparison to the first hypothesis, Rex leaned more towards the latter. Brother, why do I sense that you seem eager for the appearance of divine retribution? Spoke King Yin Luo, visibly perplexed. Over the past few days, Rex had repeatedly voiced his musings, questioning why the way of heaven had yet to manifest, whether it had perished, or if it was merely slumbering. This peculiar sentiment left King Yin Luo with an unsettling feeling, as if Rex was impatiently yearning for the way of heaven's arrival. This notion was truly alarming. It was well known that when the way of heaven appeared, only two outcomes could ensue, the bestowal of merits or the imposition of penalties. The prospect of receiving merits was out of the question. Having disrupted the records of life and death and disturbed the order of the three realms, how could one possibly be rewarded? That was absurd. Although chaos had yet to fully manifest in the three realms, it was merely a matter of time. Once it erupted, it would lead to genuine turmoil. In comparison, the strife between immortals and demons was trivial. Indeed, what further alarmed King Yin Luo was Rex's nonchalant nod, his expression remarkably calm, as if acknowledging the most mundane of truths. Surely, you jest, brother? Others shun the way of heaven in fear. Even the sages dare not provoke it. Yet you contemplate divine retribution as though it were mere bravado? One truly risks the wrath of heaven. I simply wish to behold the visage of the way of heaven and ascertain the extent of its might. Rex murmured softly. This is the truth. If the heavenly path can observe him, it indicates that the heavenly path is, in fact, a form of sentient being or spirit, albeit one that has attained an extraordinary level of power. Alternatively, it could be that Hong Jun merges with the heavenly path, thus granting it a corporeal form. Rex considered this a possibility. Almost simultaneously with his words, a tremendous sound erupted, reminiscent of thunder. Yin Luo Wan's complexion instantly turned ashen, stuttering, every day. In the heavens above, dark clouds gather, and the entire world is suddenly engulfed in a murky gloom. In that fleeting moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged through Rex, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Almost instinctively, he summoned the stellar vortex. Heavenly Tao, descend. Chapter 96. Are you prepared to embrace the baptism of the heavenly Tao? In an instant, the entire realm of Journey to the West trembled. The arrival of the heavenly Tao sent tremors through all existence. Both the celestial beings and demons, engaged in battle, abruptly halted. Even the Saiyans, unfamiliar with the concept of the heavenly Tao, could perceive its overwhelming pressure. So, the heavenly Tao has manifested once more? The saints bore complex expressions. They stood above the masses yet beneath the heavenly Tao, which loomed before them as an insurmountable peak. It is crucial to understand that even their master, Hongjun, could only merge with the heavenly Tao, never to rise above it. And the Hongjun who merged with the heavenly Tao was, in essence, no longer Hongjun. Haha, Saiyan Great Sage, what does your vast power amount to? Before the heavenly Tao, you are but a jest. The Jade Emperor, seated in the celestial hall, laughed heartily, unmindful of his image. As the so-called kin of the Saiyan Great Sages appeared, the demon race grew steadily stronger, while the heavenly court waned in power, driving him to the brink of madness. Ever since learning that Rex had destroyed the Book of Life and Death, The Jade Emperor had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of the heavenly Tao. He was not alone in this sentiment. Emperor Findu of the Netherworld and the Bodhisattvas of the West shared the same thoughts. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. The demon kings were also aware that it was Rex who had obliterated the Book of Life and Death, and with the emergence of the heavenly Tao, they felt a deep-seated apprehension. It must be noted that Rex had become the backbone of the demon race, a figure of immense intimidation. If he were to be eradicated by the heavenly Tao, the demon race would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage, leading to ultimate defeat. Brother, the demon kings looked up at Rex, perched atop the treetop, hoping he could once again conjure a miracle. The heavenly Tao. Rex gradually rose to his feet, lifting his gaze to the ominous, overcast sky, his heart tumultuous. This was the will of heaven. The moment it manifested, it enveloped him with an overwhelming sense of threat, akin to an ordinary individual confronting a Saiyan, where any struggle seemed utterly futile. Boom! He unleashed his rage, golden flames encircling him, his eyes transforming to a piercing green as he coldly stared into the heavens. In the next instant, a pair of colossal eyes materialized in the sky, indifferent and unfeeling, fixated on Rex. That gaze was all too familiar to him. It bore neither disdain nor mockery, merely an air of utter disregard. It felt as though he were being observed like an insignificant ant. Thunder rumbled. A bolt of violet lightning snaked downwards, striking directly towards Rex. It was an onslaught he could not withstand. Rex's pupils instantly constricted. He sensed that if struck by the lightning, he would not only face the possibility of death but also severe injury. With a swift motion, he shifted his position, traversing the void and reappearing in another location. Boom! The lightning struck above the tree where he had just stood, reducing it to mere ashes. Yet, to Rex's astonishment, its might seemed less formidable than he had anticipated. It had merely obliterated that singular tree, leaving even a nearby sprite unscathed. No, that was not quite right. A chill coursed through his mind. It was not that the lightning was weak, but rather that the divine forces exercised an extraordinary precision, harming only one entity. Crack! Another bolt of lightning traversed the void. Rex once again dodged, the lightning flashing past him, yet a look of bewilderment clouded his expression. How could this be? Logically, if the heavenly Tao truly intended to strike him, it would not allow him to evade so easily. However, Rex felt as though the heavenly Tao was deliberately easing its onslaught, controlling the speed of the strikes to ensure that he could narrowly escape each time. The heavenly Tao, merciless by nature, should not act in such a manner. What could possibly be the reason? After evading another bolt of lightning, Rex solidified his thoughts, yet found himself even more perplexed. What game was the heavenly Tao playing? Not only was Rex at a loss, but the exalted sages above were equally bewildered. They were well aware of the heavenly Tao's might. A single strike of the purple sky thunder would render the Saiyan great sage utterly unable to escape, resulting in his immediate annihilation. Yet now, although the punishment was being unleashed, it lacked the force of the laws, manifesting merely as a barrage of formidable lightning. Boom! The thunder rumbled through the 9 heavens, dark clouds obscuring the sky. Bolts of lightning descended in succession, yet none struck Rex. Each time, they merely grazed past him. Damn it! Are you toying with me? Another bolt crashed down, and Rex gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he continued to flee. It was not that he wished to withstand the onslaught. The truth was, he simply could not. The lightning unleashed by the heavenly Tao far surpassed that of ordinary strikes. This unfolded a scene, a figure wreathed in golden flames darting through the air, pursued by a multitude of lightning bolts. Celestial beings and demons alike, along with the Saiyans, turned their heads in unison, following Rex's fleeting silhouette. Very well. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you to the fullest. Rex, consumed by rage, suddenly surged forward towards the celestial beings observing from the heavens. What could he possibly intend? This is dire. Run swiftly. He aims to draw the lightning towards us. Intercept him. The celestial beings were thrown into disarray, frantically shouting to restrain him. Yet none dared to advance. Each retreated in a frenzy. Restrain him? Do not jest. That is the divine lightning descending from the heavens. In an instant, the celestial army fell into chaos, scattering in all directions, desperate to distance themselves from this place of turmoil. Escape? Is it truly possible to flee? Rex laughed maniacally, his speed reaching its zenith, and in an instant, he stood before a terrified celestial general, unceremoniously seizing his arm. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. No, The celestial general let out a piercing scream. Rex's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. As for the celestial general, he had transformed into nothing but ashes. No, not even ashes, but had simply disappeared without a trace. This scene instilled an even greater sense of dread among the multitude of celestial beings. Ha 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 ha. Rex laughed heartily, his form moving with incredible swiftness as he seized each celestial soldier and divine general, or bodhisattva and arhat, only to be met with bolts of lightning that struck down upon them. Soon, however, his satisfaction waned. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze towards the Lingxiao treasure hall and then glanced westward, releasing a resounding howl to the heavens. Jade Emperor, Tathagata, are you prepared to embrace the baptism of the heavenly Tao? I am coming. Chapter 97, The Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. The return of the Dragon Pearl in the Lingxiao treasure hall. Upon hearing Rex's thunderous call, the Jade Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a look of dread. He had witnessed Rex's preceding actions and realized that if the lightning of the heavenly Tao were to strike him, it would render him near death, if not entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee the 9 heavens, seeking the assistance of sages in the 33 heavens. Old Jade Emperor, where are you off to? Rex had already appeared within the grand hall, lifting his gaze to bestow a smile upon the Jade Emperor, which startled the celestial beings into a hurried retreat. Even the Grand Supreme Elder could not help but furrow his brow and take a few steps back. Though he was indeed an embodiment of a sage, he dared not confront the heavenly Tao, for such an act would truly be fatal. Bold demon, you indiscriminately slay the innocent. Do you not fear divine retribution? The Jade Emperor exclaimed, his expression shifting chaotically, his voice fierce yet trembling. Are you blind? Rex cast a peculiar glance at the Jade Emperor, gesturing towards his head, proclaiming, I have already incurred divine retribution. As he spoke, his figure flickered and appeared in another direction. The spot where he had just stood was now pierced by lightning, revealing a gaping hole. The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth, yet finding himself unable to retort. Oh, Supreme Old Lord, why must you esteemed sages interfere in the celestial and demonic conflict? Do you not find contentment in your own realm, instead choosing to manipulate me as a mere pawn? Rex directed his gaze towards the silent and contemplative Taishang Laojun, and with a soft chuckle, inquired, have you ever experienced the divine retribution unleashed by the heavenly Tao? Taishang Laojun shook his head and replied calmly, do you truly believe that the retribution of the heavenly Tao is so feeble? Certainly not. Rex raised an eyebrow. Yet at the very least, he had no intention of placing me in mortal danger at this moment. The Supreme Elder made no further remarks, merely shook his head once more, lowered his gaze, and remained silent. Rex squinted slightly, choosing to disregard the presence of the true Taishang Laojun. This was but a mere fragment of his essence. Even in death, it bore no consequence for the true Taishang Laojun, who remained utterly indifferent to the matter. Redirecting his gaze towards the Jade Emperor, Rex bestowed a chilling smile upon him, his form flickering as he surged forward. Protect! Protect! The Jade Emperor exclaimed in a state of utter dismay, calling out in haste. Yet, not a single celestial being dared to approach, retreating to a safe distance, fearful of the impending lightning striking them. How pitiable it is to realize that one's character is so lacking that, when disaster looms, no one comes to their aid. Rex grinned, yet a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he moved swiftly, drawing ever closer to the Jade Emperor. However, just as he was on the verge of reaching the Jade Emperor, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Damn it, they are truly serious. Rex raised his head and beheld a streak of purple lightning cascading from the heavens, the divine thunder of the purple firmament. In an instant, the celestial vortex materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, Rex plunged into its depths. Almost simultaneously, the purple lightning surged closer, following Rex into the celestial vortex. In the realm of Dragon Ball, on the monster planet, as soon as Rex materialized, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, landing on a nearby small life-bearing planet. He then swiftly teleported away from this celestial body. Boom! The divine thunder of the purple firmament struck the small life-bearing planet with immense force. In but an instant, the planet was obliterated, leaving not even a trace of dust in its wake. The relentless energy of the divine thunder continued its descent, impacting a planet located beneath it. Scores of planets were penetrated in a single sweep, with even several stars succumbing to the might of the divine thunder, ultimately vanishing into the void of space. Goodness! Such power? Rex gazed upon the countless stars reduced to mere dust, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was merely a single bolt of the purple sky divine thunder, traversing an entire realm. If several more were to strike, the entirety of the galaxy would likely be obliterated in the blink of an eye. The Tao of Heaven is indeed terrifying. Should one still venture into the Western Journey world? Rex found himself in a state of deep contemplation. He pondered whether he should unleash a bolt of divine purple lightning upon entry and then swiftly retreat. If he were to repeat this several times, it was likely that the very fabric of the cosmos would be obliterated by the celestial forces from a realm beyond. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to proceed. However, prior to his venture, Rex deliberately distanced himself from the monster planet, seeking refuge on a desolate celestial body. He then activated the starry vortex and stepped into its depths. Moments later, with a sudden rush, a disheveled figure emerged from the swirling portal, clutching a bearded man clad in a black royal robe. In the blink of an eye, both figures vanished. The next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated as the planet was reduced to cosmic dust. Hundreds of other celestial bodies soon followed suit, meeting the same disastrous fate. The monster planet remained in the wake of this cataclysm. Rex stood helplessly atop a mountain, a hint of melancholy shadowing his demeanor. As he had anticipated, the moment he entered, the purple divine thunder struck down. He managed to teleport to the side of King Yanluo, bringing him along. Elder brother, I'm not dead. King Yanluo, still shaken, had just noticed Rex's sudden appearance when a bolt of violet lightning streaked across the sky, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with fear. He had closed his eyes, bracing for death, yet the anticipated demise never came. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a place he had never been before. No need to elaborate. Rex sighed and said, Yama, tell me, if one were to attain immortality, could they still be struck down by the divine thunder of Zixiao? Immortality? The king of hell paused, momentarily taken aback, before furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a brief silence, he carefully chose his words and replied, in truth, immortality is merely a relative concept. Take me, for instance. I could be considered immortal, yet I remain vulnerable to external forces that could bring about my demise. A single strike from the divine thunder of Zixiao would be enough to obliterate the soul. He continued, in the truest sense of the word. Even the sages are incapable of achieving genuine immortality. Is that so? Rex stroked his chin, his brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, he recalled Majin Buu, a being renowned for his claim of immortality. Yet, in the Dragon Ball series, he was ultimately vanquished. The concept of true immortality remains elusive. After much contemplation, Rex murmured, It seems I must embark on a quest to collect the Dragon Balls. Chapter 98. The arrival on Earth. There are currently 3 types of Dragon Balls. The first are those found on Earth, created by the deity, capable of granting but a single wish. The second type hails from Namek, which can bestow 3 wishes. Both of these have certain limitations. Wishes exceeding the dragon's capabilities cannot be fulfilled. However, the third type, the most extraordinary Super Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet, are scattered across the 6th and 7th universes and can grant an unlimited number of wishes. For now, the Super Dragon Balls are not a consideration. They are exceedingly elusive. And without a Super Dragon Ball detector, locating them is nearly impossible. Seated within his small spacecraft, Rex pondered. At present, the majority of Saiyans are in the world of Journey to the West, while the remaining ones have been placed into the realm of martial arts to prevent them from being hunted down and killed by Cooler. I shall first visit Earth, he murmured, gently pressing his forehead. After a considerable moment, he sensed the faint energy emanating from Earth and swiftly seized hold of King Yama, disappearing in an instant. With a flash, in the blink of an eye, they arrived on Earth. What is this place? King Yama inquired, curiously scanning his surroundings. His gaze fell upon an elderly man carrying a turtle shell beside him. He felt that his worldview truly needed a refresh, as this realm was entirely different from what he had known. Master Roshi? Rex slightly parted his lips, gazing at the startled old man who, beneath him, was seated upon a large turtle. Who are you? The turtle sage fixed his gaze on Rex, his eyes wide with astonishment, nearly bulging from their sockets. The individual before him was undeniably formidable. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, reaching an unimaginable magnitude. How could such a powerful being exist in this world? It was beyond comprehension, an entity beyond one's wildest imagination. Rex raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at the album clutched in Master Roshi's hands. True to his notorious reputation as a lecherous old man, even in such a state of alarm, he clung tightly to the illustrated volume of beautiful women. as if he would rather perish than part with it. Master Roshi's aged face flushed slightly as he hastily tucked the album beneath his rear, then lifted his gaze to Rex once more, his eyes lingering momentarily on the Scion's tail, though he paid it little mind. At this juncture, the Scion was still unknown to Master Roshi. In the world of Dragon Ball, Earth was teeming with peculiar creatures. A being sporting a monkey's tail appeared utterly unremarkable. I shall return to converse with you at a later time. Rex broke into a grin, seizing the figure of the King of Hell, and vanished without a trace. Who could this individual be? It is indeed perplexing. When did such a formidable presence emerge, yet never appeared at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? The sudden disappearance of Rex did not astonish Master Roshi, for the latter had only just made his unexpected entrance. Furrowing his brow, he murmured to himself, struggling to comprehend the situation. Ultimately, he decided to dismiss it, reasoning that if that person truly intended to end his life, he would have little chance of survival. Soon enough, Master Roshi cast the matter aside and retrieved his illustrated book, once again donning his signature mischievous grin as he flipped through its pages. On Earth, true warriors are scarce, with only a handful exhibiting considerable power, barely reaching a few hundred units. Among them are the likes of Demon King Piccolo and Shenron. Additionally, there exists a faint yet distinct aura belonging to the Scions, which Rex could perceive most vividly. Kakarot, that little rascal. If he were to lose the battle that rightfully belongs to him, would he still possess the potential to grow stronger? A thought flashed through Rex's mind. In an instant, he appeared beside Kakarot. At this moment, Kakarot was still young, yet to transform into a mighty gorilla, and thus his guardian, Gohan, was still alive. "Who are you?" Gohan exclaimed, startled by Rex's sudden appearance, taking a cautious step back while subtly shielding Kakarot behind him. Kakarot, however, raised his small head, gazing curiously at Rex. Suddenly, Goku's pupils constricted as he noticed the tail wrapped around Rex's waist. Instinctively, he glanced at Kakarot's tail, confirming that the two were identical, differing only in length. So gentle. Has he already lost his mind? Rex extended his hand, capturing Kakarot effortlessly, lifting him by the collar for a thorough examination. Upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. A vague notion flickered in his mind, yet he hesitated, opening his mouth as if to speak but ultimately swallowed his words. Indeed, the innate talent was woefully inadequate. After a brief moment, Rex cast down the struggling Kakarot onto the ground, stealing a glance at Sun Wukong. His lips curling into a smirk as he offered a cryptic warning. If one wished to avoid death, one should be wary of the night of the full moon. Beware of the night of the full moon? Sun Wukong stood in stunned silence, utterly perplexed. Before he could voice his confusion, the two figures that had stood before him moments ago vanished without a trace. Brother, you actually show concern for the fate of others? Above the clouds, King Yama wore a look of astonishment, as if he had witnessed something truly extraordinary. I do not care. Rex smiled faintly, glancing down at the still juvenile Kakarot, a fleeting glimmer of unusual emotion flashing in his eyes. It was not compassion that stirred within him. Rather, he suddenly felt that altering the established narrative might render the future a tad more intriguing. Kakarot, despite possessing a mere combat power of 2 and lacking exceptional talent, was nonetheless the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Even if Rex's arrival were to instigate a series of repercussions, it would not hinder Kakarot's ascent. In the grand tapestry of Dragon Ball, there are but 2 Scions who have achieved the formidable transformation into Super Saiyan God. Rex suddenly recalled Vegeta. That fellow had departed from planet Vegeta since the day he was taught a lesson, and his current whereabouts remain unknown. As a character intertwined with Kakarot's fate, Vegeta would undoubtedly grow stronger with time. I am particularly eager to witness the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, known as Vegeta. Chapter 99, Summoning the Dragon. Immortality in the world of Journey to the West. Ever since Rex was struck by the purple cloud divine thunder, the entire realm seemed to have transformed. Flower Fruit Mountain lay desolate. The multitude of demons that once gathered there had vanished, leaving only a group of monkeys frolicking about. A decree from heaven proclaimed, the ancient fiend has emerged, wreaking havoc upon the world. The 3 realms must unite, with the celestial beings, Buddhas, and demons forming an alliance to combat this menace and ultimately eradicate the great demon. The demon clan, having rendered great service, shall be duly rewarded. The Monkey King, Sun Wukong, had achieved significant merit and was conferred the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. However, due to his unruly nature and the chaos he caused in heaven, the Buddha was enraged and confined him beneath the 5 Fingers Mountain for 500 years to reflect upon his actions. The king of hell, Yama, had colluded with the fiends, dancing alongside them in sin, deserving of a punishment beyond measure. Thus, he was struck by divine thunder, resulting in his soul being scattered. The Saiyan Ozaru clan, having aligned with the fiends and disturbed the three realms, were spared death due to their lesser crimes. Hence they were eternally sealed within the realm of Azura to atone for their sins. Upon the issuance of this decree, both celestial and demon factions rejoiced. The memories of all were altered, and the name of the Saiyan Great Sage was erased from existence. They could only recall that a malevolent demon had appeared in the world, and after a bloody battle, the fiend was vanquished. Even Sun Wukong could only vaguely remember his close ties with the demon, the details eluding him. Across the vast world, only two individuals retained their memories. One was the female ghost, who was unique and did not belong to the three realms or six paths. No one knew of Rex's encounter with her. Not even the sages could foresee it. Thus, she was fortunate to be one of the few whose memories remained intact. The second was the scorpion demon, whose cultivation was relatively low. This was entirely unexpected. Initially, the scorpion demon had also undergone memory alteration, yet unbeknownst to Rex, she was already with child. Rex is not included in the celestial fate, nor is the child. No one can predict this. In the realm of Dragon Ball, on Earth, Rex and King Yanluo strolled amidst the clouds, seemingly at a leisurely pace, yet traversing thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. They were in search of Bulma. As it stands, Bulma was still a mere child. However, her father was a brilliant scientist, not at all inferior to her. In fact, while he may have lagged behind the later version of Bulma, he was significantly more capable at this juncture. Rex's true intention lay in acquiring the Dragon Ball radar. This family was not difficult to locate, as Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, was the esteemed owner of Capsule Corporation. Before long, he appeared before them, ready to assist in the creation of a Dragon Ball radar. Rex spoke candidly. Initially, Dr. Briefs was reluctant. However, when Rex inadvertently obliterated a mountain and subsequently held the young Bulma in his grasp, there was no further hesitation. Dr. Briefs, displaying remarkable decisiveness, promptly entered his laboratory. Before long, he emerged with the Dragon radar in hand. Although it differed somewhat from Rex's expectations, it proved to be effective. In less than a day, the 7 Dragon Balls were successfully gathered. Rex stood in an open expanse, momentarily conflicted, yet ultimately refrained from uttering the somewhat absurd slogan, "Come forth, divine dragon." The king of hell, his countenance darkened, stood amid the vastness, bellowing towards the Dragon Balls. A blinding golden light erupted, accompanied by a soaring dragon's roar. As the verdant divine dragon materialized in the heavens, gazing down upon the king of hell, "Speak your wish, any desire can be fulfilled." Initially taken aback, the king's eyes lit up, and his mouth opened to articulate his thoughts. However, in the next instant, he was sent flying by Rex's kick. "No need to concern yourself with that fool." Rex gazed upward at the divine dragon and softly inquired, "Can you possibly locate the Super Dragon Balls?" The dragon fell into a contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, it responded, "I am sorry, but I cannot." Rex was not surprised. He merely nodded casually. "Then let me attain immortality," he declared, with effortless ease. A flash of crimson light flickered in the dragon's eyes, and a beam of red radiance enveloped Rex. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, and the dragon vanished, while the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into 7 beams of light, each shooting off in different directions. Rex's gaze flickered, yet he did not intervene. In truth, with his speed, he could have seized all the Dragon Balls in an instant. But he refrained from doing so. They could only be utilized again after a year. Even if he possessed them now, they would serve no purpose. Is this what it means to be immortal? Rex attentively sensed the transformations within his body. While the intensity remained unchanged, the activity of his cells had multiplied exponentially. He could perceive that even if a finger were severed, it would regenerate in an exceedingly brief span of time. This exemplifies the distinction between the realms of Journey to the West and Dragon Ball. In the former, the notion of immortality is more accurately described as eternal life. It is a power derived from the laws of existence that enables prolonged survival. Conversely, in Dragon Ball, there is a fundamental alteration of the physical essence. This phenomenon is aptly illustrated by Majin Buu, who, even when obliterated to a solitary cell, can swiftly regenerate his form and revert to his original state. The sole method of annihilation lies in instantaneously reducing him to ashes. One wonders, however, whether my current physique can withstand a strike from the purple cloud divine thunder. Rex was lost in contemplation. Having consumed a considerable amount of blood cheat pills, his physical form had become remarkably resilient. Though it could not be deemed indestructible, it was not far from achieving such a state. Furthermore, with his current immortal body, he might just withstand a strike from the divine thunder of Zixiao, though he remained uncertain. He wondered how Betty and the others were faring. Rex inhaled deeply, realizing that both he and Sun Wukong were no longer present in the Flower and Fruit Mountain. The defeat of the Demon Clan had become an undeniable reality. His sole concern now was whether the Saiyan race would face annihilation at the hands of the Saints. He felt an urgent need to return and ascertain their fate. P.S. I apologize for the inconsistency in updates. I had initially intended to provide 5 chapters daily, but I must now attend an internship, having also participated in an interview today. This internship is crucial for my graduation. Consequently, my writing time has been significantly reduced, and I can only compose after work while ensuring the quality remains intact. Furthermore, I assure you that I will not abandon this narrative. Kindly refrain from suggesting that I might discontinue it. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 100. Addicted to Lightning Strikes. Boom. Upon entering the realm of Journey to the West, the divine thunder from the purple sky descended from above. This time, Rex did not evade. Instead, he elevated himself to the pinnacle of his capabilities. All of his Super Saiyan transformations, martial prowess, and divine abilities were fully harnessed. In an instant, Rex was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Yet, in the following moment, his cells rapidly reassembled. Within mere seconds, he reemerged, his aura even more formidable than before. This was a testament to the Saiyan race's innate ability to heal from severe injuries. Their combat power experienced a remarkable enhancement. What had just transpired was a true near-death experience, and yet, it culminated in an exponential increase in his fighting strength. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Rex's eyes. Although the enhancement fell short of his expectations, it was nonetheless a tangible improvement. Suddenly, a wave of alarm surged within him. The purple cloud divine thunder, upon striking, would inevitably lead to the annihilation of both body and spirit. But what of the primordial spirit? Rex has forgotten this point. Fortunately, the complete annihilation of both body and spirit did not occur, and his primordial spirit remains intact. Could it be the Chaos Orb? Rex extended his right hand, and the Chaos Orb slowly floated out. He recalled that during his time in the underworld, this orb was tethered to his spiritual essence rather than his physical form. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the purple sky divine thunder struck once more. Without a doubt, Rex's corporeal body shattered yet again. This time, he paid particular attention and observed that at the moment of his body's demise, his spiritual essence was drawn into the Chaos Orb. After the purple sky divine thunder dissipated, the orb expelled his essence once more. No wonder there was a fleeting moment of darkness in his vision. Indeed, it was the Chaos Orb. Rex's eyes sparkled with joy, which provided him with considerable comfort. As long as his essence remained unscathed, even if his physical form were to be reduced to ashes beyond recovery, he could return to the Dragon Ball world with the Chaos Orb and wish for resurrection. Nevertheless, it must be said that the Chaos Orb is indeed formidable. Even the purple sky divine thunder leaves no trace upon it. This indicates that the Chaos Orb is at least an entity of the same caliber as this heavenly Tao. Boom. Another strike of the purple sky divine thunder. Rex discerned that upon entering this world of Journey to the West, the descent of the purple cloud divine thunder had noticeably slowed, striking only once every minute or so. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. Had it been akin to his previous experience, even his existence in this realm would have been rendered futile. He found himself enveloped in a paradox of pain and pleasure, his sole sentiment at that moment. Despite enduring the anguish of his corporeal form fracturing, his combat prowess steadily ascended. As he traversed the earth, he continued to withstand the onslaught of the purple cloud divine thunder. After an indeterminate number of strikes, as his body reconstituted once more, Rex suddenly noticed a faint purplish lightning arc manifesting within his vital essence. In that fleeting instant, he sensed a profound transformation within his internal energy. Moreover, his physical form was gradually growing stronger. A delicate wisp of purple electricity coursed across his skin, appearing and vanishing in an ephemeral dance. With each movement, it felt as though a subtle rumble of thunder accompanied him. Could it be that each strike of lightning had absorbed a fragment of the purple cloud divine thunder? Rex initially displayed a look of astonishment, soon followed by unbridled joy. Without a doubt, this presented a tremendous opportunity, far surpassing the thunderous powers he had previously refined from Thunderstrike and Wenjong, elevating him to an entirely different echelon. a bolt of the divine purple thunder descended, and he ascended into the sky, once again disintegrated by its force. However, this time he did not shatter into fragments. Rather, he merely unraveled. This indicated that Rex's physical form had developed a degree of resistance against the divine purple thunder. It was reasonable to believe that, before long, even if he were to endure a strike from the divine purple thunder directly, he would sustain only injuries, rather than being utterly obliterated. Upon reconstitution, he erupted into laughter and soared towards the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain. The unusual reaction of the heavenly Tao rendered all beings, save for the sages, silent with trepidation, immortals, Buddhas, and demons alike. Their memories of Rex had faded, leaving them both terrified and curious about the heavenly Tao's descent of the divine purple thunder. Yet, two individuals instantly comprehended the truth. Rex had returned. Had he truly grown this powerful? The complex gaze of the female specter, Saiyan One, reflected her newfound understanding of Rex's strength, as the continuous bombardment of the divine purple thunder indicated that he could not be eradicated. Meanwhile, hidden within a small cave, a scorpion spirit revealed an unmistakable delight, tempered by concern. In a world where no one remembered Rex, she pondered how he might react upon discovering this truth. After much hesitation, she ultimately chose not to leave her cave in search of Rex, prioritizing the welfare of her unborn child. Approaching Rex could potentially summon the heavenly Tao sage before long. Upon Rex's arrival at Flower Fruit Mountain, he was taken aback by the scene before him, which was utterly unlike his expectations. Where were the vast hordes of demon kin? Why did only a group of monkeys remain? It was not surprising that Sun Wukong was absent, having been taken by Zhuan Ti, but what had become of the bull demon king, the golden-winged Great Peng? And the other demon kings? How could not a single one be found? More troubling was the absence of the Saiyans. Their distinctive energy was entirely undetectable, as if it had vanished into thin air. 3 questions surged within Rex's mind, overwhelming him with a profound sense of unease. He had only departed for a mere 10 days. How could such a drastic transformation have occurred? It was unfathomable. Could it be that the heavenly Tao had unleashed divine retribution, annihilating the demon kin? No, that could not be the case. If destruction had been the intent, they would not have merely left behind a group of monkeys. Rex suddenly appeared before a demon monkey, seizing it firmly and locking his gaze upon it. His voice cold and slightly hoarse. Tell me, where are the other demon clans? Chapter 101. Fury, Super Saiyan Two, who are you? The demon monkey stared at Rex in terror, struggling incessantly, yet its words rendered Rex momentarily stunned. You do not recognize me? Upon regaining his composure, Rex narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness flashing across his face. One must inquire, in all the realms, from the 33 heavens above to the 9 hells below. Who has not heard of the illustrious Saiyan sage? Instinctively, Rex sensed that this monkey demon was lying. However, he soon noticed something amiss. The other demon monkeys had retreated to a distance, cautiously observing him, their eyes betraying unmistakable fear and unfamiliarity. They do not recognize me. A tempest surged within Rex's heart. It was somewhat understandable for a demon monkey to be unfamiliar with him, perhaps even a fabrication. However, if no one recognized him, it signified that a monumental event had transpired, one of which he was utterly oblivious. He had, astonishingly, been forgotten. Thunderous roars echoed as a purple celestial lightning bolt descended. Rex released the demon monkey, his form flickering as he appeared in another location, and then he shattered into countless fragments. Reassembling once more, without uttering a word, he turned and soared towards the direction of Shinyo-Hajo. Rex sought to ascertain whether the formidable figures, such as the Bull Demon King and other demon lords, had indeed forgotten him. Shortly after his presence vanished, a slender figure clad in azure appeared upon the Flower and Fruit Mountain. It was the female specter, Ba. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, she scanned her surroundings, then wrinkled her exquisite nose, seemingly attuned to some scent in the air. In the next moment, she hastened towards the western realm of Nyo-Hajo. What manner of abomination is this, that even the divine thunder of the purple clouds could not eradicate it? In the 33 heavens, the 7 sages convened once more. The collective amnesia surrounding Rex was not solely the result of their combined efforts, but was also intertwined with the will of the heavenly Tao, which had descended to impose its laws. The tribe known as the Saya Demon Apes was imprisoned within the 6 paths of Shura, though they had not been extinguished. Their existence was perilously close to annihilation. The only element lacking was the earthly ledger of life and death. although the heavenly Tao had bestowed another tome of earthly scripts. It was evidently a mere imitation, insufficient to uphold the balance of the three realms. Now, after nearly half a month, the heavenly Tao re-emerged, unleashing the divine thunder of the purple clouds. The sages, after a brief calculation, reached no definitive conclusion but were acutely aware that the seemingly indestructible Saiyan great sage had returned. Could it truly be that so-called chaos race? The primordial celestial master furrowed his brow. In truth, even for the seven sages, the chaos race existed only in legends, never having been witnessed. It is said that this race existed before the primordial deity Pangu split heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, both the Taoist Zhuan and the Taoist Jie'in exchanged glances filled with a hint of intrigue, yet remained silent. What shall we do? Lady Nuwa spoke softly. With the heavenly Tao watching him, he cannot stir up great turmoil, remarked the supreme old lord indifferently. Let us hope so. Even the master of the celestial church nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Rex had ascended above the cloud of accumulated thunder, pausing momentarily before preparing to descend. Suddenly, he sensed a fierce aura approaching rapidly from behind. Inba? He turned to see her already several thousand meters away, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. In but a breath's time, Inba had arrived before him. Saiyan Great Sage, she called out as she came to a halt. You still remember me? Upon hearing this, Rex felt a surge of joy. Although the Bull Demon King's strength did not rival that of the Lady of the Drought, it was nonetheless comparable. If the lady remembered him, then surely the Bull Demon King would as well. Indeed, the lady nodded, her gaze towards him laden with complexity. Do not rejoice too soon. The situation is far more intricate than you perceive. Thereupon, she recounted the events that transpired following Rex's departure, detailing them one by one. Rex furrowed his brow, listening intently as a surging aura of hostility gradually enveloped him, overpowering even the malevolent essence emanating from the female specter. In other words, aside from you, has everyone else forgotten about me? Upon the cessation of her speech, Rex uttered these words with an impassive expression. Indeed, the female specter's beautiful eyes flickered with a fleeting hue. Thus, there is no need for you to seek out the Bull Demon King. Thunder rumbled. The divine purple lightning descended once more. The female specter's pupils constricted, her form wavering slightly as she retreated 1,000 meters in an instant. Boom. The violet electric currents surged wildly across Rex's body, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his complexion becoming somewhat pallid. However, aside from that, no further changes were evident. Indeed, the female specter's eyes reflected a look of astonishment. Indeed, Rex's physique has reached an extraordinary level, enabling him to withstand the divine thunder of Zxiao. This is no ordinary display of strength. Of course, she remains unaware that Rex had previously endured countless strikes that left him shattered. Sun Wukong is suppressed beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, while the Scions are subdued in the realm of Azura, specifically within the Abyssal Blood Sea, the domain of the Azura clan, which is akin to being severed from the world. Aside from minor alterations, has everything resumed its original course once more? Rex muttered to himself. If he never returned, then 500 years hence, a tale akin to Journey to the West would surely unfold. But I have returned. Have you forgotten me? How amusing indeed. Rex murmured softly, an increasing aura of ferocity enveloping him, as arcs of purple lightning danced around his form, swirling with intensity. Suddenly, his might surged exponentially. His golden hair transformed once more, elongating slightly, a strand cascading forward from his forehead. Super Saiyan Two. The golden flames erupting around him shimmered with a faint violet hue, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. The celestial path, the sage. Rex cast a fleeting glance at Mount Jile, his figure shimmering as he soared towards Wuzishan. To suggest that Sun Wukong embark on a quest for the Western scriptures? Such jest. Chapter 102. Wukong's Freedom, Journey to Lingshan Wuzishan. Sun Wukong was utterly besieged, his entire form ensnared beneath, revealing only his head, overgrown with wild grass, while his hair lay in disarray. As Rex beheld this disheartening sight, a flicker of sorrow graced his eyes. Despite having steeled himself for the encounter, witnessing Wukong's pitiful state evoked an involuntary sigh. Once, Sun Wukong had fought valiantly by his side, wielding the golden staff that swept away the celestial and Buddhist armies. The name of the great sage equal to heaven. The beautiful Monkey King rang throughout the three realms. Who among them was unaware of his glory? Yet now, the tides of fate had shifted, and all had changed. Wukong. Rex gently descended beneath the five-finger mountain, gazing at the nest-like hair, and softly spoke. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong abruptly lifted his head, fixating on Rex. His eyes flickering with a hint of confusion and contemplation. Who are you? Have we crossed paths before? Indeed, the memory eludes him. Rex's lips curled in disdain. The flames of anger towards the heavenly Tao and the saints burning even more fiercely within him. He is your sworn elder brother. At that moment, the female specter descended gracefully, her voice soft as she spoke. My sworn elder brother? Sun Wukong's tone was somewhat peculiar as he glanced between the female specter and Rex, letting out a derisive laugh. Are you the Bull Demon King? Do not attempt to deceive me, old Sunday. In truth, I am your senior disciple. Rex suddenly spoke. Senior brother? Sun Wukong was taken aback, and then furrowed his brow, feeling as if he had heard this exchange somewhere before. Indeed, it is true. I merely embarked on this path before you. By the time you became my master's disciple, I had already departed. Rex smiled. He then reiterated the words he had spoken upon first encountering Sun Wukong. So, you are indeed my elder brother? Sun Wukong quickly embraced this notion. Yet a lingering sense of unease pervaded his thoughts. Why did he suddenly feel so foolish? Sun Wukong clicked his tongue, perplexed by this inexplicable sensation. Yet, it was undeniably true. Rex's form flickered as he employed the art of transformation, assuming the likeness of Sun Wukong. With a grin, he exclaimed, Master foresaw the tribulations you would face, hence I am here to alleviate them. At that moment, Sun Wukong was entirely convinced. Thunderous roars echoed as a bolt of divine purple lightning struck Rex. His complexion paled slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. The tendrils of purple electricity swirling within the golden flames became even more pronounced. Is this the divine purple lightning? Sun Wukong's pupils constricted as he gazed at Rex in astonishment. His newly acknowledged senior brother was remarkably formidable, enduring the divine purple lightning without a scratch. Such prowess surely rivaled that of his master. Beside them, the female specter, Enba, felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth. This individual was utterly extraordinary. Not only was he unharmed by the divine purple lightning, but he appeared to grow stronger with each strike. Earlier, he had bled from his lips. Yet now he merely changed his expression. Had she not felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the moment the divine purple lightning descended, she would have been tempted to test his resilience herself. Very well, I shall release you now. Rex casually nodded, reverting to his original form. In a flash, he removed the cursed seal. The next moment, a resounding explosion echoed. Lo and behold, I, the old sun, have emerged once again. The five-finger mountain shattered. And with a triumphant howl, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, performing several somersaults before descending, his face alight with joy. Wukong, do you wish to seek vengeance against Tathagata? Rex let out a low chuckle, turning his gaze towards the west, a glimmer of purple light flashing in his eyes. Indeed, at the mere mention of Tathagata, Sun Wukong immediately revealed a ferocious expression. That old Tathagata has schemed against me. If I do not ascend to the spirit mountain to seek redress, I, the great sage equal to heaven, would be in vain. Very well, we shall march upon the spirit mountain. Rex smirked, eager to demonstrate the prowess of himself and his brother. When shall we proceed? Inquired Sun Wukong, grinning broadly. Now, in the western paradise. The Buddha was delivering teachings on the sacred mountain when his gaze suddenly sharpened, turning towards the direction of Wuzishan. Who has released that demon monkey? He calculated, but found nothing in the celestial records. It is not predestined, he murmured softly, furrowing his brow. His eyes emitted a myriad of golden rays, revealing three ominous figures soaring towards the sacred mountain. Who, pray tell, is that radiant being? His mind swirled with uncertainty. Simultaneously, he witnessed a bolt of divine purple lightning strike Rex, yet the latter remained utterly unscathed, causing the Buddha's pupils to constrict in surprise. World-honored one? Observing the Buddha's sudden silence, Avalokiteshvara gently prompted him. Her hands were empty. The precious bottle had been destroyed by the chaotic orb, leaving her without a worthy artifact. This is quite troublesome, the Buddha stated expressionlessly, for a creature of immense power, reminiscent of the chaos that once plagued the three realms, was approaching the sacred mountain. As his words fell, the expressions of all present, be they Buddha, Bodhisattva, or Arhat, shifted, with some unable to conceal their fear. Avalokiteshvara's countenance was the most troubled. They had forgotten the great sage, but Rex's visage had merely transformed in their memories into that of a formidable demon. The fear, deeply rooted within, was indelible. Could it be that even the world-honored one could not subdue this menace? One Buddha could not restrain himself from asking, eliciting silence from the assembly. The Buddha remained mute. How utterly nonsensical. If I could subdue him, would I be uttering that it is troublesome? Sun Wukong and the zombie might not warrant excessive concern. But that golden figure, impervious to the divine lightning, was a different matter altogether. The Buddha recognized that even he would struggle against such might. While he might not be utterly obliterated, he would surely sustain grievous injuries. It appears that I must summon the patriarchs for guidance. The Buddha sighed inwardly. Referring to the venerable Jiajin and the venerable Zhuani, the two revered saints. Otherwise, the sacred mountain is in peril. Chapter 103. Shattering the sacred mountain with reckless audacity. Wukong smashed this sacred mountain with a single strike. From the heavens above, Rex gazed down at Thunder Sound Temple, a faint cold smile gracing his lips. Excellent, exclaimed Sun Wukong, his grin widening. In the next instant, he invoked the technique of transforming heaven and earth, becoming a colossal giant. With a flourish of his golden staff, resembling a towering pillar of heaven, he struck down towards the sacred mountain with an unstoppable force. Amitabha, a resounding chant of the Buddha reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. A colossal golden barrier emanated from the Thunder Sound Temple, swiftly expanding to envelop the entire Ling Mountain. With a thunderous crash, the golden staff struck the luminous shield, causing it to momentarily indent, sending ripples radiating outward from the point of contact. Yet, the golden barrier remained intact, gradually rebounding without shattering. With a rumbling roar, Sun Wukong trembled with immense force, involuntarily retreating and leaving deep fissures in the ground beneath him. Break for me, he bellowed in a fit of fury, his form radiating a brilliance even more dazzling than the golden barrier. He forcefully stomped the earth before leaping into the air, executing a somersault while swinging his staff in a wide arc. Amitabha. An even grander chant of the Buddha arose, seemingly uttered by an enlightened being, yet echoing as if a multitude of Buddhist voices resonated throughout the realm, lingering endlessly. Suddenly, the barrier contracted inward, but the golden light became increasingly dense, thick as solid matter. Humph! A glimmer of cold light flashed in Rex's eyes as the chaotic orb materialized in his palm, flicking it forth with a mere gesture. The speed was unparalleled. It vanished from his fingertips, only to reappear above the golden barrier, as if it had torn through the fabric of space. Simultaneously, the golden staff, imbued with a myriad of golden rays, struck the barrier with tremendous force. A brief moment of silence ensued, followed by a cataclysmic roar. The golden barrier caved in before shattering into fragments, yet the staff continued its relentless momentum, crashing down upon the Thunder Sound Temple. Boom! In an instant, the temple was obliterated, revealing the colossal figure of the Buddha seated upon a golden lotus, surrounded by numerous Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Old Tathagata, your grandson has come to settle the score, Sun Wukong bellowed, his eyes ablaze with golden light, a manifestation of his fiery eyes. However, the Tathagata paid him no heed, instead turning his gaze toward Rex, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. He realized that it was Rex's covert intervention that had shattered the golden barrier. This individual I must have encountered before, he mused, rummaging through his memories, suddenly encountering an intangible barrier deep within his mind. My memories have been tampered with? The Tathagata's heart quaked. To achieve such a feat without his awareness was beyond even the saints. The heavenly Tao had indeed altered his memories. Instinctively, he cast a glance toward the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas, and to his astonishment, he discerned that not only he, but everyone's memories had been manipulated. It was a joint effort by the saints and the heavenly Tao, an undertaking of such magnitude merely to revise memories concerning that individual. The Tathagata's expression shifted, his gaze toward Rex now tinged with incredulity. Who on earth is this person? Ignoring me, the great sage. Sun Wukong, feeling snubbed, erupted in fury, reverting to his human size and brandishing the golden staff as he charged toward the shattered Thunder Sound Temple. At this moment, the Tathagata finally acknowledged Sun Wukong, his eyes flickering. Impudent monkey, you refuse to repent and dare to desecrate my sacred mountain. Today, I shall show you no mercy. With those words, the Tathagata unleashed a mighty palm. Boom! The golden Buddhist hand obscured the sky, slowly descending upon Sun Wukong. Do you think I fear you? Sun Wukong retorted, unperturbed, radiating golden light yet exuding an air of ferocity akin to a demon. With a swing of his staff, a beam of golden light shattered mountains, colliding heavily with the Buddha's palm. In the next moment, both the golden light and the Buddha's hand disintegrated. However, Sun Wukong was evidently at a disadvantage. being rebounded and sent flying, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Tathagata, I shall entertain you. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to charge once more, Rex suddenly stepped forward, appearing directly before the Tathagata. With a single punch, lightning crackled, akin to thunder slicing through the void. Amipa, with his pupils constricting to their utmost. The Buddha's form instantly diminished to that of an ordinary man, radiant with golden light, as he swiftly unleashed a powerful palm strike. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the Buddha was sent hurtling backward. Crack! Almost simultaneously, a bolt of divine purple lightning struck Rex, arcs of electricity coursing over his body. The gathered Buddhas and Bodhisattvas nearby were taken aback, their expressions dramatically shifting. Although the Buddha had conceded that he could not subdue this fierce demon, they believed that even without subjugation, the two should be evenly matched. However, the scene that had just unfolded was entirely beyond their expectations. The demon's strength was truly terrifying. Anxiety gripped their hearts. Such a formidable foe could probably only be restrained by a celestial sage, yet the arrival of the sage remained uncertain. If the demon were to unleash a massacre now, who could withstand it? Even the Buddha was not a match. In the rear, the female specter watched Rex with eyes glimmering with intrigue, her gaze fixed on his rebellious and unrestrained figure, which would forever be etched into her memory, indelible. Had the Buddha been a moment slower, he too felt a shiver of dread, relieved that he had been flung away. Though this peculiar being was strong, he was not beyond his reach, yet it was crucial to recognize that the divine purple lightning was simply beyond his capacity to endure. Yet, within that recent punch, did it not seem to contain a hint of power akin to the divine purple lightning? A look of bewilderment surfaced on the Buddha's face. But then a realization struck him, causing a tremor to ripple through his being as he felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that he was the strongest beneath the saints? Perhaps it was merely so. Rex flexed his fists, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Subsequently, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he directed his gaze towards the Buddha by his side. These, indeed, are exquisite blood essence pills. Chapter 104. The violent assault on Tathagata. With a thunderous roar, Tathagata was once again propelled backwards, his body radiant with golden light. Yet now, several fine cracks marred his arms. Who are you? What grievances do I have with you from the Western paradise? Tathagata could no longer restrain himself from speaking. This peculiar individual was undeniably formidable, especially in terms of physical strength that transcended comprehension. They had exchanged blows dozens of times, although the opponent occasionally sustained injuries. They healed instantaneously, a phenomenon bordering on the horrific. If this continues, his golden body will inevitably be shattered. As for divine abilities, do not jest. Did you not observe that even the purple sky divine thunder had no effect? What I find most lamentable is that you all have forgotten me. Rex gazed intently at the Buddha, a faint, icy smile curling upon his lips, expressing that such a reaction deprived him of considerable satisfaction during their impending confrontation. Although he spoke thus, he could not deny the extraordinary prowess of the Buddha, truly deserving of the title of the foremost among saints. Had it been Avalokiteshvara or Madhavarakana, they would have been utterly vanquished by him long ago. Yet, the Buddha merely exhibited a crack upon his arm. Thus, I inquired, who are you? The Buddha's eyes shimmered with golden light, striving to penetrate the essence of Rex. However, no matter how he looked, there was no discernible change. It matters not to disclose this. Indeed, I am the very being you speak of. A sinister smile curled upon Rex's lips. The malevolent lord who wreaked havoc across the three realms. What? Not only did the Buddha's countenance change, but the Bodhisattvas nearby were equally astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible. That great demon is already dead. One Buddha exclaimed. Guanyin fixed her gaze upon Rex, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity and dread towards him, as though they had once clashed in battle. Boom! A shackle from her memory seemed to shatter, and a figure slowly emerged in her mind, swiftly aligning with the Rex before her. Guanyin's pupils constricted suddenly, and she pointed a trembling finger at Rex, her voice quaking. You are the great sage of the Saiyans? Rex tilted his head, casting a surprised glance at Guanyin. You actually remembered? How intriguing. The great sage of the Saiyans? The other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas remained perplexed. While the name evoked a faint sense of familiarity, it was predominantly shrouded in unfamiliarity. The great sage of the Saiyans, too, furrowed his brow, murmuring softly. Moments later, a brilliant golden light erupted from his eyes, nearly shattering the heavens. I remember now. It was you. Oh, you too have recalled? Rex raised an eyebrow. His arms crossed over his chest, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked. It seems the seals imposed by the heavenly Tao and the sages are not particularly formidable. He turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, who at that moment exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, sometimes clear, sometimes clouded, as he looked up at the sky, seemingly deep in thought. Brother. Sun Wukong's lips moved, articulating a few indistinct words. I too have recalled something. Brother, you truly lack kindness. Yet I must admit my own folly. Having been deceived by the same falsehood twice, he grinned widely, revealing his fangs. In the next instant, he brandished his golden staff, leaping forward with vigor towards a Buddha. Brother, what are we waiting for? Let us, the two of us, upheave this sacred mountain. Sun Wukong howled towards the heavens, flames swirling around him. His iron armor still intact. Need assistance? The enchanting figure of the female specter, with her graceful form and charming smile, approached slowly, her azure garments billowing. Yet the ground beneath her feet withered instantly, fissures radiating outward. As she passed by a certain Arhat, there was no overt action on her part, yet he stiffened immediately, gradually disintegrating into ashes from top to bottom. This is the female specter, her true prowess terrifying beyond measure, yet she had seldom revealed it, constrained by her inner obsessions. Now, she was liberated. The world may label me a demon. Thus, what harm is there in becoming one? A formidable demon, a wandering spirit. One is wild and fierce, the other ethereal and intense. In but a moment, several Arhats had perished, and a bodhisattva was sent flying, blood spewing forth, his complexion ashen. Hey, you two. Take it easy. Rex bellowed from a distance. I still have use for their bodies. Don't destroy them all. Sun Wukong, female specter, mighty Scion. Must we truly fight to the bitter end? The expression on Tathagata's face darkened. The combined might of Sun Wukong and the female specter was staggering. If this continued, apart from a few bodhisattvas and Buddhas, the rest would surely perish. Yet he found himself blocked by Rex, struggling for his own survival. You are indeed clever. Rex nodded expressionlessly and said softly, you, in a fit of rage, radiate a brilliant golden light, as if coated in a layer of gold dust. With fierce determination, you strike, your massive palm aimed directly at Rex. Truly, you are relentless. Rex gently shook his head. Thunder roared. A bolt of divine purple lightning struck him, coursing around his body and producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Bam! A furious punch, infused with the essence of lightning, descended upon the Buddha's back with astonishing swiftness. Then, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he seized one of the Buddha's arms, muscles bulging, and forcefully hurled him to the ground. Almost simultaneously, a blinding radiance ignited in his palm, and a formidable orb of swirling purple electricity crashed heavily into the Buddha's chest. Thud. The orb pierced directly through the Buddha's torso. The Buddha's expression turned ashen, disbelief etched across his features. Just moments ago, he had struggled to hold his ground against his opponent, yet in the blink of an eye, an astonishing reversal had transpired. This instantaneous shift left the Buddha utterly unprepared. Indeed, Rex's lips curled into a chilling arc. As the purple cloud thunder descended upon him, its electric currents had yet to dissipate, granting him a fleeting moment of power. Yet, the Buddha was utterly incapable of enduring such force. Chapter 105, The Descent of the Sage, the True Form of Wukong Mountling. Once the pure land of the Western Paradise, now lay in utter disarray. The Buddha was drenched in blood, the bodhisattvas had perished, and the corpses of the Arhats littered the shattered halls of the Thunder Sound Temple. Only a few formidable Buddhas and bodhisattvas, such as the great Sun Tathagata and Guanyin, remained alive. In truth, while Sun Wukong and Inba possessed great strength, they were merely on par with Guanyin and could not inflict such decisive devastation. The true architect of this calamity was the sudden arrival of Kong Xian. He was a genuine great demon, radiating five-colored divine light that overwhelmed all. During the War of the Gods, he had few rivals, save for the sages themselves. Upon his emergence, he wasted no time and struck directly, annihilating several bodhisattvas in the blink of an eye. Even Guanyin and the great Sun Tathagata struggled to withstand his might, retreating after sustaining grave injuries amidst a fierce confrontation. Oh, Tathagata, why do you wonder where Puti and Jane have yet to arrive? Rex stood triumphantly over the fallen Buddha, pointing at the lifeless form, exclaiming, Look, it is nearly extinguished. Demons, you shall surely face divine retribution. The golden radiance enveloping the Buddha had dimmed, revealing a gaping wound upon his chest, from which faint arcs of lightning flickered, thwarting any attempt at healing. He had surrendered to despair. The purple heavenly thunder clung to the injury, incessantly eroding his spiritual power. Had it not been for his innate resilience, he would have been obliterated by now. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Rex nodded in agreement, then lifted his gaze to the heavens. Above him loomed a dark, ominous thundercloud, occasionally unleashing a bolt of divine purple lightning. Truly, a celestial retribution. At this moment, Rex felt the energy within him brimming with the force of thunder, not merely any thunder, but the formidable power of divine purple lightning. This energy coursed through his meridians, flowing into his limbs and bones, continuously refining his physical form. A faint smile crept across his lips, revealing a hint of mockery. The heavenly Tao is an exalted existence, and the divine purple lightning is merely a casual punishment it dispenses. True celestial retribution could not possibly be so simplistic. Rex believed that once the heavenly Tao realized the divine purple lightning was ineffective against this Saiyan great saint, it would unleash the genuine celestial punishment. At that moment, true terror would descend. You wretch, cease at once. Suddenly, a voice filled with fury echoed from the sky, and in the next instant, two figures materialized in the firmament. One was ethereal and otherworldly, while the other appeared gaunt and emaciated. It was none other than the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of preparation. Upon witnessing the devastation of the Spirit Mountain, their serene hearts, cultivated over countless ages, could no longer remain unperturbed. The Western paradise has been obliterated. Has the time finally come? Rex raised his gaze, fixated on the two imposing figures radiating an astonishing aura. I have awaited your arrival for a long time, he declared. Freak of nature, today, even at the cost of inevitable retribution, I shall reduce you to ashes. The guide's voice thundered with fury. A tempestuous force swept across the realm, transforming the very fabric of existence as if doomsday had descended. With a resounding crash, a golden hand materialized before Rex, forcefully striking his chest and propelling him through the air. Simultaneously, cracks erupted from the imprint left by the hand, rapidly spreading outward. The formidable power of the sage was vividly illustrated in that moment. With just a single blow, Rex was gravely injured. Had it not been for his body being shattered countless times by the purple sky divine thunder, he would have already been torn asunder, perishing on the spot. Moreover, an inexplicable force lingered at the site of the handprint on his chest, rendering even the rejuvenation of his immortal form agonizingly slow. His primordial spirit experienced a fleeting tremor, fortunately shielded by the chaos sphere in the nick of time. And yet, this was merely the might of a single strike. Ugh! Rex steadied himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he coldly fixed his gaze upon the guiding Taoist. He had underestimated the saint. Initially believing that surviving the divine thunder of Zixi would grant him the right to contend with the saint, he now realized how naive that notion had been. Wretched creature, kneel. From another direction, the Taoist Zhuan Ti coldly glared at Sun Wukong, commanding, My master is known as Patriarch Bodhi. Yet, Sun Wukong remained motionless, his blood-red cloak billowing in the wind. He taught me martial arts, imparted his divine powers, and named me, while you are merely Zhuan Ti Taoist. Bodhi is Zhuan Ti. With a sweeping motion of his grand sleeves, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Sun Wukong. Wretched creature, kneel. Boom. Sun Wukong trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Sun Wukong, do not kneel to heaven, do not bow to earth, and will never bow to you. He roared, his savage fangs gradually extending from his mouth, his eyes turning a fiery crimson. A blinding golden radiance ignited from his body, shattering the earth beneath him, fissures spreading in all directions. Yet, despite his bent posture, he began to straighten. Simultaneously, a cataclysmic transformation overtook Sun Wukong. His golden fur, in an instant, turned jet black, the golden aura slowly dissipating into darkness. Roar. Sun Wukong howled at the heavens, an overwhelming ferocity enveloping him. At this moment, he bore no resemblance to his former self, at first glance. He appeared as a ferocious demon ape. This was the true form of Sun Wukong. This beast. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhuan Ti Taoist's eyes. With the Ling Mountain no longer existing, if you seek death, I shall grant it. In the next moment, he pointed a finger. A colossal golden finger materialized from the void, descending from the heavens to press down upon Sun Wukong, akin to crushing an ant. Roar. Sun Wukong bellowed, his form visibly expanding at an astonishing rate before he unleashed a tremendous punch. Bang! The golden giant finger shattered, and Sun Wukong's crimson eyes shifted, seizing a nearby Buddha and mercilessly reducing it to pulp. This transformation bore some resemblance to the Saiyan's great ape form, yet was far more savage. Not far away, Rex observed Sun Wukong's appearance with a slight frown, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. Was Sun Wukong truly a born stone monkey? Chapter 106, The Battle with the Taoist Juan-Ti. It is said that Sun Wukong was transformed from a five-colored divine stone, which fell from the heavens when Nuwa, the goddess, repaired the sky. This stone absorbed the essence of the universe, giving birth to the spirit-wise stone monkey. However, at this moment, Rex began to doubt this narrative. A mere stone monkey, born of stone, possesses no extraordinary qualities aside from its origins. How could Juan-Ti, a being of equal stature to Nuwa, pay particular attention to a monkey born of a colorful stone? Furthermore, the insistence on leading him to embrace Buddhism raises even greater questions. Bang! A golden palm struck Rex's chest, causing him to cough blood and momentarily interrupting his train of thought. Crack! The fissures on his chest widened, gradually spreading further. A peculiar force of law hindered his regenerative abilities, causing the healing of his immortal body to slow significantly, barely keeping pace with the expansion of the cracks. Cough! Rex spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion slightly pale, yet the malevolence within him intensified. Super Saiyan 3. If only I could transform into a Super Saiyan 3. He gritted his teeth, golden flames erupting in a tangible display, shattering the earth beneath his feet. His momentum surged wildly. Yet he remained tantalizingly close to the threshold of Super Saiyan 3, as if hindered by an invisible barrier, preventing him from reaching that pinnacle. It seemed that, for the time being, a breakthrough was beyond his grasp. Rex raised his gaze to the indifferent figure of the guide in the sky. His eyes hardened with determination as he slowly ascended. A powerful energy sphere began to coalesce between his palms, arcs of purple lightning swirling around it, emitting a faint rumble of thunder. Suddenly, the divine thunder of the purple firmament descended as expected, striking Rex but instantly concentrating all its might within the energy sphere. In the blink of an eye, the sphere transformed into a vibrant purple, the arcs of electricity bursting forth with a deafening roar. Concurrently, a chaotic orb appeared unobtrusively from his palm, concealed within the heart of the energy sphere, hidden beneath the veil of the purple lightning, rendering it virtually undetectable. In the next moment, with a swift whoosh, the energy sphere shot forth, leaving a dazzling trail of violet light in its wake. Foolhardy, futile struggles. The guide regarded Rex with cold disdain, slowly extending a hand to press down into the void before suddenly clenching it. With a thunderous crash, a colossal golden hand materialized above the energy sphere, grasping it firmly. What? The guide's expression shifted rapidly. The energy sphere had unexpectedly pierced through the golden hand, hurtling towards him with unrelenting ferocity. Impossible! The guide retreated swiftly, disbelief evident in his eyes. Although the divine thunder of the purple firmament represented the might of the heavenly order, once absorbed by the Saiyan Great Sage, it could no longer wield the power of that order, merely embodying its innate force. His earlier strike, seemingly unremarkable, had utilized the laws of nature. How could it be so easily breached? So swift? The guide quickly halted his retreat, fixing his gaze upon the rapidly approaching energy sphere, which ignited a myriad of Buddhist lights around him, layers of golden barriers forming in front of him. With a series of puncturing sounds, the energy sphere met no resistance. As if piercing through mere sheets of paper, its speed unabated. The guide's expression grew grave, his regal visage adopting a meditative posture in midair. A flash of Buddhist light signaled the emergence of the nine-tiered lotus beneath him, from which streams of radiant light flowed forth, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Simultaneously, the energy sphere collided with the Buddhist light, resulting in an explosive detonation. In an instant, the sky changed hue. The divine thunder of the purple firmament within the sphere roaming the horizon, resonating with thunderous echoes. As the brilliance of the explosion faded, the Buddhist light diminished, revealing the now dimmed nine-tiered lotus, as if all its spiritual essence had been stripped away. The guide stood in stunned silence, fixated on the chaotic orb hovering before him. Just moments ago, this very entity had breached his Buddhist barrier, yet it had chosen not to attack him, instead crashing directly into the nine-tiered golden lotus. In the briefest of moments, this innate treasure, the nine-tiered golden lotus, had seemingly lost all its sentience. What manner of entity is this? The guiding figure gazed at the once magnificent nine-grade golden lotus, now reduced to a mere heap of refuse, his body trembling with sorrow and disbelief. He could hardly fathom what force could obliterate an innate spiritual treasure in such a fleeting moment. Even the three paramount artifacts, such as the Tai Chi diagram, would not possess such destructive power. Instinctively, he reached out, yearning to grasp it within his hands. A faint smirk played at the corners of Rex's mouth. Forming a peculiar arc nearby, the Taoist of primordial purity, witnessing this scene unfold, experienced a subtle shift in expression. He transformed one hand into a colossal palm, firmly suppressing Sun Wukong, while urgently exclaiming, "Master, do not." Yet, it was too late. The Taoist of salvation had already grasped the chaotic orb, stumbling forward as a result. In an instant, the appalling weight bore down upon the Taoist of salvation, leaving him no time to react, rendering him momentarily dazed as he plummeted from the heavens, akin to a freely falling iron ball. Only when he was on the verge of striking the ground did he regain his senses and hurriedly release the chaotic orb. When had such a treasure appeared within the three realms? The expression of the Taoist of salvation fluctuated between gloom and brightness. His gaze on the chaotic orb imbued with fervor, tantalizingly close yet forbidden to touch. Undoubtedly, it was a mysterious ultimate treasure, likely surpassing even the three primordial artifacts of creation. Should he possess it, he and the Taoist of primordial purity would no longer be subjugated by the three pure ones. However, the inability to grasp it drove him to the brink of madness. Did he desire it? Rex wore a mocking smirk at the corners of his lips as he casually gestured towards the chaos sphere. Whoosh! The chaos sphere tore through the fabric of space, materializing directly in his palm. Huh? This left Rex momentarily taken aback. It was well known that although the chaos sphere was remarkably swift in the past, it relied on flight, yet at this moment, it had effortlessly breached the space itself. Had it absorbed the essence of the ninth grade golden lotus, thereby ascending to a new level? Chapter 107. The Choices Ahead. Chapter 107. The Choices Ahead. Rex toyed with the chaotic sphere, meticulously examining it, yet his faint consciousness was thwarted at the periphery, unable to penetrate its depths. He yearned to uncover the mysteries contained within. He murmured softly, casting a glance at the visibly distressed guide, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Indeed, the chaotic sphere possessed formidable power. However, Rex had yet to master its application, resorting instead to wielding it like a crude brick, haphazardly striking everything in sight. Ultimately, a sage is still a sage. At present, the chaotic sphere could not genuinely harm a sage, merely causing them to stumble a few times. As for what the future holds, Rex shook his head. What lay ahead was a matter for another time. At present, he found himself unable to contend with the saints and could only endure the blows dealt to him. The terrifying force of the law might indeed be capable of bringing about his demise. With this thought, Rex instinctively glanced towards the frenzied Sun Wukong in the distance. Although his transformation had greatly enhanced his power, he was now being relentlessly subdued by Zhuan Ti's assault. Pinned beneath an enormous palm akin to an upgraded version of the Five-Finger Mountain, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Kong Xian and the female zombie ancestor maintained their distance. A peerless great demon and a primordial zombie, both formidable entities within the three realms, yet they found themselves lacking the courage to resist in the presence of the saints. This was particularly true for Kong Xian, who had once been subdued by Zhuan Ti. With a mere flick of the Seven Treasures mysterious tree, even his five-colored divine light had succumbed. He could only retreat for the time being. Rex squinted his eyes, secretly pondering. In a swift motion, he appeared beside Sun Wukong and, summoning all his strength, delivered a powerful punch that shattered the golden giant hand restraining Sun Wukong. With a sudden release from his confinement, Sun Wukong's form instantly diminished to that of an ordinary human, and his once jet-black fur gradually transformed back to its original golden hue. Without uttering a word, Rex grasped the figures in his hand, his form flickering several times before seizing both the female specter and Kong Xian. In the next instant, a swirling vortex of stars materialized, and the four figures swiftly darted into its depths. Faintly, one could still hear the furious roars of Zhuan Ti and Jie echoing from behind. "Brother, is this the miniature realm in which your clan resides?" Sun Wukong inquired, curiously surveying his surroundings. He recalled that Rex had once mentioned their Saiyan monkey lineage had always thrived in this small world. "A miniature realm, perhaps," replied the female specter and Kong Xian, both revealing expressions of astonishment. "It could be considered so." Rex responded vaguely, describing it as a desolate planet. When he first ventured into the western journey, he was apprehensive that the purple cloud divine thunder would obliterate Earth, prompting him to escape to another celestial body. "By the way, brother," Sun Wukong suddenly furrowed his brow, "are your kin still being suppressed? Shouldn't we rescue them from the abyssal blood sea?" "Not for the time being." Rex pondered for a moment, then shook his head and remarked, "The abyssal blood sea is no place of benevolence. The Azura clan is known for their fierce and combative nature, yet they are indeed well suited for the trials of my kin. As long as the sage refrains from intervening, there should be no significant issues. It is said that the Abyssal Blood Sea is the territory of the ancestor of the Underworld River, a formidable entity who has long remained in seclusion. Furthermore, the Scions are not to be underestimated. If Bardock is pushed to his limits, he may very well transform into a Super Saiyan, potentially matching the ancestor of the Underworld River in strength. Shall we simply remain here in hiding? The female specter spoke softly, her gaze sweeping the surroundings, clearly unopposed to this course of action. Does this miniature world harbor any beings of sage caliber? Kong Xian inquired, his concern directed towards this matter. Indeed. Rex nodded, his gaze flickering slightly. In this world, there exists a being known as the god of destruction, Beerus, whose sole profession is to annihilate. His moods can shift unpredictably, and to be precise, he is said to be even more formidable than the saints. More powerful than the saints? Kong Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, while the nearby female ghost and Sun Wukong also twitched their lips slightly. Well, I too am merely speculating. Rex shrugged, uncertainty lacing his voice. However, in my current state, I certainly could not contend with him. Upon hearing this, the three of them narrowed their eyes, their wariness towards the strong in this world intensifying. The might of the Rex is something they have witnessed firsthand. Though they cannot rival the saints, they can endure their assaults, even leaving the saints in disarray. Yet now, he has openly confessed that he cannot contend with the formidable being known as the God of Destruction. The power of the God of Destruction is beyond doubt. So, where shall we go next? Kong Xian inquired. Initially, he had contemplated wandering alone to explore this intriguing world, but he has since abandoned that notion. What a jest! Should he inadvertently encounter the capricious God of destruction, a single strike could obliterate him, leaving him with no recourse for explanation. What follows next? Rex furrowed his brow slightly. Pondering for a moment before addressing the trio, are you capable of existing without air? Of course, replied the female specter, nonchalantly shrugging her delicate shoulders. As the progenitor of the undead, she was unfazed by the notion of air. What was it, after all? Not a problem. Kong Xian nodded subtly in agreement. Sun Wukong also affirmed with a slight nod. Like Kong Xian, he had attained sanctity in corporeal form, effortlessly traversing the void as if it were a mere trifle. Indeed, Rex fell into silence, contemplating whether to pursue the elusive Dragon Balls or to enhance his combat prowess. At present, his battle power had reached approximately 4 million in its normal state. Yet the threshold for accessing the next alternate realm was set at 5 million. This goal did not seem insurmountable. However, if the forthcoming dimension proved to be feeble, it would appear to offer little value upon entry. Rex furrowed his brow, contemplating the sheer randomness of it all. One could never ascertain what kind of world they might enter. Should he find himself in a realm akin to Detective Conan, it would indeed be quite amusing. However, the prospect of stepping into the vast and enigmatic worlds of Jitian, Perfect World, Devouring the Starry Sky, or Desolate Era, brimming with opportunities yet fraught with peril, was undeniably enticing. Perhaps seeking out Majin Buu first would be a prudent course of action. It certainly seemed like a commendable idea. Chapter 108. A Scorpion with a Monkey's Tail? In the expanse of the cosmos, 5 figures traversed the void, occasionally pausing at passing planets before resuming their journey. They were none other than Rex and his companions. Among them, Yama's cultivation was the weakest, and his speed lagged. Yet he appeared the most at ease. He was unique, his form composed entirely of pure Yin energy, so dense that, at first glance, it bore no distinction from an ordinary corporeal body. Gliding through the void, he moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a wisp of air wandering freely. Kong Xian, how does your speed compare to that of your brethren? Rex exuded an aura of fierce intensity, slightly tilting his head to inquire of Kong Xian beside him. My brother? The Great Peng? Kong Xian paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure, regarding Rex with a wary gaze and asking, what is the purpose of your inquiry? Rex replied nonchalantly, oh, it was merely a casual question. Rex smiled amiably, yet his gaze held a peculiar intensity. Far from being reassured, Kong Xian remained vigilant, cautiously distancing himself from Rex. You need not entertain any notions of coercing me. I will never transform into my true form for your purposes. A brief ride will not lead to any unwanted consequences. Rex shrugged, not feeling the need to press the peacock. After all, the creature was of a quasi-saint level, possessing formidable cultivation, particularly with the 5-colored divine light that could illuminate all. It may yet prove to be a significant ally in the future. Pregnant? Upon hearing this, the female specter furrowed her brow, as if recalling something. She had a vague memory of visiting Flower and Fruit Mountain after the memories of all beings had been erased, where she encountered a seductive demoness lingering nearby, whose true form was that of a scorpion spirit, and whose strength was considerable. She distinctly remembered the demoness bearing a look of sorrow, murmuring something under her breath. Upon reflection, it seemed to relate to the great sage Saya. More importantly, that woman was evidently with child. After a moment of contemplation, she carefully chose her words before speaking. Rex, do you have any connection with the scorpion spirit? Rex nodded slightly, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. She is my woman. The corners of the female ghost's eyes twitched. Indeed, was it true? The child carried by the scorpion spirit was surely Rex's. And it was evident that the scorpion spirit still remembered Rex. I pose to you another question. If you were to suddenly learn of your impending parenthood, how would you react? The female ghost spoke again, her tone laced with caution. She is the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, yet she has been exiled, harboring lingering resentment and bitterness. Instinctively, she wished to spare the unborn child from suffering a similar fate. How could I possibly have a child? Rex couldn't help but burst into laughter, but just as abruptly, his mirth faltered. The scorpion demon? A child? His expression stiffened slightly, and with a forced smile, he chuckled dryly. Surely, you do not mean to imply that the scorpion demon has borne my child? What sensational news! Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Rex, especially Sun Wukong, whose gaze held an unusual glimmer as he chuckled. Brother, when did you manage to bed the 10th sister? It would have been courteous to inform the brethren. Initially, they were 8 sworn brothers, later joined by the Great Peng and the Scorpion Demon, the latter being the 10th in rank. Indeed, the female corpse, however, bore no trace of jest as she spoke earnestly, adding, moreover, she remembers you. Among the 3 realms, it seems only she and I still recall your existence. Rex fell into silence, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as the news came rather abruptly. At that moment, an odd thought crossed his mind. What would the offspring of a scorpion spirit look like if it were to be born? Would it possess the bloodline of a Saiyan? Perhaps it would even have a monkey's tail? The mere contemplation was bizarre. After a long pause, he wondered, where could she be? Rex inquired softly. I am uncertain. It was merely a fleeting encounter, and I did not dwell on it before departing. The female ghost shook her head, stating a truth. Upon visiting Huagua Mountain, she had swiftly retreated, fearing the watchful eyes of the sage. Oh, Rex nodded, falling into silence once more. After a while, the female specter could not restrain herself and inquired, if your child were a scorpion, would you feel disdain? A piercing question indeed. It struck at the very core of Rex's heart. The thought of cradling a tiny scorpion while singing a lullaby sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he suddenly recalled the Bull Demon King. After all, Red Boy was a humanoid rather than a bovine. With this thought, a wave of comfort washed over him. He wished for a child in human form. After much internal conflict, Rex finally spoke, albeit reluctantly mumbling, of course, if it were a scorpion, it wouldn't be so bad. After all, it could still cultivate into a human. The female specter gave a slight nod, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions before she sighed and chose not to elaborate further. For a moment, silence enveloped the gathering. Should I seek her out now? Rex pondered aloud. Would a child of a demon and a Saiyan possess any extraordinary traits? He hoped not. The female specter shook her head. You appearing in the journey to the Westworld, she must certainly be aware, yet she has not sought you out. The reasons? I trust you understand. Indeed. Rex nodded. The moment he entered the world of Journey to the West, he became the target of the heavenly Tao, simultaneously pursued by the saints. The scorpion spirit refrained from seeking him out, fearing repercussions for her unborn child. Ultimately, would it be a scorpion with a monkey's tail, or a Saiyan with a scorpion's tail? Rex could not help but ponder this question once more. Regardless, inheriting the bloodline of both the Saiyans and the scorpion spirit, it was evident that he was not an ordinary individual. Chapter 109. The search for Majin Buu. The journey through the cosmos was rather tedious. Initially, the Lady Ya and her companions were quite intrigued, marveling at the stars scattered throughout the universe. Occasionally, they would pass by a desolate planet, which provided a brief spectacle akin to fireworks. However, as time went on, their interest waned. They had been soaring through the starry expanse for quite some time, and aside from the occasional grand feast on a passing planet, they had primarily been focused on their travels. Brother, where exactly are we headed? Sun Wukong could no longer restrain himself. He stretched lazily, feeling utterly exhausted from the journey. "Shut up," came a disgruntled roar from below, originating from Kong Xian. At that moment, Kong Xian had transformed into his peacock form, with Rex and the others perched comfortably upon his back, some reclined and others seated, each more at ease than the last. This was the consequence of Rex inadvertently nagging him over 100 times. It was more bothersome than a group of monks chanting their prayers. This was Kong Xian's assessment as he reverted to his true form. "Well, to be honest, I am not entirely certain of our exact destination." Rex reclined upon the robust thigh of the female specter, eyes closed in a semblance of slumber. As the moment approached, I could sense the breath of my target drawing near. "Who, pray tell, are you in search of? The god of destruction?" The voice of Kong Xian resonated from beneath, his curiosity piqued by the very notion of such a destructive deity. "No, it is a being known as Majin Buu." Rex casually plucked a feather from Kong Xian, toying with it in his hand. Though he lacked the power of a destroyer, he proved to be far more troublesome. "Damn it, if you dare to tug at my feather again, I shall." Kong Xian shouted in anger, yet after much contemplation, he could not conceive a means to threaten Rex. "How troublesome is he?" the female ghost inquired, gazing at Rex with curiosity. "How shall I articulate this?" Rex opened his eyes and gazed at the cherubic face of the female ghost, his gaze subtly shifting. "Majin Buu is a most extraordinary entity, foremost. He possesses an immortal essence, capable of resurrection unless utterly obliterated in an instant. Furthermore, he exhibits an exceptionally strong capacity for learning. However, I remain uncertain whether he can assimilate divine techniques instantaneously, though the possibility looms large." Lastly, Rex exhaled softly. He could grow stronger through consumption. This was the most terrifying ability of Majin Buu. Rex even harbored doubts that the saint could be consumed by the demon Buu, even in a moment of unguardedness. What might Buu's strength be after devouring the saint? This remains an enigma. Could he consume those even more powerful than himself? The king of hell, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself. Among this quintet of celestial travelers, he was the weakest. Any one of the other four could annihilate him in an instant. Alas, Alexander. Thus, the king of hell maintained his rational silence. Indeed, Rex nodded slightly. Therefore, once you locate him, it is imperative that you exercise utmost caution. Every part of him could serve as a gaping maw of consumption. Given that he is referred to as a demon, he must undoubtedly be a formidable creature. The female specter brushed aside the strands of hair that obscured her vision and spoke in a calm tone. "He sounds like a highly perilous entity. What is your purpose in seeking him?" "What purpose?" Rex closed his eyes once more. What else could he do but refine it into a blood essence pill? However, the method of refinement posed a conundrum. It is essential to understand that Majin Buu is unlike others. If it cannot be annihilated instantaneously, it cannot be vanquished. Yet, should it be obliterated, there would be no remains to refine. This renders the task utterly impossible. Perhaps one could cast Buu into the realm of Journey to the West, allowing him to engage with those sages? Rex smirked. It appeared to be a rather enticing proposition. However, should that occur, Buu would either face annihilation or become exceedingly powerful, leaving no chance of survival for the Seven Saints. Perhaps it is best to wait until further information is obtained. Rex shifted his body, nuzzling his head against the thigh of the female ghost, seeking a comfortable position before succumbing to slumber. The leader indeed possessed privileges. Nearby, King Yama smacked his lips, murmuring softly. Unbeknownst to anyone, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, silent, with his golden fur occasionally revealing a patch of black, only to vanish again. His eyes sparkled with golden light, yet within the depths of his pupils lay a faint hue of crimson. In the world of Journey to the West, the blood sea of the underworld, the territory of the Azura clan was engulfed in a fierce battle, blood surging tumultuously, soaring skyward. On one side stood the Saiyans, their fierce energy erupting, while on the other were the Azura, both menacing and alluring. They were born warriors, while the Saiyans were renowned for their prowess. The Azura had endured trials and bloodshed from a young age, making them even more ferocious than their Saiyan counterparts. At that moment, Bardock was locked in combat with the towering Azura. His body was drenched in blood, yet his spirit remained fiercely unyielding, a faint golden aura flickering around him. Time slipped by unnoticed until Bardock was blasted away, crashing heavily into the blood sea. But in the next instant, a dazzling golden light erupted. The blood sea roiled violently, creating a massive whirlpool. When Bardock soared from the depths, he had transformed completely. His golden hair and aura, emerald eyes, and a terrifying presence shattered the Azura who had previously sent him plummeting into the sea into mere fragments. He became a streak of golden light, darting swiftly across the battlefield, invincible in his path. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Ball universe, Rex, reclining upon the true form of Kong Xian, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing down at a somber planet. Is this the place? He slowly rose, fixating on the dark orb below. There, a menacing aura lingered, palpable even from the vastness of space. Is it Majin Buu? He flickered and set off toward the planet. Synopsis: a grand cosmic system traversing myriad realms. A Saiyan who defies the heavens and earth. Transformations into Super Saiyan 1 and 2 without limits. To dominate the Dragon Ball world? No. My ambition is to become the emperor of martial arts, the sovereign of cultivation, and to soar through the pinnacle of magic across the 3,000 great worlds. On the dark path of journey to the west, I wield the power to obscure the heavens with a mere gesture, refining the stars with otherworldly flames. For I am the grand sovereign.